10 Gods Chapter 171 to Chapter 224. Zhui glanced at Xianxia. Don't care about the image of a prince. It's better to be free. Then, Zhui looked at Lin Tian and said seriously, speaking of which, you really have to be careful. The Jiang family will definitely not let you go, and neither will the Ling family. They won't be afraid of your talent and strength, and will try to get rid of you. I know. Lin Tiantan said lightly. Zhui shook his head and said, I mean, even if you are in the academy, you have to be careful. What do you mean? Lin Tian frowned. Zhui said, with Jiang Renwen, the Jiang family may send experts to the academy to assassinate you. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and then he fell silent. According to Han He and Lu Lan's attitude toward Jiang Renwen, the Jiang family may really dare to do such a thing, and the imperial courtyard would not do anything even if they knew, because the Jiang family had Jiang Renwen, and Jiang Renwen was favored by the sect. I see. He nodded. Zhui didn't stay for long, and then he left like last time. In Zhuyi's own words, being a prince was very tiring. He had to do a lot of things he didn't want to do and learn a lot of things he didn't want to learn. After sending Zhui to the door, Lin Tian walked back to the room and was a little silent. Brother-in-law, the 9th prince is right. We really have to be careful of the Jiang family. Xianxia said, because of Jiang Renwen, this family has indeed become arrogant and crazy in the past year. It is very likely that they will send people to the academy to kill you. Lin Tian nodded, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking at Xianxia, he said, go back to your home later. Don't stay with me anymore. Xianxia was stunned, and then he said, I'm not afraid. Xianxia naturally knew why Lin Tian asked him to go. He was afraid that he would be dragged into danger. Go back. It's good for both of us. I'm serious. Lin Tian Dao, when he was alone, it was much more convenient for him to do things. Xianxia thought for a moment. Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, he finally nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out again. This time, it sounded rather gentle. Someone else is here? Xianxia was stunned. Lin Tian got up and opened the door. He saw a young girl standing outside. It was Ji Yu. Lin Tian was a little surprised at first, but then he smiled. You won't let me in? Ji Yu said. Lin Tian turned sideways to let Ji Yu in and then closed the door. Xianxia looked over and his eyes widened when he saw Ji Yu. Brother-in-law, you, Xianxia stuttered. Last time, Ji Yu personally came to the imperial courtyard to look for Lin Tian. This time, he actually came again. Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia and said, by the way, you can go back. Xianxia immediately showed dissatisfaction. Brother-in-law, you're wrong. No matter how anxious you are, you can't drive me away when Miss Ji just arrived, right? It's too obvious. You must be up to no good. Ji Yu was stunned and her pretty face turned red. Lin Tian's face darkened. Get out. Xianxia shuddered and rushed out of the door. Only a voice came from afar. I won't disturb you, brother-in-law. But don't forget my sister now that you have a new lover. I'm sure you'll be my brother-in-law. I'm leaving. The black lines on Lin Tian's forehead became denser, and he wanted to recognize the shoes. Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and coughed dryly. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Don't listen to that guy. He's usually not serious. I didn't do anything. Why are you so anxious? Ji Yu smiled. After a pause, Ji Yu's face darkened. I heard that you almost killed Jiang Renwen. What happened? You're quite well informed. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. Ji Yu came as soon as Zhui left. They were both here for the same thing. I'm afraid that everyone in the imperial city who has some power knows about this. It has nothing to do with being well informed. Ji Yu shook his head. Lin Tian was silent. He knew that Jiang Renwen's power was too great, and this actually made him somewhat unhappy. What's wrong? Ji Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head and briefly told him what happened. So that's what happened. Ji was silent for a while. He didn't think that Lin Tian was impulsive and reckless. This is Jiang Renwen. He's arrogant, overbearing, and self-righteous. In fact, he's not that great. It's really nothing to be able to achieve this at the age of 18. Compared to you, he's too far away. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ji to have such an opinion of Jiang Renwen. Then, how about compared to you? He asked with a smile. Ji blinked. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Tian was stunned. Of course, the truth. Far away. Ji said. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled and said, You're not modest at all. This is the truth. Ji smiled faintly. Although she was usually very quiet and rarely went out, she also had her own pride. Lin Tian was silent. Indeed, Ji was very strong. This woman was 1 month younger than him, but now she was already at the peak of the 8th heaven of the divine range. As for talent, he could vaguely feel that Ji's talent was not inferior to his, or even stronger. For example, Ji could sometimes forget her cultivation and treat herself as an ordinary person. This was something that he couldn't do. However, because Ji rarely showed her strength was basically unknown. Why are you silent again? Ji asked. Lin Tian smiled. It's nothing. You look very good when you speak the truth. Ji was stunned. Then, a blush appeared on her face. Oh, right. Looking at Lin Tian, Ji's expression became more serious. He said, You've offended both the Lin family and the Jiang family. You don't have to worry about the Lin family for the time being. As long as they don't leave the school, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the Jiang family, you must be careful. This bloodline may do something out of line in order to get rid of the shame. Lin Tian nodded. He understood Ji's meaning. It was close to dusk. Night gradually covered the earth. Looking at the sky, Ji stood up and said, I should go back. I'll send you off. Lin Tian ondao. No, it's safest for you to stay in the school now. Ji hurriedly said. Lin Tian shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. It just so happens that I have to go out to do something. Ji hesitated a little and finally nodded. Well, as long as the Sea of Consciousness realm experts don't come out, you'll be absolutely safe with me. Lin Tian was speechless. You hurt my self-esteem by saying that. Ji blinked and immediately reacted. He covered his mouth and snickered. Well, I'll be very safe with you. Ji changed his words. After saying this, Ji blushed. In the end, the two walked out of the imperial courtyard side by side. Along the way, the disciples coming and going in the imperial courtyard all stopped when they saw the two. This was not only because Lin Tian had almost killed Jiang Renwen, but also because the #1 genius girl of the imperial city was walking together with Lin Tian. These two things, no matter which one, were enough to shake the imperial city. You're a winner in life. Someone said sourly. There were still a lot of people on the streets of the imperial city. Lin Tian and Ji walked together. They did not encounter any experts of the Lin family or the Jiang family. Soon, Lin Tian sent Ji to the outside of the general's residence. Send me here. I won't go in. Lin Tian said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Be careful on your way back. Ji waved his hand lightly. Lin Tian nodded and turned to walk away. Ji stood at the entrance of the general's residence, watching Lin Tian walk away. Cough. A dry cough sounded. Ji Yuanshan came out at some point. He glanced in the direction Lin Tian left, then narrowed his eyes and stared at Ji Yu. Grandpa, don't suddenly appear. Ji Yu said. Ji Yuanshan smiled and said, Little Yu, your spiritual sense shouldn't be so bad. In the past, if someone was this close to you, you should have sensed it immediately. Why didn't you sense your grandfather's approach this time? Why is that? As he said that, Ji Yuanshan intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction Lin Tian left. Ji Yu blushed. He turned around and ran away. Seeing Ji Yu run away, Ji Yuanshan smiled and looked in the direction Lin Tian left. This is fate, when he left the general's residence, the sky was completely dark. Lin Tian followed a path. Soon, he arrived in front of an extraordinary pavilion, the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild. The Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild was not closed yet. Lin Tian walked in without hesitation. "Sir, how may I help you?" A waitress came up to him. "I'm looking for Vice President Qin Feng. Please inform him." Lin Tian. As he spoke, he took out his guild's guest elder nameplate. The waitress was shocked. She quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform him." Saying this, the waitress left quickly. Not long after, a hearty laughter came from the inner courtyard of the guild. The vice president of the guild, Qin Feng, personally came out to welcome them. As usual, Elder Nya and Elder Jin followed beside Qin Feng. They were both influential figures in the imperial city. "Rare guest. Rare guest," Qin Feng said with a warm expression. Lin Tian did not act arrogantly. He bowed to the three of them. "Little brother, don't be so polite. Come in," Qin Feng said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. Just like last time, he followed the three of them to a room in the inner courtyard. "Please sit," Qin Feng said. As he spoke, he took the lead and sat down. Only when Lin Tian sat down did the three of them show some shock on their faces. They stared at Lin Tian. Being stared at like this, Lin Tian felt a little uncomfortable. "Seniors, what's wrong?" Lin Tian asked. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed, "Genius. You're really a genius." Beside him, Elder Jin said, "We've heard about you. With your 6th-layer divine vein cultivation, you almost killed that Jiang Renwen. You're really amazing. Among your peers in the Imperial City, you're the number one. Senior is overpraising me. This junior only relied on array manipulation to beat him." Lin Tian said humbly. "So what if you relied on array manipulation? That's your own array manipulation, your own strength," Qin Feng said. Elder Jin and Elder Nya also nodded. They agreed with Qin Feng's words. At this time, Elder Nya said, "Alright, let's listen to what little brother Lin Tian is here for. I believe it's not as simple as just dropping by." Elder Nya looked at Lin Tian and smiled. "That's true." Qin Feng nodded. The three of them looked at Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tian was not pretentious and said directly, "This junior wants to find some moondrop seeds. P.S. Thank you to Still Purple Knight for your 15 horizontal coin support. Thank you. 1 second to remember, literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read." Lin Tian looked for the moondrop, wanting to engrave the Gale rune. "Moondrop, of course there's no problem, but this thing isn't normal and requires guild points to exchange," Qin Feng said. "I understand." Lin Tian nodded. The Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild didn't only accumulate guild points by completing the guild's missions, but also by handing in rare formation rune scrolls. Immediately, Lin Tian took out the prepared materials from the stone ring and engraved 10 sets of solitary lock rune, then handed it to Qin Feng. Staring at the 10 sets of solitary lock rune, Qin Feng and the other two's eyes lit up. "Good, good, good," Elder Jin praised. Solitary lock rune was very rare. Qin Feng and the other two didn't know how to engrave this kind of rune. In fact, in the three's knowledge, only Lin Tian knew this kind of rune in the Northern Flame Country. Thus, the value of the 10 sets of solitary lock rune was very shocking. Qin Feng kept the solitary lock rune and walked into a loft. Not long after, he took out a small jade bottle. "A total of 20 moondrop," Qin Feng said. Solitary lock rune was extraordinary, but the moondrop was also very precious. Because of this, even though Qin Feng and the other two appreciated Lin Tian, they didn't have the qualifications to give him the moondrop. He needed to exchange for it with guild points. "Thank you, senior." Lin Tian Ondao. Saying this, he took the small jade bottle and put it away. 20 moondrop was enough for him to use. "Speaking of which, little brother, you must be very careful in the future," Qin Feng suddenly said. Lin Tian naturally understood what Qin Feng meant. He should also be reminding him to be careful of the Jiang family and the Ling family. Book reading, thank you, Senior, for your reminder, he said. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian chatted with Qin Feng and the others in the guild for a while, then bought some materials needed to engrave the formation. Only then did he stand up and bid farewell, quickly returning to his residence in the imperial courtyard. Returning to his residence, Lin Tian immediately took out the moondrop and some other materials and started to engrave the Gale rune. After about 6 hours, he carved 20 Gale runes in a row. Then, he started again and carved many solitary lock runes and martial fusion runes. At this time, the sky had gradually become bright. Lin Tian walked out of his residence and buried the solitary lock rune and some martial fusion runes in the ground near his residence again. That's enough. After muttering to himself, Lin Tian began his breathing exercises outside his residence. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened and a ray of morning sun shone down from the east. Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he headed to the academy's training area. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm, but even though he hadn't rested for the entire night and had been busy inscribing runes, he was still full of energy and didn't feel the slightest bit tired. The path leading to the cultivation area was crowded with many disciples of the imperial courtyard. At this moment, someone noticed Lin Tian and his expression changed. "Vicious is here." As he spoke, he dodged to the side. Hearing this voice, many people subconsciously turned their heads. Then, their expressions changed. "Lin Tian? *T, hurry up, make way for that vicious person. I'll retreat first. Dodge. Don't block my way. Let me dodge first." Everyone dodged to the side like a swarm of bees. In an instant, the path in front of Lin Tian became spacious and smooth. Lin Tian paused his footsteps. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Did he look like a demon? Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't care. He walked toward the cultivation area by himself. Soon, he arrived at the Mirage Cave in the cultivation area and handed his imperial courtyard nameplate to the deacon guarding the cave. "I want to train in the Mirage Cave," he said to the deacon. The Mirage Cave was one of the 2 most popular cultivation resources in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. After a martial artist entered it, there would be an illusory figure with the same strength as the martial artist. The cultivation and martial skills of the illusory figure would be similar to the martial artist who entered the cave. After a martial artist entered the Mirage Cave, he could fight with his illusory figure and grasp his own weaknesses. At the same time, he could strengthen his own fighting ability. It was very significant. Lin Tian actually wanted to cultivate in the pulse condensation cave. After all, he could quickly build his holy veins and increase his cultivation in the pulse condensation cave. However, he had already used up his cultivation time in the pulse condensation cave this month. He would only be able to enter the pulse condensation cave after 5 days. Before that, he wanted to take a look inside the Mirage Cave. The deacon guarding the Mirage Cave stared at Lin Tian. He was slightly surprised, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. "Lin Tian, this is your first time here." "I know, so you don't need to look. Go ahead." The deacon returned the nameplate to Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian's reputation in the imperial courtyard was unparalleled. How could the deacon not know about him? Lin Tian was stunned. Then, he took the jade plate and bowed to the deacon. Soon, he walked into the Mirage Cave. The interior of the Mirage Cave was slightly damp and dark. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he felt a mysterious power enveloping him. Then, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. "Myself? How mysterious," Lin Tian thought to himself. He scanned the figure with the One Heaven Soul technique and found that the figure was exactly the same as him in terms of height, appearance, and even the aura around him. Whoosh! The air trembled. Suddenly, the figure in front of him charged at him expressionlessly. He raised his hand and used the shocking wind sword. Lin Tian was surprised again. This shocking wind sword chi was not any weaker than his. Lin Tian took a step back. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he also used the shocking wind sword chi to attack. The 2 sword forces collided, and a gust of wind was created. The gust of wind blew in the air and quickly dissipated. No one knew where it went. However, Lin Tian did not have time to think. The figure did not give him any time to react and rushed at him again. Clang! For some reason, a similar long sword appeared in the figure's hand. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Once again, he was amazed by the extraordinariness of the Mirage Cave. At the same time, his hand movements were not slow. He charged at the figure and used a normal sword move to attack it. Clang! The two swords collided, and there was a real sound of swords. Very soon, Lin Tian had clashed with his own doppelganger dozens of times. However, he was unable to injure his opponent every single time. His opponent seemed to know his every move like the back of his hand. The instant he launched an attack, his opponent would be able to skillfully dodge it. On the other hand, it was very difficult for Lin Tian to see through his opponent's movements. Lin Tian's eyes darkened. He used the Azure Thunder Sword technique to attack. Then, the Phantom slashed out the same martial skill. How extraordinary! Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the next hour, Lin Tian continued to collide with his own figure. He no longer struggled to kill his own figure. Instead, he used the battle to find out his own shortcomings. Then, another 15 minutes passed. His genuine vitality could no longer be sensed. His movements became smoother. He used fewer moves and his attacks became more accurate and stable. All of his moves were to kill his opponent. Killing his opponent was enough. Clang! Another sword move. It was simple, direct, and looked ordinary. However, it hit the arm of the figure. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes, and his pupils constricted as he faced the attack like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, his speed became even faster, and the yin-yang puppet actually increased by a few notches. He revolved around his own illusion and slashed out again and again. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Tian swung his left fist. A fist aura was blasted out. With a swoosh, the figure on the opposite side disappeared. Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he had used up most of his genuine vitality. Even his face was pale. It's really troublesome to fight with myself. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He stepped out of the Phantom Cave. Seeing Lin Tian come out of the Phantom Cave, the deacon was puzzled. He muttered to himself, "It's only been 2 hours?" Lin Tian paused and said, "Is that considered a long time?" The deacon was even more puzzled. Lin Tian asked, "I mean, killing the figure in 2 hours is considered a long time." The deacon's eyes widened. What? Staring at Lin Tian, the deacon couldn't help but open his mouth. Generally speaking, when an Imperial Courtyard disciple entered the Mirage Cave for the first time, their true essence would be exhausted by their own phantoms, or they would be killed by their own phantoms and then sent out by the inner Great Array. During this first process, most people would last for 4 to 6 hours, but Lin Tian had only taken 2 hours to come out. The deacon was puzzled as to how this famous Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciple could only last for 2 hours, but Lin Tian's words immediately caused him to choke on his words. He had actually killed his own phantoms in 2 hours. Lin Tian frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, let's go. The deacon waved his hand at Lin Tian and muttered, "He's really a monster." Lin Tian paused and didn't think too much about it. After that, he entered the turbulent current again, using the turbulent current to help him temper his physique. This time, he directly entered the turbulent current 50 zhang away, and then his entire body was submerged in the current of cold current. The Imperial Courtyard disciples were dumbfounded, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. Lin Tian cultivated in the current of cold current all the way until nightfall. Then, he walked out and returned to his residence. After stretching his body, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He lay down on his bed and started to rest. After 4 hours, Lin Tian opened his eyes and sat up on his bed. 4 hours of sleep was enough for someone of his cultivation level. Lin Tian immediately calmed himself down and unfolded the 2 spirit-gathering runes. He circulated the 4 extremes meridians and started to cultivate. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the power of the stars surged, enveloping his entire body. With these two kinds of power, Lin Tian started to construct his seventh divine vein. Wang. A faint silver light surrounded his body, and his aura rose little by little. Soon, 2 hours passed. Memorize the literature building in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul technique silently. He stood up and lifted the bedding. Then, he activated a gale mark and quickly hid in the darkness. At this moment, an inaudible sound was heard. The door of his room was pushed open. A black shadow flashed in and floated to the bedside like a ghost. In the next moment, Lin Tian sensed a terrifying fluctuation of true origin energy. The black shadow raised his hand and pressed his palm on the bed. Lin Tian felt a chill in his heart. The man in black was in the 9th level of the divine range. With a bang, his bedding was smashed into pieces, and the pieces flew everywhere. The black shadow let out a cry of surprise. His expression changed and he quickly looked around. Not here? The black shadow whispered and flashed out of the room. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He approached silently and a dagger appeared in his hand. He pressed the dagger against the black shadow's neck from behind. The cold edge of the dagger drew a line of blood. The black shadow felt a chill on his neck and his body trembled. Don't move. Lin Tian's voice was heard. His figure gradually appeared. The black figure couldn't help but tremble. He had already scanned the entire residence but didn't find anyone. But now, a dagger was placed against his neck, instantly restricting all his movements. He didn't dare to move at all because at this moment, if Lin Tian wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? I just looked around. There's no one in the room. The black shadow said in a low voice. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out. The black shadow immediately knelt on one knee. Now, you're a prisoner. You're not qualified to ask questions, he said coldly. Taking advantage of this gap, he pulled down the black shadow's mask. Under the mask was a middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was filled with shock. Of course, it was even more unsightly. No matter what, he would never have thought that with his 9th heavenly layer divine veins cultivation base, he would be controlled so easily in the middle of the night. At this moment, he had actually become someone's meat, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Who sent you? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged man remained silent and didn't speak. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. A second dagger appeared in his left hand, and he pierced the middle-aged man's waist. This stab was very ingenious. It directly injured an important organ of the human body, causing the middle-aged man to scream in pain. Of course, the middle-aged man's screams were suppressed to a very low level, making it difficult for others to hear. Speak. Lin Tianling said coldly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, but didn't spit out a single word. Lin Tianling snorted, and the dagger in his left hand stirred inside the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man once again let out a muffled cry of pain. You better not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead, Lin Tian said coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He was a dignified expert in the 9th level of the divine vein realm, but he was threatened by a 6th level divine vein realm cultivator. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He ruthlessly stomped on the middle-aged man's left leg, which was kneeling on the ground. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The middle-aged man's left leg was directly crippled. Even if you don't say it, I know that the head of the Jiang clan sent you, right? The middle-aged man was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tianling smiled. Obviously, he had guessed correctly. Staring at the middle-aged man, he said coldly, with your cultivation, your status in the Jiang clan must not be low. You should know a lot of things. Next, I'll ask you a few other questions. Before that, I'll give you a warning. After I ask the first question, if you remain silent or give an answer that doesn't satisfy me, I'll break your right leg. If you remain silent or give an answer that doesn't satisfy me, I'll cripple your left hand. If the third question is still the same, I'll cripple your right hand. Next, I'll move on to your left eye, and then your right eye. The middle-aged man suddenly trembled. You. Are you a demon? Demon? Lin Tianling smiled. If you think so, then it's not bad. After he finished speaking, his voice became colder and emotionless. The first question, what is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The middle-aged man moved his lips. At this moment, Lin Tianyi kicked his right leg. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The middle-aged man was angry and scared. I said, don't be silent. Lin Tianling said coldly, continue. What is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The cultivation of the head of the clan is, crack. Lin Tianyi shook his left hand and directly broke the middle-aged man's left arm. Ah. You hesitated. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Continue. What is the current cultivation of the head of the Jiang clan? The peak of the Holy Range. This time, the middle-aged man answered quickly. Lin Tian's means frightened him. Very good. Lin Tian showed some satisfaction and said, the second question, what is the realm of the strongest person in the Jiang clan? The second level of the Sea of Consciousness. Several people. One person. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, the last question, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Renwen? The middle-aged man trembled violently. I don't know about this. You don't know? A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The dagger in his left hand moved up and slowly came to the middle-aged man's left eye. I'll ask you again, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Renwen? If you don't tell me, I'll slowly stab the dagger into your eye and then twist it bit by bit. You can imagine that feeling. The middle-aged man was furious. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? Are you qualified to say that? Lin Tianling smiled. As he spoke, the dagger in his left hand slowly approached the middle-aged man's eye. The second question, what is the name of the sect that took a fancy to Jiang Renwen? The middle-aged man's face was pale. He stared at the tip of the dagger in front of him and trembled. You don't want to tell me? Lin Tianling's cold voice sounded. The dagger in his right hand pressed against the middle-aged man's throat and restrained all of his movements. He raised his left hand and suddenly stabbed the middle-aged man's left eye. Wait, I'll tell you. The middle-aged man said quickly. The middle-aged man thought about it according to Lin Tian's words. How painful would it be to stab a dagger into the eye and then twist it? It was simply torture. Who would be able to endure it? Lin Tian stopped his left hand, and the dagger stopped in front of the middle-aged man. Speak. He said coldly. The middle-aged man's face showed that he was struggling. He said with a trembling voice, 7 Mysteries Pavilion. 7 Mysteries Pavilion, Lin Tian muttered. He shook his head and muttered to himself, I've never heard of it. Staring at the middle-aged man, he asked again, how strong is the 7 Mysteries Pavilion? Where is it located? This? I really don't know. I only know that there are airborne realm cultivators in the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. Lin Tianling snorted. The dagger in his right hand was pressed firmly against the middle-aged man's throat, making it impossible for him to resist. The dagger in his left hand was once again aimed at the middle-aged man's left eye. Stop. I really don't know. I really don't know. The middle-aged man was anxious. Lin Tian stopped and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the middle-aged man really did not know. He paused for a moment and asked, does the Jiang family spiritual sea expert manage the family's affairs? No, he doesn't manage it. Unless the family is in a real crisis, the ancestor will not intervene. The middle-aged man said. At this time, the middle-aged man was really afraid of Lin Tian. He did not dare to hesitate or remain silent. Lin Tian removed the dagger in his left hand and placed it on the middle-aged man's shoulder. He said calmly, although I didn't get much information, thank you for your cooperation. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and gritted his teeth. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Are you kidding me? Lin Tianling laughed. You, puff, his right hand that was pressed against the middle-aged man's throat slit. Instantly, the middle-aged man's throat was slit. The next day, outside Lin Tian's residence, a corpse lay quietly on the ground. What's going on? Why is there a corpse here? Strange. Moreover, it's a middle-aged man. I don't think I've seen this person before. What is happening? The corpse was outside that ruthless person's residence. Could it be related to that ruthless person? Many people were shocked. Not long after, this matter alarmed the elders of the Imperial Academy. Han He and Lu Lan rushed over. When they saw the corpse lying outside Lin Tian's residence, their faces darkened. As elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, the two of them were naturally familiar with the influential figures of the various major clans. They instantly recognized the middle-aged man as an expert of the Jiang clan. After a short pause, the two of them walked into Lin Tian's residence. At this time, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he sensed that someone had entered, he immediately opened his eyes. Standing up, Lin Tian was not surprised. He knew that the two of them would definitely come. Han, he said in a deep voice, the corpse outside the door was your doing? Yes. Lin Tian said calmly. Han He and Lu Lan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The corpse just now was one of the few experts of the Jiang clan. His cultivation was at the peak of the divine range realm. He was extremely powerful, but now, he was killed by Lin Tian. What's going on? Lu Lan asked. Lin Tiandao said, Elders, are you going to investigate me? Or, are you going to convict me? Lu Lan and Han He were stunned, then they felt helpless. Lin Tian, we know that Jiang Renwen's matter has made you unhappy, but we have no choice. When it comes to the sex, the Imperial Academy and the Imperial Academy are under great pressure. You should understand. Han He said, as for this matter, don't say things out of anger. We're not senile, how can we convict you? Hearing Han He's words, the unhappiness in Lin Tian's heart lessened slightly. After a moment of silence, he briefly recounted what happened last night. Of course, he only mentioned that the Jiang clan's people tried to assassinate him, but he killed them instead. He did not go into the details. Hearing this, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions turned ugly. Although we guessed that the Jiang clan would make a move, we didn't expect them to send people to infiltrate the imperial courtyard. Lu Lan said coldly. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was in existence far superior to the three major martial arts clans. There were several spiritual sea realm experts in the courtyard, which represented the peak of martial arts in the Northern Flame country. However, the Jiang clan dared to be so bold, which angered Lu Lan and Han He. Jiang Renwen, who was chosen by the sex, has really turned the Jiang clan upside down. Remember, literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Han He and Lu Lan's expressions were extremely ugly. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy was the highest-ranked martial palace in the Northern Flame Nation, yet the Jiang family dared to send people to infiltrate the Imperial Academy to assassinate a genius student of the Imperial Academy. This was an insult to the dignity of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Lin Tian, leave this matter to us. Just focus on your cultivation. Han He said. How are you going to handle this? Lin Tian asked. Hearing this, Han He and Lu Lan fell silent. Lin Tian did not continue asking. He knew that Han He and Lu Lan could not do anything. At most, they could warn the Jiang family. Elders, please leave. He said. Han He and Lu Lan sighed and left Lin Tian's residence helplessly, taking the middle-aged man's corpse with them. In the outer courtyard residential area, many disciples watched as the two of them left. Then, they turned to look at Lin Tian's residence. Seems like it was really done by that ruthless guy. But who is that middle-aged man? Isn't it hard to guess? Just think about what happened recently and you'll understand. Recently? Someone frowned and his expression suddenly changed. The Jiang family? Something like that. Isn't this too bold? Well, there's someone in the family who's chosen by the sect. How can they not be bold? The outer courtyard disciples murmured. Many people stared at Lin Tian's residence and could not help but gasp. What a scary man. Someone murmured. Lin Tian heard the disciples' discussion, but he did not care. He found some water and cleaned up the bloodstains in the house. After all, this was his residence. The blood on the floor must be cleaned up. After doing all this, he unfolded the 2 spirit-gathering runes and began to cultivate. Faint spirit chi surged and quickly enveloped him. After about 4 hours, there was a knock on the door and a figure ran in. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. A familiar voice sounded. Lin Tian opened his eyes and saw that Xianxia was already in front of him. What's the hurry? Lin Tian asked. Xianxia said, when I came here, I heard that you killed a middle-aged man. Was he from the Jiang family? Lin Tian nodded. Motherf *Ker, this clan really sent people to the academy. Xianxia said angrily. After a pause, Xianxia stared at Lin Tian again. His eyes were full of shock. Brother-in-law, the people sent by the Jiang clan shouldn't be weak. Since you could injure Jiang Renwen like that, the people they sent should be at the peak of the divine range, right? Not bad, little brat Xian, you've become smarter. Lin Tian joked. I've always been smart. Xianxia rolled his eyes and immediately said, speaking of which, that was a warrior at the peak of the divine range. Moreover, it was a night attack. Brother-in-law, how did you kill that person silently? He was killed with a knife. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia said seriously, brother-in-law, please answer my question seriously. Lin Tian, how did you kill him? That was a cultivator at the peak of the divine range. Xianxia continued to ask. Lin Tian said helplessly, I was killed with a knife. Don't ask too much. In any case, at my residence, unless a spiritual sea realm cultivator comes personally, no one can do anything to me. I can kill anyone below the spiritual sea realm here. Xianxia glared. Although I don't really understand, I feel that you're very powerful. Lin Tian. After a pause, he took out dozens of spirit-gathering runes from his stone ring and handed them to Xianxia. From now on, don't come to my place at night. Go back to the Xian clan. Keep these spirit-gathering runes and take them back to cultivate. In half a month, as long as you don't slack off, you should be able to step into the divine range realm. Xianxia took the spirit-gathering runes and frowned. But if I'm not around, brother-in-law, you'll be lonely. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Scram. Imperial City, Jiang Clan. Damn it. In the main hall, the Jiang clan head's expression was very gloomy. At this moment, in the middle of the main hall, there was a corpse covered with a white cloth on the ground. It was the middle-aged man he had sent to assassinate Lin Tian. About 2 hours ago, Han He and Lu Lan had ordered someone to send the corpse over. They had also sent someone to pass a message to him. Don't go overboard. The Jiang clan head had never expected that a peak-stage Divine Range Realm cultivator would be killed by a 6th-level Divine Range Realm cultivator instead. A peak-stage Divine Range Realm cultivator wasn't any weaker than him. He was very important to the clan. Now that such a person had been killed, the Jiang clan's strength had been greatly reduced. Clan head, what should we do next? As for the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, someone asked. Someone has heard about it. So what if it's the Northern Flame Imperial Academy? Even the royal family wouldn't dare to do anything to our Jiang clan. That little bastard must be killed. The Jiang clan head snorted. His eyes were cold as he said, however, let's give the Northern Flame Imperial Academy some face for now and investigate that little bastard properly. The next time we make a move, we can't make any mistakes. All right. Someone at the side said. Inside the Imperial Academy, Xianxia had already left. Lin Tian rested for 4 hours before heading to the cultivation area. This time, he still entered the illusory cave. Light swirled in the illusory cave. Soon, a figure that looked exactly like him condensed. After this figure was condensed, it charged straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He took a step forward and rushed over as well. The figure also condensed a sword. As if it was real, it clashed with the sword in Lin Tian's hand, producing a series of ear-piercing clanging sounds. This wasn't the first time Lin Tian fought with his own figure. This time, it was much easier for him. While fighting with the figure, he was also looking for his current weakness through the figure. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to kill the figure. Instead, he kept wasting time with the figure. After 4 hours, he slashed out an extremely exquisite sword ray. Dense lightning sword rays appeared behind him and spread out in a fan shape. They were as fast as lightning, and at the same time, they sealed the surroundings and pierced into the figure's body. Instantly, the figure dissipated like bubbles. Martial techniques and movement techniques can be fused better. There's still room for improvement. When using martial techniques, I sometimes waste a lot of qi. I should be able to control it better. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Walking out of the illusory cave, he came to the turbulent current and completely submerged himself in the bone-piercing cold current. He used the current to attack his body recklessly. Gradually, he walked to a position about 300 feet away from the source of the current, which made some of the Imperial Academy's disciples who were cultivating dumbfounded. This is that new student Lin Tian? This body is really, freak. Many people shook their heads. About 6 hours later, Lin Tian walked out of the turbulent current and returned to his residence. After washing up, he lay on his bed to rest. He only woke up 4 hours later. In order to prevent the Jiang clan from assassinating him at night again, he cultivated with the spirit-gathering rune at night and rested during the day. Very soon, 5 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area early in the morning and entered the meridian condensation cave. A new month had arrived, and he had another 5 days to cultivate in the meridian condensation cave. He planned to use these 5 days in 10 days and spend 12 hours a day to cultivate in the meridian condensation cave. With the help of the blue spirit root and the spirit-gathering rune, he was going to step into the 7th level of the divine vein realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian activated the 3 spirit-gathering runes and started to construct the 7th divine vein. As the 3 spirit-gathering runes started to operate normally, the spirit qi in the surroundings suddenly became extremely dense. On the contrary, in the other 9 small caves in the meridian condensation cave, the other inner court disciples who were cultivating were at a loss. Their expressions became a little strange. Why do I feel that the spirit qi density is weaker than before? Someone muttered to himself. Shaking his head, this person started to cultivate seriously again. There was a limit to the time one could cultivate in the meridian condensation cave. Instead of being confused about why the spirit qi density was weaker, he might as well cultivate seriously. If he delayed for too long, he might not be able to get back. At this moment, in the deepest part of the meridian condensation cave, the spirit qi around Lin Tian was getting denser. Buzz. Dense silver light intertwined on the surface of his body. Lin Tian placed his hands flat on his knees and closed his eyes. His body was undergoing rapid changes. For the 7th divine vein, he chose the part from the head to the liver. At this moment, as the dense spirit qi surged in, he started to quickly connect the meridians and acupoints in this part of the body. Very soon, this day passed. I have completed about 1/12 of the divine vein realm. It is very suitable. With the addition of the blue spirit root, it should not be a problem for me to step into the 7th level of the divine vein realm in 10 days. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. As he spoke, he walked out of the meridian condensation cave and headed back to his residence. For the next few days, Lin Tian came to the meridian condensation cave every day. He relied on the spirit-gathering rune to absorb more spirit qi and frenziedly condense his divine vein. Just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, he had completely exhausted the cultivation time in the meridian condensation cave. He had completed about 90% of the 7th divine vein. Just a little more. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, he was in his residence. He took out the last blue spirit root from the stone ring. Without hesitation, he crushed the blue spirit root and swallowed it slowly into his stomach. In an instant, a dense spirit qi of heaven and earth engulfed every corner of his body. Begin. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. The 4 extreme scriptures began to circulate crazily. Under his conscious control, all the vital essence in his body gathered towards the 7th divine vein. Of course, the process was painful. However, this kind of pain was nothing to Lin Tian. He looked calm and focused on connecting his meridians and acupoints. Gradually, the aura on Lin Tian's body became stronger and stronger. Boom, 4 hours passed. A violent force suddenly rushed out from Lin Tian's body. It only calmed down after dozens of breaths. Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of silver light flashed across his eyes. The 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. I have finally reached it. He muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian closed his eyes again. At this moment, there was still a lot of remaining spirit chi of the blue spirit root in his body. Relying on the remaining spirit chi, he began to condense the cultivation of the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm, making it more stable. The vigorous quintessential essence filled his body. Lin Tian relied on the remnant spirit force in his body to condense his cultivation bit by bit. Another 2 hours passed before he stood up from the ground. Clenching his fists slightly, Lin Tian instantly felt a power that was far stronger than before. It was as though a simple punch could kill a divine range expert. 7-level divine range. Lin Tian sensed for a moment, and a bright radiance flashed in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he didn't fear anyone below the spiritual sea realm. I haven't completely grasped the Nirvana fist. Next, I will cultivate this fist art. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Cultivating the Nirvana fist didn't require a special place. Lin Tian stayed in his residence and gathered his quintessential essence bit by bit towards his fist before compressing it to the extreme. During this process, the most important thing he had to do was to compress his quintessential essence to a certain extent so that others wouldn't sense the violent quintessential essence. Soon, 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, Lin Tian stood up and appeared very calm as he slowly walked out of his residence. When he arrived outside his residence, he paused for 2 breaths and suddenly blasted his fist towards the sky. Instantly, a resplendent beam of light shot out from his fist like a bolt of lightning flying from the ground to the sky. It attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. It's about time, he muttered to himself. Just now, he had been compressing his quintessential essence and gathering it to his fist before walking out of his residence. During this process, he didn't sense any quintessential essence leaking out. As such, the Nirvana fist was close to the phenomenal stage. Nodding, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards his residence. Brother-in-law. At this moment, a voice rang out. From afar, Xianxia ran over. Lin Tian sized up Xianxia and nodded after a moment. Not bad. You were just a little bit away from stepping into the divine range realm. Xianxia chuckled. It's all thanks to brother-in-law's spirit-gathering rune. You even learned to be humble. Lin Tian smiled. No, this is the truth. Xianxia said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked Lin Tian up and down. After a while, he said, Brother-in-law, compared to half a month ago, your aura seems to have changed a lot. What happened? I've reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. Lin Tian did not hide anything. Joy flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he said excitedly, 7th layer Divine Vein at the age of 16. Brother-in-law, you are truly heaven-defying. Lin Tian smiled. This was nothing. Ji was younger than him, but he was already at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Isn't it because I miss brother-in-law? Xianxia said. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and was almost kicked out of the room. Speak human language. All right. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Then, he calmed down a little and said, I received news that the Crown Prince is going to hold a royal hunting feast in a few days. Of course, the location will be the Demon Beast Ridge. All the disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard will be invited to participate. So, I came to inform brother-in-law. Lin Tian was curious, hunting feast? Why? Xianxia looked around, then lowered his voice and said, the current Emperor of Northern Flame is on the verge of death. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. The Crown Prince will be the next emperor and will inherit the throne soon. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is the highest martial palace in the Northern Flame country. It gathers all the geniuses of the Northern Flame country. After the Crown Prince becomes the Emperor, he naturally needs talented people. This time, he is holding a hunting feast to invite all the disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to join in. This is considered winning the hearts of the people in advance. Lin Tian understood, so that's the case. Xianxia smiled and rubbed his hands. His eyes lit up, speaking of which, brother-in-law, this is also a competition. It is said that the reward for the first place is a supreme treasure. Supreme treasure? Lin Tian was also surprised. Weapons were generally divided into spiritual weapons, precious weapons, supreme treasures, and immortal weapons. The value of a supreme treasure was very shocking. Xianxia nodded. His excited expression gradually calmed down. However, the first place should be that Jiang Renwen. Just ignore him. Apart from the first place, the second place to the 50th place will also be rewarded. It is said that they are all very valuable. With brother-in-law's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get into the top 5. Lin Tian smiled. Top 5, maybe. Will you participate? Lin Tian asked. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, in principle, all the disciples of the Imperial Courtyard have to participate. After all, they have to give face to the Crown Prince. However, I am a little special. Because I paid to get in, I can choose not to go. Then, I will choose not to go. I haven't reached the Divine Vein realm yet. It will be too embarrassing for me to go. Lin Tian smiled. This guy was quite imaginative. Do you want to go to the Wild Sand world? He said. Xianxia's face lit up. He immediately nodded, okay. Although I haven't reached the Divine Vein realm yet, I feel that my strength is many times stronger than before. I want to go and have a try. Brother-in-law, quickly take me there. Lin Tian nodded, let's go. Immediately, he took Xianxia to the Wild Sand world. He immediately found that this guy's strength was indeed much stronger. Soon, you will be able to cultivate here by yourself. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia chuckled with a proud expression on his face. The two of them stayed in the Wild Sand world for nearly 4 hours before walking out. After that, Lin Tian returned to his residence, and Xianxia returned to the Xian clan. Then, Lin Tianyi continued his boring cultivation as usual. During these days, the Jiang clan didn't come to find trouble with him, which made him somewhat disappointed. He actually hoped that the Jiang clan would send many people to his residence to assassinate him. This way, he could kill them one by one and vent his anger. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a bell rang in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, reverberating through the entire courtyard. What's that? What's wrong? Many disciples were puzzled. At this moment, a voice rang in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. No one knew how it spread out. The Crown Prince has set up a hunting feast at the demonic Beast Ridge. He has invited all disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to have fun together. There will be a reward for the top 50. Tomorrow afternoon, all disciples will gather at the border of the demonic Beast Ridge. Everyone in the Imperial Courtyard was shocked when they heard the voice. The Crown Prince invited us to have fun together? There will be a reward for the top 50? The top 50? If it's the top 50, I might have a chance too. Me too. As expected of the Crown Prince. There will be a reward for the top 50. How generous. Many people were delighted. Immediately, many people returned to their residences to prepare for the hunting feast tomorrow. Lin Tian naturally heard the voice. He was in his residence. He raised his head to look at the sky before lowering his head again. Since he had already heard about it from Xianxia, he wasn't too surprised. He quickly circulated the 4 extreme scripture and immersed himself in his cultivation. The night passed by quickly. The next day, every disciple in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was excited. Many people woke up early in the morning and headed towards the border of the demonic Beast Ridge in groups. After all, the Crown Prince had personally invited them. It was an honor. How could the ordinary disciples not be excited? If they were chosen as the crown prince's guards, their future would be bright. When Lin Tian woke up, the imperial courtyard was almost empty. There were only a few disciples heading towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. Of course, they were jogging. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. Soon after, he arrived at the border of the demonic beast ridge. As far as the eye could see, the edge of the demonic beast ridge was filled with densely packed silhouettes. There were at least hundreds of them. After all the disciples in the imperial courtyard had come. There were only a few special people like Xianxia. Lin Tian looked towards the border of the demonic beast ridge. There were many martial artists there. Although they were expressionless, the aura they emitted was very powerful. Most of them were divine vein realm experts. Looking at the attire of these martial artists, Lin Tian knew that they were soldiers. They should be the crown prince's men. I heard that the reward for the first place of the hunt is a supreme treasure. Don't even think about the first place. It's fine as long as you can enter the top 50. That's true. The first place will definitely be Jiangrenwen. However, it's surprising that the crown prince would invite us to hunt together. Indeed. Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, horses came from afar. The leader was a young man. He was wearing a brocade robe with 9 dragons embroidered on it. The young man looked very handsome. His eyes seemed to contain divine light when he opened and closed them. He was the kind of person who would be eye-catching in a crowd. He attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. There were 3 other people beside the young man. One of them was wearing a purple robe. It was Jiang Renwen. There were 2 other people beside Jiang Renwen. They were the Duan family's Duan Wenba and the Leng family's Leng Feng. The crown prince is here. So handsome. Jiang Renwen is actually traveling side by side with the crown prince. Duan Wenba and Leng Feng are here too. The future successors of the 3 great martial Dao families are with the crown prince. Shoo. Silence. The crown prince is coming over. Don't be rude. Someone said. The crown prince had a smile on his face, giving people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. He rode his horse and arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples. Everyone here is the genius of my Northern Flame country. Today, Zhu Wudao is able to hunt together with all of you. It's a joyous occasion. I hope everyone can have a good time. The crown prince said with a smile. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples bowed and said in unison, "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your invitation." The Crown Prince, Zhu Wudao, was the second prince of the Northern Flame country. He was 21 years old and was highly regarded by the current emperor. He was conferred the title of Crown Prince 3 years ago. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard disciples looked at Zhu Wudao with reverence. It wasn't only because Zhu Wudao was the Crown Prince of the Northern Flame country, it was also because Zhu Wudao was very powerful. He was at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm and was ranked second on the Imperial City's Fengyun list. Lin Tian looked at Zhu Wudao. At first glance, he felt that this person was a dragon among men. He was extraordinary. However, he didn't care much about it. Instead, he looked at Jiang Renwen who was beside him and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Jiang Renwen sat on the back of his horse, looking for something in the crowd. Soon, he saw Lin Tian. Instantly, Jiang Renwen's eyes became incomparably cold and a wave of killing intent spread out. 1 second. Remember literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian naturally sensed Jiang Renwen's killing intent. Staring at Jiang Renwen, he only smiled coldly. Zhu Wudao also noticed the killing intent emitted by Jiang Renwen. "Renwen, what's wrong?" Zhu Wudao asked. "Nothing, I just saw a disgusting face," Jiang Renwen said coldly. Zhu Wudao followed Jiang Renwen's gaze and saw Lin Tian in the crowd. A light flashed in his eyes. After Jiang Renwen was severely injured, he sent people to investigate Lin Tian. Although this was the first time he saw him, he was not unfamiliar with him. Beside him, Duan Wenba and Leng Feng also saw Lin Tian. Duan Wenba narrowed his eyes while Leng Feng's expression was very cold. There was the same killing intent in his eyes as Jiang Renwen. At this moment, a sedan came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Zhu Wudao looked in that direction and couldn't help but show some suspicion. The sedan was driven by an old man. After a while, the sedan steadily came to a stop. "Miss, we're here," the old man said. The curtain was pulled open and a young girl walked out of the sedan. "This is Gu." This young prodigy actually came. Stunning as always. I didn't hear that she was coming. She's coming, do we have to specially inform you? It's really a feast. Many people were excited. Staring at Jiyu, Lin Tian was a little surprised. Jiyu was invited by Zhu Wudao. Jiyu walked out of the palanquin, nodded to the coachman, and walked forward. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Zhu Wudao. He bowed slightly and said, "Jiyu came uninvited, please forgive me, Your Highness. Can Jiyu participate in this feast? The #1 prodigy of the imperial city is here." Zhu Wudao couldn't ask for more. Zhu Wudao smiled and said, "Also, Jiyu, you're too polite. Just call me by my name. Calling me Your Highness is too polite." "Thank you, Your Highness." Literature building. Jiyu smiled. Zhu Wudao waved his hand and said to the side, "Men, prepare a horse for Miss Ji." "There's no need for that, Your Highness. Jiyu has his own horse. There's no need to take care of me," Jiyu said. Not far away, the coachman brought a white horse over. Zhu Wudao nodded and smiled, "Good horse. He's a good match for you, Xiaoyu." Jiang Renwen glanced at Jiyu with a strange glint in his eyes, but he quickly shifted his gaze away. Duan Wenba did the same on the other side. Only Ling Feng's expression didn't look too good. His brother Ling Yitong's death was more or less related to Jiyu. At this moment, he stared at Jiyu with a cold gaze. At this moment, Zhu Wudao looked at the imperial courtyard disciples and said with a smile, "Everyone, please enter the forest together." Zhu Wudao gestured for Jiyu to follow him, and the four of them walked towards the demonic beast ridge. As expected of Miss Ji, even His Highness the Crown Prince has to treat her with respect. Nonsense, that's the old general's granddaughter, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city. "Let's go," someone said. The earth trembled as hundreds of people from the northern flame imperial courtyard ran towards the demonic beast ridge together. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu and Zhu Wudao's backs and frowned slightly. After a short pause, he shook his head and followed the crowd towards the demonic beast ridge. Roar! Roar! As soon as they entered the demonic beast ridge, the roars of demonic beasts entered their ears. They could see many silhouettes flashing in front of them as they shuttled through the forest, killing demonic beasts with their swords from time to time. Lin Tian's footsteps were calm as he walked at the back of the group. "Lin Tian." A voice sounded. Beside him, behind an old tree, a young girl walked out and looked at him with a smile. It was Jiyu. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Jiyu walked forward. "Why, you don't know me?" Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Didn't you go with Zhu Wudao and the others? Why are you here?" "Stupid, I'm here for you. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in this feast?" "Stupid," Jiyu muttered. Lin Tian took a step forward. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." "Nothing, let's go together," Jiyu said. She suddenly blushed and explained, "What I meant was that if we go together, we might be able to get the first place." "Sure." Lin Tian smiled. He naturally didn't have any objections. The two of them then walked towards the depths of the demonic beast ridge. Soon, they were 2,000 feet into the demonic beast ridge. At this time, a peak grade 5 demonic beast rushed over. Its tyrannical demonic aura swept up a gust of wind as it pounced towards Jiyu. Lin Tianyi dodged and blocked in front of Jiyu, throwing out a punch. With a bang, the demonic beast was sent flying, twitching a few times before it stopped moving. "Are you okay?" Lin Tian asked Jiyu. Jiyu shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't treat me like a vase, okay? I can fight too." Lin Tian blinked and said with a smile, "You're not bad even if you're just a vase. When did you become so good at coaxing girls?" Jiyu snickered. "It's the truth, the truth," Lin Tian said embarrassedly. Jiyu rolled her eyes and took the lead to walk forward. In the end, the feast of hunting was actually a competition to see who could hunt more beast cores. Of course, the level of the beast cores would also be counted. After that, Lin Tian and Jiyu were ambushed by many demonic beasts. Of course, they were all dealt with by Lin Tian. You've reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm? Jiyu was a little surprised. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. You've cultivated really fast. Amazing. Jiyu praised. Lin Tian was speechless. Are you praising me or insulting me? He felt a little helpless when he was praised by a girl who was younger than him but had a higher cultivation level than him. Of course I'm praising you. Jiyu said. Is that so? Thank you so much. Lin Tian blushed with shame. Soon, the two of them were within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. In this place, the demonic aura in the air was extremely dense. 5th-level demonic beasts were relatively common in this area. 5th-level demonic beasts were the main component of this area. Be careful. The demonic beasts here are not simple. Lin Tian Andao. Jiyu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, You really treat me like a vase. It's not that. Lin Tian said embarrassedly. He just said that subconsciously. After all, Jiyu looked really weak. The two of them stepped into the forest. There were more shrubs under their feet. Soon, a mid-level 6th-level demonic beast appeared in front of them. This demonic beast was surrounded by flames. Its demonic eyes seemed to be burning with red flames, which was daunting. Blazing bear, comparable to an 8th-level divine range. Jiyu said. As soon as he said that, the blazing bear had already pounced over. Suddenly, a terrifying scorching sensation came over. Leave it to me. Lin Tian Andao. As he said that, he had already rushed out. The broken wound sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Puff. Blood splattered. The blazing bear was sent flying. Lin Tian's sword had slashed its neck. Jiyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to enter the blazing bear, which was comparable to an 8th-level divine range, in one strike. Amazing. Jiyu muttered to himself. The blazing bear was in pain. It couldn't help but roar and pounce on Lin Tian. As the blazing bear approached, the air couldn't help but distort. The oppressive scorching heat made Lin Tian frown. It's indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and moved instantly. With a whoosh, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he passed by the blazing bear. Vaguely, a ray of light streaked across the air. Lightning sword, with a puff, blood splattered. The blazing bear let out a miserable cry and fell straight down. What a fast sword. At the side, Jiyu whispered. Lin Tian took out the beast core of the blazing bear and came to Jiyu. Amazing. Jiyu smiled. Not bad. Lin Tian scratched his head. Actually, you are very happy now. After all, you are continuously praised by a great beauty like me, right? Jiyu suddenly said mischievously. Lin Tian blushed with embarrassment. He didn't expect Jiyu to say something like that. Alright, I'm just teasing you. Let's go. Jiyu covered her mouth and snickered. Lin Tian smiled and walked deeper into the forest with Jiyu. Clang. At this moment, a ray of sword light came and landed directly beside Lin Tian's feet, cutting a large crack in the ground. Lin Tian frowned and looked to the side. He saw 3 figures walking towards them. The one in the middle was a young man in purple. It was Jiang Renwen. The two beside him were Duan Wenba and Lung Feng. Jiang Renwen was holding a sword in his hand. Obviously, it was Jiang Renwen who attacked just now. Jiang Renwen walked over step by step, not hiding his killing intent at all. Lung Feng's eyes were also cold and filled with killing intent. Duan Wenba crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. You guys, what's the meaning of this? Jiyu asked. Jiang Renwen glanced at Jiyu and then looked at Lin Tian. Lung Feng kept staring at Lin Tian. Miss Ji, you told the Crown Prince that you were delayed by something. Was it because you were waiting for this Lin Tian? Duan Wenba joked. That's my business. I don't have to answer you. Ji Yu said. Duan Wenba's eyes flashed coldly, but then he shrugged and looked at Lin Tian. Today is going to be an interesting day. Duan Wenba smiled. Lin Tian glanced at Duan Wenba with an expressionless face and then looked at Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen held his sword and gave off a terrifying aura as he walked towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took would cause the ground to resound with a thud. At this moment, he didn't hide his killing intent at all. It was so cold that it was a little scary. It made the surrounding air seem oppressive. Stop. Ji Yu said. Ji Yu took a step forward. Although Lin Tian was very strong, he was only at the 7th level of the divine range. In terms of real battle strength, she still felt that Lin Tian was much weaker than Jiang Renwen. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on her shoulder and pulled her back. Lin Tian took a step forward and looked at Jiang Renwen calmly. You have guts. Jiang Renwen said coldly. His powerful sword intent suddenly bloomed and rolled towards Lin Tian like a divine light. You're just a loser. How dare you say that? Lin Tian confronted him. The broken wound sword shook, and the blue thunder sword light intertwined and collided with Jiang Renwen's sword light. The violent sword essence spread out, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, who knew how many old trees in the forest were destroyed by the sword chi released by the two of them? Lin Tian rushed forward, and the piercing injury sword collided with Jiang Ren's sword, making a crisp clang. Jiang Ren's face was cold. He held the sword in his right hand, and his left hand slapped toward Lin Tian. Humph. Lin Tianlong snorted, clenched his left hand into a fist, and punched out. The fist and palm collided with a bang, and the two men retreated together. 7th heaven of the divine range. Not far away, outside the battlefield, Lung Feng's face became a little ugly. Duan Wenba squinted his eyes, looking a little surprised. It had been less than half a month, and Lin Tian's cultivation had improved again. Only the 7th level. It's not enough. Jiang Ren said coldly. Jiang Ren took a step forward, and a terrifying sword essence suddenly spread out, and the murderous chi was like the roaring yellow river. Lin Tian's face was cold. The long sword in his hand shook, and the thunder sword roar suddenly rose. Whoosh, whoosh, the two men rushed at each other again. Clang. 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 Jiang Ren waved his long sword, and with a wave of his hand, an energy sword pierced toward Lin Tian. Boom, suddenly, the space shook, and most of the leaves on the ground were crushed. Obviously, this sword was very terrifying. Lin Tian naturally felt it. His eyes narrowed, and then he slashed out fiercely. With a clang, thunder roared, and Jiang Ren's energy sword was immediately shattered. However, at this time, the shattered energy sword did not dissipate, but turned into countless small sword chi, like a sword rain, and shot toward Lin Tian. Be careful. Ji Yu shouted. Lin Tian's face did not change. He immediately performed the Yin and Yang Hua, and the piercing injury sword slashed out streaks of azure thunder sword chi. 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 Like the dissipation of smoke and fire, sand and dust flew up. The dense sword chi that shot towards Lin Tian was cut into pieces one by one. When the dust settled, Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw that many of his clothes were torn, and there were several holes. He knew that those were caused by the sword chi. You dare to fight me? Jiang Renwen said coldly. Holding the divine sword, Jiang Renwen approached Lin Tian step by step. I really don't know what you're so proud of, and what qualifications do you have to be proud of? Lin Tian shook his head. After those words, his eyes turned cold. In a flash, he arrived before Jiang Renwen at an extremely fast speed. Clang, the broken wound sword vibrated and the sound of thunder rang out. He held the broken wound sword in his right hand and swung it down viciously. Jiang Renwen's expression changed. He never thought that Lin Tian's speed would increase so much in an instant. For a moment, it was difficult for him to react. He could only hold his sword in front of him, blocking Lin Tian's sword of lightning. With a clang, the broken wound sword pressed down on Jiang Renwen's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. It's not worth mentioning, Jiang Renwen said coldly. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's body suddenly tilted downwards. His left hand clenched into a fist, and he hooked it up to the sky from the ground. Bang! This punch ruthlessly struck Jiang Renwen's waist, immediately causing Jiang Renwen to be sent flying. Staring at this scene, Leng Feng and Duan Wenba were both shocked. The reason why Lin Tian could almost kill Jiang Renwen last time was because he didn't rely on his own battle strength. However, this time was different from that time. Lin Tian was now fighting Jiang Renwen with his own strength, and at this moment, Lin Tian actually injured Jiang Renwen. So powerful. Ji Yu was also a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was in the 7th layer of the divine range, would have such battle strength. The 7th layer against the 9th layer, there were 2 small steps in between. Jiang Renwen was sent flying and hit an old tree with a bang, letting out a muffled groan. Peak of the divine range, this is your strength? Lin Tian said sarcastically. Jiang Renwen stood up with the help of the old tree, and his face became extremely gloomy. I want you to die. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength. Lin Tianlong smiled. As soon as his words fell, he stomped his foot and rushed towards Jiang Renwen. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the divine range, his battle strength had increased a lot. This might not be enough to kill Jiang Renwen, but it was enough for him to have no fear. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious. He didn't expect that Lin Tian would dare to rush towards him. I'll kill you, Jiang Renwen said coldly. Jiang Renwen used the Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword art. Jiang Renwen shook his long sword and rushed towards Lin Tian like a rain of swords. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row and moved. The broken wound sword shook violently, and a sky thunder sword force slashed forward. Boom, the two collided, and a sky full of divine light burst out. At this time, the two rushed together again, and the long swords in their hands kept clashing. Jiang Renwen was very strong. His cultivation at the peak of the divine range was no joke. Rays of sword light rolled out from his sword and condensed into a sword storm, as if to bury everything. Die! Jiang Renwen shouted. Lin Tian's right hand slanted upwards, holding the sword hilt with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. With a swoosh, the sword storm condensed by Jiang Renwen was directly cut in half, and then dissipated. You were no match for me half a month ago, let alone now, Lin Tianling said. As he spoke, he swung his sword and slashed towards Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's face was sinister. His body trembled and disappeared without a trace. Then, Lin Tian felt a domineering aura close to him. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He cultivated the Heavenly One Soul spell, and his perception was far stronger than ordinary people. He knew that the aura came from Jiang Renwen, and immediately slashed out. Clang, a crisp sound came out, and his broken wound sword and Jiang Renwen's sword collided. The Jiang family's broken tail sword technique was blocked. Duan Wenba was surprised. The Jiang family's broken tail sword was, of course, a move of the Ice Soul sword technique. It rushed to the enemy at a speed beyond the limit and killed the enemy before they could react. It was one of the more powerful moves of the Ice Soul sword technique. Generally, no one could survive this move. But at this moment, Lin Tian actually blocked the broken tail sword of Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of the divine range, with his cultivation at the 7th sky of the divine range. This really shocked Duan Wenba. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes became more and more vicious. Lin Tian actually blocked his sword. Surprised? Are you upset? Lin Tianlong smiled. As he said this, the broken wound sword in his hand shook, and the azure thunder sword chi was suddenly vast and mighty. The tail-breaking sword art was indeed very strong, but Lin Tian had cultivated the sword of lightning before, and this tail-breaking sword art was very similar to the sword of lightning. Adding on the fact that he had the Heavenly One Soul secret art and the Yin-Yang Liang, his perception and speed were both extremely strong. Naturally, he was able to block Jiang Renwen's tail-breaking sword art. Ant! I'll kill you! Jiang Renwen shouted. Ant? Who do you think you are? Lin Tianling said. Facing the number one person on the Imperial City's ranking list, he was not afraid at all. He performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to the extreme, and with a step forward, the whole space was filled with the sound of thunder. Kill! Jiang Renwen shouted and took a step forward. At this moment, the two fought again. Fists, palms, martial skills, swordsmanship, divine techniques, all kinds of methods emerged one after another. Puff, Lin Tian's abdomen was hit by a sword, and blood immediately splashed out. However, at the same time, an iron fist landed on Jiang Renwen's chest and sent him flying. Number one in the Imperial City, what a joke! Lin Tian sneered. Facing Jiang Renwen, he pressed forward again. On the broken wound sword, the lightning sword arc became more shocking and powerful. Now that he had mastered 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword technique, and it was said that the Azure Thunder Sword technique was at least a sea of consciousness martial skill, so it was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Renwen's face was gloomy, and he performed the Ice Soul Sword technique to attack Lin Tian. Clang, 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 the two swords collided, and the sound of metal rang continuously. Such a scene shocked the other three to the point that their expressions changed. Damn it, when did he become so strong? Lung Feng gritted his teeth. He was only at the 7th sky of divine range, but he could barely block Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of divine range. Duan Wenba was also shocked. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Duan Wenba's eyes. A long spear silently appeared in his hand, and he quickly pressed it toward Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lung Feng also moved. A low-grade Zen sword appeared, and the penetrating rainbow sword technique was slashed out without hesitation. Lin Tian tilted his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, another light flashed, pure white as snow, and blocked in front of Duan Wenba and Lung Feng. Jiyu, you want to be our enemy? Duan Wenba said coldly. Jiyu's expression was calm, and he didn't speak. He just stood in front of Duan Wenba and Lung Feng. Although you're not weak, you're only 6th on the billboard list. You're not my opponent. You'd better back off. Duan Wenba said again. He was at the 9th heaven of the divine range, and he was 3rd on the billboard list. Jiyu glanced at Lin Tian and Jiang Renwen, and then looked at Duan Wenba and Lung Feng. Don't go too far. Too far? He killed Lung Feng's brother and injured Jiang Renwen. His crimes are heinous. Shouldn't we kill him? Duan Wenba said. Jiyu looked calm. They asked for it. They can't blame anyone. Such words were calm, but it was also hurtful. After all, it was said by Jiyu. Good. Very good. Don't blame anyone if you're injured. You asked for it. Duan Wenba sneered. As he spoke, Duan Wenba rushed forward. With a shake of his long spear, dense spear lights rained down like rain. Be careful. Lin Tian shouted. Then, he rushed in Jiyu's direction. Although Jiyu was strong, he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. On the other hand, Duan Wenba was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm and ranked 3rd on the billboard list. Wang, suddenly, a dazzling halo rushed out from Jiyu's body, turning into a sea of light that pressed forward. Duan Wenba's spear lights were all annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, a huge force pressed down on Duan Wenba. With a bang, Duan Wenba was sent flying more than 7 zhang away, crashing into an old tree. Cough. Duan Wenba half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian stopped abruptly, staring at the scene in disbelief. Duan Wenba, who was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, ranked 3rd on the billboard list, was injured so heavily in one strike. Jiyu tilted his head, looking at Lin Tian with a smile. I told you, I can fight too. Memorize the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was shocked and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was good at fighting? Wasn't this a bit too strong? Lung Feng originally took out the Zen sword, but at this moment, he also stopped, his face full of shock. At the same time, Jiang Renwen also showed a strange expression. Duan Wenba coughed up blood and stood up, staring at Jiyu in shock. Impossible. Boom. A violent aura spread out from Duan Wenba, which was several times stronger than before. How can I lose to a woman in the eighth sky of the divine range? Duan Wenba shouted. As he spoke, Duan Wenba rushed out, swinging the long spear in his hand and stabbing at Jiyu. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He obviously felt the killing intent of the spear. It was almost a subconscious action. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Jiyu. With a clang, the thunder sword light slashed towards Duan Wenba. Go away! Duan Wenba shouted. Lin Tian coldly snorted. His sword aura shook and the sky thunder sword chi became even more terrifying. Jiyu was slightly stunned. She was both happy and helpless. Clang! At this moment, another sword sound was heard. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious, and he used the Ice Soul Sword art to attack Lin Tian. Jiyu raised her hand, and a pure light chain flew out, hitting Jiang Renwen's sword with a clang. Go away! Jiang Renwen said gloomily. As he spoke, the sword in his hand became colder and more terrifying. Jiyu's expression was calm. She waved her hand, and lotus petals seemed to grow around her. Then, they turned into bright light swords and rushed at Jiang Renwen. Suddenly, Jiang Renwen's long sword was blocked by dozens of lotus sword chi. At the same time, the other sword chi rushed at Jiang Renwen without slowing down. You! Jiang Renwen's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, retreating 10 feet before stopping. Lin Tian and Duan Wenba were fighting. Seeing this scene, they were both shocked and quickly separated. This, Lin Tian was surprised. Although they were both at the peak of the Divine Veins realm, Jiang Renwen was much stronger than Duan Wenba. However, at this moment, Jiyu was still able to force Jiang Renwen back with a single strike. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he was very relaxed. This made Lin Tian stunned. Thinking back, he had once asked Jiyu how Jiang Renwen was compared to her, and Jiyu had said that the difference was too great. At that time, he had thought that Jiyu was comparing them based on age and cultivation. If that was the case, then Jiang Renwen was indeed inferior to Jiyu. However, he had never expected that Jiyu didn't seem to be comparing them that way. This fellow, back then, was comparing purely based on combat strength, and then said that the difference was too great. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly felt a burst of fear. At this time, not only Lin Tian, but the other three were also stunned. How is this possible? Lung Feng was astonished. Jiang Renwen's expression was especially ugly. He was so pale that it was frightening. He was the number 1 on the Imperial City's ranking list, the person who was favored by the sect, and a peak Divine Veins realm expert. However, he was actually forced back more than 10 zhong by a girl at the 8th layer of the Divine Veins realm. Die! Jiang Renwen roared. His sword vibrated and slashed at Jiyu. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He subconsciously took a step forward but immediately retreated. It seemed that Jiyu didn't need his protection. Don't worry. I already said that I can also fight. Trust me. Jiyu smiled. As she spoke, Jiyu raised her right hand. There wasn't any weapon in her hand, but then, rays of true yuan light condensed from her right hand, emitting a very strange fluctuation. It quickly rushed toward Jiang Renwen. Clang, the rays of light collided with Jiang Renwen's sword, and actually produced a crisp clang. Kill! Jiang Renwen roared. The Ice Soul Sword art furiously slashed forward, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Jiyu's expression became slightly more serious. This time, she also raised her left hand. Both of her hands moved simultaneously. Rays of pure white light rushed up from the surroundings, condensing into lotus-shaped sword chi, surging in all directions. Boom, this was an astonishing collision. The true yuan light swept to every corner in the surroundings. Jiang Renwen's eyes were fierce. Every slash of his sword carried an astonishing aura. It was unknown how much stronger he was than when he fought with Lin Tian. Jiyu also seemed to be more focused. Both of her hands moved continuously, and the aura on her body became even more terrifying. Clang, 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 the sound of metal colliding resounded continuously, as if it was real. The two figures intertwined in the battlefield. Sometimes they separated, and sometimes they directly collided. Rays of light splashed in all directions. Lin Tian stared closely at Jiyu. He realized that although Ji Yu's movements seemed gentle, the lotus-shaped sword chi was extraordinary. Every time Ji Yu's terrifying sword chi was blocked by Ji Yu's sword chi. Moreover, he noticed that not only did Ji Yu control such a strange martial art, but she also seemed to have cultivated some kind of movement technique. Her movements were very graceful. Clang, 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 the sound of metal rang continuously, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Renwen flew out with a bang, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. How could this be? Duan Wenba and Leng Feng were both stunned. In the second exchange, Jiang Renwen was injured. Lin Tian stared at Ji Yu with a shocked expression. Jiang Renwen, the number 1 on the Imperial City's ranking list, was defeated by Ji Yu, who was the number 1 in the Imperial City. Ji Yu, heh. You hid so deeply that you actually deceived everyone. Duan Wenba sneered. Ji Yu swept a glance at Duan Wenba. What did she hide? Who did she deceive? She just didn't like to be in the limelight, and didn't like to show her face in public, that was all. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, she wouldn't have come here. Looking at Lin Tian, she smiled softly. Lin Tian, shall we go? Lin Tian nodded, okay. Lin Tian knew that although he could stop Jiang Renwen, he definitely couldn't kill him. Since he couldn't kill him, there was no point in staying. As for Leng Feng and Duan Wenba, he was confident that he could kill Leng Feng, but Duan Wenba and Jiang Renwen wouldn't just watch him kill Leng Feng. They would definitely stop him. Want to leave? Duan Wenba said coldly, blocking in front of the two. At the same time, Leng Feng also took a step forward, his expression extremely cold. Jiang Renwen stood up, and this time, he stared at Ji Yu with a vicious gaze. Renwen, use a mid-grade artifact. Leng Feng said. Jiang Renwen's expression was cold, the long sword in his hand disappeared, and a new sword appeared in his hand. This was a mid-grade artifact divine sword. With this mid-grade artifact in hand, his aura suddenly rose by a lot, and an even sharper and more terrifying sword aura spread out from his body, sharp and threatening. A mid-grade artifact could almost increase Jiang Renwen's battle strength by 70%. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. The aura that Jiang Renwen was exuding was really terrifying. Don't go too far. Ji Yu's expression darkened. Duan Wenba snorted, Ji Yuanshan has already resigned from his position as the great general, and now he's no different from a commoner. Today is different from the past, don't be too nosy, it won't be good if you get yourself into trouble. Don't talk nonsense, kill him. Leng Feng said. As he spoke, Leng Feng directly attacked, using the penetrating rainbow sword technique, pointing it at Lin Tian. Duan Wenba smiled coldly, the long spear in his hand trembling, full of killing intent. Jiang Renwen's expression was the coldest. The mid-grade artifact made his strength incomparably terrifying, increasing it by 70%. At this moment, Jiang Renwen was holding a mid-grade artifact sword, enveloping Lin Tian and Ji Yu in sword light at the same time. Ji Yu stood in front of Lin Tian, his hands intertwined, and his aura became stronger. Xiaoyu, stop. A voice sounded. Not far away, a handsome horse approached, with a young man in brocade sitting on it. It was Zhu Wudao. Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Wudao, then looked at Jiang Renwen and the others, whose expressions did not change at all, and his face suddenly darkened. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Ji Yu asked. Ji Yu was not stupid, seeing this scene, of course, he knew something. Zhu Wudao did not even look at Lin Tianyi, and said to Ji Yu, you should know how important it is to Baiyan that Renwen is chosen by the sect. Therefore, Renwen's enemy is Baiyan's enemy. Because of this, you are not reasonable at all? Ji Yu said in a low voice. Zhu Wudao's expression did not change, and he said, soon, I will inherit the throne, and my words are the truth. Ji Yu did not say anything, because he knew that it was useless even if he said anything. Get out of the way. Zhu Wudao said. Ji Yu stood in front of Lin Tian, his expression calm, and shook his head. Zhu Wudao stared at Ji Yu, and said, I heard that he saved you before, but Ji Yuanshan also gave him the general's deputy token, which can be considered as repayment for this kindness. Now, you don't have to protect him like this. Then, Zhu Wudao said again, moreover, facing the four of us at the same time, can you protect him? I have to give it a try. Ji Yu said. Zhu Wudao stared at Ji Yu, and after a while, he shook his head lightly. I will restrain her, Renwen, the three of you attack. Zhu Wudao said. Then, Zhu Wudao jumped off the horse and walked towards Ji Yu. Your Highness, be careful, she is very powerful. Duan Wenba said. Zhu Wudao paused his steps. To be able to make Duan Wenba say such words, he instantly raised his guard against Ji Yu. In the next moment, Zhu Wudao raised his right hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand, exuding an extremely powerful fluctuation. Ji Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, a supreme treasure? Get out of the way, I don't want to hurt you. Zhu Wudao said. A supreme treasure was enough to increase the owner's strength by at least 1-fold. Ji Yu's expression did not look too good. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly held her right hand, which caused Ji Yu's cheeks to turn red. She secretly wondered why this guy would make such an intimate gesture at this time. Was he trying to encourage her? In the next moment, she found that there were 2 small scrolls in Lin Tian's hand, and could not help but be slightly stunned. Let's go first. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Zhu Wudao's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian and Ji Yu's figures suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Not only Zhu Wudao, but Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba's expressions also changed slightly. He can temporarily hide himself. Leng Feng said. As he spoke, Leng Feng quickly took out a green mirror from his chest and shone it in front of him. Instantly, Lin Tian and Ji Yu's figures appeared. The 2 of them were fleeing into the distance. Go after them. Duan Wenba immediately shouted before he could be surprised. Jiang Renwen did not need to say anything. He immediately chased after them, the sword in his hand clanging. Lin Tian pulled Ji Yu forward. At this time, he naturally noticed Duan Wenba and the others who were chasing after them. His expression changed slightly. He had used 2 gale runes, which could temporarily hide his figure. He should not have been discovered by them. The ancestor has placed his divine sense in this mirror. Under the mirror, you have nowhere to hide. Don't even think about escaping. Leng Feng said coldly. During the new student assessment, Leng Feng already knew that Lin Tian possessed the ability to conceal himself. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong when he came to kill Lin Tian this time around, he had requested this treasure mirror from the clan, which allowed him to see Lin Tian behind his concealment. Kill. Duan Wenba said coldly. His long spear shone brightly. Jiang Renwen's eyes were the coldest. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Tian's face darkened slightly. He stared at the mirror in Leng Feng's hand. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. As expected, the Gale rune is ineffective against cultivators above the spiritual sea realm. The divine sense can detect many things in the world. Spiritual sense power was a power unique to experts who had reached the sea of consciousness realm. By relying on spiritual sense power, even in the dark of night, one could still perceive many things around him. Under the influence of spiritual sense power, the Gale mark lost its original magical effect. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a weapon rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. Behind them, a dazzling astral saber charged over at high speed, heading straight for Lin Tian and Ji Yu. With a boom, the saber exploded beside the 2. A huge wave rolled up and shook the 2 of them apart. Lin Tian! Ji Yu shouted. Holding up a pure white sword screen, Ji Yu stepped towards Lin Tian, but in the next moment, a figure blocked his path. It was Zhu Wudao. Xiaoyu, stop. Zhu Wudao said. Zhu Wudao held a treasured saber in his hand. It was shining brightly, and the light gradually became very dazzling. Your Highness, this is too much. He is also a citizen of the Northern Flame Country and a genius. He is stronger and more outstanding than Jiang Renwen. Why do you have to force him? Ji Yu said. Zhu Wudao's expression was calm. Unfortunately, he was not chosen by the sect. Ji Yu knew that it was useless to say anything. Lotus-shaped sword chi danced around his body, transforming into streaks of lotus-shaped sword chi. His aura grew stronger and stronger. She took a step forward, and a gust of sword wind swept out. Zhu Wudao's expression changed slightly, and his pupils could not help but shrink. Little you, it turns out that you are so strong. After a pause, Zhu Wudao said again, this martial technique of yours is a bit strange. It doesn't seem to belong to General Ji Yuanshan. Where did you learn it from? Ji Yu stepped forward, wanting to break through Zhu Wudao and go towards Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tianyi was facing Jiang Renwen and the other two. He was in big trouble. Looking at Ji Yu's movement, Zhu Wudao shook his head and said, you should know that my strength is not much weaker than Jiang Renwen. More importantly, I have a treasure in my hand. You have no hope of breaking through my restraint. I have to try. Ji Yu said. The lotus-shaped sword chi rushed forward, and Ji Yu faced Zhu Wudao, wanting to rush towards Lin Tian. Zhu Wudao shook his head and blocked with his treasured saber. Boom! After a fierce collision, Ji Yu was unable to break through in the end. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Tian was fighting with Jiang Renwen. After Jiang Renwen took out a mid-grade treasure, it immediately brought great pressure to him. Die! Jiang Renwen shouted coldly and waved his sword, shining with dazzling light. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Yang Sutra and dodged. At the same time, he looked in Ji Yu's direction, paused, and immediately shot over. You still have time to care about others? A sneer sounded. Duan Wenba blocked at the side and attacked Lin Tian with his long spear. Lung Feng snorted and stood in the distance, using the penetrating rainbow sword technique, sweeping out sword chi. Lin Tian, don't worry about me. You run, don't fight them head-on. Ji Yu shouted. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Yang Sutra and dodged the sword chi, rushing towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu looked anxious and said, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Run. With that, Ji Yu turned around and flashed in another direction, his speed extremely fast. Zhu Wudao didn't look at Lin Tianyi from beginning to end. He calmly chased after Ji Yu. Lin Tian's face darkened. The Yin Yang Sutra sped up and chased in Ji Yu's direction. You'd better worry about yourself. A cold voice sounded. Duan Wenba came from the other side with a long spear. He swept his spear, stirring up a gust of wind. You're courting death. Lin Tian was furious. With a clang, a terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. Suddenly, the broken wound sword in his hand vibrated wildly. Thunderbolts shot out, and dozens of light swords appeared behind him, shooting towards Duan Wenba. Duan Wenba's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Puff! A bloody light rose. Duan Wenba's left arm was hit by a sword, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Lin Tian raised his head and looked in the direction Ji Yu left, but he was already gone. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and his eyes emitted a trace of murderous intent. Although he knew Ji Yu would be fine, he was still very angry at this moment. You're all courting death. Staring at Duan Wenba and the other two, his expression became a little scary. With a boom, an extremely violent aura gushed out from his body. His cultivation of the seventh heavenly layer of divine veins was pushed to the limit. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have transformed into a destructive storm, rushing towards the three people at the same time. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking all directions. No one knew how many withered leaves were crushed. Lung Feng was the first to suffer. Under Lin Tian's fierce attack, he was hit in the chest, and blood immediately gushed out. Duan Wenba wasn't any better. He was sent flying by Lin Tianyi's sword and crashed into an old tree not far away. Only Jiang Renwen wasn't hurt. After all, he was at the peak of the divine range, and he had a middle-grade precious weapon. Ant. Jiang Renwen's eyes were sinister, and he slashed at Lin Tian with his sword. Suddenly, a sword momentum that wasn't weaker than Lin Tian's spread out, as if it was going to cut everything into pieces. Facing such a terrifying sword light, Lin Tian calmed down a little, and the anger in his heart receded quickly like the tide. Looking at the direction Ji Yu left, Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and shot in the opposite direction. He knew that Ji Yu deliberately went in that direction to let him escape without any worries. You can't escape. Lung Feng said. Chase. Duan Wenba said coldly. Jiang Renwen had already chased after Lin Tian, and he slashed out cold sword chi from time to time. Lin Tian glanced back, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he shot all the way forward. Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Leng Feng, if the three of them were to team up, he wouldn't be their match no matter what. After all, he was only at the 7th heavenly layer of divine veins, while Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba were both at the peak of divine veins. Whoosh! 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 4 figures shuttled through the old forest at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian unfolded a gale rune, quickly hid his figure, and fled forward. However, just like the previous time, Leng Feng took out the mirror, and he immediately revealed himself again. Under the mirror, he had nowhere to hide. Clang! The sword chi and spear light were vast and mighty at the same time, constantly slashing at him. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang puppet, and he slashed out from time to time, shattering the spear light and sword chi. After a pause, he turned around and rushed in another direction. You're quite fast, Duan Wenba said coldly. While speaking, Duan Wenba slashed out another spear light. Lin Tian dodged the spear light and kept running forward. Soon, he stopped in front of a withered forest. It was the rotten poison forest where the freshman assessment took place. He thought that once he entered the rotten poison forest, he wouldn't have to worry about Duan Wenba and the other two. However, sometimes things didn't go as planned. When he arrived here, he found that the poisonous fog from a few months ago had completely disappeared. He could vaguely see demonic beasts jumping around in the forest, but nothing happened. Yes, I took the poison fire lizard's beast core and cut off the source of the poison, Lin Tian said to himself. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian turned around and shot in another direction. Duan Wenba and the other two followed closely behind him, especially Jiang Renwen, who was the fastest and the most agile. The Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword art was continuously slashed out by Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's eyes were ice cold, and the coldness was extremely frightening. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi shot out in all directions, destroying countless old trees along the way. Lin Tian dodged one sword chi after another, and never stopped. His speed was extremely fast. Relying on his speed, he might be able to widen the distance between him and the other three. However, if he were to confront them head-on, once he was surrounded, he would definitely die. Today, you have no chance of escaping, Leng Feng said gloomily. As he said that, a few figures suddenly rushed out from not far away. The aura they emitted was very strong, and they were all in the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tian's expression changed. Naturally, he could tell that they were the experts of the Leng family. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a few figures rushed out from the other side. Among them were cultivators in the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm, and they all rushed towards Lin Tian. Young master, leave it to us, one of them said to Jiang Renwen. People of the Jiang family, Duan Wenba smiled sinisterly. He looked at the sky and said indifferently, my Duan family's experts are keeping watch up there. At this time, there were a few demon birds circling in the sky. There were 2 figures standing on each of them, and the aura they emitted was not weak. Obviously, they were all cultivators of the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept his eyes over his surroundings before raising his head to look at the sky. He couldn't help but sneer, the Imperial City's 3 great martial arts families moved for me, and even the Crown Prince is helping you. I, Lin Tian, really have a lot of face. Staring at the crowd, his expression was very cold. You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you and daring to disobey our young master, someone from the Jiang family said. Lin Tian glanced around with a cold expression. At the same time, his heart sank. There were too many experts around him, which was very unfavorable for him. Attack! Someone from the Jiang family shouted. Suddenly, several figures rushed toward Lin Tian at the same time. These people were not weak. The weakest one was at the 8th sky of the divine range. Their combat strength was extraordinary. Kill! Someone shouted coldly. Blade radiance and sword chi swept over, causing the air to hiss. Lin Tian dodged a blade radiance and waved the broken wound sword in his hand. A ray of azure thunder sword chi swept over. Puff! Blood sputtered. In that direction, an expert from the Jiang family was slashed and lost an arm. Glancing at Jiang Renwen, Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. Number 1 in the Imperial City? Bullshit. Number 1 in the Imperial City. I don't know which sect is blind to fancy such a mediocre person. He's simply an arrogant trash. Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What audacity! How dare you insult the legendary sects? Someone shouted angrily. Jiang Renwen's face became ugly, and his eyes were sinister. He had just fought with Jiyu. Although he didn't want to admit it, Jiyu was indeed stronger than him. Moreover, Jiyu was only at the 8th sky of the divine range. Right now, the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words was too thick, too obvious. I'll kill you, Jiang Renwen said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Renwen rushed out. His mid-grade precious weapon shook, and cold swords filled the sky. Jiang Renwen had a mid-grade precious weapon, so Lin Tian didn't want to fight him head-on. He stepped on the yin and yang row and stepped back. He grabbed another person from the Jiang family who rushed over and kicked him in the abdomen. Suddenly, the figure collided with Jiang Renwen. Get lost, Jiang Renwen said coldly. With a puff, Jiang Renwen's sword directly cut this person and continued to rush toward Lin Tian. You can even cut down your own expert without hesitation. How ruthless, Lin Tian said sarcastically. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate. With a flash of his feet, he followed a gap and rushed into the distance. Chase! Duan Wenba shouted. At the same time, several demonic birds were circling in the sky. Streaks of sword light fell from the sky, blocking Lin Tian's escape. At the same time, they also transmitted Lin Tian's location to Duan Wenba and the others. Duan clan. Lin Tian turned around and glanced at Duan Wenba, his eyes cold. The reason why the Jiang family and the Lin family were looking for trouble with him was because he already had a grudge with the two of them. However, this Duan Wenba had participated time and time again, even mobilizing the experts of his family. This caused his eyes to become extremely cold. After giving Duan Wenba a cold stare, Lin Tian left without looking back. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, Duan Wenba couldn't help but tremble slightly. He actually felt a chill run down his spine. Cursing inwardly, Duan Wenba jumped up and quickly chased after Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen was chosen by the sect and would soon enter the sect to cultivate. His future achievements were limitless. Although he didn't have a grudge with Lin Tian had offended Jiang Renwen. In order to get on Jiang Renwen's good side, he naturally had to stand out and deal with Lin Tian. Whoosh! 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 In the forest, one figure after another flickered, like a dark shadow of ghosts. 6 people from the Jiang family came, while 7 from the Ling family came. All of them were experts, and the weakest was at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range. Under such a lineup, Lin Tian faced great pressure. Naturally, he was in a very difficult situation. Not long after, he suffered a lot of minor injuries. Of course, the people from the 2 families didn't fare much better. Ah! A man from the Lin family screamed. He was stabbed in the chest by Lin Tian's sword, and immediately fell down in a pool of blood. In this gap, Lin Tian was also punched by a person next to him. He couldn't help but groan. Kill! Around him, other people rushed over and attacked mercilessly. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword, and the azure thunder sword art made a mighty sound of thunder. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet to dodge and retreat. At the same time, he fought with more than 10 people, which made him more or less in a difficult situation. One had to know that Jiang Renwen was still attacking him from the dozen or so people. Soon, half an hour passed. At this time, Lin Tian suddenly raised his left hand. Jiang Renwen's sword slashed over, but his face suddenly changed and he quickly moved away. Get out of the way! At the same time, Jiang Renwen warned. Too late, Lin Tianling said. A resplendent fist light suddenly flew out from his left fist. It was like a bolt of lightning, and immediately penetrated a cultivator behind Jiang Renwen who didn't have enough time to dodge. Blood splattered all over the ground, and that cultivator directly fell to the ground face up. 1 hit, 1 kill. Nirvana fist art. Lung Feng gritted his teeth. Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Feng's expression became even more unsightly. The Nirvana fist art was extremely difficult to cultivate because it had an extremely high requirement for one's physique. He had never thought that Lin Tian could actually use the Nirvana fist art to kill a 9th heavenly layer divine vein expert in one move. This indicated that Lin Tian had almost completely mastered this fist art. How strong was his physical body to be able to do this? It should be known that Lin Tian was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range. This time, we have to kill him. We can't let him live. Lung Feng said coldly. As he spoke, Lung Feng ordered the experts of the Lung family to attack with all their strength. Yes, young master. One of them answered. Suddenly, the experts of the Lung family released more powerful qi and pressed on Lin Tian coldly. Boom! A tyrannical aura swept out, and this place could not help but be swept up by a violent hurricane. The experts of the Lin family, the Jiang family, Duan Wenba, and Jiang Renwen could almost kill anyone below the Sea of Consciousness realm. Facing such an attack, Lin Tian was exhausted. He was injured again and looked more and more embarrassed. If we miss today, your 3 families will never have peace again. Lin Tian said coldly. Wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, he swung the broken wound sword in his hand and slashed open a dazzling thunder sword. Miss today? What a joke. Do you think you have a tomorrow? Duan Wenba said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, dense sword radiance fell from the sky and slashed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua. His figure was like a dream, and he hurriedly avoided all the sword radiance. He glanced at Duan Wenba coldly and didn't stay. He decisively fled into the distance. In the face of so many experts, he didn't want to stay and fight. At this time, escaping was the wisest choice. You can't escape. You must die today. Lung Feng said. Kill him. Jiang Renwen said coldly. Duan Wenba's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the sky and said, control his escape route. In the sky, several demon birds were circling, watching the forest without blinking. Then, these people made their moves and slashed down with dense sword radiance, constantly causing trouble for Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the sky, his eyes were extremely cold. Get out of here. He raised his hand and waved his left hand. A Nirvana fist radiance flew into the sky. With a puff, one of the demon birds was suddenly blasted out by the fist radiance. With a shrill scream, the demon bird suddenly lost its balance and fell straight to the ground. This naturally made the 2 experts of the Duan family on the bird's back change their expressions and panic. They couldn't fly. Clang, at this time, the sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian swung the broken wound sword fiercely, and 2 azure thunder sword radiance rolled straight to the sky. The 2 experts of the Duan family who fell suddenly changed their expressions. They were in the air and couldn't avoid the sword radiance. Puff, puff, blood sputtered. The 2 of them were hit at the same time. After screaming, they fell to the ground. This scene made the other experts of the Duan family on the demon birds change their expressions. Fly higher. One of them said. Immediately, the few of them controlled the birds, and the height at which they circled was immediately pulled up. Duan Wenba's expression wasn't very good. His long spear vibrated, and the violent spear radiance swept in all directions. He really didn't expect that 2 of the Duan family's experts in the sky would be killed by Lin Xianxia. They were both Divine Pulse Realm experts. Even for a martial arts family like theirs, Divine Pulse Realm experts were experts. Go to hell. Jiang Renwen shouted. Lung Feng wouldn't fall behind. He hated Lin Tian to the bone. His Zen sword shone brightly in an instant. Kill. 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 At the same time, the other experts of the Lin family and Jiang family attacked together. They shouted coldly, and their killing intent surged. Lin Tian didn't resist forcefully. After slashing out a sword radiance, he fled again. These people were all experts. None of them had a lower cultivation than him. Moreover, they had rich combat experience. With so many of them together, plus Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenba, the threat to him was too great. Clang, 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 in the old forest, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Tian's situation became more and more embarrassing. His heart became heavier and heavier. Lung Feng had that treasure mirror that contained the divine sense of a spiritual sea realm expert. The gale mark couldn't work. With the Duan family's demon birds in the sky, no matter how fast he was, it was useless. His every move was monitored by the other party, and it was difficult to shake off the people behind him. Damn it! Lin Tian became a little irritated. Running all the way and clashing with experts from time to time, he had consumed a lot of true essence in his body. Let's see how long you can run. Duan Wenba said coldly. Duan Wenba didn't feel good about losing 2 divine pulse realm experts in the sky. Chase! Lung Feng shouted. Jiang Renwen's eyes were cold all the time. He stared at Lin Tian's back like a poisonous snake. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. Lin Tian felt that the true essence in his body was consumed even more. He only had about 30% left. This made him feel that there was a shadow approaching him. At this time, the front gradually became wider. The forest suddenly became sparse, and the light became more abundant. A cliff and mountain stream blocked the road ahead. Lin Tian stopped, and his face became extremely ugly. Swoosh, 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 the sound of air braking was heard. Jiang Renwen and the others had caught up. A dozen people each stood in a position, blocking the retreat. Staring at the front, the dozen people were stunned. Then, they laughed loudly. Even the heavens want you dead. Lin Tian glanced at the cliff behind him, then looked at Jiang Renwen and the other 2 with a cold expression. Just accept your death. This will be your end. Duan Wenba said. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious. The sword in his hand vibrated, and sword aura surged. Over a dozen people slowly closed in on Lin Tian. At the same time, all the roads in all directions were blocked. Lin Tian looked up and glanced above him, seeing several demonic birds in the air. The fighters of the Duan family were high up in the air, and the weapons in their hands flashed with cold light. He turned his head again and stared at Jiang Renwen and the other 2, calming down. My life is not that easy to take. Lin Tianling said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back and jumped off the edge of the cliff. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Over a dozen people's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian to do such a thing. They immediately rushed to the edge of the cliff. He knew that he was going to die and did not want to be humiliated, so he killed himself. Duan Wenba said. Coward. Jiang Renwen said coldly. He was very unhappy that he could not kill Lin Tian with his own hands. With a cold snort, Jiang Renwen put away his sword and went back the way he came. Duan Wenba shook his head and asked Lung Feng to leave together. Lung Feng stared at the bottom of the cliff and frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. After all, Lin Tian came out of the rotten poison forest unscathed. However, he shook his head after a while. Lin Tian might have had the antidote in the rotten poison forest, but if he jumped off the cliff, who could survive under the airborne realm? This cliff was very deep. Go back. Lung Feng said to the fighters of the Ling family. Yes, young master. The fighters of the Ling family all nodded. Over a dozen people quickly left. In the sky, the people of the Duan family also left on their demonic birds. The wind whistled in his ears, and the scene in front of him was rushing toward the sky. Lin Tian was falling rapidly. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his cheeks were hurting from the wind. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian struggled to swing the sword in his hand and thrust it toward the edge of the cliff. Just now, when he jumped off the cliff, he only took a small step forward, almost sticking close to the cliff wall as he fell, so that he could use his long sword to stab into the cliff wall to reduce the speed of his fall. In this way, he had a great chance of saving his life. This was the choice he had made when facing Jiang Renwen and the others. It could be said that he felt that this choice was very correct, because if he were to face Jiang Renwen and the others head-on, he would have no hope of breaking through and would almost certainly die. But if he were to jump off the cliff in this way, his chances of survival would be very high. Who? The wind was still howling in his ears. Lin Tian kept swinging his sword with great effort and finally managed to stab it into the cliff wall. The long sword pierced into the cliff, but he was still falling. The long sword drew a huge sword ditch on the cliff, sliding down for about 10 feet before stopping. Fortunately, it's a high-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such power. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When Lin Tian looked down, he could only see fog lingering at the bottom of the cliff. A wave of cold air surged up, but he was unable to see the bottom. Soon after, Lin Tian looked up, but he was also unable to see anything. Clearly, he had already descended a very deep distance. Should I go back up or down? Lin Tian muttered. After thinking about it for about 10 breaths, Lin Tian finally decided to go down the cliff. After all, climbing up the cliff was very laborious. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Jiang Renwen and the others had left. If someone was guarding the edge of the cliff, it would be very dangerous for him. On the other hand, it would be much easier to go down. Thinking of this, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. His left hand stuck to the cliff wall, his right hand pulled out the broken wound sword, and fell down the cliff again. He did not climb down the cliff. Instead, he used the same method. After falling down a certain distance, he used the broken wound sword to stab into the cliff wall as a buffer to ensure his safety. Using this method to descend not only saved energy but also time. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian looked down and saw a ray of light flashing. The surface of the water? Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Usually, only the surface of the water would refract that kind of light. Lin Tianwei was a little happy. Since he saw such a light, it meant that he was about to reach the bottom of the cliff. Taking a deep breath, this time, he didn't use any buffer, but directly fell down. Splash! The water splashed, and the waves rose to a height of 10 feet. Lin Tian could clearly feel that he had indeed landed in a body of water. After that, he felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in ice. It was even colder than when he was in the turbulent current. Without much time to think, Lin Tian quickly floated to the surface. He could not help but shiver in fear. What's going on with this body of water? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Looking at it, it seemed to be a pool, neither big nor small. Lin Tianji felt that the temperature of the water was too low, so low that it was a little scary. It should be known that he was now in the 7th sky of the Holy Pulse, but he still felt cold. If an ordinary person came here, he would be frozen to death. Thinking of this, Lin Tian didn't stop and quickly swam to the shore. At this moment, the pool trembled, and waves surged up from not far away, causing the entire pool's surface to churn. Lin Tianji felt the air become colder. Looking back, he saw a huge ice snake rush out from the bottom of the water, with a pair of white eyes. Xianming snake. Lin Tian's face changed. Xianming snake, a 7th-level demonic beast, was almost as strong as an expert of the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and his speed became a little faster. Borrowing the momentum of the huge wave, he quickly rushed to the shore. After that, he didn't dare to linger. He didn't even have time to check his surroundings. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and fled. The Xianming snake roared. Suddenly, the water in the pool surged, and countless water droplets flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face changed. He stepped on the yin and yang puppet and flashed away. At this moment, Yi Shiwen didn't think that these water droplets were ordinary. These water droplets were thrown out by a Class 7 demonic beast in anger. Just the strength of these water droplets was enough to kill an ordinary expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range. Although Yi Shiwen's physique was much stronger than an ordinary expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the divine range, there was no need for him to test the power of these water droplets. The Xianming snake roared again, and the air became 10 degrees colder. Lin Tian felt pain in his ears, but he didn't dare to stop. He ran as fast as he could. After some time, the Xianming snake's breath weakened. It seemed that it didn't chase after him. Only then did Lin Tian stop his footsteps. He was already panting from exhaustion. No wonder the pool is so cold. It's the nest of the Xianming snake, a 7th-level demonic beast. Lin Tian thought to himself. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Tian began to seriously examine his surroundings. He discovered that this was a very desolate place. There were no trees, no flowers, and even the ground appeared to be somewhat dry. There were even cracks present. Lin Tian continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He looked up into the distance. He felt an extraordinary fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was very weak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. But with the Tiani soul spell, his perception was very strong. He caught it. Let's go check it out. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. He held his breath and slowly moved in that direction. As he moved forward, the air became hot. It was as if there was a raging fire in front of him. It made him feel strange. But he didn't stop. He continued to walk in that direction. Gradually, Lin Tian's drenched clothes were dried by the scorching air. Not long after, Lin Tian began to sweat profusely due to the excessive heat, drenching his dry clothes. Finally, after a few breaths, Lin Tian stopped. What is that? Lin Tian stared ahead. His eyes narrowed. He had lost track of how far he had walked. At this moment, there was a stone wall in front of him. The stone wall was cracked. It was charred black, as if it had been burned by a raging fire. At this moment, he saw a ball of fire among them. The ball of fire was about the size of a fist, but it was emitting a threatening heat. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed in front of him, and his eyes were wide open. Fire crystal? He muttered to himself with uncertainty. The fire crystal was a crystal formed by the condensation of the fire source that existed naturally between heaven and earth. Not only did it nurture a vast amount of spiritual energy, but it was also filled with an astonishing amount of flame power. It could be said to be a treasure among treasures, and it was many times more precious than things like the blue spirit root. Lin Tian didn't expect that there would be such a treasure at the bottom of the cliff. No wonder it's so barren. The ground is so dry. It's because of this. Lin Tian thought to himself. But then, Lin Tian became excited as he stared ahead. The fire crystal was a rare treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He slowly approached the fire crystal. The fire crystal was formed by the natural fire. It had amazing spiritual power and flame power. But it didn't have its own consciousness. After all, it belonged to the same category as the blue spirit root. Because of its amazing flame power, there were no strong demonic beasts around. This made it more convenient for Lin Tian. He didn't have to worry about other things. Slowly, Lin Tian approached the fire crystal. As he got closer and closer to the fire crystal, Lin Tian felt hotter and hotter. His skin became redder and redder. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, which made him uncomfortable. Chi! Suddenly, a corner of his clothes caught fire. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, tried to extinguish the flames on his body. It's so hard to get close. Staring ahead, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was still dozens of feet away from the fire crystal. But at this place, the amazing flame power had already set his clothes on fire. If he continued to get closer, he would probably be set on fire by the amazing flame power. This made him a little annoyed. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then began to operate the four extremity scriptures. Suddenly, a bright true inner force covered his body, which strengthened his ability to withstand the heat. No pop-up window, then, he quickly approached the fire crystal. 300 feet, 200 feet, 200 feet, 200 feet, soon, Lin Tian was only 15 feet away from the fire crystal. Chi! At this moment, the corner of his clothes burst into flames again. Even with the true inner force protecting his body, it was useless. Lin Tian cursed and quickly retreated. He only stopped after retreating more than 20 feet. No, I can't get close with my current cultivation. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel annoyed. He wanted the fire crystal very much, but now he couldn't even get close to it, let alone refine it. For a moment, Lin Tian paced back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the center of his right palm. There was a faint sword mark there. Will this thing work? Lin Tian thought to himself. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian opened his right hand and pushed the air forward. Effective. 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 He shouted in his heart. Back then, when he was still in the body refinement realm, it had helped him kill a demonic beast that had the strength of a divine vein realm cultivator. After that, it had allowed him to refine the demonic beast's core and even neutralize the poison in the corrosive poison forest. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Now, Lin Tian had placed all his hopes on this tiny sword mark. The four extremities scriptures quickly operated, and he approached the fire crystal step by step. Gradually, the burning sensation appeared again, and his skin slowly became hot. In response, Lin Tian resisted the burning sensation and still walked toward the fire crystal step by step. Soon, with a chi sound, the corner of his clothes burst into flames again. Lin Tian cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, just as he was about to put down his right hand, a strange feeling appeared. At this moment, the sword mark on his right hand lit up, and waves of mysterious light spread out, covering his entire body. Instantly, the burning corner of his clothes was extinguished, and the oppressive heat gradually faded away. Lin Tianwei paused for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. He really blocked it. After testing it a little, Lin Tian realized that he could no longer feel that astonishing flame power. It was as if he had put on an ice armor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He took a few steps forward and approached the fire crystal. Looking at the fire crystal up close, Lin Tian felt that the fire crystal was actually a little transparent and looked very beautiful. Moreover, the spiritual energy was even more shocking. Who? Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly reached out his right hand to grab the fire crystal. After all, it was such a scorching thing. Even though he couldn't feel the burning sensation, he still had to be careful. Slowly, his right hand grasped the fire crystal. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he touched it, he didn't feel the terrifying heat of the flames burning his palm. Wang! Suddenly, the fire crystal shook slightly and rushed into his body through his right hand like a ray of light. Lin Tian's expression changed. The next moment, he felt as if his body was burning. His whole body turned red, and all his pores opened up. Ah! The extreme heat burned his body, and he couldn't help but scream. At this moment, Lin Tianji felt as if a huge volcano had erupted in his body. Streams of magma flowed through his meridians to every corner of his body, burning his internal organs, bones, and blood. With a cry, Lin Tian couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he had fallen to the ground and was twitching, sweat dripping from his forehead. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed angrily. The burning sensation in his body was getting more and more intense. Lin Tian struggled to sit cross-legged, and the four extremities meridians were running madly to resist the heat flow in his body. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura erupted from his body and swept through the surroundings like a hurricane. Lin Tian held on with all his might, using the four extremities meridians to resist the terrifying heat in his body. Almost at the same time, streams of astonishing spiritual qi intertwined in his body and rushed to his meridians. Lin Tian naturally felt this situation. He glanced at the sword mark in his right hand and pressed it against his chest. Suddenly, rings of brilliance surrounded him. Lin Tian suddenly felt better, and his eyes became more determined. You want to burn me to death with this level of heat? Impossible. I won't die so easily. He shouted in a low voice. The four extremities meridians and the Heavenly One Soul technique were running at the same time. He used the crazy spiritual qi in his body to build the eighth divine vein, and used the four extremities meridians and the Heavenly One Soul technique to resist the threatening heat. At this moment, he pressed his right hand against his chest, and the sword mark glowed, strengthening his resistance. This was the eighth divine vein. He chose the part from the head to the kidneys. As the astonishing heat from the fire crystal condensed along the route of the eighth divine vein, Lin Tian found that it was surprisingly easy for him to build the eighth divine vein. It was much easier than building any of the divine veins in the past. This, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, it was only for a moment, and he did not have the time to be surprised. The fire crystal entered his body and gave him an endless supply of spiritual qi, but it also put him in a difficult situation. At this time, an astonishing amount of flame power gathered in his body. It was as if a real fire had ignited in his body. It wanted to burn all his organs and meridians. He had to use the 4 extreme scriptures and the Heavenly One soul spell to resist. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. The sky was completely dark, and one could vaguely see the stars in the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian's body suddenly produced a great force. He had completed the construction of the 8th divine vein. He had entered the 8th level of the divine vein. However, Lin Tian did not have the time to be happy. The spiritual qi was still attacking his flesh and blood. Am I really going to be burned to death? Lin Tian was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the fire crystal had been almost completely refined by him. However, the fire energy in the fire crystal was very difficult to refine. It constantly corroded his flesh and organs, causing him unbearable pain. His internal organs were all corroded. Lin Tian lowered his head and stared at the sword mark in his palm. He paused, then suddenly gritted his teeth. I'm counting on you. Lin Tian Ondao. He activated the scripture of 4 extremes to the extreme. The vital essence in his body surged and gathered at the sword mark. He pressed the sword mark against his chest. The sword mark was close to his body. He wanted to use the sword mark to increase his vital essence. Then, he would re-inject his vital essence into his body to refine the spiritual qi in his body. Buzz. As his vital essence surged, the sword mark in his right hand suddenly lit up. At this moment, the vital essence in his body had decreased significantly. The rampant spiritual qi suddenly became more terrifying, and the pain in his body was even more shocking. Lin Tianji endured the pain and continued to inject his vital essence into the sword mark in his right hand. It had to be said that Lin Tian's idea was very correct. As the vital essence flowed through the sword mark, its power indeed became much stronger. Then, he controlled the vital essence to flow into his body through his chest. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in his body was suppressed, and the oppressive burning sensation disappeared little by little. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. He continued to circulate his vital essence according to this method. Buzz. As the power of flame continued to be refined, Lin Tianji felt himself gradually cool down. It was also at this time that strands of fiery light within his body turned into specks of starlight. Like fireflies, they actually quickly merged into his true essence. Lin Tian naturally felt this change and was shocked. At this moment, he clearly felt that his true essence was becoming stronger, and there was a special kind of power within it. Flame energy? Lin Tian was surprised. Back when he was cultivating the Azure Thundersword skill, he had deliberately endured the lightning strike of the Flame Thunder Boar and refined that lightning power into his true essence, causing his true essence to carry a trace of lightning power. At this moment, wasn't this situation very similar to back then? Lin Tian could feel that his true essence was gradually giving birth to the power of fire. Moreover, the power of this flame was continuously increasing. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then, he naturally became happy. Continue. He thought to himself. The 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One soul mantra circulated at the same time, and the power of flame in his body was quickly refined. Not long after, Lin Tian no longer needed to rely on the sword tattoos because the power of flame in his body had mostly disappeared. Now, he could resist and refine the power of flame purely by relying on the 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One soul mantra. At the same time, Lin Tian began to construct the last divine meridian in his body. The last one, the heart. Lin Tian thought to himself. The importance of the heart to the human body was self-evident. Therefore, Lin Tian placed this divine meridian at the end. At this moment, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body surged toward his heart and began to condense the 9th divine meridian. Buzz. Lin Tian's body was glowing, and the aura he emitted was gradually increasing. The next day, the sky gradually brightened. The morning sun shone on the earth. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura gradually stabilized. The power of flame in his body had been completely refined, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had all disappeared. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian slowly stood up. Intermediate level 8 divine meridian. Half of the 9th divine meridian is formed. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Lin Tian could feel how powerful he was. Let's try that power. The broken wound sword suddenly appeared, and Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Streaks of lightning appeared, crackling loudly, and its power was astonishing. Then, Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. With a shake of his right hand, a surge of power of flame was generated, covering the lightning. The two merged together, and the power of the sword suddenly increased greatly. Good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Now, not only did his true yuan contain the power of lightning, it also contained the power of fire. Most importantly, these two powers had perfectly fused together, causing his true yuan to be stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer, Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, Leng Feng, and Zhu Wudao. With a cold snort, Lin Tian turned back the way he came. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed not far away, and it immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. Memorize the literature building, providing you with interesting novels to read. The glimmer was not far from where the fire crystal was. Lin Tian carefully approached it and saw that there was something buried under the soil. The exposed surface reflected a ray of light. Lin Tian was curious. He squatted down and dug up the soil on the surface. He saw a piece of green jade buried under the soil. This is? Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this kind of green jade. It was the same material as the one in the Mo family's stone ring. At that time, that piece of jade recorded the incomplete manual of the Sky Thunder Sword technique. Lin Tian quickly took out the green jade and carefully wiped it clean. He then looked at it against the sunlight. Instantly, one by one, the barely discernible words appeared in his field of vision, causing him to instantly reveal an expression of ecstasy. This was because the small words engraved on the green jade were indeed the incomplete manual of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Then, Lin Tian read it word by word. His expression became more and more excited. The last 40%. Holding the piece of green jade, Lin Tian was very excited. He had already mastered 60% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique, and this piece of green jade recorded the last 40% of the sword technique. Lin Tian took a deep breath. After 10 breaths, he finally calmed down. This is the will of the heavens. Jiang Renwen, you guys wait and see. Lin Tianling smiled. Standing up, Lin Tian glanced around. Suddenly, the broken wound sword appeared in his hand. Waves of thunder sword chi appeared. He was ready to leave, but he did not expect to find the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique at this time. He decided to practice the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique here. First. Clang. The thunder sword chi vibrated. Lin Tian stretched out his body and swung the broken wound sword. Lin Tian practiced the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique. After a while, he was shocked. He realized that the last 40% of the Sky Thunder Sword technique was too exquisite. He only practiced it for a short while, but he felt that his combat strength had increased by a lot. Clang! 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 A series of sword cries resounded in the surroundings. Lin Tian unleashed the Azure Thunder Sword technique below the cliff, causing the air to distort. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. At the edge of the demonic beast ridge, beside the green rock, a white-clothed girl stood there and quietly looked into the forest. I don't believe that you're dead. How could someone as outstanding as you die? The girl bit her lip. From afar, the young girl's figure appeared very frail. It was none other than Jiyu. It was close to winter, and snow was falling from the sky. Not far away, an old man came over. Miss, you've been waiting here for half a month. Go back. The old man's name was Lu Wen, and he couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the demonic beast ridge. His face was filled with worry. He had watched Jiyu grow up and treated her like his own granddaughter. Now that he saw Jiyu in such pain, Lu Wen also felt bad. His miss had always been intelligent, peaceful, and elegant. She had never been so sad before. I'm going to wait for him here. Just like last time, I will definitely be able to wait for him. Jiyu shook his head. There was a trace of fear in the girl's eyes, but more than that, there was determination. Lu Wen hesitated and said, "But miss, the old emperor of Beiyan has passed away. Tomorrow is the day the crown prince will inherit the throne. The general and miss are both invited. If you don't go, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate." Ji Yu was silent. Looking into the demonic beast ridge, her eyes softened. "The next time we meet, I won't hide my feelings anymore. I want to tell you that my heart has long fallen for you." Turning around, Ji Yu walked towards the imperial city. The girl still believed that Lin Tian was still alive. Lu Wen stared into the depths of the demonic beast ridge and couldn't help but sigh again. There were countless young geniuses in the imperial city, but which man could make his miss like this? Even the crown prince of Beiyan couldn't do it. But now, an ordinary young man came to the imperial city and changed everything. Lu Wen never thought that his miss would go to such an extent for a man. "Young man, if you can feel it, come back quickly." Sighing, Lu Wen turned around and left. Imperial City, Imperial Palace. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is ready to inherit the throne." A voice sounded from outside the door. Inside the door, Zhu Wudao carried the crown on his back. Beside him stood 3 young men. They were Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Leng Feng. "What about that matter?" Zhu Wudao asked calmly. "That's also appropriate." A voice sounded from outside the door. "Good." Zhu Wudao nodded. Leng Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhu Wudao, slightly hesitant. Zhu Wudao noticed this point and said with a smile, "Leng Feng, you have doubts about that matter?" After inheriting the throne, Zhu Wudao would need the support of the 3 major martial arts families. As the future successor of the Leng family, Zhu Wudao was very polite to Leng Feng and didn't put on the crown prince's dignity. Leng Feng nodded and frowned. "Your Highness, is it really okay to take Ji Yu as the successor to destroy the general's residence? What if Ji Yu or Ji Yuanshan agree? We won't have an excuse to send troops to suppress the general's residence. This way, Ji Yuanshan will become the imperial father-in-law and his status will rise again." Hearing this, before Zhu Wudao could speak, Duan Wenba laughed. "Ji Yuanshan won't agree, and Ji Yu won't agree either," Duan Wenba said. "Wenba is right, Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu won't agree. Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu will personally give me the reason for the crusade." Zhu Wudao's eyes were deep and he sighed. Ji Yuanshan has accumulated too much military power over the past few decades. Even though he has resigned as the great general, he is still a potential threat. He deserves to die for his achievements. Leng Feng snorted. Demon Beast Ridge, Cliff Mountain Stream. Literature Building, clang, the sound of the thunder sword reverberated and a figure flashed quickly. The sky was still filled with snow, and it had piled up 3 feet on the ground. Lin Tian stepped on the snow and shook the broken wound sword in his hand. The light of thunder intertwined and crackled. In the next moment, flames appeared on top of the thunder. The thunder and fire intertwined, exuding an even more shocking sword aura. "Flaming Thunder Sword," Lin Tian said in a low voice. With a clang, a flaming thunder sword aura rushed out of the broken wound sword and smashed a huge rock not far away. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian stopped. "Not bad." Staring not far away, Lin Tian showed a satisfied smile. In half a month's time, he was able to control 20% of the Azure Thunder Sword technique. At the same time, he was able to perfectly integrate the power of fire in his vital essence into this set of sword techniques, once again increasing the power of this set of sword techniques. Now, although he was only at the 8th sky of the divine range, his battle strength was no weaker than a peak divine range expert. "Let's find a guy to practice with," Lin Tian thought. After a pause, Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he thought of the pool far away. With a chuckle, Lin Tian quickly flashed over. Soon, Lin Tian came to the side of the pool. Like a sword aura, a dazzling sword aura suddenly disappeared into the pool. "Damn snake, come out and play," he shouted. The surface of the water trembled, rolling like waves. In the next moment, a black ice serpent rushed out from the bottom of the pool, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled, the long sword in his hand trembling, directly slashing at the large snake. This serpent was the Xianming serpent, a level 7 demonic beast. Seeing that a human dared to provoke it, the Xianming serpent was enraged. It opened its mouth and released a torrent of ice, freezing a small part of the water. Lin Tian took a few steps to the side and swung his broken wound sword, shattering the ice. Again. After saying that, Lin Tian charged at the serpent. The Xianming serpent was even more enraged. The surface of the water shook even more, and it whipped its tail at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked. The strength of this tail was indeed terrifying. He clenched his left hand into a fist and countered with the Nirvana fist. Boom! A dazzling ray of light shot out and landed on the Xianming serpent's giant tail. The Xianming serpent roared in pain, but its giant tail continued to lash at Lin Tian. At the same time, it opened its mouth again and released another torrent of ice at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face paled. Clang! Lin Tian unfolded his thunder fire sword and unleashed dozens of sword force. It was a shockingly powerful collision. After a while, Lin Tian was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That hurt. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his mouth and grimaced. Staring at the Xianming serpent, Lin Tian could not help but sigh. A level 7 demonic beast was indeed difficult to deal with. The Xianming serpent roared again. It opened its mouth and tried to bite Lin Tian. Let's go. Damn snake, we'll play again in a few days. Lin Tian shouted. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the yin-yang puppet and disappeared into the distance. The Xianming serpent roared, but Lin Tian was too fast. It chased after Lin Tian for a few hundred meters before it lost sight of him. It roared angrily and froze the nearby rocks. Lin Tian returned to his practice area, gasping for breath. About half an hour later, his breathing stabilized, and his eyes brightened up a little. I still have the last 20% of the Azure Thunder swordplay. If I can fully master this swordplay and combine it with the power of fire, I might be able to kill the level 7 demonic beast. Even if I can't, I should be able to tie with it. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian channeled the Four Extremities scripture to restore his true yuan. Then, he resumed his practice. 8 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Tian had mastered 30% of the Azure Thunder swordplay. Then, he came to the side of the pool again. Damn snake, come out and look at the snow. He shouted at the pond. At the same time, he gave the snake an energy blade as a gift. The Xianming serpent emerged from the water, sending waves 5 meters high into the air. It spat a mouthful of cold air at Lin Tian. At the same time, the Xianming serpent's tail rose from the water and lashed out at Lin Tian. What a merciless snake! Lin Tian chuckled. Then, he charged at the Xianming serpent. Man and serpent clashed. In the end, Lin Tian was defeated. Of course, this time was much better than the last. At least, Lin Tian had left many wounds on the Xianming serpent's body. Returning to the training area, Lin Tian began to circulate the 4 extreme scriptures to heal the wounds he had sustained during the battle with the Xianming snake. At the same time, he began to replenish his Jin Yuan. After half an hour, he stood up and began to practice the Azure Thunder swordplay again. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was exactly 1 month since Lin Tian fell from the cliff. He had fully mastered the Azure Thunder swordplay. Brother Snake, I'm here again. Lin Tian called out from the pond. Lin Tian chuckled. With a shake of his broken wound sword, the sword of thunder and fire appeared. Here I come, you damned snake. He smiled at the Xianming snake. No matter what, it was still a class 7 demonic beast that was comparable to a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator. Lin Tian did not underestimate the snake at all. He immediately displayed his full strength. The Xianming snake roared angrily. Waves of water surged toward Lin Tian. Slash! Lin Tian shouted and swung his sword. Thunder and fire intertwined. The power of the sword was terrifying, and it shattered everything in its path. With a whoosh, Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and appeared in front of the Xianming snake. He punched it. Bang! The strength of this punch was not small. The level 7 giant snake was directly smashed into the pool. Lin Tian did not pursue. He smiled at the Xianming snake. In a month, Lin Tian had mastered the Azure Thunder swordsmanship. At the same time, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th godly pulse realm. His combat power was much stronger than before. Because he had practiced in the Phantom Cave several times, he had become more proficient in controlling his ethereal qi. His steps were more agile. The Xianming snake was enraged by Lin Tian's provocation. With a roar, the Xianming snake emitted a terrifying chill from its body. In the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the water was frozen. Whoosh! The Xianming snake swung its tail at Lin Tian. How terrifying! Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian made his move. The Nirvana fist met the Xianming snake's tail. The thunder and fire sword met the Xianming snake's cold breath. The two sides clashed again. Boom! 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 The man and the snake clashed, creating a hurricane. In this place, the power of thunder, the power of fire, and the power of demon intertwined. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Tian retreated, panting. His body was covered in wounds. Not bad, you damned snake. Lin Tian gasped for breath. On the other side, the Xianming snake was in no better shape. His body was covered in sword wounds, and his eyes were filled with anger. Staring at Lin Tian, the Xianming snake couldn't help but roar. He couldn't believe that a human could hurt him so badly. Lin Tian covered his ears, closed one eye and said with a wry smile, "There is actually such a strong demonic power. A demonic beast comparable to the Sea of Consciousness realm is really terrifying. It seems that I am still a little lacking." Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian struggled to stand up and put the shattering wound sword back into the stone ring. "Damn snake, I'm leaving. Thank you for practicing with me," he said to the Xianming snake. After saying that, he walked in the direction of the small pool. It was time to leave. The Xianming snake stared at Lin Tian's back and roared again. This human was arrogant and disgusting. However, after a short pause, the Xianming snake didn't chase after him. It felt that Lin Tian was very strong. It didn't have the confidence to kill Lin Tian. Roaring again, the Xianming snake slowly sank back into the pool and continued to sleep. Winter was bitterly cold. Snowflakes fluttered in the air and fell to the ground one by one. At the edge of the Demon Beast Ridge, Lin Tian slowly walked out. The air was cold, very cold. However, Lin Tian was still wearing a thin black robe. He didn't seem to feel the cold at all. Is it the power of the fire crystal? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Walking out of the Demon Beast Ridge, he stepped on the thick snow. Footprints appeared one after another, then were covered by the wind and snow. As he walked, Lin Tian suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. There was a blue stone. Although the snow was thick, it didn't completely cover the blue stone. Staring at the blue stone, Lin Tian was lost in thought. He vaguely remembered the last time he came out of the Demon Beast Ridge. A young girl waited for him there for 7 days. Lin Tian didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little depressed. Shaking his head, Lin Tian looked away and walked towards the Imperial City. After about 2 hours, Lin Tian arrived at the Imperial City and walked in. The snow outside the Imperial City was very thick. However, the streets of the Imperial City were different. There wasn't much snow, so it was easy to walk. Lin Tian wasn't surprised. After all, this was the Imperial City. The Imperial family couldn't let the snow pile up on the streets all the time. They would send people to clear the snow from time to time. Tomorrow is the day of the parade. Sigh. I didn't expect that General Ji would have the intention to rebel. That's just the Imperial family's word. I don't believe it. Who would believe it? But the evidence is conclusive. Someone found a letter of collusion between Ji Yuanshan and the enemy. The general's mansion was bathed in blood. Sigh. Around them, people were whispering. Lin Tian's head suddenly buzzed and he suddenly stopped. With a bang, someone bumped into him from behind and scolded, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop?" After saying that, the person rubbed his forehead and walked away while cursing. The snow was fluttering and the wind was blowing. Lin Tian suddenly felt that the whole world was quiet. He tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged people who were talking in the distance. He walked over step by step. "Young man, what's the matter?" Seeing Lin Tian walk over, one of them asked. General's mansion. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged people looked at each other and were surprised. You don't know? Lin Tian shook his head. He had just returned from Beast Demon Ridge. How would he know? One of them suddenly became interested, as if he had found someone who could listen to his bragging. He said, about half a month ago, His Highness the Crown Prince ascended the throne and issued a decree to bestow Ji Yuanshan's daughter, Ji Yu, as the Empress. This was a good thing, but who knew that Ji Yu and Ji Yuanshan both refused? Isn't this defying the decree? Then, something even more unexpected happened. Someone found a letter. It was actually a private letter between Ji Yuanshan and the enemy, intending to usurp power and seize the throne. Usurping power. TSK, it's really hard to imagine that old General Ji would do such a thing. It's really, sigh. Lin Tian clenched his fists. What about Ji Yuanshan and Ji Yu? The middle-aged people saw that Lin Tian's expression was a bit strange, but they didn't care. One of them said, the general's mansion was sealed. Except for Ji Yu and Ji Yuanshan, everyone else was killed. Now, Ji Yuanshan seems to be locked up in the prison. Tomorrow, he will be executed on the streets. Ji Yu is under house arrest in the palace. Sigh, speaking of which, His Highness the Crown Prince is really infatuated. Even at this point, he still wants to protect Ji Yu. Crack. Next to them, the walls of a few shops suddenly cracked, startling them. Lin Tian's eyes became very cold. His killing intent intertwined, and his sword aura automatically dispersed. Crack. 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 Suddenly, the surrounding walls cracked, and gusts of wind swept up from the ground. What's going on? The people around were all frightened. Lin Tian turned around and walked slowly in a direction. About an hour later, a mansion appeared in front of him. It was the general's mansion. As far as the eye could see, the general's mansion was surrounded by wooden fences, completely isolating the general's mansion. At this time, there were dozens of soldiers standing outside the mansion. Their cultivation was not weak, and they each held a long spear. Lin Tian came here and approached step by step. Who's there? Stop. A soldier shouted. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. A cold light flashed, and the soldier fell into a pool of blood on the spot. All of a sudden, the surrounding soldiers were all shocked, and they all surrounded him. Who are you? How dare you barge into the residence of the rebels? You're courting death. You must be that old thief's accomplice. Take him down. The soldiers rushed over quickly. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword with an extremely cold expression. He raised his sword, and the sound of thunder resounded in all directions. Pft! 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 Blood splattered, and the dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood. They were all killed. There were many people around. Although they did not dare to approach the general's mansion, many of them had been watching. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Who is this person? How dare he barge into the general's mansion? Those are all soldiers of the empire. He actually dared to kill them all. Oh my God, many people were stunned. Lin Tian's footsteps were very calm. He did not care about the expressions of the people around him. He cut open the wooden fence and arrived outside the general's mansion. He calmly pushed open the door. With a creak, the door of the general's mansion was pushed open. A faint smell of blood greeted him. As far as the eye could see, there were many corpses strewn about in the courtyard. Although the snow was falling, the faces of the corpses could still be vaguely recognized. Lin Tian saw two strong men. They were the two powerhouses who had been guarding the entrance of the general's mansion. They had kindly joked with him. Turning his head, Lin Tian saw an old man. That was Ji Yu's coachman. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 spears stabbed into his body. He was almost completely covered by the snow. Looking again, Lin Tian saw a few maids and women. When Ji Yu brought him around the general's mansion, these people always stared at him with ambiguous expressions. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little depressed. After a few breaths, he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the general's mansion. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived in front of a special room. He remembered that this was Ji Yu's room. After a pause, Lin Tian pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Tian immediately smelled a faint fragrance. He looked up and saw that the room was very cozy. Not far away, there was a pot of flowers by the window. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was the gift he gave to Ji Yu, the cloud star flower. He didn't use it? Lin Tian muttered. The cloud star flower could make a woman look good, but it had to be consumed for it to be effective. Ji Yu didn't use it after receiving it. A young girl's room was always a little different. Lin Tian walked to the window. There was a small booklet on the table by the window. The handwriting on it was delicate and neat. It was obviously written by a young girl. Lin Tian raised his hand and paused. In the end, he couldn't help but flip open the booklet. As he flipped through the pages, Lin Tian realized that it seemed to be a daily notebook. It recorded all the trivial things that happened on a daily basis. As he continued to flip through the pages, suddenly, Lin Tian's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little depressed. He finally understood why Ji Yu treated him so differently. All of them thought that Ji Yu didn't know how he saved her, but Ji Yu actually knew, and she knew it very clearly. That day, she saw the entire process herself. Lin Tian's right hand moved, flipping to a new page. The Imperial Courtyard's new student assessment is held at Beast Devil Ridge, and he's also there. If it's him, he'll definitely pass. Half a month has passed, and he hasn't come out yet. However, I believe that he'll be fine. After waiting for 7 days in Beast Devil Ridge, he finally came out. I always believed that he'll be fine. This guy is so powerful in the Imperial Courtyard's first ranking battle. He actually reached the 59th place in the first round. I received a gift from him today, and I'm very happy. I want to raise it forever, and I'll always be happy when I see it. This guy actually almost killed Jiang Renwen, and his growth speed is so fast. However, Jiang Renwen isn't simple. His identity is extraordinary, and many people in the Imperial City are apprehensive of him. However, I believe that he'll be fine. Compared to him, Jiang Renwen is nothing, and he's not scary at all. The Crown Prince organized a hunting feast, and he'll also go. In Beast Devil Ridge, he might be in danger alone, and Jiang Renwen and the others might join forces to deal with him. I'll go too. At least, I'm stronger than them now. Oh, the two of us can stay together for a long time, and I'll protect him well, definitely. He fell off the cliff. I believe that he's still alive. It's been half a month, and he still hasn't come out. However, I still believe that he'll come back. Reading until here, Lin Tian clearly saw that the booklet was soaked by some kind of liquid. His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Now, even someone as powerful as him felt a lump in his throat looking at these delicate words. After a pause, he flipped to the last page. The next time we meet, I won't hide my feelings anymore. I want to tell him that my heart has been with him since a long time ago. If I don't say anything, that guy won't feel it. He's too stupid, too dumb. The words disappeared here, and there was nothing else after that. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He was indeed very stupid. A faint light flashed across his eyes as he carefully put the booklet into his stone ring. At the same time, he also put away the nebula flower beside the window. After glancing around the room, he slowly walked out and carefully closed the door behind him. Who? The wind was blowing, the snow was falling, and the air was very cold. Lin Tian stared at the massive general's mansion. He glanced at the corpses strewn all over the courtyard and then walked out. He's out. Take him down. It must be the enemy. There were dozens of powerful soldiers standing outside the general's residence, and many of them were divine vein realm experts. Lin Tian had forced his way into the general's residence. Naturally, the nearby generals had found out about it, and some of them had hurried over. Kill! One of the commanders shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of soldiers rushed towards Lin Tian, each one ruthless and merciless. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked out of the mansion step by step. Clang, the thunderous roar of the sword reverberated in all directions. In this space, snowflakes fluttered in the air as a gale swept up. Immediately after, everything quieted down. Bang! 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 The dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood one after another. None of them survived, including the Divine Vein Realm experts. All of them are dead? What happened? What did he do? I didn't see anything just now. Dozens of zhang away, some of the onlookers' expressions changed, and their faces turned pale. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. He just walked into the distance, ignoring the corpses on the ground and the crowd around him. He walked straight in one direction. Instantly, the crowd in front of him made way for him. About an hour later, Lin Tian arrived in front of a luxurious pavilion, the treasure loft. "Sir, how can I help you?" A female attendant came up to him. The treasure loft was the largest auction house in the imperial city. The female attendants inside were naturally very polite. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He took out the silver token that Xianxia had given him. The female attendant was moved, and her expression became even more respectful. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to Attendant Xian." As she spoke, the female attendant quickly ran to the second floor. Lin Tian stood quietly in the same place. At this moment, laughter sounded not far away. A man and a woman walked out of the auction house. The woman was pretty and charming. She was holding a pair of purple and gold bracelets. Her face was filled with excitement. The man was about 35 years old. He was well dressed and had an arrogant look on his face. There were many people nearby. They all looked at the middle-aged man with a respectful expression. "Sir Su is so generous. Sir Su, please take care. Sir Su, would you do me the honor of coming to Immortal Knowledge Water Tower for a meal?" There were many people beside the man. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. The middle-aged man was the guest of the Ling family, Su Huarong. Su Huarong seemed to be enjoying the crowd's flattery. However, he suddenly felt a cold intent and raised his head to look. Su Huarong's expression changed drastically. "Lin Tian? You're not dead?" Not long ago, Lung Feng had told Su Huarong that Lin Tian was dead, and this allowed Su Huarong to vent his anger in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Huarong had never imagined that he would actually meet Lin Tian once more in the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lin Tian was alive and well. Damn it! Su Huarong's expression was ugly. He quickly retreated and was about to leave the treasure loft. Lin Tian was not dead. This was big news. He had to inform the Ling family. Lin Tian stared at Su Huarong. A dagger appeared in his right hand. Lightning and fire immediately intertwined. His expression did not change from beginning to end. He raised his right hand and the dagger in his hand flew towards Su Huarong like lightning. Poof! The dagger drew a streak of lightning and fire. It instantly pierced Su Huarong's throat, bringing with it a glaring ray of blood. Su Huarong trembled. He did not even have time to scream before he softly fell to the ground. "Sir Su! Murder!" Waves of screams rang out. The huge hall of the treasure loft was in chaos. A figure rushed out. It was Yang Luo, one of the people in charge of the treasure loft. Yang Luo's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in the hall. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Tian, he did not say a word. He knew that Lin Tian had the silver token, the symbol of the Xian family's heir candidate. "Sir Yang." Many female attendants came over. Their faces were pale as they looked at Lin Tian in fear. The treasure loft had an extraordinary status in the imperial city. After all, it was established by the wealthy Xian family. Who would dare to mess around in the treasure loft? These female attendants did not expect that someone would dare to kill someone in the treasure loft. "Sir, quick! Catch him! It's him! He killed Sir Su!" Dozens of female attendants shouted. Yang Luo's expression darkened. He shouted in a low voice, "Silence!" Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Yang Luo had no right to interfere in this matter. Inside the treasure loft, pairs of eyes fell on Lin Tian. Many people pointed at him, wondering who the young man in front of them was. How could he be so bold? At this moment, someone walked down from the second floor of the treasure loft. It was a middle-aged man in a long robe. He exuded a powerful aura. "Sir Deacon, look at this," young Luo walked up to him. The middle-aged man was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Su Huarong's corpse in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian. His expression changed slightly. Xianxia had some status in the Xian family. Not long ago, he heard rumors of Lin Tian's death. However, he did not expect that Lin Tian was still alive and standing in front of him. Why? Xianxia glanced at Su Huarong's corpse and stared at Lin Tian. Xianxia's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Killing someone in the treasure loft had never happened since the treasure loft was established. Moreover, the person who died in the treasure loft today was not an ordinary person. He was a third-stage array manipulator and a guest of the Lin family. This would have a bad impact on the treasure loft. Lin Tian walked up to Xianxia and said, "I want something." Xianxia's expression darkened. He became colder when Lin Tian did not answer his question. "I'm asking you why you did this," Xianxia said coldly. A powerful aura swept out from him. There were many martial artists around. Their expressions changed when they felt the aura. Peak divine range. Someone gulped. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all as he faced Xianxia's aura. He took another step forward. "I want something." He stared at Xianxia without any expression on his face. There was a cold aura around him. He was not in a good mood. In fact, he was in a terrible mood. Xianxia trembled when he saw Lin Tian's eyes. He could not help but take a step back. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, but Xianxia saw something terrifying in them. It was like the Grim Reaper's blade, which made his soul tremble. After steadying himself, Xianxia swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Yang Luo, I'll leave this to you," Xianxia said. Then, Xianxia looked at Lin Tian and said, "Come with me to the second floor." Everyone was shocked when they heard Xianxia's words. That's it? The second floor? Many people were shocked. Xianxia released a powerful aura. Almost everyone thought that Xianxia was going to directly suppress Lin Tian, but they didn't expect that Xianxia would say such words in the end. Not only did he not pursue the matter, he even invited Lin Tian to the second floor. This made some people, including Yang Luo, reveal strange expressions. Xianxia did not care about these people's expressions. He led the way to the second floor. Lin Tian was expressionless. He followed Xianxia to the second floor. Soon, they arrived at a room on the second floor. "Not long ago, Xianxia heard that you died in Demonic Beast Ridge. He was sad for a long time. But he did not expect you to still be alive. However, it's too troublesome for you to kill Su Huarong like this." Xianxia frowned. He thought for a while and asked, "Also, you said you wanted something. What do you want?" "A treasure." Xianxia didn't ask Lin Tian why he wanted the treasure. After all, Lin Tian was a martial arts cultivator. It was normal for him to look for stronger weapons. Just in time. "A sword just arrived at treasure loft," Xianxia said. "How much is it?" Lin Tian asked. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "You have a silver token. Sell it at the original price. 15 million spirit coins." Lin Tian nodded and took out a purple card. The Lin family's property was in Fengjian City. He had been in Fengjian City for a long time. Not long ago, the Qin family had completely collected the Xiao family's property. Together with the money earned from the Lin family's property, there were more than 20 million spirit coins. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so rich. "Wait a moment," Xianxia said and walked to the back room. Soon, Xianxia came up with a sword case and handed it to Lin Tian. "Low-grade treasure. It's called the Soul Sword," Xianxia said. Lin Tian opened the case. There was a 4-foot-long sword in the case. It was cold and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lin Tian was somewhat satisfied. Holding the sword hilt, he shook it slightly and put it into the stone ring. Low-grade treasure could increase the user's combat power by 80%. Thank you, he said to Xianxia. As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. Wait. Xianxia called Lin Tian. He hesitated for a moment and said, the general's mansion. Lin Tian had come to Treasure Loft with Jiyu. They seemed to be close. Xianxia knew that Lin Tian and the general's mansion had some relationship. At least, he was good friends with Jiyu. Now that the general's mansion was in trouble, Xianxia wanted to know Lin Tian's reaction. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and Xianxia could feel that the air had turned colder. The cold air made Xianxia's expression change slightly. It was obviously a terrifying killing intent. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. Do you think Ji Yuanshan will usurp the throne? Xianxia shook his head in silence. Old General Ji has fought on the battlefield for dozens of years. He has assisted several generations of kings of Beiyin. His prestige is too great. Now that the new king has ascended to the throne, he doesn't want anyone who can threaten his throne. So. Xianxia sighed. This is what they mean by the saying, one's achievements frightens the ruler. In history, there have been many people like this. My achievements shake the emperor? Lin Tianling smiled. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt an even colder aura. His heart couldn't help but shrink. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said, tomorrow, the new king will personally parade General Ji through the streets, and then behead him. At this point, Xianxia felt a little helpless. In fact, many people in the Northern Flame country were critical of the royal family's actions. After all, Ji Yuanshan had contributed a lot to the Northern Flame country, and several of his sons had died on the battlefield. In the past few decades, it could be said that Ji Yuanshan had protected the peace of Beiyin. However, the new king, Zhu Wudao, didn't care because he had evidence of Ji Yuanshan's rebellion. I know. That's why I'm here to get the sword. Lin Tiantan said coldly. Hearing this, Xianxinya's expression changed. You want to, Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked out. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Xianxia felt something hit his chest. The young man's back, at this moment, was so majestic. A day passed quickly. It was late winter. The sky was filled with heavy snow. The majestic ancient buildings in the imperial city were covered in white snow. The whole world was shrouded in pure white. The air was cold. However, on this day, the streets of the imperial city were filled with people. In the distance, a group of soldiers walked over. There were at least a few hundred of them. In the middle of the group, there was a Vajra cage. In the cage, there was an old man. His long hair was loose, and he looked haggard. Ji Yuanshan, that old general. I never thought that old General Ji would have the intention to rebel. Sigh, the human heart. Many people murmured. Clang. 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 It was the sound of hundreds of soldiers' armor. At the same time, the sound of the soldiers' footsteps shook the streets of the imperial city. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, 4 figures stood out. Zhu Wudao, Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Leng Feng. The former general, Ji Yuanshan, secretly colluded with the enemy and attempted to usurp the throne. He failed to live up to the trust of the previous emperors. Today, he will be paraded through the streets and executed. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, a commander shouted loudly. His voice spread quickly, causing many onlookers on both sides of the street to point and shake their heads. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan was unkempt like a beggar. He didn't care about the commander's words at all. After today, everything will be settled. Duan Wenba said. Leng Feng nodded. Zhu Wudao wore a crown and smiled faintly. The 4 of them talked calmly. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. The wheels of the cage ran over the ground, leaving wet marks. Suddenly, the wind and snow became heavier. Heavy snow rolled in all directions. Many people couldn't help but cover their eyes. This weather is really strange. Someone muttered. The swirling wind and snow dispersed. At this moment, the soldiers at the front suddenly stopped. "Why did you stop?" the commander shouted. The crowd looked forward. At the end of the street, a young man in a long robe was standing there. His slender figure stood straight, like an immortal heavenly monument. Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen's eyes suddenly became as cold as a sharp sword. His killing intent was overflowing. Duan Wenba and Ling Feng's expressions changed. Lin Tian, who fell off the cliff, was still alive. Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, then calmed down. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan raised his head and was shocked. He revealed a surprised expression. "Little brother, you're still alive." After a pause, Ji Yuanshan seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. "What are you doing here?" "Leave now." Lin Tian's expression was calm. He didn't move at all. "Old general, if time went back a few decades, would you still fight for Beiyan?" Looking at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tian asked. Ji Yuanshan was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." Lin Tian was still calm. "Why?" "For the people," Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian glanced at the onlookers on both sides of the street and sneered. "For the people?" Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the onlookers trembled. They clearly felt a strong sense of mockery. Staring at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tiandao said, "As a junior, I don't want to deny your thoughts. But I still want to say that this kind of thinking is very stupid. You bled at the border, your son died for the empire. You assisted several generations of emperors. You protected Baiyan's peace for decades. You swept away the chaos at the border. But, so what? Who would remember you? The royal family framed you and wanted to get rid of you because of your merits. The commoners that you have always protected, even if they knew that you were wrongly accused, no one would stand up for you. Your beliefs are worthless." His calm words moved most of the onlookers. On both sides of the street, some of the onlookers looked ashamed. Many of them lowered their heads. Among these people, there were indeed many who knew the royal family's thoughts. They knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. But, in the face of the huge royal family, who would dare to stand up for Ji Yuanshan? That would be defying the royal power. 9 generations of the family would be exterminated. Presumptuous. "Take him down," a commander shouted. Suddenly, the dozens of soldiers at the front all rushed toward Lin Tian. "Little brother, leave quickly," Ji Yuanshan said anxiously. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. "If it were me, I wouldn't contribute to this country. Because I'm not worthy." Clang, the clanging of swords sounded, and the dazzling lightning sword chi swept in all directions. Puff, 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 blood splattered. In an instant, the dozens of soldiers who rushed forward were all killed and fell into a pool of blood. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone. On both sides of the street, all the onlookers were shocked and all of them were in chaos. "Traitor! Go, capture him." The commander was furious. There were hundreds of soldiers on the street. In terms of combat strength, they were naturally not weak. Suddenly, more soldiers rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi walked toward the cage step by step, as if he didn't see the dense crowd of soldiers rushing toward him. He stared straight at Ji Yuanshan. "Now, you are paraded through the street and are about to be executed. And your only granddaughter, Ji Yu, is under house arrest in the royal palace. Tell me, what's the point of fighting on the battlefield for so many years?" The violent killing intent swept across the sky, and the destructive sword chi clanged. Puff, 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 blood fell like rain. The soldiers fell one by one, and their lives were mercilessly reaped. This was a terrifying scene. A slender silhouette, holding a long sword, was moving forward with hundreds of soldiers. No one could get within 10 feet of the silhouette. Anyone who tried to get close to him was torn into pieces by the violent sword intent. Even some of the early-stage divine range experts were no exception. Ji Yuanshan's face became a little ugly, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. The commander who escorted Ji Yuanshan was furious and rushed forward personally. Die. The commander's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th sky of divine range, and his combat strength was very strong. He suddenly pressed down with the Xianxia axe in his hand. Lin Tian turned a blind eye to it. He waved his hand, and a ray of azure thunder sword chi swept over. Puff, the commander's throat was directly penetrated. Blood fell like rain, and he died on the spot. On both sides of the street, many onlookers looked pale. He wants to rob the prisoner carriage. He dares to openly go against the royal family. The new king is still here. Everyone's face changed color. The royal family of Beiyan looked down on the entire empire. Now, there was someone who dared to kill the soldiers of the empire in front of the king of Beiyan. This crime was too serious. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Renwen's face was cold. He jumped up and came to Lin Tian. You actually survived after falling off the cliff. You're lucky. Just right, I'll kill you myself today. Jiang Renwen said coldly. He unsheathed his bejeweled sword, and a terrifying sword aura condensed, crushing all the surrounding snowflakes. Trash. Lin Tianji only had 2 words. He held the heart spirit sword in his hand, and the lightning sword radiance vibrated. He slashed out, and with a bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying several feet away. Yes. Xianxia didn't ask Lin Tian why he wanted the treasure. After all, Lin Tian was a martial arts cultivator. It was normal for him to look for stronger weapons. Just in time. A sword just arrived at treasure loft. Xianxia said. How much is it? Lin Tian asked. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, you have a silver token. Sell it at the original price. 15 million spirit coins. Lin Tian nodded and took out a purple card. The Lin family's property was in Fengjian City. He had been in Fengjian City for a long time. Not long ago, the Qin family had completely collected the Xiao family's property. Together with the money earned from the Lin family's property, there were more than 20 million spirit coins. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so rich. Wait a moment. Xianxia said and walked to the back room. Soon, Xianxia came up with a sword case and handed it to Lin Tian. Low-grade treasure. It's called the Soul Sword. Xianxia said. Lin Tian opened the case. There was a 4-foot-long sword in the case. It was cold and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lin Tian was somewhat satisfied. Holding the sword hilt, he shook it slightly and put it into the stone ring. Low-grade treasure could increase the combat power of its owner by 80%. Thank you. He said to Xianxia. As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. Wait. Xianxia called Lin Tian. He hesitated for a moment and said, the general's mansion. Lin Tian had come to Treasure Loft with Jiyu. They seemed to be very close. Xianxia knew that Lin Tian and the general's mansion might have some relationship. At least, he and Jiyu were good friends. Now that the general's mansion was in trouble, Xianxia wanted to know Lin Tian's reaction. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and Xianxia felt that the air had suddenly become colder. The coldness made Xianxia's expression change. It was a horrible killing intent. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. Do you think Ji Yuanshan will usurp the throne? Xianxia shook his head in silence. Old General Ji has fought on the battlefield for dozens of years. He has assisted several generations of kings of Beiyan. His prestige is too great. Now that the new king has ascended to the throne, he doesn't want anyone who can threaten his throne. So. Xianxia sighed. This is what they mean by the saying, one's achievements can shake the ruler. In history, there are many people like this. My achievements shake the emperor? Lin Tianling smiled. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt an even colder aura. His heart couldn't help but shrink. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said, tomorrow, the new king will personally parade General Ji through the streets, and then behead him. At this point, Xianxia felt a little helpless. In fact, many people in the Northern Flame country were critical of the royal family's actions. After all, Ji Yuanshan had contributed a lot to the Northern Flame country, and several of his sons had died on the battlefield. In the past few decades, it could be said that Ji Yuanshan had protected the peace of Beiyin. However, the new king, Zhu Wudao, didn't care because he had evidence of Ji Yuanshan's rebellion. I know. That's why I'm here to get the sword. Lin Tiantan said coldly. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. You want to? Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked out. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Xianxia felt something hit his chest. The young man's back, at this moment, was so majestic. A day passed quickly. It was late winter. The sky was filled with heavy snow. The majestic ancient buildings in the imperial city were covered in white snow. The whole world was shrouded in pure white. The air was cold. However, on this day, the streets of the imperial city were filled with people. In the distance, a group of soldiers walked over. There were at least a few hundred of them. In the middle of the group, there was a Vajra cage. In the cage, there was an old man. His long hair was loose, and he looked haggard. Ji Yuanshan, that old general. I never thought that old General Ji would have the intention to rebel. Sigh, the human heart. Many people murmured. Clang. 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 It was the sound of hundreds of soldiers' armor. At the same time, the sound of the soldiers' footsteps shook the streets of the imperial city. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, 4 figures stood out. Zhu Wudao, Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba, and Leng Feng. The former general, Ji Yuanshan, secretly colluded with the enemy and attempted to usurp the throne. He failed to live up to the trust of the previous emperors. Today, he will be paraded through the streets and executed. In the middle of the hundreds of soldiers, a commander shouted loudly. His voice spread quickly, causing many onlookers on both sides of the street to point and shake their heads. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan was unkempt like a beggar. He didn't care about the commander's words at all. After today, everything will be settled. Duan Wenba said. Leng Feng nodded. Zhu Wudao wore a crown and smiled faintly. The 4 of them talked calmly. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the air. The wheels of the cage ran over the ground, leaving wet marks. Suddenly, the wind and snow became heavier. Heavy snow rolled in all directions, causing many people to cover their eyes. This weather is really strange. Someone muttered. The swirling wind and snow dispersed. At this moment, the soldier at the front suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? The commander shouted. The crowd looked forward. At the end of the street, a young man in a long robe stood there. His slender figure stood straight, like an immortal heavenly monument. Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen's eyes suddenly became as cold as a sharp sword, filled with murderous intent. Duan Wenba and Leng Feng's expressions changed. Lin Tian, who fell off the cliff, was still alive. Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, then calmed down. In the cage, Ji Yuanshan raised his head and was shocked. He revealed a surprised expression. Little brother, you're still alive. After a pause, Ji Yuanshan seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't move at all. Old general, if time went back a few decades, would you still fight for Beiyan on the battlefield? Looking at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tian asked. Ji Yuanshan was silent for a moment, then said, yes. Lin Tian was still calm. Why? For the people. Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian glanced at the onlookers on both sides of the street, revealing a cold smile. For the people? Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the onlookers trembled, clearly feeling a strong sense of mockery. Staring at Ji Yuanshan, Lin Tiandao said, as a junior, I don't want to deny your thoughts, but I still want to say that this kind of thinking is very stupid. You bled at the border, your son died for the empire, you assisted several generations of emperors, you protected Beiyan's peace for decades, and swept away the chaos at the border. But, so what? Who would remember you? The royal family framed you and wanted to get rid of you because of your merits. The commoners that you have always protected, even if they knew that you were wrongly accused, no one would stand up for you. Your beliefs are worthless. His calm words immediately moved most of the onlookers. On both sides of the street, some onlookers looked ashamed, and many people lowered their heads. Among these people, there were indeed many who knew the royal family's thoughts and knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. But, in the face of the huge royal family, who would dare to stand up for Ji Yuanshan? That would be disobeying the royal power, and 9 generations of the family would be exterminated. Presumptuous! Take him down! A commander shouted. Suddenly, the dozens of soldiers at the front all rushed toward Lin Tian. Little brother, leave quickly. Ji Yuanshan said anxiously. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. If it were me, I wouldn't contribute to this country, because I'm not worthy. Clang, the clanging of swords sounded, and the dazzling lightning sword chi swept in all directions. Puff, 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 blood splattered, and in an instant, the dozens of soldiers who rushed forward were all killed, falling into a pool of blood. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone. On both sides of the street, all the onlookers were shocked, and all of them were in chaos. Traitor! Go, capture him! The commander was furious. There were hundreds of soldiers on the street, and in terms of combat strength, they were naturally not weak. Suddenly, more soldiers rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi walked toward the cage step by step, as if he didn't see the dense crowd of soldiers rushing toward him. He stared straight at Ji Yuanshan. Now, you're being paraded through the street, and you're going to be executed on the street. And your only granddaughter, Ji Yu, is under house arrest in the palace. Tell me, what's the point of fighting on the battlefield for so many years? The violent killing intent swept across the sky, and the destructive sword chi clanged. Puff, 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 blood fell like rain, and the soldiers fell one by one, and their lives were mercilessly reaped. This was a terrifying scene. A slender silhouette, holding a long sword, was moving forward with hundreds of soldiers. No one could get within 10 feet of the silhouette. Anyone who tried to get close to him was torn into pieces by the violent sword intent. Even some of the early-stage divine range experts were no exception. Ji Yuanshan's face became a little ugly, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. The commander who escorted Ji Yuanshan was furious and rushed forward personally. Die. The commander's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th sky of divine range, and his combat strength was very strong. He suddenly pressed down with the Xianxia axe in his hand. Lin Tian turned a blind eye and waved his hand, and a ray of azure thunder sword chi swept over. Puff, the commander's throat was directly penetrated, and blood fell like rain. He died on the spot. On both sides of the street, many onlookers looked pale. He wants to rob the prisoner carriage. He dares to openly go against the royal family. The new king is still here. Everyone's face changed color. The royal family of the Northern Flame country looked down on the entire empire. Now, there was someone who dared to kill the soldiers of the empire in front of the king of the Northern Flame country. This crime was too serious. Let me. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Renwen's face was cold, and he jumped up and came to Lin Tian. You actually survived after falling off the cliff. You're lucky. Just right, I'll kill you myself today. Jiang Renwen said coldly. He unsheathed his bejeweled sword, and a terrifying sword aura condensed, crushing all the surrounding snowflakes. Trash. Lin Tianji only had 2 words. Jiang Renwen was sent flying and fell to the ground with a bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? That Jiang Renwen, many people were shocked. There was practically no one in the imperial city who didn't know Jiang Renwen's name. He was known as the #1 person in his generation. However, at this moment, such a powerful Jiang Renwen couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen stood up with a pale face. Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword, creating a terrifying hurricane. With a bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying again. Looking up, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Zhu Wudao. Ji Yu was imprisoned in the imperial palace. Now, his killing intent towards Zhu Wudao was far greater than his killing intent towards Jiang Renwen. Suppress him. Go. On the streets of the imperial city, hundreds of soldiers moved together and all rushed towards Lin Tian. Clang, the inner spirit sword was entwined with lightning. Dense sword chi swept in all directions, wantonly reaping lives. Screams echoed immediately. Blood splattered as the soldiers fell one by one. Lin Tian was expressionless. He waved the long sword in his hand. A clanging sword light flashed and instantly turned into a sword rain, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, dozens of lives were taken. "Little brother, stop!" Ji Yuanshan shouted. Lin Tian was expressionless. He just walked forward step by step. Violent sword chi spread out from his body. Anyone who came close was killed by this sword chi without exception. Clang, a terrifying sword sound rang out. Jiang Renwen held up his treasured sword and slashed towards this side. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent intertwined, causing the air to become cold. Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword technique. Die. At this moment, Jiang Renwen used a killer move of the Frost Soul Sword technique, causing many soldiers to retreat. Then, a huge rainbow light rushed past and directly pressed towards Lin Tian. "Little brother, get out of the way!" Ji Yuanshan shouted. As a general, Ji Yuanshan's strength was extraordinary. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the Jiang family's sword technique was. Lin Tian did not show any emotion in the face of the oncoming sword force. He raised his right hand and slashed down with his sword. With a ripping sound, Jiang Renwen's terrifying sword light was directly slashed apart, dissipating like a spark. "Impossible!" Jiang Renwen's face changed. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Such a powerful sword energy was actually shattered with a single strike. In the distance, Leng Feng and the other two were visibly moved. "What's going on? How did he?" Leng Feng was shocked. Leng Feng had also reached the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range, and his battle prowess had greatly increased. However, at this moment, he was still shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. He was actually able to suppress Jiang Renwen. Duan Wenba also stared ahead, his eyes filled with shock. "Kill!" At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Renwen's face looked a little ferocious. He performed the Jiang family's Frost Soul Sword technique to the extreme. With one strike, he slashed out dozens of dazzling sword chi, encircling Lin Tian. At the same time, he also moved closer. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi roared and gradually condensed into a substantial sword, tearing all the snowflakes apart. This sword chi is even stronger than before. Many people were shocked. The crowd felt the aura emitted by Jiang Renwen at this moment, and their hearts trembled. It was too terrifying. Lin Tian stared at Jiang Renwen, his expression unchanged. "Trash." It was still the same two simple words. He raised the sword in his hand, and the lightning crackled. Then, he directly slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, all the sword chi around Jiang Renwen's body dissipated, and with a bang, he was sent flying again. Cough. While still in the air, Jiang Renwen coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at this scene, the crowd was stunned. The powerful Jiang Renwen was actually so weak at this moment. This time, the onlookers were completely stunned, and the group of soldiers were also stunned on the spot. After sweeping Jiang Renwen away, Lin Tian didn't care at all. He walked step by step toward Ji Yuanshan's cage. "How dare you!" a soldier shouted angrily. Unfortunately, what greeted this person was only a sword. After a sword, this divine pulse realm soldier directly fell into a pool of blood. In an instant, many soldiers surrounded him again. Although these soldiers were terrified, they didn't dare to not attack. "Whoever stops me will die." A cold voice sounded. The lightning sword hummed, and sword chi swept in all directions. Then, there was only blood sputtering. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian killed more than 200 soldiers and came to Ji Yuanshan's side. "Little brother, you," Ji Yuanshan was worried and touched at the same time. With a clang, Lin Tian waved his hand, and the azure lightning sword chi vibrated, and the cage that trapped Ji Yuanshan was cut into pieces. He really broke out of the cage. This is ruthless." On both sides of the street, many onlookers were shocked. Although they knew from the beginning that Lin Tian came to break out of the cage, when they saw Lin Tian cut open the cage, they were still incomparably shocked. In the next moment, something shocking happened again. After cutting open the cage, everyone thought that Lin Tian would retreat with Ji Yuanshan, But they didn't expect that Lin Tian would directly go around the cage and press forward. What is he going to do? That seems to be the new king's position. He can't be going to, everyone's eyes widened. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword crackled with lightning, and the sword intent was terrifying. Ji Yuanshan's expression also changed, staring at Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian was actually pressing toward the new king, Zhu Wudao. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was 50 feet away from Zhu Wudao and the others. Raising his head, he stared at Zhu Wudao, his eyes frighteningly cold. "Return Ji Yu to me." Zhu Wudao's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head to look at Duan Wenba and Ling Feng. "Your Highness, don't worry," Duan Wenba said. As he spoke, Duan Wenba and Ling Feng leaped off their horses at the same time, one holding a spear and the other a sword. "Traitor, I'll kill the two of you right here," Ling Feng said. An upper-grade treasure appeared in Ling Feng's hand, and he activated the soul-chasing puppet. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, Duan Wenba slashed out an upper-grade treasure spear, and with the force of 10,000 pounds, he swung it at Lin Tian. Boom! When the two of them worked together, their combat strength could be said to be astonishing, and they were even stronger than Jiang Renwen. Lin Tian's face finally showed a trace of ruthlessness. On the inner spirit sword, the light of lightning exploded in an instant, as if real lightning had fallen, piercing the ears of many people. Clang! With a swing of the sword, 10,000 swords roared. Blood splattered, and the treasure sword in Ling Feng's hand was cut in half. At the same time, the cold edge of the sword slashed across his body, and before he could react, he was cut in half. With a bang, Ling Feng's broken body fell to the ground. His lips moved, and the light in his eyes dissipated. One strike, and he was cut in half. Ling Feng. Zhu Wudao's expression changed. At this time, Duan Wenba's spear came down from the sky, and smashed hard on Lin Tian's shoulder. "Die." Duan Wenba sneered. Duan Wenba was surprised by Ling Feng's tragic death, but he was not heartbroken. What did the death of the Ling family have to do with him? This strike landed firmly on Lin Tian's body, and even an expert at the ninth heaven of the divine range would not be able to withstand it. "Little brother." Ji Yuanshan's expression changed, and he rushed over. But in the next moment, Ji Yuanshan stopped abruptly, because in front of him, Lin Tian raised his left hand and directly grabbed the spear that Duan Wenba pressed on his shoulder. Duan Wenba's expression changed. After receiving such a heavy blow, Lin Tian could still move? How was this possible? Holding Duan Wenba's spear, Lin Tian did not look at Duan Wenba, but stared coldly at Ji Wu. "Give me back my Ji Yu." With a clang, a sword slashed across Duan Wenba's chest with an ear-piercing sound. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, Duan Wenba let go of the spear and staggered back, covering his chest with both hands. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers and kept flowing down. Staring at Lin Tian, he could not stop gasping for breath, and his body trembled. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang, and after twitching a few times, he stopped moving, and the light of life in his eyes dissipated. Lin Tian's sword directly pierced through his heart. Even if he was an expert at the Sea of Knowledge realm, there was no way he could survive. "Wenba." Finally, Zhu Wudao's expression changed. Ling Feng and Duan Wenba were the future successors of the Ling family and the Duan family. After he succeeded the throne, he would need their support, but now, both of them had been killed by Lin Tian here. The crowd was also stunned, and they were all dumbstruck. "Those two were killed in an instant?" Someone muttered. Ling Feng was ranked 7th on the Imperial City's honor roll list, and Duan Wenba was ranked 3rd. Moreover, both of them were the future successors of the Ling family and the Duan family respectively. But today, they were killed so easily. Staring at Lin Tian's figure, everyone could not help but gulp. Too powerful, too ruthless, Ji Yuanshan stared at Lin Tian's back, and he was also stunned on the spot. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword shone brightly as he approached Zhu Wudao step by step. "Give her back to me." His expression became somewhat ferocious. The long sword in his hand trembled, and an unprecedentedly terrifying sword chi swept out, fiercely rushing towards Zhu Wudao. The violent killing intent was frightening, and many onlookers on both sides were shocked to the point of spitting out blood. "How dare you!" A cold shout was heard. A figure rushed out from behind Zhu Wudao, and with a palm, he shattered Lin Tian's sword chi. It was an old man in a green robe, and his beard was white. He stood in front of Zhu Wudao, and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Spiritual Ocean Realm Cultivator, Lin Tian looked up, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the light of lightning intertwined. Then, the power of fire emerged, and the two merged together, as if a thunder-fire dragon was roaring. The horrifying sword aura shocked all the onlookers, and they broke out in cold sweat. "Get lost." Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed forward. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the thunder-fire sword swept across the sky, and instantly arrived in front of the spiritual ocean realm old man. On the streets of the imperial city, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. Read. A Sea of Consciousness realm expert was sent flying by a single slash. "Oh my god." Someone muttered to himself, completely dumbfounded. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner soul sword was intertwined with the power of lightning and fire. His eyes were extremely cold. Facing Zhu Wudao, he approached step by step. The murderous intent on his body was extremely terrifying, causing the air to turn colder. Is he trying to kill the emperor?" Someone said in a trembling voice. Zhu Wudao's expression finally turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful in just a month. He could even fight against a Sea of Consciousness realm expert for a short period of time. "Little brother, stop. This is the Emperor of Beiyin. You must not attack him." Ji Yuanshan ran over and pulled Lin Tian back. "Get out of the way." Lin Tianyi flicked his sleeve and pushed Ji Yuanshan back. The inner soul sword in his hand vibrated even more violently. Lightning and fire intertwined, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. "Lin Tian, stop." A familiar voice rang out. Two figures rushed over. They were the elders of Beiyin Imperial Courtyard, Han He and Lu Lan. Lu Lan said in a low voice, "Stop it now. This is the current emperor of Beiyin." "What are you doing?" "The current emperor? So what?" Lin Tian's voice was cold. He did not care about Han He and Lu Lan's arrival at all. He was still closing in on Zhu Wudao with a murderous look on his face. Han He's and Lu Lan's expressions turned ugly. Their faces darkened. Staring at Lin Tian, Han He said in a low voice, "Don't forget that you are a student of Beiyin Imperial Courtyard and an elder of Beiyin Imperial Courtyard. Now, I order you to stop. As for your crime, we will ask for His Majesty's forgiveness." Lin Tian stopped and raised his head to look at Han He and Lu Lan. He stretched out his left hand, and the Imperial Courtyard token appeared in his hand. Crack! He clenched his left hand slightly, and with a crisp sound, the Imperial Courtyard token shattered on the spot. "Not anymore," Li Yundong said. He said coldly. "You." Han He and Lu Lan were both furious and helpless at the same time. In the surroundings, many onlookers were shocked when they saw the scene. He is a disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy? He actually managed to shatter the Imperial Courtyard's identity plate. How could this be? Many people were shocked. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was the most prestigious martial palace in the entire Northern Flame country. Countless monstrous geniuses fought tooth and nail to enter, but every year, only 200 or so people from the entire Northern Flame country could enter the Imperial Courtyard. It could be said that entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was a kind of honor, a symbol. But now, someone had shattered their badge and was planning to leave the Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao and stepped forward. His eyes were frighteningly cold. "Halt. Lin Tian, stop. What's the point?" Han He and Lu Lan stood in front of him. The two of them had a good impression of Lin Tian and had high hopes for Lin Tian. However, now that Lin Tian was going to kill the Emperor of Beiyin, they couldn't just stand by and watch. "He has done something he shouldn't have," Lin Tian said in a cold voice. A cold snort was heard. The spiritual sea realm expert who was swept away by Lin Tian walked back and stared coldly at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just now, he was swept away by this divine pulse cultivator. Seniors, please suppress him, Zhu Wudao said. The elder who rushed back nodded. A vast true inner force rushed out and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. His heart spiritual sword vibrated and the thunder fire sword chi bloomed. Boom, a violent aura rushed out from his body and swept across the land. The onlookers' faces changed. The elder's face changed. He was moved again. Not bad. Lin Tian was only at the 8th heaven of the divine pulse realm, but he was able to release such a terrifying sword aura. It was almost as powerful as a spiritual sea realm expert. The elder couldn't help but be shocked. However, such an aura wasn't enough to make a real spiritual sea realm expert afraid. The elder's feet trembled and rushed toward Lin Tian in an instant. The elder raised his right hand and pressed a palm toward Lin Tian. Arm palm. Han, he said in a deep voice. Arm palm was a spiritual sea realm martial technique. It was said that one palm could crush everything. Lin Tian held the heart spiritual sword and didn't dodge. He met the attack directly. Clang, with an ear-piercing whistle, he swung his sword at the old man, colliding with the old man's palm. Instantly, violent true inner force swept out in all directions, shaking many of the onlookers and forcing them to retreat. Traitor, submit to the law. The elder shouted. Get lost. Lin Tian's voice was cold. The heart spiritual sword in his hand became more terrifying and the thunder fire sword chi was more frightening. With a clang, the two separated and collided again. Streams of true inner force collided with each other. Tornadoes swept up in all directions. Such a terrifying aura made many onlookers back again, fearing that they would be hurt by the fluctuations. He can actually block a spiritual sea realm expert. Someone was shocked. In the arena, every sword strike of Lin Tian's carried the power of thunder and fire, as if there was a thunder and fire dragon roaring. That kind of berserk sword aura was shocking to hear, completely blocking the sea of knowledge old man's palm, not falling behind in the slightest. Han He and Lu Lan stared at the center of the field and couldn't help but clench their fists. Such a young man, only 16 years old, had already reached the 8th heaven of the divine pulse. Moreover, with such a cultivation, his combat strength was already so strong that he could barely contend with an expert of the Sea of Consciousness realm. What kind of monster was this? What kind of genius was this? In the history of Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, when did it have such an outstanding disciple? Seniors, please join forces, Zhu Wudao said. Han He's face was gloomy. The old general has served the country all his life. This young man is a rare peerless genius in Northern Flame Country. His future is limitless. Your Highness, why do you have to do this? Zhu Wudao's face was cold. Don't forget, the two of you can be where you are today because of the late Emperor's grace. Han He and Lu Lan were shocked. Indeed, if the previous Emperor of Northern Flame Country did not give them some treasures and martial techniques, it would be difficult for them to reach the spiritual sea realm. Forget it. Lu Lan sighed and stepped forward. Han He shook his head and followed Lu Lan to press down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I'm sorry, Lu Lan said. Lu Lan waved his palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. I'm sorry, Han He said. As he said that, Han He also struck out his palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. Their strongest moves were the saber and the sword respectively. However, how could they use their saber and sword against Lin Tian? In fact, they admired Lin Tian from the bottom of their hearts. How could an ordinary person do this? Lin Tian was expressionless. He was not affected by Han He and Lu Lan's pressure at all. Whoever stops me is an enemy, he said indifferently. With a clang, the thunder flame sword trembled and slashed out a sky full of sword energy. Insolence! The spiritual sea realm old man in white shouted. He waved his full arm palm. Instantly, the sky was full of palm prints. Lin Tian held the heart spirit sword. With one strike, 10,000 swords were born. The sword wind swept in all directions. Swoosh, 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 the sky full of palm prints were all shattered. Lin Tian shook the heart spirit sword and slashed out 3 thunder flame sword rays. The inner spirit sword was a lower grade ultimate treasure, which increased his battle strength by about 80%. Coupled with his original cultivation of the eighth heaven of the divine range, it could be said that his current battle strength was completely comparable to an expert in the early stage of the Sea of Consciousness realm. He's just in the divine pulse realm. How can he be so strong? Is he a freak? Many people were shocked. Jiang Renwen had retreated far away. At this moment, he stared at the scene with an extremely ugly expression. Damn it! In the imperial city, there was someone in the same generation who had surpassed him. The sound of swords resounded through the 9 heavens. The fist shadows and palm lights were also intertwined. The 4 people fought together and destroyed the entire street of the imperial city. Break! The white-haired old man shouted and pressed a palm print on Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian coughed up blood, but at the same time, he also slashed out a sword, leaving a bloody mark on the white-haired old man's chest. The white-haired old man was angry and his attacks became more violent. Han He and Lu Lan also attacked together. The 3 spiritual sea realm experts joined forces. No matter how strong Lin Tian was, he was still at a disadvantage. After a while, he was hit by the white-haired old man's palm and staggered back several feet. Little brother, stop. Ji Yuanshan came forward. Lin Tian's tyrannical strength shocked Ji Yuanshan. Now that he saw Lin Tian injured, Ji Yuanshan was incomparably worried. With 3 Sea of Soul Realm experts attacking together, it was impossible for Lin Tian to block them. You go. Ji Yuanshan said to Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yuanshan believed that if Lin Tian wanted to leave, no one here could stop him. Go? Where should I go? Lin Tian pushed Ji Yuanshan away and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at Zhu Wudao. I swear, I will kill you. If I don't kill you, how can I face her? Facing Lin Tian's eyes, Zhu Wudao frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. 3 seniors, suppress him. Elder Han, Elder Lu, don't show mercy to a traitor. Zhu Wudao said coldly. Sitting on the warhorse, Zhu Wudao's expression was indifferent. The white-haired old man nodded, and the aura on his body suddenly rose. Han He and Lu Lan sighed and stared at Lin Tian, shaking their heads. After today, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Han He said. The 2 looked at Lin Tian, and the aura on their bodies began to vibrate. A blade and a sword appeared at the same time. Suddenly, 3 Sea of Consciousness realm true essence exploded, shaking all directions. At this moment, the 3 of them unleashed a special power, divine sense power. Once this power was unleashed, it made the 3 of them seem much taller. Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the 3 of them. He was blown by this aura until the black hair on his forehead fluttered. However, his expression did not change from beginning to end. It was still cold. Boom. He raised the inner spirit sword and pointed it straight at the sword. The power of thunder and fire spread all over his body. His aura also began to rise sharply. In an instant, 4 powerful auras collided, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This kind of aura was too terrifying. 3 Sea of Consciousness realm old fellows fighting a divine pulse realm young man. Really, cough, shameless. A voice sounded from the side. The 4 auras were obviously very strong, but this voice clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Not far away, a middle-aged man staggered over. The man held a wine gourd in his hand. His hair was as messy as Ji Yuanshan's at this moment, like a beggar. Lin Tian tilted his head and frowned. He seemed to have seen this middle-aged man somewhere before. Full text to read, he frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in his eyes. It's you, he said in a low voice. Back then, on the streets of the imperial city, Lung Feng led the Lung family's experts to assassinate him. At that time, he saved a middle-aged drunkard from a rain of arrows. It was this man. The middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian and laughed. Little brother, do you have any wine? No, and I don't like it. Lin Tian Dao said. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at Han He and the other 2. Don't. The middle-aged drunkard leaned forward and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. You treat me to wine, and I help you fight. How about it? Fair, right? No need. Lin Tiandao. The middle-aged drunkard was stunned. He took a big gulp of wine and gave a thumbs up. You have character. I like it. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard retreated and sat down on the side of the street. Drinking wine and watching a show is a joy in life, the middle-aged drunkard said drunkenly. Many onlookers stared at the middle-aged drunkard and shook their heads. This guy drank so much that he lost his eyesight. He actually dares to stick to the battlefield at this time. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. That's why it's better to drink in moderation. If you drink too much, you might not even know how you died. Someone muttered. Han He and the other two glanced at the middle-aged drunkard, then looked back at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, stop. It's not too late to stop now. We'll plead for you. Han He said. Lu Lan also stared at Lin Tian. Neither of them wanted Lin Tian to die here. Lin Tian was expressionless. The inner spirit sword was surrounded by the light of thunder and fire. He pointed it straight ahead. If I don't kill him, I'm not a man, he said coldly. Zhu Wudao felt Lin Tian's murderous intent, and his face darkened. The white-haired old man grunted coldly and said, Han He, why waste your breath on this bastard? Take him down. With that, the white-haired old man rushed over. Buzz. The full arm palm struck out, and immediately, a dense number of palm prints appeared in the air, overlapping one another. Lin Tian raised his hand. The inner spirit sword trembled, and boundless sword light swept out. The two of them clashed again, palm and sword colliding continuously. It had to be said that a Sea of Consciousness realm expert was extraordinary. The white-haired old man used his full arm palm to repeatedly collide with the inner spirit sword. Unexpectedly, his palm was not damaged in the slightest, as if it was forged from diamond. It was frightening. Lin Tian drew his sword with a backhand grip and spun it out in a slash. With a clang, a spiral fire sword rain formed. Lin Tian leaned to the side and slashed at the white-haired old man. This attack caused the expressions of many people to change. This is a blind spot. What a crafty attack. Many martial artists were shocked. This sword seemed simple, but it was difficult to dodge. Many people believed that if they were in his shoes, they would definitely be stabbed. In the distance, Han He and Lu Lan looked at this sword and were somewhat stunned. The white-haired old man was slightly surprised, as if he was also shocked by this sword. However, in the next moment, the old man snorted coldly. His body twisted and made a very strange movement, barely avoiding this sword. Break! The white-haired old man raised his hand and pressed a palm towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated quickly. The inner spirit sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, blocking the white-haired old man's palm. With a clang, he retreated a dozen steps. His arm was slightly numb. Staring at the white-haired old man again, the cold light in his eyes became more intense. The power of thunder and fire on the inner spirit sword became stronger. Petty tricks. You think you can deal with a Sea of Consciousness realm expert? The white-haired old man said coldly. The sword move just now was indeed terrifying and difficult to dodge. Anyone under the Sea of Consciousness realm would probably die. However, a Sea of Consciousness realm expert was different. A Sea of Consciousness realm expert had the power of consciousness. This power could capture some attack trajectories, so they could avoid it more effectively. As he spoke, the white-haired old man pressed on towards Lin Tian again. Lin Tian was expressionless. The inner spirit sword was pointed straight ahead. The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. His footsteps stopped and he shot out. His palms waved repeatedly, striking out a sky full of divine light palm prints. It seemed to shatter the air and seal all directions. Lin Tian stepped forward. The inner spirit sword shook and swept out a sky full of sword energy. Clang! 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 The white-haired old man's full arm palm was very strong. His hands were forged like steel, difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. At this time, the white-haired old man's palm and Lin Tian's inner spirit sword collided, producing a clanging sound. Void palm. Suddenly, the white-haired old man shouted coldly. Looking at this palm, many people were shocked. This palm was very similar to the sword strike Lin Tian had just made. It was also an attack from a blind spot. It was very difficult to avoid. Oh no. Someone shook his head. Lin Tian naturally felt a great threat as he stared at the white-haired old man's palm. However, his expression remained calm from start to finish. At this moment, the Divine One Soul incantation began to circulate wildly. His powerful soul power instantly spread out, causing his perception of his surroundings to reach a critical point. When he looked at the white-haired old man's palm again, it became incomparably clear. It was also at this critical juncture that Lin Tian did not dodge. He raised his left hand and swung it out from the side. He actually grabbed the wrist of the white-haired old man's arm that had swung out and firmly held it in place like a pair of pliers. You! The white-haired old man was shocked. His palm was blocked just like that. At this moment, the inner spirit sword in Lin Tian's right hand vibrated, producing an ear-piercing sound as it slashed down from above. Damn it! The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Zhu Wudao shouted, "Elder Han, Elder Lu, what are you waiting for?" Han He and Lu Lan had no choice but to rush forward and slash down with their swords and sabers. Lin Tian's sword was about to land on the white-haired old man's body, but at this moment, Han He and Lu Lan's saber light and sword light rushed over, forcing his sword to change direction. He changed his slash into a whip to meet Han He and Lu Lan's saber light and sword light. At the same time, he leaned back and kicked the white-haired old man's abdomen. With a bang, the white-haired old man was sent flying. At the same time, Lin Tian also retreated rapidly, dodging several meters away. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Han He and Lu Lan. His gaze became even colder. Sorry. Han He shook his head. Lu Lan sighed as well. The saber in his hand emitted specks of saber light. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers were all stunned. They were stunned by how Lin Tian had broken the white-haired old man's killing blow. This? How did he avoid it? He doesn't have divine sense. Could it be his innate spiritual sense? How is that possible? If his innate spiritual sense is comparable to divine sense, then what will happen when he enters the Sea of Consciousness realm? Many people's hearts palpitated. Not far away, on the side of the road, the middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian with a gleam in his eyes. He really is a little monster. After muttering to himself, the middle-aged drunkard began to gulp down more liquor. The white-haired old man stood up from afar. His face was a little ugly and livid. Bastard! He was a dignified Sea of Consciousness realm expert, but he was actually sent flying by a divine vein realm cultivator. This was truly a disgrace. 3 elders, please work together to suppress this traitor. Zhu Wudao shouted. The white-haired old man naturally didn't need to say this because he had already rushed out at the first moment. Han He and Lu Lan sighed and also went to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. Whoosh! He rushed towards the 3 like a ray of light. Then, he raised his left hand and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a dazzling fist light exploded from his fist. It was extremely powerful and rushed towards the 3 elders. Nirvana fist? Han He was shocked. The white-haired old man snorted and slapped his palm down. With a swoosh, Lin Tian's Nirvana fist was shattered by the palm. After all, the white-haired old man was a true Sea of Consciousness realm expert. Although the Nirvana fist was terrifying, it was not enough to threaten a Sea of Consciousness realm expert. However, in the next moment, the white-haired old man rushed towards Lin Tian. His face changed. Where is he? The white-haired old man was shocked. At the same time, the other onlookers were also shocked. Lin Tian's figure had completely disappeared at this moment. Han He and Lu Lan stared ahead and suddenly remembered Lin Tian's other movement technique. Their faces changed. The 2 of them used their divine sense at almost the same time. Then, they both retreated and rushed towards Zhu Wudao. Clang! Han He attacked and slashed in Zhu Wudao's direction. This action made everyone's face change color. What is he doing? What? Seeing Han He attack the new king, Zhu Wudao, all the onlookers were shocked. Zhu Wudao's face also changed. He shouted, "Elder Han, what are you doing?" As he spoke, Zhu Wudao was about to dodge. At this moment, the white-haired old man shouted, "Your Highness, don't move. That traitor is approaching you." As he spoke, the white-haired old man took a step towards Zhu Wudao. Zhu Wudao suddenly remembered that Lin Tian seemed to be able to hide his body temporarily in demonic beast ridge. He suddenly understood. With a clang, Han He sword chi arrived, brushing past Zhu Wudao's chest, and slashing into the air, emitting a crisp clang. Then, almost at the same time, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. The Heart Soul sword was in front of his chest, blocking Han He sword light. Die. The white-haired old man rushed over and pressed down with a palm. The violent palm force shook all directions. This palm, the white-haired old man used all of his strength. Lin Tian attracted the three people's attention with the Nirvana fist. Then, he approached Zhu Wudao with the Gale mark. Originally, he wanted to kill Zhu Wudao secretly. But he underestimated a Sea of Consciousness realm powerhouse's divine sense power. His tracks were discovered in an instant. At this moment, he blocked Han He sword chi with the Heart Soul sword. He was powerless to counterattack the white-haired old man's powerful palm. Even avoiding it was difficult. Lin Tian. Ji Yuanshan's face changed. Han He's hand holding the long sword suddenly tightened. His face showed some struggle, and his eyes were full of regret. The crowd stared at this scene, and their faces all became gloomy. "It's over," someone murmured. In all fairness, almost 90% of the people in this place admired Lin Tian. They did not wish for Lin Tian to die here. But this scene now, who could stop it? It was also at this time that loud laughter sounded. "Good, good, good. What a little evildoer." In the distance, the middle-aged drunkard stood up. The crowd looked in that direction and suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. The middle-aged drunkard's figure actually disappeared silently. Then, in the next moment, a blood-curdling scream sounded. The white-haired old man who attacked Lin Tian vomited blood and was sent flying. The middle-aged drunkard stood in front of Lin Tian and was drinking hard liquor. A beautiful blood-red color floated in the air as the white-haired old man was sent flying. Everyone's eyes widened. That drunkard? When did he go there? Heavens, could he be a high-level expert? Many people were shocked. The middle-aged drunkard stood in front of Lin Tian and gulped down a mouthful of wine before wiping his mouth. Awesome. Only then did the white-haired old man land on a small stall dozens of feet away with a bang. He struggled a few times but was unable to get up. In the end, he fainted. Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged drunkard, his heart also shocked. Just now, even he didn't clearly see how this drunkard appeared in front of him. "Thank you, senior." After a pause, Lin Tiandao said. In any case, Lin Tian knew that it was the drunkard who saved him. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have lost a layer of skin. The middle-aged drunkard turned around and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. He was so drunk that he could not even stand properly. He hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said with a breath reeking of alcohol, "Little guy, now you know the difference between us. After all, you're only in the divine vein realm. You have no chance of winning if you want to kill someone under the nose of 3 spiritual sea realm cultivators." Lin Tian was silent and glanced at Han He and Lu Lan. He held the inner spirit sword in his right hand and could not help but tighten his grip. Indeed, 3 spiritual sea realm cultivators wanted to protect Zhu Wudao. He had no chance to make a move. The middle-aged drunkard chuckled. In the next moment, Lin Tianji felt his vision blur and the two of them appeared beside Ji Yuanshan. "It's not bad to save one person first, right?" the middle-aged drunkard said. While saying this, the drunkard did not forget to pour wine into his mouth. At this time, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and stared at the middle-aged drunkard in unison. "This seems to be a peerless expert." Someone stared. Han He and Lu Lan were surprised, but at the same time, they felt a little relieved. After all, they did not want anything to happen to Lin Tian. "Little brother, are you okay?" Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tiandao. "I'm fine." Lin Tian shook his head. Ji Yuanshan was completely relieved. Only now did he have the time to size up the middle-aged drunkard. His face was also filled with shock. The middle-aged drunkard continued to drink and suddenly sighed. "It's almost gone." Shaking his wine gourd, the middle-aged drunkard was a little worried. In the distance, Zhu Wudao looked at the middle-aged drunkard and said in a low voice, "Senior, the Northern Flame Country is here to suppress the traitors. Please do not obstruct us. Later, I will order people to bring you endless wine and let you drink to your heart's content." The middle-aged drunkard raised his head to look at Zhu Wudao and curled his lips. "Drinking depends on the person. You little brat, the wine you give won't have any taste," the middle-aged drunkard said calmly. Zhu Wudao's face suddenly turned somewhat ugly. The middle-aged drunkard glanced at Jiang Renwen in the distance, but he still had his arm around Lin Tian's neck. He said, "Little guy, let's go. I won't help you kill people. You can't kill them yourself now. Well, since we have already saved one, why don't we find a place to talk? After all, you also need to recover your Jinyuan, right?" The middle-aged drunkard yawned, looking like he was dead drunk. Lin Tian's heart slightly froze. He seriously glanced at the middle-aged drunkard. He fought 3 Sea of Consciousness experts with his 8th Sky of Divine Range cultivation base. The consumption of his Jinyuan was naturally very frightening. At this time, it was almost empty. To be honest, if he continued to fight now, the result would only get worse and worse. He was just a little surprised that the middle-aged drunkard could see through his current state at a glance. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Wudao. Killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He held the hilt of the inner spirit sword tightly. "A good man will always have a chance," the middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao. His long sword flashed and was kept in the stone ring. "I will definitely kill you." Looking at Zhu Wudao, his words were as cold as frost, making everyone's heart tremble. Zhu Wudao's face was very ugly. His face was ashen as he pulled the reins tightly. On the other side, Jiang Renwen's expression was even more unsightly. Now, not only was he no match for Lin Tian, it was even to the extent that Lin Tian had practically completely forgotten about him and didn't care about him at all. This caused his pride to suffer an unprecedented blow. "Damn it! Beast!" Holding the precious sword, Jiang Renwen's face was frighteningly ferocious. Seeing Lin Tian put away the long sword, the middle-aged drunkard laughed. "Enjoy the wine and watch the show. Sit and wait for the next show." The middle-aged drunkard laughed. As he spoke, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. The middle-aged drunkard, Lin Tian, and Ji Yuanshan's figures instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. No one saw how the 3 moved. My God, where did this peerless expert come from? It's a little scary." Many people's hearts trembled. Previously, everyone thought that the middle-aged drunkard was just an ordinary drunkard. They never thought that this drunkard was actually such a terrifying existence. That Lin Tian, there's actually such a strong expert behind him? Someone was shocked. At this moment, the streets of the imperial city fell into a deathly silence. Zhu Wudao's expression became incomparably gloomy. He paraded Ji Yuanshan through the streets with the identity of the new king, wanting to execute him in public. But he did not expect that Lin Tian, who was supposed to be dead, actually jumped out at this time and ruined everything. Lung Feng was dead, Duan Wenba was dead, and Ji Yuanshan was also taken away. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. "Elder Han, Elder Lu, the 2 of you command the imperial courtyard experts to move out and find the whereabouts of that traitor. Once you find him, immediately inform me and invite a few Knowledge Sea experts. We must kill him," Zhu Wudao said in a deep voice. Han He and Lu Lan stared at Zhu Wudao, their faces slightly gloomy. "Your Highness, why do you have to do this?" Lu Lan said. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. "Elder Lu, don't forget, enough." Lu Lan interrupted Zhu Wudao and said, "The late emperor was indeed kind to the 2 of us, but just now, the 2 of us also saved your Highness's life, which is considered a little too low. After this, we will not act against Lin Tian and will only stay in the imperial courtyard. Of course, if your Highness wants to expel us from the imperial courtyard, feel free to do so." Lu Lan and Han He looked at each other and turned to leave at the same time. Just now, the two of them had already felt guilty for acting against Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian did not do anything wrong. He was completely righteous. The two of them weren't senile, nor were they evil people. Even if they couldn't be biased towards such a young man who valued friendship and righteousness, they would absolutely not obstruct him or even cut off his future path. That would make them feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Watching Han He and Lu Lan leave, many of the onlookers were shocked. Many people stared at Zhu Wudao and secretly shook their heads. Although no one dared to say anything, right and wrong were in the hearts of the people. Damn it! Zhu Wudao's expression became incomparably gloomy and frighteningly cold. Far away, on a street, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man walked side by side. Is there a quieter place? The middle-aged drunkard asked. At this moment, the middle-aged drunkard still had his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan sighed. Let's go there. Not long after, the three of them arrived in front of a huge mansion. It was the general's residence. There was a wooden fence outside the general's residence. Perhaps because Ji Yuanshan was parading through the streets today, there were no soldiers guarding this place. Thus, the three of them easily walked in. Whoosh, snow drifted in the wind. As they walked into the courtyard, the faint smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The middle-aged drunkard looked ahead. Oh! How tragic. Corpses were strewn all over the courtyard. There were young men, young maidservants, old women, and even a few little girls. Ji Yuanshan's body was trembling. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. His entire body was trembling. Old General, my condolences. Lin Tian said. Ji Yuanshan's eyes were filled with tears, but he held them back. There's an empty room inside. Little brother, take this man there. I'll be right outside. Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian naturally understood Ji Yuanshan's feelings. After a slight pause, he nodded. Soon, he brought the middle-aged drunkard to a guest room. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the four extreme scripture to recover his true yuan. Why are you cultivating as soon as you come in? Didn't we agree to have a chat? The middle-aged drunkard was dissatisfied. I still have something to do. Lin Tian Ondao. The middle-aged drunkard chuckled and sat down. I heard everything just now. You said something about returning her to me. What's wrong, little guy? Was your little lover taken away by someone else? Are you in a hurry? Lin Tian's body trembled. Suddenly, a chill spread out. In an instant, a wooden table in the room was shattered into pieces by the formless sword Qi. The middle-aged drunkard looked frightened and said, I was just saying. Don't emit such a fierce sword Qi. Lin Tian didn't say anything. How could this person be frightened? Don't you want to know who I am? The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian circulated the four extreme scripture and said, Who are you? The middle-aged drunkard was stunned and then laughed. What an interesting little guy. Me? You can call me an old drunkard. As he said that, the middle-aged drunkard began to drink again. Old? You don't look old. Is that so? Thank you for your praise, but I've lived for more than 150 years. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian frowned and stared at the middle-aged drunkard. While the man looked a bit sloppy, judging from his face, he looked to be in his 40s at most. There was no trace of him having lived for more than 150 years. It was worth noting that while warriors had a much longer lifespan than ordinary people, time would still leave many traces on one's face. Even if a warrior were to live for more than 150 years, wrinkles would definitely appear on his face. He shouldn't look like this middle-aged man. Staring at Lin Tian, the middle-aged drunkard smirked. Didn't anyone tell you that when a warrior reaches the airborne realm, their lifespan will undergo a qualitative change for the first time, reaching a maximum of 500 years? Because of this, their aging will naturally be delayed. As he said that, the middle-aged man's body floated up on its own. P.S. By the way, there's something I need to tell everyone. Our book is about to hit the shelves. The release date is the day after tomorrow, which is this Thursday. To be honest, the book was supposed to be released when it reached 400,000 words, but the dragon had to coax my editor to delay it, so that everyone could read more free chapters. Now, the book is almost 600,000 words, and it can't be delayed any longer. As such, we have no choice but to release the VP chapters the day after tomorrow. Staring at the middle-aged drunkard, Lin Tian's face was filled with surprise, and his four-extremity scripture also stopped. The middle-aged drunkard was actually floating in the air with his own strength. Lin Tian was a little shocked. It was the first time he had seen someone doing this with their own strength. You shouldn't be surprised that someone in the airborne realm can fly, right? The middle-aged drunkard said. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard landed on the ground again. It's just the first time I've seen it. Lin Tian was telling the truth. The middle-aged drunkard laughed. Little guy, you're so honest. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard stared at Lin Tian, took a sip of wine, and said, Little guy, guess where I'm from? Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged drunkard, his face not looking very good. Sex. He said. The middle-aged drunkard was stunned, and then laughed. You're so smart. An old drunkard like me won't keep you in suspense. Lin Tian snorted and didn't reply. Hey, little guy, what's wrong? Looking at your expression, you seem to have a lot of opinions about sections. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian smiled and didn't want to say anything more. Is it because of that little bastard from the Jiang family? The middle-aged drunkard said again. Lin Tian operated his four-extremity scripture and said, You know a lot. Because of Jiang Renwen and the other people's attitude toward Jiang Renwen, he really didn't have a good impression of sections. Of course, I know a lot of things. That day on the streets, you actually saved an ordinary drunkard from a rain of arrows. I have to say that it really piqued my interest. You have to know that normal people wouldn't do that at that time. The middle-aged drunkard said, At that time I began to secretly pay attention to you. Then, ha 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 ha, I suddenly felt that it was fate that you saved me. After taking another sip of wine, the middle-aged drunkard continued, Good boy, you're only 16 years old, but you're actually a third-stage array manipulator. You could almost kill Jiang Renwen, who was at the peak of the divine range. You could escape from the encirclement again and again, and you could even refine the fire crystal under the cliff. Lin Tian was shocked. This middle-aged drunkard actually knew about what happened at the bottom of the cliff. During that month, he didn't sense any human aura nearby. Didn't I say that I've been secretly watching you? So, after that, I know most of what happened to you. As for you not being able to detect my aura, that is normal. Even a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator cannot do that, not to mention a divine vein realm cultivator like you. Don't even think about it. The middle-aged drunkard said, Speaking of which, I accompanied you for an entire month at the bottom of that cliff. Don't you feel moved? What is your purpose? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged drunkard stared at him like this. He definitely wouldn't believe that it was just a moment of interest. He recalled that the sword mark in his right hand was not exposed. The middle-aged drunkard was at a loss for words, and then he couldn't help but laugh dryly. Little guy, you're really smart. As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard moved closer to Lin Tian and said, That, little guy, are you interested in becoming my disciple and following me to the sect to cultivate? Lin Tian frowned, This is your purpose? The middle-aged drunkard nodded without hesitation, Yes. Staring at Lin Tian, the middle-aged drunkard rubbed his hands, and his eyes actually lit up. After these days of observation, he found that this young man in front of him could be called perfect in every aspect. Not only was his perception extremely high, but he also cultivated the art of controlling formations. If he could accept such a disciple, his life would definitely not be in vain. Lin Tian was silent. He was naturally willing to go to the sect to cultivate. After all, the Northern Flame Imperial Academy no longer had any value for him to stay, and it couldn't help him improve anymore. What is the sect you are in? He asked. The middle-aged drunkard was overjoyed. Without any arrogance, he quickly ran over and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Burning Sun Sect, one of the 4 great sects in this layer of heaven. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian's sharp senses caught something, this layer of heaven? One of the four great sects? The middle-aged drunkard smiled, moved his arm away from Lin Tian's neck, and sat opposite Lin Tian. At this time, the drunkard's expression became slightly more serious, and he said, "Little guy, how much do you know about this world?" Lin Tian frowned, and said, "Northern Flame Country, other empires, and sections." "That's it?" An old drunkard asked. "That's it." Lin Tian Ondao. The middle-aged drunkard shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of white paper and a writing brush suddenly appeared. Staring at Lin Tian, he held the writing brush and drew 10 ellipses on the white paper from bottom to top. Then he stopped and pointed at the ellipse at the bottom, and said, "This is the world we are in now." Lin Tian frowned. The middle-aged man waved his hand, motioning Lin Tian not to speak. Holding the writing brush, he drew a dot at the bottom of the ellipse, and said, "This small dot is Northern Flame Country." Then, the middle-aged man continued to draw small dots in the ellipse, and said, "As for these, they are other empires." Then, the middle-aged man drew 4 small circles in the ellipse, in the north, south, east, and west, and said, "These 4 small circles are the 4 great sects." Lin Tian stared at the ellipse, and found that there were at least 100 small black dots. He asked, "According to what you said at the beginning, the first small black dot represents Northern Flame Country, and the other small black dots are empires. So, you mean, in this world, there are at least 100 empires like Northern Flame Country?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled, and said, "More or less." Lin Tian frowned, and was a little surprised. Although he knew that there were other empires in this world besides Northern Flame Country, he did not expect there to be so many. Compared to this world, Northern Flame Country is just a small place. In this world, there are more than 500 empires like Northern Flame Country. The middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian was surprised again. More than 500. There were so many. The middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 4 small circles at the bottom of the ellipse, and said, "And there are only 4 sects in this world. They are the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the Valley of the Harp, the 100 Refinements Square, and my Burning Sun sect. Simply put, the 4 great sects do not usually show themselves in the secular world, but they are at the top of this world. So that's how it is." Lin Tian muttered to himself, and was slightly shocked. After a pause, his eyes suddenly stared at the 9 ellipses at the top, and said, "Then, what do you mean by drawing these 9 ellipses?" The middle-aged drunkard nodded, and expressed his appreciation for Lin Tian's sharp mind. "I asked you before, how much do you know about this world?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled. Lin Tian frowned, and said, "This world? 500 empires, 4 great sections. Didn't you just say that?" The middle-aged drunkard smiled and shook his head, and said, "Little guy, don't limit yourself to a small world. I am talking about the whole world." Lin Tian frowned, and said, "What do you mean?" Staring at the 9 ellipses, his eyes revealed a trace of shock. The middle-aged drunkard nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "You guessed right." As he spoke, the middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 9 ovals above and said to Lin Tian, "I've drawn 10 ovals. Here, every single one of them is a large world. From bottom to top, these large worlds will become increasingly vast and expansive." Lin Tian was shocked by the middle-aged drunkard's words. The middle-aged drunkard pointed at the 10 ellipses from bottom to top, and said, "Now, I will give you a summary. The 10 ellipses I have drawn, each ellipse represents a heaven domain, and each heaven domain is a large world. Ever since ancient times, cultivators had called the 10 heavenly realms the combination of the 10 heavenly realms. As for us, we are now at the lowest level, the first heaven domain." Saying this, the middle-aged drunkard didn't forget to take another sip of strong wine. "Refreshing," the middle-aged drunkard said. Lin Tian stared at the 10 ellipses, and couldn't help but be shocked. 10 directions heaven domain. He muttered to himself. Today, he finally understood this large world. So it was like this. He was now in the lowest first heaven domain of the 10 directions heaven domain. After a pause, he looked at the middle-aged drunkard and asked, 10 directions heaven domain, each heaven domain is a large world. Then, how do you go from the first heaven domain to the second heaven domain, and from the second heaven domain to the third heaven domain? Now that he was in the first heaven domain, he would naturally think about how to enter the second heaven domain. After all, looking at the 10 ellipses drawn by an old drunkard, there didn't seem to be a passage between each other. Good question. The middle-aged drunkard gave Lin Tian a thumbs up, and said, 10 directions heaven domain, each heaven domain is connected by an ancient spacetime portal. As long as you have enough strength, you can go through this portal to reach the next heaven domain. Saying this, the middle-aged drunkard revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Of course, if you don't have enough strength and forcefully jump in, you might be killed by that spacetime portal. What kind of strength is needed to pass through? Lin Tian asked. Generally speaking, having a sea of knowledge cultivation is enough. The middle-aged drunkard said. Generally speaking? Lin Tian had a strange look on his face. Little guy, you're always so sharp to catch the loopholes in other people's words. It's not cute at all. The middle-aged drunkard rolled his eyes, and then said, many years ago, there was a problem with the spacetime portal between the first heaven domain and the second heaven domain. Originally, a sea of knowledge cultivation was enough to pass through that portal and reach the second heaven domain, and then embark on the stronger path of martial arts. But later, for some reason, even airborne realm experts found it difficult to pass through. I saw an airborne realm expert jump in and was directly crushed into pieces. Lin Tian frowned. There was such a thing. In that case, wouldn't the people in this heaven domain never be able to enter the second heaven domain? Lin Tian asked. According to the middle-aged drunkard, the second heaven domain was vaster and more powerful than the first heaven domain. In other words, entering the higher heaven domain would allow a warrior to go further on the path of cultivation. After coming to this world, Lin Tian's goal was to go to the extreme on the path of martial arts. If he couldn't reach the upper heaven domain, he would be very disappointed. You can't say that. If you surpass the airborne realm, you should be able to pass through 100%. The middle-aged drunkard said casually. Lin Tian was shocked. Surpassing the airborne realm? Are there really other realms after the airborne realm? He had heard Mu Qing and the others mention the realms after the airborne realm, but even Mu Qing and the others didn't know what the realms after that were. They only vaguely guessed that there were other realms after the airborne realm. At this moment, when he heard the middle-aged drunkard mention surpassing the airborne realm, he suddenly remembered and stared at an old drunkard. Of course. The middle-aged drunkard said. As he spoke, he took another big gulp of liquor. What realms are there? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged drunkard seemed to like Lin Tian very much, so he didn't hide it and said, on the path of martial arts, the first 4 realms are body refinement, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, and airborne realm. You know these. After these 4 realms, there are 5 other major realms, which are the immortal ascension realm, great path realm, enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, and chaotic realm. Each is divided into 9 small steps. Immortal ascension, great path, enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, and chaotic realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The middle-aged drunkard stretched his back and said, after reaching the airborne realm, every time a cultivator reaches a higher realm, their lifespan will increase significantly. According to the ancient records of the Burning Sun sect, those who reach the chaotic realm can live up to 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Lin Tian was shocked. Humans could live for 100,000 years? Even for cultivators, he felt that it was too exaggerated. One had to know that birth, aging, illness, and death were the eternal laws of nature. Even though cultivators could make themselves stronger through some cultivation methods and martial skills, in the end, they were still limited to this world. In the end, they were still living beings. For a living being to be able to live for such a long period of time was simply too shocking. The middle-aged drunkard smiled and stared at Lin Tian, saying, "Young man, do you know what the ultimate goal of a cultivator is? To be stronger, to be the strongest." Lin Tian Dao. Well, you're right. The middle-aged drunkard nodded. He stared at Lin Tian again and said seriously, "Listen well, kid. The ultimate goal of us cultivators is only one word, eternal life." Lin Tian was shocked. Immortality? Could humans live forever? The middle-aged drunkard shrugged and said, there was once an unparalleled existence who reached the primal chaos realm and said, the heavens will never collapse, and the earth will never sink. Why should the human race walk towards the end? It's not fair. Lin Tian was silent. He thought for a while, but couldn't say anything. Heaven never collapses. The earth never sinks. Indeed, then why should the human race dejectedly walk towards the end? In history, has anyone ever achieved immortality? He asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, all-powerful cultivators want to enter the forest of everlasting life. After all, no one is willing to die. Once dead, there is nothing left. However, in the vast history of time, no one has ever achieved immortality. All of them were drowned in the river of time. The middle-aged drunkard looked up at the sky and said, do you know, kid? There's a legend in the 10 directions heavens that says the 10th heaven contains the mystery of eternal life. As long as one can enter the 10th heaven, he can see the truth of heaven and earth and break free from the river of time to achieve an eternal and indestructible body. Lin Tian looked up at the sky, the 10th heaven. Don't look at it. The 10th heaven does exist, but so far, no one has been able to cross it. The middle-aged drunkard shook his head. Lin Tian didn't care. That level was still too far away from him. Staring at the sky, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. The 10th heaven did exist. Since entering the 10th heaven could lead to eternal life, then he must go and take a look. In this life, his goal was to reach the end of the path of cultivation. Now, he knew that eternal life was the end of this path. The middle-aged drunkard noticed Lin Tian's expression and said, kid, you're showing your ambition. Lin Tian didn't care. He thought for a while and returned to the previous question, you said that there's something wrong with the space-time portal between the first heaven and the last heaven. Maybe only those who surpass the airborne realm can cross it. Surpassing the airborne realm is the connecting immortal realm. Has there ever been a connecting immortal realm expert in this world? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. The middle-aged drunkard shrugged. Lin Tian frowned. He was not very satisfied with the answer. The middle-aged drunkard naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking about. He patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, don't think too much about it. Perhaps the spatial door will return to normal on its own, and then you'll be able to leap through it. Lin Tian glanced at the middle-aged drunkard and didn't bother to say anything. At this time, the middle-aged drunkard rubbed his hands and stared at Lin Tian Dao. By the way, kid, what do you think of the thing we talked about just now? Are you interested in worshipping me as your master and following me to the Burning Sun sect to cultivate? Don't worry, the cultivation resources of the Burning Sun sect are absolutely incomparable to those in the secular world. The difference is like heaven and earth. The middle-aged drunkard's eyes lit up. He wasn't willing to let go of such a good seedling. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, okay. He naturally wasn't unwilling to go to the sect to cultivate. He wasn't stupid. Really? The middle-aged drunkard was delighted. Really? Lin Tian Dao. Great. The middle-aged drunkard was overjoyed. Lin Tian felt a little strange. Why did it feel like the middle-aged drunkard had picked up a big bargain himself? After thinking for a while, he asked, do I need to be your master? No, no. No. The middle-aged drunkard shook his head, there's no need for that. In the future, don't call me master. It's too cliché. Just call me an old drunkard. I like wine. This name is very intimate. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't like to call people master either. After a pause, he stared at an old drunkard and said, then, do you want to give me a gift? He stared at an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled, kid, you want me to overturn the Northern Flame Imperial Palace with you? Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard and didn't comment. Alright, kid. Don't think about it. I said, I won't help you kill people. Of course, if you really want to break into the Imperial Palace, I will at least protect you until the end. An old drunkard shook his head. As he spoke, he raised the gourd in his hand and shook it slightly. Instantly, wine flew out and was held in midair by his sword finger. Come on, my good disciple. Open your mouth. Although I won't help you kill people, I still have to give you a gift. I don't drink. Lin Tianandao. Why are you talking so much nonsense? When I ask you to open your mouth, just open it. Swallow it. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still opened his mouth. An old drunkard nodded and raised his sword finger. Instantly, the wine above rushed into Lin Tian's mouth. Swallow it. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian could feel that the wine in his mouth was very spicy. He frowned but still swallowed it. The wine flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Lin Tian felt as if there was a fire burning. His whole face turned red and his whole body was uncomfortable. He was about to say something, but suddenly, he felt his body shake and a majestic spiritual energy rushed out. Staring at an old drunkard, he was shocked. I told you, this is a gift. My wine is very valuable. Hurry up and refine it. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded. He took a deep breath and quickly operated the 4 extreme scriptures to refine the spiritual energy that suddenly appeared in his body. This spiritual energy had a threatening burning sensation, which was even more terrifying than fire. However, Lin Tian quickly adapted. After all, he had just refined a fire crystal not long ago, and the power of fire was in his true yuan. Buzz. A faint silver light rushed up. He operated the 4 extreme scriptures and started to build the 9th divine meridian with the vast spiritual energy as the foundation. Suddenly, the whole room was intertwined with a strong wave of energy. An old drunkard sat on the side and stared at Lin Tian with slightly narrowed eyes. This little guy, I don't know what kind of martial arts he is practicing. It's too unusual. This martial art seems to be more profound than the strongest martial arts of the Burning Sun sect. Strange. Shaking his head, an old drunkard didn't say much. He sat quietly on the side and protected Lin Tian. At this time, the whole imperial city was boiling. The new king of Beiyan personally escorted Ji Yuanshan to parade in the streets, but he was stopped by a 16-year-old boy. He kidnapped Ji Yuanshan from under the eyes of 3 spiritual Sea Realm experts and killed the future successors of the Ling family and Duan family. This made the royal family lose face, and at the same time, it shocked the whole imperial city. What a monster! In the imperial city, everyone was talking about this matter. On this day, all the major forces in the imperial city were shocked. They didn't expect a 16-year-old boy to do such a thing. This was openly disobeying the royal authority. It could be said that he was making an enemy of the entire Beiyan kingdom. Treasure loft, Xianxia's eyes were shining. A young man, so hot-blooded. Worthy of this life. Xianxia was beside him. He was both excited and worried. As expected of my brother-in-law. So handsome. Knowing that Lin Tian was still alive, Xianxia was overjoyed. However, not long after, he heard that Lin Tian kidnapped Ji Yuanshan in front of the new king, Zhu Wudao, and even wanted to kill him. This made Xianxia very worried. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and shook his head. He didn't say much about the brother-in-law that Xianxia mentioned. He felt that if Lin Tian really got together with Xianyao, it would definitely be a good thing for the Xian family. Of course, that would depend on Lin Tian being able to survive this storm. How could the royal family be so easy to mess with, on this day, in the imperial city, the Ling family, damn it. Bastard! The head of the Ling family roared. First it was Ling Yitong, then it was Ling Feng. Both of his sons were killed by Lin Tian. At this time, the head of the Ling family stared at Ling Feng's corpse with bloodshot eyes. Head of the family, there's news that the little bastard walked into the general's mansion. Someone beside him said. The head of the Ling family was thoroughly enraged. 2 of his sons had been killed one after another. This time, he could not bear it no matter what. That bastard must be killed. Staring at Ling Feng's corpse, the head of the Ling family's eyes were bloodshot. Yes, head of the family. Immediately, the person next to him retreated. Almost at the same time, angry roars could be heard from the Duan family. Compared to the head of the Ling family, the head of the Duan family was even more resentful and murderous. One should know that Duan Wenba was ranked 3rd on the honor roll list and was the pride of the Duan family. Gather all the experts and kill. the head of the Duan family roared. Immediately, someone from the Duan family walked down and started to gather the experts in the family. On this day, the two most powerful martial arts families in Beiyan were filled with endless anger. Their hatred for Lin Tian had reached its peak and they could not wait to swallow Lin Tian alive. However, until now, they had never thought that they were the ones who first made things difficult for Lin Tian and forced Lin Tian to assassinate Lin Tian. That was how they ended up in this situation. In the general's residence, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and channeled the four extremities meridians to refine the spiritual wine in his body. The spiritual wine was very strong, even hotter than fire. However, after refining and absorbing the fire crystal, Lin Tian's true yuan had the power of fire. Naturally, he had a strong resistance to this kind of spiritual wine and was able to control it freely. At this time, he guided the spiritual power in the spiritual wine and gathered it on his ninth divine meridian to refine it carefully. A faint silver glow lingered on the surface of his body, and then gradually became more powerful. When he was at the bottom of the cliff in Demonic Beast Ridge, he had already built half of his ninth divine meridian. At this time, with the help of the spiritual wine given by an old drunkard, the spiritual power was guided to the ninth divine meridian and to the second half of the ninth divine meridian. This caused the meridians and acupoints in the second half of the ninth divine meridian to be connected. You chose the heart for the last divine meridian. Good choice. Now, take your time, there's no rush. An old drunkard said. With an old drunkard's cultivation, he naturally saw through which divine vein Lin Tian was constructing. Even though Lin Tian was cultivating, he could still hear an old drunkard's voice. Furthermore, he was well aware of the importance of this final divine vein. Thus, he immediately slowed down and carefully connected every single meridian and acupoint, allowing the construction of this divine vein to proceed in an orderly manner. Buzz. Gradually, the silver light around Lin Tian's body became brighter and brighter. About 2 hours later, a rumbling sound rushed out from his body, and a hurricane immediately swept through the room. An old drunkard nodded in satisfaction as he stared at Lin Tian. A few dozen breaths later, Lin Tian opened his eyes. A silver light flashed through his eyes. He stood up and clenched his fists. He felt that his strength had become even more powerful, as if there was an inexhaustible power condensed in his flesh. Purely in terms of true essence and physique, you're now no worse than an early-stage Sea of Consciousness cultivator. An old drunkard said. My battle strength won't be bad either. Lin Tian Dao. An old drunkard was amused. Kid, you're really confident. You know, Sea of Consciousness cultivators cultivate divine sense power. With the help of divine sense power, even if your true essence and physique are comparable to Sea of Consciousness cultivators, your actual battle strength is still lacking. I have soul power. Lin Tian Dao. An old drunkard was surprised for a moment, then laughed. I forgot, you're also an array manipulator. After a pause, an old drunkard said, thinking about it, when you dodged that crafty palm strike of that old white guy, you relied on the help of soul power, right? Lin Tian nodded, not denying it. Array manipulator's lineage, a terrifying inheritance. An old drunkard muttered to himself. Lin Tian looked outside the courtyard. Ji Yuanshan was sitting on an old stone, his entire person looking even more aged. After a pause, Lin Tian walked out. Old general, please restrain your grief. I'll find Zhu Wudao to settle this grudge. Lin Tian arrived in front of Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan wiped the old tears from the corners of his eyes. Hearing Lin Tian's words, he was suddenly shocked. Little brother, what are you going to do? Lin Tian tilted his head, looking in the direction of the imperial palace, a cold light intertwined in his eyes. She's still under house arrest in the imperial palace. I'm going to bring her back. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yuanshan was shocked. Don't be reckless. This matter still needs to be considered at length. His only granddaughter was under house arrest. Ji Yuanshan was naturally burning with anxiety, but Ji Yuanshan also knew how terrifying the imperial family was. With Lin Tianyi's individual strength, how could he possibly contend against the entire imperial family? Breaking into the imperial palace was undoubtedly seeking death. I don't want to make her wait too long. Lin Tian Dao. Saying so, he stepped out of the general's residence. Lin Tian, where are you going? Ji Yuanshan was anxious. Following behind Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan rushed out of the door. Then, he saw Lin Tian stop. Ji Yuanshan wanted to say something, but following Lin Tian's gaze, he saw dozens of powerful cultivators rushing over. The aura they emitted was actually at the divine vein realm. Among them, there were actually quite a few people at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. Lung family, Duan family, Ji Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. Seeing these two families rushing over, Ji Yuanshan naturally knew why they were here. Old thief Ji, little bastard Lin, just nice, we'll kill you together. An expert from the Lung family shouted. This was an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm, a direct descendant of the Lung family. No need to talk nonsense, go. Someone from the Duan family shouted. There were more than 80 cultivators from the Ling family and Duan family who rushed here, and all of them were divine vein realm experts. Therefore, although they knew that Lin Tian could defeat Duan Wenba and Ling Feng, these people were not afraid. One person might be very strong, but when facing dozens of divine vein realm cultivators, even a sea of consciousness realm expert would have to frown. Ji Yuanshan was furious and anxious at the same time. Lin Tian was very strong, but facing so many divine vein realm experts at the same time, what were his chances of winning? Old general, let's go back. Lin Tian said with his back facing Ji Yuanshan. Saying so, he stepped out of the general's residence as if there was nothing in front of him. Kill! The leader of the Ling family shouted. Suddenly, the experts from the Ling family and Duan family rushed up and attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. Clang, the sword whistled suddenly, and blood splattered on the spot. Lin Tian took a step forward, and dozens of thunder flame sword chi swept out around him. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground. Looking ahead, his expression did not change at all, and he did not stop at all. Only the long sword in his hand vibrated again. Puff, 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 the sword radiance was dazzling, and thunder flame intertwined. With him as the center, all the cultivators within a radius of 30 feet were killed. In just an instant, 36 divine vein realm cultivators died tragically on the spot. The leader of the Ling family changed his expression, and fear appeared on his face. Those who had come here were the elites of their families. Each and every one of them was a divine vein expert. But now, such a scene had occurred. Dozens of them had been killed in an instant. Lin Tian was expressionless as if he did not see the people around him. He stepped forward calmly. Clang! Another sword whistle rang out, and dense thunder flame sword chi spread out from the inner spirit sword. Screams rang out as the experts from the Ling family and Duan family who rushed toward Lin Tian were all penetrated by the terrifying sword radiance. They could not block the sword radiance at all. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 80 divine vein realm cultivators from the two families were killed. Only a dozen people were still standing, and they were all trembling in fear. At this time, Lin Tian had only taken a dozen steps forward. Retreat! The Duan family expert shouted. This was a 9th layer divine vein realm cultivator. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian's battle strength to be so terrifying. As he spoke, this person was the first to retreat, fleeing into the distance. Lin Tian's steps were still calm, neither fast nor slow. He raised the long sword in his hand for the first time. Clang, this time, nearly 100 sword radiances bloomed at the same time, sweeping in all directions. Now that he had reached the 9th layer divine vein realm, his battle strength had increased again. He could compete with Sea of Consciousness realm cultivators. How could these ordinary divine vein realm cultivators be his opponent? At this moment, for the experts from the Ling family and Duan family who rushed here, it was undoubtedly a devastating disaster. It was equivalent to rushing over to accept their own death. Puff, 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 blood splattered as if the Grim Reaper was harvesting lives. The cultivators fell to the ground one by one. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the general's mansion was dyed red with blood. Among the 80 people from the Ling family and Duan family, only the 9th layer divine vein realm cultivator from the Duan family was still conscious, but he also fell to the ground. Staring at Lin Tian, this person's face was filled with fear. His palm pressed on his bleeding abdomen, and he crawled away like a wild dog. Puff, a sword radiance flashed, and the person's head was directly cut off. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all. His body was stained with blood. He put away the heart spirit sword and continued to walk forward. Soon, he disappeared into the distance. Ji Yuanshan leaned against the door of the general's mansion and watched this scene. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He had been on the battlefield for dozens of years and had seen all kinds of scenes. However, he had never seen such a one-sided battle. Lin Tian had only taken a dozen steps, and over 80 Divine Vein Realm cultivators were all killed. During this process, he didn't even see Lin Tian frown, nor did he see Lin Tian dodge an attack. Heh. An old drunkard stared at the direction Lin Tian left and gulped down his wine. After leaving the general's mansion, Lin Tian walked along the streets of the imperial city and came to the entrance of the Array Manipulator Guild. Mr. You, seeing Lin Tian's appearance, the female attendant was a little scared. There were many other people in the Array Manipulator Guild. After seeing Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Many people subconsciously retreated far away. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions. He walked directly to the Array Manipulator Guild's backyard. During this process, no one dared to stop him. After entering the guild's backyard, Lin Tian walked in a certain direction. Not long after, 3 people walked towards him. It was the Array Manipulator Guild's vice president, Qin Feng. Beside him were Elder Jin and Elder Nya. Seeing the 3 people, Lin Tian stopped. Qin Feng and the others also stopped. A strange light flickered in their eyes. After a while, Qin Feng said, "Little brother Lin, let's talk inside." Lin Tian nodded and followed Qin Feng and the others into a room. Staring at Lin Tian, Qin Feng asked, "Little brother, do you need anything?" Qin Feng and the others were very clear about what happened in the Imperial City. Originally, as a guest elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild, when Lin Tian broke out of the prison, they should have been there to protect him. However, everything happened too quickly. By the time they received the news, the matter was already over. At this moment, Lin Tian was here. His clothes were still stained with blood. Naturally, they didn't think that Lin Tian was here just to drop by. They thought that he had something to discuss. "Help me break into the Imperial City and destroy the 3 great martial arts families." Lin Tian went straight to the point. Lin Tian could feel the strength of Qin Feng and the others. They were all in the Sea of Knowledge realm. Qin Feng and the others were moved. They all frowned. Lin Tian was a guest elder of the guild. To a certain extent, they could protect him. However, Lin Tian's words put them in a difficult position. One had to know that although the Array Manipulator Guild didn't fear the Empire, if they helped break into the Imperial City and destroy the 3 great martial arts families, the impact would be huge. "I don't need you to kill people. Just help me block some Sea of Knowledge realm experts. After the matter is done, I will give you the original form of the Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune." Lin Tian Dao. Qin Feng and the others' expressions changed. The Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune were very rare. For array manipulators like them, it could be said to be priceless and had endless temptation. The 3 looked at each other and pondered. After a long time, Qin Feng looked up at Lin Tian and said, "Okay, we will help you." The Array Manipulator Guild was very mysterious. It was almost equivalent to a huge sect exposed to the world. Therefore, Qin Feng and the others didn't care much about the Empire's royal family and some martial arts families. Now, Lin Tian asked for their help at the price of the Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune. Coupled with his status as a guest elder of the guild, they had no reason not to help. "See you at the Imperial City tomorrow morning." Lin Tian Dao. After saying this, he didn't stay any longer and directly walked out of the guild. Staring at Lin Tian's leaving figure, Qin Feng's eyes shone. What a hot-blooded man. Saying this, Qin Feng looked at Elder Jin and Elder Nya and said, "Old Jin, Old Nya, get ready. The president seems to be rushing back tonight." When Lin Tian left the Array Manipulator Guild, the sky had already completely darkened. Only bits of moonlight poured down on the earth, bathing the Imperial City in a layer of silver light. Lin Tian didn't return to the general's mansion. Instead, he climbed to the top of the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower. This water tower was the tallest pavilion in the Imperial City other than the Imperial City's ancient buildings. Standing at the top of the water tower, his whole body was enveloped in the moonlight and he could clearly see the entire Imperial City. At this time, he was holding a small booklet in his hand. Flipping through this booklet, his eyes finally stopped at the last page. Next time we meet, I will no longer hide my feelings. I want to tell him that my heart has been on him since a long time ago. If I don't open my mouth, that guy definitely won't feel it. He's too stupid, too dumb. Lin Tian closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to merge into the night, only a bone-piercing chill intertwined around him. The night gradually dispersed. Before the roosters crowed, there were already a few pedestrians on the streets of the Imperial City. Compared to these pedestrians, the Imperial soldiers guarding the gates of the Imperial City had arrived even earlier. Some of them were yawning. These people had just woken up not long ago and had replaced the other soldiers guarding this place during the night. After all, this was the gate to the Imperial City. There had to be people guarding this place 24 hours a day. Someone's coming? A soldier stared ahead and rubbed his eyes. In front of the Imperial City's gate, on the street, a youth with a long sword was gradually approaching. The third book to be published. After going through Immortal God's Tribulation and Tao Seal, this was the third book to be published. It was also the most nerve-wracking of the 3 times. That was because Dragon was writing this book full-time. And this time, it would be a real test for him to write full-time for the past 3 months. To be honest, the pressure was really, really great. No pop-up window, he started writing his first book in 2011. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 4 years. 4 years ago, Dragon was still a student. 4 years later, his third book was already more than 500,000 words. Over the years, he had made many friends because of his writing. Everyone accompanied Dragon and gave Dragon support and encouragement. That was how Dragon grew to where he was today. He was really grateful to everyone. Because of everyone's constant support, Dragon was able to make some small achievements. He was able to support himself and not let his parents worry. Again, his heart was filled with gratitude. Friends who were familiar with Dragon knew that Dragon was the typical type of person who was terrible at writing. His writing speed was very slow. And after becoming a full-time writer, Dragon's writing speed was even slower. Dragon wanted to write every sentence, every word, and even every punctuation. He wanted to present the best text to everyone. Fang had been writing until now. He had used 2 big notebooks to write the outline. After this book was published, Dragon did not dare to make too many promises, but he would definitely work harder than before. He would work harder to update the book and write better so that everyone could enjoy it more. He wanted everyone to be more excited and relaxed. He wanted everyone to be more relaxed. He wanted everyone to be more comfortable. He wanted everyone to be more excited. This was the only way the Dragon could repay the big guy. In short, thank you, everyone. The third time to be published is the biggest test. I sincerely hope that everyone can continue to support me. I hope that I can get good results. End of chapter. First of all, I would like to thank all the brothers and sisters who subscribed and supported me. Thank you. Once it's up, I will work hard to update it. The few soldiers in front of the main gate looked forward. As the figure got closer, their faces darkened. Reading, how dare you? How dare you approach the main gate with a weapon? Stop. One of them shouted. The young man was dressed in a long robe, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light in the morning. He slowly walked forward. The young man was naturally Lin Tian. Still not stopping? Take him down. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward with a spear in hand. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp. Lin Tian's face did not show the slightest emotion. Only the depths of his eyes contained a frightening coldness. Before the approaching soldier could stab with his spear, he was frightened by this frightening coldness and staggered backwards. Staring at Lin Tian, the soldier's face turned pale. Then, he gritted his teeth and pressed down with his spear. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian didn't do anything, but the soldier who rushed forward fell to the ground. At this moment, the other soldiers at the main gate saw the blood on the ground. How dare you wave your blade at the soldiers of the Empire? Everyone go. Kill him on the spot. There were more than a dozen people guarding the entrance of the imperial court. At this moment, apart from the leader of the group, an early divine vein realm expert, the rest of the people rushed forward. More than a dozen spears streaked across the air. Clang, the sound of swords rang out. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all, but the soldiers who rushed forward were all sent flying. Only blood splashed in the air. It was extremely dazzling. At this moment, the sky was still a little hazy. There weren't many people on the streets of the imperial city, but there were still some. After seeing this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe that someone dared to openly kill the soldiers guarding the main gate. Was this a rebellion? Lin Tian was expressionless. To him, killing more than a dozen soldiers didn't make him feel anything. His footsteps were orderly as he walked into the imperial court. How dare you? The commander guarding the gate shouted angrily and took a step towards Lin Tian. However, what welcomed this person was an ice-cold sword light that instantly slashed open his throat. With a bang, the commander collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. He had died with remaining grievances. Lin Tian was expressionless. He walked over slowly and arrived in front of the Imperial Dynasty gates. This gate was 20 feet tall and was made from essence iron and Huangji wood. At this moment, maybe because it was still early, the Imperial Dynasty's main gate wasn't opened yet. Lin Tian shook his heart spirit sword, and several sword lights swept across. Ka! 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 Along with a few crisp sounds, the tall Imperial Dynasty main gate cracked and collapsed. Dust rose as Lin Tian stepped through the broken door and walked straight into the Imperial Palace. Heavens, this, breaking into the palace? Do you really want to rebel? The pedestrians nearby were dumbfounded. There were many pavilions within the Imperial Palace, and the ground was paved with white jade bricks. There were also many wide paths that led in all directions. As far as the eye could see, the ancient structure in front was the most majestic. Even in the entire Imperial Palace, it stood out like a crane among chickens. It was the center of the Imperial Court. Northern Flame Palace. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Beiyan Hall. He walked over step by step. At this moment, soldiers charged out from within the palace, and the sound of armor clashing could be heard. Lin Tian's intrusion into the Imperial Dynasty had naturally attracted the attention of the soldiers guarding the palace. At this moment, a dense group of soldiers charged out from the various entrances of the palace. They were either holding spears or spears, giving off a solemn atmosphere. A murderous aura immediately spread out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was surrounded. What a thief! Everyone, listen up, take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him. Someone shouted. This was a middle-aged man. He was a general of the Imperial Dynasty and was at the peak of the god bloodline realm. The soldiers that charged out all had cold expressions. After receiving the order from the Imperial Dynasty's general, they moved in unison. This was the inner part of the Imperial Palace, so these soldiers were all experts. Moreover, there were more than 700 of them. Kill. As the word kill rang out, the killing intent became even thicker. Lin Tian was expressionless as he raised his inner spirit sword. With a clang, the sword aura flew out and a hurricane swept out in all directions. Pft! 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 The dozen or so 8th level refinement body refinement cultivators who had rushed forward were instantly killed, falling straight into a pool of blood. Lin Tianyi walked towards Beiyan Hall, and the azure lightning sword aura spread out from his inner spirit sword. Clang! The sound of the lightning sword pierced everyone's eardrums. With every step Lin Tian took, someone would be killed. Facing these Imperial Dynasty soldiers, Lin Tian didn't say a word. He wouldn't ask them to back off and not stop him because he knew that it was impossible. These soldiers were paid by the royal family. They did not care who was right and who was wrong. They did not care who was right and who was wrong. They only worked for the royal family like machines and sold their lives for the royal family. Then, today, he would wash the Imperial Palace with blood. Clang! the azure lightning sword aura roared like a thunder dragon. As Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword, the air screamed. A gust of wind was visible to the naked eye as it swept forward. Immediately, the group of soldiers that had charged forward was slashed until blood splattered in the air. Over a dozen people's armors were shattered, and they fell limply to the ground, dead just like that. The Imperial Dynasty's general's expression changed. He held his Xianxia axe and pressed forward personally. "All of you, back off." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling true origin light shot out from his body, and a huge axe shadow appeared. Superior Divine Pulse Martial Technique, Mountain Breaking Axe. "Traitor, die!" the general shouted. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. With a whoosh, the middle-aged general's axe shadow shattered and dissipated like a spark. The general was shocked. He raised his hands high, and his aura rose. Lin Tian slashed with his sword again. The light of thunder carried the power of fire. In an instant, it flashed, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The middle-aged general's eyes were wide open. He maintained his posture of raising his axe, but there was a transparent hole in his throat. Blood was flowing out. Only when Lin Tian walked past him did that person finally fall to the ground with a bang. "General!" someone exclaimed. Looking at Lin Tian again, many soldiers started to feel afraid. A peak Divine Pulse Imperial Dynasty general was killed in an instant. At this moment, as Lin Tianyi stepped forward, many soldiers started to retreat. "Ring the bell and inform the other generals," someone shouted. Instantly, someone left and charged into the palace. Lin Tian didn't react. He just stared at Beiyan Palace and walked forward step by step. "Damn it. Don't be afraid. We have more people. Stop him together. Go." How can a traitor be allowed to run rampant in the Imperial Palace? "Everyone, kill him together." A few people shouted. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please turn the page. Although the middle-aged general was dead, there were still many captains. At this moment, these captains started to give orders. Hearing the orders, some soldiers were afraid, but they still charged forward. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He slashed with his sword mercilessly. Clang, the azure lightning sword force reverberated, bringing with it waves of bloody light and screams. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped into the Imperial Palace with a sword in his hand. He was like the Grim Reaper who reaped lives. At this moment, anyone who stood in front of him or attacked him was torn apart by the sword chi without exception. Dong, the sound of a bell rang out, reverberating continuously for a long time. In an instant, everyone in the palace woke up. This bell meant that a powerful enemy had entered. In the Northern Flame Palace, Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen were standing together, discussing something softly. After hearing the bell, their expressions froze. "Your Majesty, someone has entered the palace." A voice came from outside the palace. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. "Who?" "Lin Tian." The person outside the palace said. Although Zhu Wudao had guessed it, when he heard the answer, his face still turned pale. Zhu Wudao pushed open the palace door. A white-haired elder stood outside. It was the person who cultivated the full arm palm. "You're courting death." Zhu Wudao's face darkened. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious as he stared outside the palace. What an arrogant beast. Zhu Wudao waved his sleeves and walked out of the palace. Jiang Renwen gripped the sword in his hand and followed beside him. The white-haired elder's eyes were cold as he followed. Yesterday, he had been injured twice by Lin Tian on the streets of the Imperial City, and had even been knocked unconscious by the old drunkard in the end. So, there was naturally a chill in his heart, and this anger naturally had to be blamed on Lin Tian. At the front of the Northern Flame Palace, there was a wide path paved with white jade bricks. It was more than 10 feet wide and was more than 100 feet away from the Northern Flame Palace. At this moment, Lin Tianyi had killed his way here from the Imperial City's main gate. Everywhere he passed, there were corpses lying on the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. "Ah!" Screams reverberated in the air. The soldiers in the palace tried to block and retreat. Occasionally, someone would be killed. After the bell rang, 3 generals at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm rushed here to stop Lin Tian, but they couldn't stop him at all. Damn it. The 3 generals were furious. So many of them together, but they couldn't stop a 16-year-old boy. At this moment, Zhu Wudao and the other 2 arrived. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhu Wudao's face turned green. Lin Tian, how dare you? Zhu Wudao's voice was ice cold. Since the founding of Northern Flame Country, there had never been anyone who dared to barge into the Imperial Palace. Even spiritual Sea Realm experts didn't have the guts to do so. But now, Lin Tian, with his divine vein realm cultivation, had killed his way into the Imperial Palace alone and killed the palace guards. This was simply a slap to the face of the Northern Flame royal family. Seeing Zhu Wudao, the soldiers who were attacking Lin Tian stopped. Lin Tian raised his head and pointed the inner spirit sword at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were frighteningly cold. Return her to me. How dare you? How dare you be rude to His Majesty? One of the Imperial City's generals shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a backhand swing, the thunder fire sword aura swept over. With a puff, the Imperial City's general who spoke was beheaded on the spot. Such a scene made many soldiers even more terrified. The white-haired old man at the spiritual sea realm stared at Lin Tian. His expression changed slightly. You have reached the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm? End of chapter. The white-haired old man was an expert in the spiritual sea realm. Naturally, he could sense Lin Tian's cultivation. Moreover, Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than yesterday. This made the old man's face turn gloomy. Is it you from the drunkard's gang? Thinking about the middle-aged drunkard, the white-haired old man's face turned even gloomier. Lin Tian didn't even look at the white-haired old man. Instead, he stared straight at Zhu Wudao. Give her back to me. His voice was cold. The white-haired old man's face turned gloomy. A mere Divine Pulse realm cultivator actually dared to ignore him. Zhu Wudao's eyes were indifferent. You dare to barge into the Imperial Court? Do you still have the right to negotiate with me? Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao and didn't say anything else. Only a bone-piercing murderous aura was emitted from his body as he stepped forward. How dare you? Stop. Someone shouted. The surrounding soldiers were densely packed. Seeing Lin Tian walking towards the Northern Flame Emperor with his sword, they naturally couldn't sit still and wait for their deaths. Instantly, a swarm of people rushed forward to stop Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just raised his sword and swung it. Clang, the lightning sword radiance exploded and turned into a rain of swords that swept in all directions. Facing such a violent sword aura, how could some of the ordinary soldiers withstand it? One by one, they fell into a pool of blood. Pft, pft, pft. Life seemed extremely fragile at this moment. With every step Lin Tian took, several people would die under his sword. Back off. Zhu Wudao shouted. Hearing Zhu Wudao's order, the soldiers in the palace were a little confused. However, they didn't dare to disobey and all backed off. In fact, at this very moment, these soldiers couldn't wait to back off. They were truly frightened by Lin Tian's terrifying combat strength. Zhu Wudao stared at Lin Tian. Do you think my Northern Flame Imperial Palace is so easy to barge into? Lin Tian did not say a word. Only the sword in his hand shone with a cold light as he walked towards Zhu Wudao. Zhu Wudao's face darkened like the white-haired elders. He was the emperor of the Northern Flame Country, the ruler of the entire country. However, Lin Tian didn't care about him at all. He walked towards him step by step and didn't even care about what he said. He treated his words as air. Zhu Wudao's eyes turned cold. Humph. With a cold snort, a piece of golden jade appeared in Zhu Wudao's hand, and he began to inject his qi into it. Instantly, runes appeared on the ground, and a terrifying aura rushed out from Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. At this moment, phantoms appeared all around him. There were powerful demonic beasts, powerful warriors, and even formed sword lights. At this moment, with him as the center, the space within a radius of 10 feet was completely covered in a murderous aura. Moreover, the periphery seemed to be isolated by some kind of powerful force. Killing array? The white-haired old man was slightly shocked. Zhu Wudao's face was cold. A killing array between illusion and reality, engraved by a 6th rank array manipulator. So what? Lin Tian was expressionless. The demonic beasts around him roared, the warriors roared, and the sword lights clanged as they rushed towards him. In this regard, his expression didn't change at all. The long sword in his hand shook, and suddenly, all the phantoms were shattered, turning into dust. However, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, more demonic beasts and warriors condensed. It's useless. Being trapped, even a strong warrior of the Sea of Consciousness can't survive. Zhu Wudao's expression was indifferent. The demonic beasts roared, and the warriors looked ferocious. The dense sword aura continued to slash down. Among them, some of them were phantoms with pure knowledge, while others had real killing power. It was very terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the array, dodging the sword lights and shattering the demonic beasts. At this moment, a young man rushed out from afar, anxiously rushing over. It was Zhu Yi. Royal brother, can you spare him this once? Please remove the killing formation. Zhu Yi said anxiously. Zhu Yi received the old servant's report that Lin Tian had actually killed his way into the palace alone. His expression immediately changed. He knew that there was a terrifying killing array in the palace, and there were several tyrannical existences guarding it. It wasn't something a divine vein realm cultivator could casually barge in. Even if a normal Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator broke in, there was almost a 90% chance of survival. Zhu Wudao glanced at Zhu Yi indifferently and said, "Retreat. Brother, please, just take it as I'm begging you." Zhu Yi said. As a prince, Zhu Yi didn't have many friends. He treated Lin Tian as a friend, so he didn't want Lin Tian to die here. Jiang Renwen swept a glance at Zhu Yi. "I told you to scram." With a wave of his right hand, a sword qi rushed out from Jiang Renwen's palm, pressing towards Zhu Yi. After a few months, Zhu Yi was only at the peak 9th rank of the body refinement realm. How could he withstand Jiang Renwen's terrifying sword qi? Suddenly, with a bang, he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 9th Prince. In the distance, an old servant rushed over, supporting Zhu Yi. Zhu Wudao didn't even look at Zhu Yi. His gaze was still on Lin Tian. He didn't have the slightest reaction to Jiang Renwen's attack on Zhu Yi. In the end, although they were both princes, they had the same father but different mothers. They weren't blood brothers, so their relationship wasn't deep. In Zhu Wudao's heart, Zhu Yi didn't have the slightest position. How could he compare to Jiang Renwen? The killing array was boiling, the cries of beasts and swords resounded. There were even more cultivators charging, surrounding Lin Tian. Standing in the middle of this killing array, Lin Tian raised his head. His gaze bypassed Zhu Wudao and landed on Jiang Renwen. "In a moment, I will cut your right hand piece by piece," he said coldly. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian, his gaze suddenly became even more vicious. Zhu Wudao shook his head and said, "You don't have any chance." As he said this, the beasts and swords surrounding Lin Tian became even more terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Raising his left hand, strands of silver light intertwined. "Do you think this thing can really trap me?" He stared coldly at Zhu Wudao. As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger silver light spread out from his left hand. At this moment, the Heavenly One Soul mantra began to circulate crazily. Even some ordinary cultivators could feel the strong soul power, and all of them were shocked. "You?" Zhu Wudao's expression changed. As the former crown prince of the Northern Flame Country and second on the Wind Cloud list, Zhu Wudao naturally knew what kind of power this was. It belonged to an array manipulator. Moreover, this kind of powerful soul power was far superior to that of some rank 4 array manipulators. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His 5 fingers on his left hand flicked lightly, and rays of light shot out. Instantly, the array patterns under his feet began to distort, and the entire killing array became chaotic. After a few months, his array manipulation skills had already reached the rank 4 level. With his rank 4 array manipulation skills and the Divine One Soul technique, coupled with his powerful soul power, it was enough to temporarily put this killing array into hibernation. With a whoosh, the array patterns dimmed, and the killing aura disappeared. Lin Tianyi stepped forward. The inner soul sword trembled, and the lightning sword light swept forward. Arrogant. The white-haired old man snorted. He shattered Lin Tian's sword light with a palm strike, then pressed forward. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Palm shadows filled the sky from the white-haired old man's hand. When it appeared, it turned into a life-stealing radiance that crushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked up, his eyes cold. In the next moment, a figure charged out from behind him, raising a hand to attack the white-haired old man. In an instant, the palm shadows in the sky were shattered. An old man of similar age appeared in front of the white-haired old man and blocked him. "Who is it?" The white-haired old man shouted, looking directly at the person in front of him. "Elder Jin." Zhu Wudao was shocked. Zhu Wudao naturally knew the elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild, the rank 4 Array Manipulator Jin Buwei. Jin Buwei stopped the white-haired old man and said, "Lin Tian, you can't move." The white-haired old man's eyes darkened, and his expression turned cold. Zhu Wudao's expression turned even more unsightly. He glared at Jin Buwei and said in a deep voice, "Elder Jin, he's trespassing on the Imperial Palace today. He must be executed." "Elder Jin, what is the meaning of your actions?" "I'm helping him trespass on the Imperial Palace." Jin Buwei replied. Zhu Wudao's expression darkened. He did not expect Jin Buwei to do this. The Imperial family of Northern Flame and the Array Manipulator Guild have always minded their own business. "Elder Jin, aren't you afraid that the guild president will punish you for your actions?" Jin Buwei smiled faintly. "That's my business. There's no need for you to worry, Your Highness." To be honest, Jin Buwei found Zhu Wudao to be an eyesore. "Jin Buwei, you're looking down on the Imperial family of Northern Flame." A cold snort rang in the air. 3 figures suddenly walked out from the Northern Flame Palace. One of them flashed and launched a palm strike at Jin Buwei. "Same to you." Behind Lin Tian, another figure stepped out and pushed back the figure charging at Jin Buwei. "Lin Tian is a guest elder of the Array Manipulator Guild. Your Northern Flame country's new king has just ascended the throne, and you're already so ruthless to my guest elder's friend. Do you think the Array Manipulator Guild is a pushover?" The newcomer was dressed in a blue robe. He was the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild's elder, a rank 4 Array Manipulator, Nia Yunfan. "Nia Yunfan, you're here too. What's the meaning of this? You want to be enemies with the Imperial family of Northern Flame?" The person who was pushed back by Nia Yunfan said in a deep voice. "Zhu Qingji, do you think the Imperial family of Northern Flame is so great?" Nia Yunfan's expression was indifferent. The 3 figures that stepped out from the Northern Flame Palace were all dressed in purple gold dragon robes. They were Zhu Qingji, Zhu Jianzhi, and Zhu Pingluo. They were all members of the Imperial family of Northern Flame and were all in the Sea of Knowledge realm. Zhu Qingji stood opposite Nia Yunfan while Zhu Jianzhi and Zhu Pingluo stood not far away from Zhu Wudao. "Second ancestor, third ancestor, fourth ancestor." Zhu Wudao bowed respectfully. Jiang Renwen stood beside Zhu Wudao and his expression changed slightly. However, he quickly returned to normal. Zhu Jianzhi walked forward and stared at Jin Buwei and Nia Yunfan. He said indifferently, "No matter what your intentions are, he dares to barge into my Northern Flame Palace. He deserves death. Even if the 2 of you are here, you won't be able to protect him." As he spoke, Zhu Jianzhi's right hand shook and a sword light condensed from True Yuan appeared. "Is that so? What if I join?" A voice sounded. Without a sound, another figure appeared behind Lin Tian. Zhu Jianzhi's footsteps paused and his face sank. "Qin Feng. P.S. Thank you to Tiger012456 for supporting us with 120,000 horizontal coins and becoming the Silver Guild Master of the 10 Directional Divine Kings. Thank you, Brother 19951995 for your support of 10,000 sector coins. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank all the brothers and sisters who have subscribed for my support. Thank you all. Dragon will continue to write the 3rd chapter. End of chapter. Naturally, Zhu Jianzhi was acquainted with Qin Feng, the vice president of the Royal Capital's Array Manipulator Association. However, he would have never imagined that Qin Feng would also barge into the royal palace today. Not only that, it was obvious that Qin Feng and Jin Buwei were on Lin Tian's side. Give Li Wenxuanet what is the meaning of this? Zhu Jianzhi said in a deep voice. Just a guest elder of the guild to protect us. Qin Feng said. Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and Ye Yunfan all stood in front of Lin Tian. Staring at this scene, Zhu Wudao's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to invite these three big shots. Brother Lin, in the distance, Zhui was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect this scene. Zhu Jianzhi stared at Qin Feng and said, You guys want to be enemies with the royal family for a divine pulse cultivator? Qin Feng smiled indifferently, a divine pulse cultivator? Have you seen a 16-year-old peak divine pulse cultivator? Have you seen a 16-year-old fourth stage array manipulator? Have you seen a divine pulse cultivator who barged into the imperial palace alone for friendship? As he spoke, Qin Feng glanced at Zhu Wudao. Compared to your Northern Flame royal family's new king, who just ascended to the throne and already ruthlessly dealt with loyal officials who had fought in the battlefield for dozens of years, don't you think that the little cultivator you speak of is very cute? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhu Wudao's face turned green. However, he could only clench his fists tightly. Zhu Jianzhi and the other two didn't change their expressions. Obviously, they already knew about Zhu Wudao's actions. Zhu Jianzhi said, Wudao is in the wrong regarding General Ji Yuanshan. After this, we will naturally punish him severely. Then, Zhu Jianzhi looked at Lin Tian. As for him, no matter what, he broke into the palace today and committed a great crime. Only death can atone for his sins. Then there's no room for discussion. Qin Feng smiled. Zhu Jianzhi and the other two's expressions darkened. You guys really want to be enemies with the royal family. Don't think that the royal family of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace is great. When have we ever been afraid of anyone? Qin Feng said. The expressions of Zhu Jianzhi and the other two turned completely cold. They didn't say anything more. Let's see who's better. Zhu Jianzhi said. As he spoke, Zhu Jianzhi's footsteps shook as he headed straight for Lin Tian. Qin Feng coldly snorted. He raised his hand and shot out a hurricane, blocking Zhu Jianzhi's path. Don't get the wrong opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng raised his palm again. The tyrannical power of his palm was terrifying. In the other two directions, Zhu Qingji and Zhu Pingluo both rushed towards Lin Tian, but they were blocked by Jin Buwei and Ye Yunfan. For a moment, the 6 Sea of Consciousness realm powerhouses fought at the same time, immediately rolling out waves after waves of true Yuan gales. Lin Tian's body suddenly moved. His right leg fiercely stamped on the ground, and immediately turned into a flash of light and rushed in the direction of Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen. The long sword in his hand was raised straight up. Humph! A cold snort sounded out. A light flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared in front of him, slapping out with his palm. Scram! Lin Tian's eyes shot out 2 piercing cold lights, and he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the lightning sword flashed and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man waved his arm, and a huge palm print came down, colliding with the lightning sword. The two collided head-on, head-on, head-on. Immediately, they exploded. Lin Tian stopped and stared at the white-haired old man. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, cold and frightening. Facing such a gaze, the white-haired old man actually trembled for no reason, but then his eyes became cold. Don't think that you can do anything with the support of those 3 people. The power of the royal family is more than this. You can only die. Lin Tian raised his true spirit sword. The lightning sword flashed, and the fire sword intertwined. The light of the lightning flame was vast and mighty. Clang! His footsteps paused, and in a flash, he rushed out and slashed at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man snorted and raised his palm to meet Lin Tian's sword. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. And NBS, the white-haired old man's eyes were cold and gloomy. His figure suddenly flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the surroundings. It was hard to tell whether he was real or not. Flowing cloud shadow. Zhu Wudao was slightly shocked. Flowing cloud overlapping shadows was a Sea of Consciousness realm movement technique. In terms of quality, it could be said to be number 1 among Sea of Consciousness realm movement techniques. Not only could this movement technique increase the speed of the cultivator, But it could also create dense phantoms to confuse the enemy. It was very difficult to deal with. Qin Feng and Zhu Jianzhi were fighting. They glanced at Lin Tian. He is just a divine vein cultivator. He is already no match for a spiritual sea realm expert. Now that he has encountered the flowing cloud overlapping shadows, he can only die. It's over. Zhu Jianzhi said. Qin Feng faintly smiled. You're thinking too much. Don't forget, he's the same as me, a formation controller. Hearing this, Zhu Jianzhi frowned. At this time, there were hundreds of phantoms around Lin Tian. Ordinary people couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. However, in these phantoms, Lin Tian's expression was incomparably calm. He stood quietly in the same place. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and slashed towards the left. Puff. Blood sputtered. The dense phantoms disappeared and a figure flew out. This figure was naturally the white-haired old man. Zhu Jianzhi and the others' faces changed. The white-haired old man who used the flowing cloud overlapping shadows was actually sent flying. I already said that he's the same as me, a formation controller. Qin Feng said indifferently. As he spoke, Qin Feng slapped Zhu Jianzhi with his palm. Zhu Jianzhi's face was cold. He raised his palm and stood together with Qin Feng again. The white-haired old man flew out and stabilized his figure in a sorry state. He stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. At this moment, there was a deep sword mark on his chest. Blood kept flowing out. How can you tell my real body apart? The white-haired old man shouted. Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen, and pressed forward. He didn't care about the white-haired old man at all. The white-haired old man's face sank. He swayed his body and blocked in front of Lin Tian again. He slapped his palm down. This palm was more terrifying than any of the previous ones. Lin Tian held the heart spirit sword tightly. His eyes became incomparably cold. The thunder flame sword chi suddenly rushed up. Clang! The violent sword whistled and pierced people's eardrums. The thunder flame sword chi turned into a storm of thunder and fire, sweeping forward. The white-haired old man snorted and waved his palm. A huge palm shadow condensed and formed. At the same time, the white-haired old man's eyebrows lit up as if there was a halo in his mind. After that, the white-haired old man's attack suddenly became several times more ethereal. Every move and style seemed to be natural, making it difficult for people to resist. Lin Tian took a step back. His right leg stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked. You're only in the divine pulse realm. How dare you contend with a sea of consciousness cultivator? The white-haired old man said coldly. With a boom, another palm pressed down. Lin Tian slashed out the thunder flame sword chi and took another step. Back. He was shocked by the white-haired old man's attack. Wang. The white-haired old man waved his hand and the third palm fell. Lin Tian held his sword across his chest. With a clang, he retreated again. The white-haired old man smiled coldly. The light between his eyebrows was even brighter. That is, sea of consciousness. It's the light emitted by the sea of consciousness. This is the power of a sea of consciousness expert. Once a sea of consciousness expert opens up a sea of consciousness, his divine sense is almost invincible. That Lin Tian no longer has the ability to resist. That's natural. How can a mere divine pulse cultivator contend against a sea of consciousness cultivator? Just now, that senior just didn't use his full strength. It's estimated that he used 50% of his strength. Of course. All the soldiers showed a look of admiration and yearning. Not long ago, Lin Tianyi came from the main gate of the imperial court. No one could stop him. Even the generals at the peak of the divine pulse realm were no match for him. But now, facing the white-haired old man, Lin Tian was retreating again and again. These soldiers became excited. Again. The white-haired old man said coldly. The fourth palm pressed down. At the same time, the white-haired old man used the flowing cloud shadow movement technique. Together with his divine sense, he forced Lin Tian to retreat again and again. Lin Tian was expressionless. He retreated again and again. The white-haired old man said coldly, "You're quite resistant. Let's see how long you can last." As he spoke, the light between his eyebrows became more intense. The palm force also became more tricky, causing the air to tremble. Bang! 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 The white-haired old man waved his palm, causing the air to tremble, forcing Lin Tian to retreat again and again. At this time, the violent palm force even scratched Lin Tian's clothes. Heart-shattering palm. Die! The white-haired old man shouted. With a boom, the white-haired old man threw out the most powerful move in the all-arm palm. In an instant, a wave of killing intent swept up. Enough. At this time, Lin Tian opened his mouth. His eyes were extremely cold. Raising his left hand, Lin Tianyi grabbed the wrist of the white-haired old man's right hand in a split second, holding it firmly in his palm. The white-haired old man's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to block this attack. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword rang. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed with the inner spirit sword. With a puff, blood splattered out. The white-haired old man only felt a chill in his right arm. Then, he screamed in pain. His right hand was chopped off by Lin Tian. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. At this time even Zhu Jianxia and the others were shocked. Qin Feng said indifferently, as a fourth-rank array manipulator, his soul force can cause the killing array engraved by a sixth-rank array manipulator to enter a temporary dormant state. How much trouble do you think ordinary divine sense can bring him? Zhu Jianxia and the others' faces became even more ugly. They stared at Lin Tian with even more killing intent. Bastard! The white-haired old man roared. One of his arms was chopped off by Lin Tian. He actually crippled one of his arms. With a boom, the white-haired old man's aura soared. His left hand waved the all-arm palm and pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The aura around his body also began to rise. The thunder flame sword was vast and mighty as it suddenly slashed down. The palm and the sword collided, and the violent airflow caused everyone to be shocked. It was also at this time that Lin Tian raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly, an even more berserk aura surged out from the tip of his fist. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and also like a peerless murderer that was about to awaken from his fist. The terrifying true essence fluctuation caused Qin Feng and the rest to be moved. Boom! In the next moment, a resplendent fist light rushed out from Lin Tian's left fist. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the white-haired old man's chest. End of chapter. Blood splattered in the air as the white-haired old man was sent flying. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest that was transparent from front to back. The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire chest was dyed red with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned with their eyes wide open. Lin Tian held the soul sword and walked forward step by step with a cold expression. Just as Qin Feng said, he was a fourth-rank array master and had practiced the supreme soul cultivation method, the Heavenly One Soul technique. Relying on his current soul power, the soul power of the white-haired old man, who was only at the early stage of the sea of consciousness, could not cause him any trouble. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, the white-haired old man trembled and staggered back. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with the sword. With a puff, the white-haired old man's left arm flew up. Ah! The white-haired old man screamed. After retreating a few steps, he knelt down with a bang. In just a short moment, both of his arms were chopped off. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all. His expression was as cold as usual as he raised the soul sword again. Stop, puff. A sword light flashed and instantly chopped off the white-haired old man's head. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. How is this possible? That's a Sea of Consciousness realm expert. He was actually, the soldiers' hearts palpitated. Qin Feng and Jin Buwei glanced at Lin Tian. Their eyes lit up. This little guy, obviously, the three of them did not expect Lin Tian's combat power to be so strong. Zhu Jianxia and the others' faces turned ugly. The white-haired old man was a guest of the Northern Flame Imperial family. Now, he was actually killed by a Divine Pulse Realm cultivator. This was really shameful. Lin Tian was expressionless as if nothing had happened. He walked around the white-haired old man's corpse and approached Zhu Wudao. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, Zhu Wudao trembled slightly. Even Jiang Renwen was moved. "Protect him!" An Imperial Dynasty general shouted. All of a sudden, the soldiers all rushed over, forming a sea of people in front of Lin Tian. "Kill!" The soldiers roared loudly. Even though they were scared, they still rushed up. The imperial authority was ruthless, and they had no choice but to charge. Staring at these people, Lin Tian's expression became somewhat ferocious. Scram! The thunder flame sword chi intertwined and swept out a violent sword wind, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Pooh! 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 In the face of such a swift and fierce sword power, even some ordinary peak divine range experts would find it difficult to resist, let alone some ordinary soldiers. In an instant, dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood, their lives devoured by the violent thunder flame sword rays. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to have transformed into a thunder flame god of death. He took a step forward, and his sword light swirled like a tornado. His body was like an indestructible killing sword. No one could stop his sword light. Looking out, the dense sword light charged in all directions, and the soldiers fell one after another. Blood dyed the surface of the Imperial Dynasty red. Today, the Imperial Dynasty is destined to be dyed red with blood. Qin Feng sighed. Zhu Jianshi and the other two had ugly expressions. Since the establishment of the Northern Flame Imperial Dynasty, such a thing had never happened. Bastard! Zhu Qingji was furious and wanted to charge at Lin Tian. Unfortunately, Jing Buwei slapped him back. "What's the rush? If you want to protect an unfilial descendant, then you have to be prepared to pay the price." "You." Zhu Qingji's face sank as he stared at Jing Buwei angrily. "Your Northern Flame Imperial Dynasty has allowed the new king to do such a thing. It is destined to be a tragedy," Jing Buwei said calmly. The violent sword light swept out, and Lin Tian instantly opened up a path of blood. "Zhu Wudao!" He roared and slashed out with his sword. With a boom, the violent thunder flame sword swept up a wild wolf, and it was unstoppable. Zhu Wudao held up a long saber, which was also a supreme treasure, and slashed forward. However, Lin Tian's thunder flame sword was too domineering. Even with the help of a supreme treasure, Zhu Wudao was still sent flying. With a bang, he crashed into a pillar outside the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Renwen's expression changed, and he swung his sword at Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen had already mastered 90% of the Jiang family's Ice Soul sword technique, and the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Scram! Lin Tian waved his hand and swung his sword again. Jiang Renwen's sword light was shattered on the spot, and the violent thunder flame sword light sent it flying with a bang. Stepping on the white jade stairs, Lin Tian's body was extremely cold, and his killing intent seemed to tear the sky apart. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. "Where is she?" Staring at Zhu Wudao, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "You," clang, a sword light swept past, and Zhu Wudao was sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "I'm asking you, where is she?" Lin Tian said fiercely. Thinking of the words show on the booklet and the details of entering the imperial city, his face became crazed, as if he was a ferocious beast that had walked out of hell. "Your Majesty!" Soldiers rushed over. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. He swung his sword backward, and dense sword light splashed out like raindrops. Puff, 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 the Imperial Dynasty soldiers who charged forward fell one by one. Blood flowed down the white jade steps. Zhu Wudao's face was slightly pale, and he stood up with his long sword, his eyes full of shock. The current Lin Tian was too strong. Lin Tian's face became a little ferocious, and the power of thunder and fire appeared on the surface of his body, covering his entire body. The violent fluctuation of True Yuan turned into a hurricane, and his black hair danced wildly. Staring at Zhu Wudao, he stepped forward step by step. Murderous intent, like a monstrous wave, pressed towards Zhu Wudao. "Too presumptuous, my Northern Flame Imperial Palace is in such a mess." A voice was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. His hair was brown, and he gave people a feeling that he was old and dying. As this figure appeared, many people were shocked. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying aura. This figure was shockingly strong. Old ancestor. Zhu Wudao was overjoyed, and he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. From afar, Qin Feng sneered, Zhu Yunqing. This old man is still alive, and he's almost 130 years old. The great ancestor had 2 consecutive breakthroughs recently, from the 7th sky to the 9th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. He's about to enter the flight realm, and his lifespan will naturally increase. Humph, what do you think the Northern Flame Imperial Palace has to be able to rule the Northern Flame country? With the great ancestor here, no one can stop us, shaking the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. Zhu Jianshi said. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, and did not want to say anything more. In front of Zhu Wudao, Zhu Yunqing's face was full of wrinkles, as if he would step into a coffin in the next moment. However, his body was emitting a terrifying wave of energy. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhu Yunqing took a step forward and walked forward. He was supposed to be a peerless genius, what a pity. Zhu Yunqing shook his head. With the 9th sky of the Sea of Consciousness, he could clearly feel how powerful Lin Tian was. As he said that, Zhu Yunqing's steps were calm, but his eyes became cold. He approached Lin Tian step by step. However, at the next moment, behind Lin Tian, another figure appeared silently. This caused Zhu Yunqing to stop and stare at the figure that suddenly appeared. Who are you? The new king of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. Do you feel that you're tired of ruling the Northern Flame country? The person said indifferently. Lin Tian tilted his head. Behind him stood an old man who was about the same age as Qin Feng. The aura that he emitted was not any weaker than Zhu Yunqing. Most importantly, Lin Tian felt an extremely powerful soul power from this person. Conservatively speaking, it was at least at the 6th level. Instantly, he knew the identity of this person. Zhu Yunqing's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? It's a pity that Ji Yuanshan gave his all for the Northern Flame country. He fought on the battlefield for dozens of years, and even his own children died on the battlefield. However, in the end, he was labeled as a traitor by the new king of the Northern Flame country. Everyone in the general's residence was killed, and even his only granddaughter is under house arrest in the palace. Aren't you afraid that your actions will disappoint all the officials?" The person said. Zhu Yunqing frowned, and said, "I already know about this matter. Later, I will punish the new king and appease Ji Yuanshan with enough sincerity to express the apology of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace." As he said that, Zhu Yunqing looked at Lin Tian. His attitude was the same as Zhu Jianshi and the other 2. As for him, he has disturbed the peace of the Imperial Palace. He must be executed. "You can execute him?" The person said indifferently. As he said that, the person walked in front of Lin Tian. His Sea of Consciousness peak true essence rippled out. At the same time, this terrifying true essence ripple was mixed with another kind of energy ripple. Zhu Yunqing stared at the person, and after a while, his expression changed, and he said, "This is the ripple of soul power? It's at the 6th level." As he said that, Zhu Yunqing looked at Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and the other 2, and his face darkened. "You are the president of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace. Is the Array Manipulator Guild trying to start a war?" As Zhu Yunqing said that, Zhu Qingji, Jin Buwei, and the other soldiers' expressions changed. The Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace was extremely powerful, but the president had never appeared in front of the world. At this moment, when Zhu Yunqing pointed out the identity of the person, it made the hearts of many palpitate. The president of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace. This identity was a bit shocking. It was a person who could make the emperor of the Northern Flame country bow down to. The person did not refute Zhu Yunqing's words, and said, "This young man is not only a guest of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace, but also a peerless genius of the Array Manipulator Guild. The Northern Flame Imperial Palace can't touch him." An even stronger aura spread out. The person stared at Zhu Yunqing with an indifferent expression, and said, "As a person in a high position, you must be able to distinguish right from wrong. You, the new king of the Northern Flame country, have committed such a despicable act, and you still want to convict him?" Zhu Yunqing's face darkened, and he did not know how to refute. At this moment, Lin Tian moved. The Azure Thunder Sword Force swept out and attacked Zhu Wudao. Presumptuous. Zhu Yunqing's face turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Today, the genius of the Array Manipulator Guild is helping the Northern Flame Imperial Palace to eliminate the unfilial descendant. You should be grateful, the president of the Array Manipulator Guild said. His figure flashed, and he blocked Zhu Yunqing's path. At the same time, Lin Tian's sword light was piercing to the bone. It went around Zhu Yunqing and slashed straight at Zhu Wudao. P.S. The fourth watch has arrived. The dragon has gone to write the fifth chapter. It should be tonight. End of this chapter. The resplendent sword light swept across as though it was going to slice the space apart. It was heading straight for Zhu Wudao. Read. Bastard. Zhu Yunqing roared as he charged at Lin Tian. Zhu Wudao was the most talented descendant of the Northern Flame royal family. He couldn't be harmed. What's the hurry? We're both at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. Do you really look down on the Zhu clan's descendant? The Array Controller Guild's president said. He struck out with his palm, using his true origin force and soul power to restrain Zhu Yunqing. Protect His Majesty. A general of the royal family shouted. Densely packed soldiers rushed over from all directions, forming a human wall, blocking in front of Lin Tian. These soldiers roared as they raised their spears and stabbed at Lin Tian. Get lost. Lin Tian shouted. The inner spirit sword in his hand trembled as the Thunderfire sword chi swept out in all directions. PFFF. 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 Blood splattered as dozens of corpses fell on the ground in front of the Northern Flame Palace. Blood flowed continuously. Damn it. Zhu Jianxia and the others' faces turned ugly when they saw the scene. Since the establishment of the Northern Flame royal family, there had been generations after generations. When had something like this ever happened? A Divine Vein realm cultivator had actually killed his way to the Northern Flame Palace and caused the ground to be dyed red with blood. How shameful was this? Clang. The sound of the Thunderfire sword reverberated as screams rang out. The soldiers were killed one after another. Lin Xianxia opened up a path of blood as he stepped towards Zhu Wudao and slashed down with his inner spirit sword. Zhu Wudao raised his saber to resist. With a clang, Zhu Wudao's entire body was immediately sent flying. He was blasted back by Lin Tian's violent force, and he collided with a nearby pillar with a bang. So weak. Qin Feng mocked. Zhu Jianxia and the others' faces turned ugly. However, the four of them were restrained by experts at the same level as them and couldn't help. Lin Tianyi closed in on Zhu Wudao. His face was cold as he asked, "Where is she?" The inner spirit sword emitted a bone-piercing cold light as it intertwined with rays of killing light. Clang. On the other side, an icy sword aura swept past. Jiang Renwen had activated the Jiang family's Ice Soul Sword technique, and his entire body was like a spinning top as he pressed down on Lin Tian. The aura that erupted in an instant was actually extremely terrifying, causing Qin Feng and the others' eyes to light up. To be able to catch the eye of a sect, he does indeed have some foundation. Jin said fearlessly. Lin Tian took a step back, but an even stronger sword aura surged from his body. He held the true spirit sword with both hands and slashed down. With a ripping sound, Jiang Renwen's cold soul sword light was shattered. Scram! Lin Tian flashed and kicked Jiang Renwen in the abdomen. With a loud bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying over 70 feet away, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the end, the geniuses of my Array Manipulator Guild are still better. Nye Yan laughed loudly. Such words immediately caused Jiang Renwen, who was flying backwards, to tremble. His gaze became incomparably vicious. With a furious roar, Jiang Renwen stood up, and the aura on his body surged again. It was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the white-haired old man from before. Holding the sword, Jiang Renwen rushed over like a cheetah. With a slash of his sword, the sky was filled with sword light. I'm the strongest in my generation. Jiang Renwen's face was ferocious, and his entire person became even more berserk. After being defeated by Lin Tian several times, his hatred for Lin Tian in his heart could be said to be shockingly strong. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, He would always be recognized as the strongest person in his generation in the imperial city, and would not be like today, actually being said that there was someone in his generation who was stronger than him. He was unwilling to accept this. Boom! The sword light swept down, causing the air to become cold. Lin Tian was closing in on Zhu Wudao. Seeing Jiang Renwen blocking him again, a ruthless light suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he reversed the inner spirit sword, and even used the yin and yang liang. At the same time as he slashed out the thunder flame sword light to break the ice soul sword light, his body flashed and appeared beside Jiang Renwen, slapping him. With a bang, Jiang Renwen's cheek was hit by the palm, and he was sent flying backwards, splashing a little bit of blood in the air. Lin Tian's eyes were like knives. With a flash of his feet, he once again leaned in front of Jiang Renwen, and slapped him again with the back of his hand. Pa! A loud slap sounded, and Jiang Renwen was sent flying again. Lin Tian stepped forward, raised his leg, and kicked Jiang Renwen's head fiercely. This blow could be said to be somewhat ruthless, directly causing blood to flow out of Jiang Renwen's 7 orifices. Staring at this scene, most people were shocked. Jiang Renwen, the future successor of the Jiang family, the strongest person in his generation, the number 1 on the wind cloud list, the genius favored by the sect, and with countless halos, was actually so miserable at this moment. Bastard! Stop it now! Zhu Qingji shouted. Jin Buwei smiled coldly, and slapped out, the faces of the Northern Flame royal family are really embarrassing. Zhu Qingji's face was angry, and he raised his palm to meet the attack. Lin Tian held the inner spirit sword, glanced at Zhu Yi in the distance, and closed in on Jiang Renwen step by step. I said, I will cut your right hand piece by piece. He said coldly, and his long sword buzzed. Zhu Yi pleaded for mercy for him to Zhu Wudao. Although he didn't need it, he was still very grateful. To be able to do such a thing at that time, Zhu Yi obviously sincerely treated him as a friend. At that time, Jiang Renwen used his right hand to send Zhu Yi flying, so he naturally wouldn't remain silent. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this was his style. No, he would be even more ruthless. Clang! The inner spirit sword's cold light pierced through the bone. Lin Tian raised his long sword, and slashed out. Jiang Renwen's face changed greatly, and in a panic, he used his treasured sword to block in front of him. Clang! Lin Tian's sword light was too powerful. Although Jiang Renwen blocked it, he was forced to retreat step by step from the shock. With a clang, another beam of sword light shot out. Jiang Renwen hurriedly blocked it, and suddenly he was sent flying again. At this time, Lin Tian finally got close, and the inner spirit sword flashed with cold light, and slashed at Jiang Renwen's right wrist. Jiang Renwen's face changed greatly, and he retreated in a panic, but he couldn't get out of the range of Lin Tian's sword momentum. Humph! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Lin Tianji felt an extreme coldness covering his body, and his face changed greatly, looking at the sky. At the same time, the others also looked up, and saw a middle-aged man in yellow standing in the air hundreds of feet high. He was actually standing in the air. This is? Everyone's face changed, and even Zhu Yunqing and the president of the Matrix Manipulator Guild were no exception. Standing in the air. Without relying on external objects, is this a strong fighter in the airborne realm? One by one, the soldiers were shocked. On the other side, Jiang Renwen was overjoyed. Senior. Hearing the words of the crowd, everyone was shocked. This is the mysterious person who took a fancy to Jiang Renwen, a strong fighter from the sect? Someone murmured. Lin Tian looked up and stared at the middle-aged man in yellow, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, without hesitation, he directly retreated. You still want to retreat? The middle-aged man in yellow said coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, a sword light rushed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face changed drastically. This sword light seemed ordinary, but it blocked all his escape routes, and he couldn't dodge. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, and outside the imperial court, a sword light rushed like lightning, and with a whoosh, it shattered the middle-aged man's sword light. Yi Jingshang, you're quite strong, aren't you? Using the airborne realm to bully my disciple, I dare you to fight with me. Outside the imperial court, a middle-aged drunkard stepped on the void and walked in step by step. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and they were shocked again. Another airborne realm cultivator was able to travel through the air. It's him. Zhu Wudao's expression was particularly ugly. He naturally knew this middle-aged drunkard. It was the person who took Lin Tian away on the streets of the imperial court yesterday. Although Zhu Wudao guessed that the middle-aged drunkard was very strong, he didn't expect that he was actually in the airborne realm, a legendary existence. Most importantly, this person actually called Lin Tian his disciple. In the void, the middle-aged man in yellow looked at an old drunkard, and said, "You old thing, you actually took in a disciple. It's none of your business whether I take in a disciple or not." An old drunkard cursed right away. An old drunkard said as he lifted his wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Everyone stared at this scene, and they were all stunned. How could a legendary airborne realm fighter behave like this? Lin Tian glanced at an old drunkard in the air and immediately moved again, taking a step toward Jiang Renwen. Clang, the light of thunder and fire on the inner spirit sword intertwined, and the air screamed as it slashed. "You've got guts." The middle-aged man in yellow's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. At this moment, a sword light swept by from the other side, and forced him back more than 4 feet. An old drunkard stepped on the void and walked over, laughing, as expected of my disciple, "An old drunkard, you've got character." Lin Tian closed in on Jiang Renwen, and with a shake of his long sword, a dazzling sword light spread out. "You, bam!" Jiang Renwen had just spat out a word when he was swept away by the sword light, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you!" In the air, the middle-aged man in yellow coldly scolded and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Don't be so shameless. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." An old drunkard greeted him. With a clang, an old drunkard didn't have a sword in his hand, but he condensed a sword light that was more than 5 feet wide with his vital essence, and with a wave of his hand, it pressed toward the middle-aged man in yellow. The middle-aged man in yellow's face darkened, and he dodged. The sword light fell on a pavilion area in the distance, and suddenly cut a large hole with a diameter of 7 feet. As for the pavilion that was originally on the ground, it was almost instantly cut into pieces by the sword light. Such a scene immediately caused the group of experts to gasp in unison. How terrifying was such power! At this time, the faces of Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Jianshi became very ugly. They never thought that they would summon 2 legendary airborne realm experts, and one of these 2 people was Lin Tian's teacher. Lin Tian didn't react to the surroundings at all. He closed in on Jiang Renwen, and slashed out with his sword. Pfft, blood rose up, and Jiang Renwen was sent flying, unable to resist. Bam! Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Jiang Renwen in the chest, sending him more than 5 feet away. An old drunkard laughed. Did you see that? My disciple crushed the so-called genius you've taken a fancy to." The middle-aged man in yellow's face darkened, and suddenly became very ugly. At this moment, in the imperial palace, almost everyone stopped and stared in the direction of Lin Tian and Jiang Renwen. The expressions on many people's faces were very interesting. In that direction, Jiang Renwen could be said to be very miserable at the moment. He was beaten to the east and kicked to the west by Lin Tian. Not long after, there were bloody marks on his body. Bam! A crisp sound was heard, and once again, Jiang Renwen was sent flying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and pointed the heart spirit sword at Jiang Renwen's right arm. "Stop." At this time, a voice was heard. Lin Tian subconsciously turned his head and looked. At the corner of the Beiyan Hall, a general of the imperial palace came over with a girl in white, and walked to Zhu Wudao's side. This girl was Ji Yu. Her originally beautiful face looked a little pale at this time, and her body was tied up by an iron chain that was as thick as a baby's arm, which made clanging sounds from time to time. Lin Tian's eyes instantly turned red, and a shocking killing intent came out of his body. The thunder flame sword swept out like the Yellow River, and with a bang, it sent Jiang Renwen flying more than 30 feet away. "You're all courting death." Staring ahead, the veins on Lin Tian's forehead bulged, and he looked like a ferocious beast, terrifying. Ji Yu, who was tied up by the iron chain, stared at Lin Tian in front of her. Her originally pale face was suddenly filled with joy. "I knew that you wouldn't die. I'm here to bring you back." Lin Tian Dao. Holding the heart spirit sword tightly, he stepped forward step by step, and the killing intent on his body swept through the sky like a raging wave. Stop! Zhu Wudao shouted coldly, and placed his long saber on Ji Yu's neck. Put down the sword in your hand, or else, the saber in my hand might accidentally slit her throat. I think that you definitely don't want to see that scene. Zhu Wudao knew very well that as long as he stopped Lin Tian, all of this would be over. So not long ago, he secretly ordered people to bring Ji Yu out. At this time, it just so happened that it was of great use. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Zhu Wudao, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death, he said coldly. The heart spirit sword shook, and was directly thrown out by him, piercing into a nearby pillar. Lin Tian, you don't have to listen to him. Ji Yu was anxious. In the sky, an old drunkard looked down and couldn't help but sigh. This little guy is good at everything, but he's too emotional. It's good to be emotional, but in the world of cultivators, this is often a fatal flaw. As he spoke, an old drunkard looked at Ji Yu, and suddenly revealed a strange expression. He muttered to himself, strange, why does this girl have the aura of the White Lotus Sword Manual? Isn't this the secret of the Valley of the Harp? P.S. 5th update, thank you again to all the brothers and sisters who have subscribed to support. I hope everyone enjoys reading. End of chapter. An old drunkard was slightly surprised. He stared at Ji Yu while rubbing his chin and frowning slightly. Zhu Wudao pressed the long sword in his hand against Ji Yu's neck. He stared at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, Lin Tian, today's matter ends here. I'll return her to you, and this entire matter will be written off. What do you think? If you agree, I'll let her go now. If you don't, I'm afraid it won't do her any good. Zhu Wudao wasn't stupid. He wouldn't think of killing Lin Tian at this time. After all, an old drunkard was standing in the air. He wasn't stupid enough to kill Lin Tian and offend an existence in the airborne realm. Therefore, at this time, he could only do this. He hoped that this method could end the chaos in the imperial court. At this time, as long as he stabilized Lin Tian, everything could end. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper's. He said coldly, don't think too much. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. I'll say it again. If you want to, buzz. Suddenly, outside the imperial court, lotus petals fluttered, and a light flashed over. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman appeared in the void. She was around 30 years old and was extremely beautiful. Most importantly, this person had an indescribable temperament. It was the kind of dignity that was naturally formed by being in a high position for a long time. In an instant, everyone in the imperial court was shocked again. This, another existence in the air. Hell, what day is it today? Someone muttered to himself. In just a short moment, 3 legendary existences had appeared. An old drunkard stared at the beautiful woman and opened his mouth. A big figure has come. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Dali, master of the Valley of the Harp. The beautiful woman stood in the void and looked around. Her eyes instantly fell on Ji Yu. Then, a peerless chill rushed out of the beautiful woman's body. The entire imperial court was shrouded in a terrifying sword intent. Sister Yu, Ji Yu was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, Ji Yu recognized the beautiful woman, but he didn't know her identity or strength. You're courting death. The beautiful woman stared at Zhu Wudao and the others with a cold expression. She said the same words as Lin Tianyi. Zhu Wudao was stunned. His hand that was holding the long saber trembled slightly. At this moment, even a fool could see that the beautiful woman and Ji Yu definitely had an intimate relationship. At this moment, this beautiful woman clearly came for Ji Yu. Lin Tian was also surprised by the appearance of the beautiful woman. However, most of his attention was still on Ji Yu. At this moment, when he saw that Zhu Wudao was in a daze, he instantly moved. As soon as the yin-yang puppet was displayed, his speed was raised to the maximum in an instant. In a flash, he was already in front of Ji Yu. Zhu Wudao's countenance changed. He could not help but raise his long saber. Lin Tian held onto the blade with one hand, allowing the blood to flow out from his palm, while his other hand smashed towards Zhu Wudao. This punch landed directly on Zhu Wudao's face. With a loud bang, Zhu Wudao was instantly sent flying. Your Majesty! The imperial court general who was escorting Jiyu was shocked and slashed his saber at Lin Tian. Scram! Lin Tian flipped his hand and the long saber in his left hand flew out like a bolt of lightning. Blood splattered as the long saber cut open the general's throat and devoured his life in an instant. At this moment, Lin Tian finally had time to look at Jiyu. Lin Tian. Jiyu sniffled, but his face was filled with joy. Lin Tian wiped away a teardrop from the corner of Jiyu's eye. He grabbed the metal chain outside Jiyu's body and shook it forcefully. With a crack, the metal chain binding Jiyu instantly split into 4 pieces. It shattered into pieces and fell to the ground with a crash. Are you okay? Lin Tian asked. Jiyu shook his head and said, I'm fine. It's just that my hands are a little numb after being tied up for so long. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but clench his fists. Little you. A voice rang out. With a flash of light, the beautiful woman instantly appeared beside him. She grabbed Jiyu's shoulder and sized him up. Only when she confirmed that Jiyu was fine did she let out a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. Jiyu shook his head. It's good that you're fine. When I went to your house, your grandfather was chasing you out. I heard from him that you're under house arrest here. The beautiful woman said. As she spoke, the beautiful woman scanned the surroundings. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Zhu Yunqing and the other 3's faces completely fell. They were extremely ugly and frighteningly pale. At this moment, the 4's hearts were filled with anger. What was this generation's new king doing? How could he provoke so many powerful people? An old drunkard stared at the beautiful woman, looked at Jiyu, and finally looked back at Lin Tian. Hee, my disciple has good taste. He really knows how to bet. Who knows, his little lover might even be the future successor of the Valley of the Harp. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the beautiful woman. His gaze then turned and fell on the Beiyan Hall. There, Zhu Wudao's mouth was bleeding. He looked very miserable. Lin Tian's eyes immediately became very cold. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a long sword from the stone ring. Lin Tian. Jiyu shouted. Stay here. Lin Tian Andao. As he spoke, he walked step by step into the Beiyan Hall, straight toward Zhu Wudao. What are you doing? Zhu Wudao staggered back, his face extremely pale. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. He raised his left hand and punched out. Bang! This punch was heavy and powerful, landing heavily on Zhu Wudao's chest. With a crack, several of Zhu Wudao's sternum were broken. He was knocked down by Lin Tian's punch in the Beiyan Hall. Lin Tian looked down at Zhu Wudao. He raised his long sword and slashed down mercilessly. Blood splattered. Zhu Wudao's left leg was cut off. Ah! Zhu Wudao screamed. His voice spread out from the Beiyan Hall, causing many people to feel numb. Zhu Yunqing and the others' faces turned ugly. At this moment, there was nothing they could do. They did not dare to move. In the Beiyan Hall, Zhu Wudao's screams continued. His left leg was cut off and blood was dripping. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhu Wudao's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. He threw a punch at Lin Tian. After all, he was the second on the Fengyun list. His strength was still very strong. The power of this punch was enough to make most of the 9th Heaven Divine Range experts retreat. However, the current Lin Tian could even kill ordinary Sea of Consciousness cultivators. How could he be pushed back by this punch? Puff! Lin Tian waved his sword casually. One of his arms flew out diagonally. Zhu Wudao screamed again. His right arm was gone. Stop, stop. Lin Tian, you didn't lose anything. Stop, I will apologize to the general's mansion. Zhu Wudao shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were frighteningly cold. Like a beast, he raised his long sword again and slashed down diagonally. With a puff, a small blood mark flashed. Ah! My eyes. Zhu Wudao clutched his cheek with his only arm and let out a horrifying scream. At that moment, his eyes had been slashed open by Lin Tian. Blood flowed out from his eyes, causing his entire face to be dyed red. He seemed like a terrifying ghost. Outside the hall, the beautiful woman stared at the scene. She looked at Lin Tianyi with a little surprise. Jiyu covered his mouth and couldn't help but turn his head. Eyes. My eyes. Zhu Wudao's screams spread all around. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the screams. Many people felt a chill down their spine. I said that I would make you wish you were dead. Lin Tian said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his long sword again. This time, he cut off Zhu Wudao's right leg. Following Zhu Wudao's screams, he swung out 2 more swords, chopping off Zhu Wudao's left arm and directly slashing open his throat. Lin. Lin, Zhu Wudao opened his mouth. Blood gushed out from his mouth and out from his throat. At this moment, his 4 limbs were crippled and his eyes were blinded. He could only lie on the ground and twitch nonstop. Lin Tian held the long sword tightly in his hand. His eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. He kicked Zhu Wudao's chest fiercely. You want to die? With a bang, the ground of the northern flame hall cracked. Zhu Wudao's spine was also broken. Bright red blood flowed out from his back. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Zhu Wudao couldn't even make a sound. It was obvious that he would die soon. Lin Tian moved his right leg away, but his eyes were still filled with a terrifying chill. After a long while, he raised his right hand and held the hilt of his sword. He pressed the sword down fiercely. With a puff, the tip of the sword pierced through Zhu Wudao's heart and nailed him to the northern flame hall. Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Wudao's broken body and took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Jianchu's faces turned deathly pale. Zhu Wudao's voice disappeared. Lin Tian walked out of the northern flame hall. The 4 of them didn't need to think to know what the outcome was. Zhu Wudao was killed. But even so, at this moment, the 4 of them didn't dare to say a word. What could they say now? Almost at the same time, some of the ordinary soldiers also guessed the outcome. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The new king of Northern Flame Country was killed in the Northern Flame Hall. Lin Tian. Jiyu greeted him. She didn't dare to look at the Northern Flame Hall because the beautiful woman told her not to look. It was very cruel there. Lin Tian smiled gently. His hands were full of blood. Even his clothes were dyed red. I still have something to do. Wait for me, he said. After finishing his words, he walked to one side, pulled out the inner spirit sword from the pillar and approached Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's face changed. He immediately held the treasure sword in his hand tightly. Junior. Don't be too presumptuous. The middle-aged man in yellow shouted. Good disciple, do what you want. As your master, I will support you. An old drunkard said. In a flash, an old drunkard stood in front of the middle-aged man in yellow. An old drunkard, get out of the way. The middle-aged man in yellow said angrily. If you can defeat me, you will naturally get out of the way. An old drunkard said indifferently. You. The middle-aged man in yellow was furious. The middle-aged man in yellow was very clear about an old drunkard's strength. How could it be easy to win? At this moment, the sword whistled. Lin Tianyi stepped in front of Jiang Renwen and slashed down mercilessly with the inner spirit sword. Jiang Renwen's face changed and blocked with his long sword. Crack! With a crisp sound, the treasure sword in Jiang Renwen's hand was directly cut in half. After that, Lin Tian's sword didn't slow down. He slashed Jiang Renwen's chest, leaving a long bloody mark. End of chapter. Jiang Renwen groaned. He covered his chest with his left hand and staggered back several feet. Full text to read. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and moved 3 feet away. Then, he slashed down again. You. Jiang Renwen's expression changed. He quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. Puff. Blood splattered as Lin Tian's sword landed on Jiang Renwen's right hand, creating a bloody gash. The broken sword in Jiang Renwen's hand immediately fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Tian approached and kicked Jiang Renwen in the chest. Bang! Jiang Renwen flew backward and hit a wall not far away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. In front of the Beiyan Palace, Ji was a little surprised. The beautiful woman stared at Lin Tian and frowned slightly. She also looked a little surprised. The palace was surrounded by soldiers. No one dared to move. They all stared straight ahead. Lin Tian glanced at Jui in the distance. Then, he stared at Jiang Renwen and instantly rushed forward. As the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed, this time, his sword was aimed straight at Jiang Renwen's right hand. "Stop!" the middle-aged man in yellow shouted. Unfortunately, an old drunkard stood in front of him. "This is a fight between peers. Old man, don't make trouble. Get out of the way." The middle-aged man in yellow glared at an old drunkard. His body emitted a strong fluctuation. "No way." An old drunkard didn't care. At this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of Jiang Renwen. His heart-spirit sword slashed down mercilessly. "I said that I would cut your right hand piece by piece," he said coldly. As he spoke, the sword light had already pressed down. With a puff, Jiang Renwen's right palm was cut down and then shattered in the shocking sword light. Jiang Renwen screamed. His left hand covered his right wrist as blood flowed. In the next moment, another sword hum rang out. Lin Tian's sword once again slashed out, cutting off the tip of Jiang Renwen's right arm from the center. Then, he swung his sword again, slashing out a few more times, completely crushing Jiang Renwen's right arm. "Ah!" Jiang Renwen screamed, his face twisted in pain. When the crowd saw this scene, most of them couldn't help but gasp. How cruel was this method? The yellow-robed middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he swooped down. "Get lost." An old drunkard was not someone to be trifled with. He waved his right hand. There was no sword in his hand, but a terrifying sword chi was released. The middle-aged man in yellow was forced to retreat, and his eyes burned with rage. At this time, Lin Tian once again closed in on Jiang Renwen and swung his sword. The sword wind left streaks of blood on Jiang Renwen's chest, which was a ghastly sight. "Senior, save me! Save me!" Fear finally appeared in Jiang Renwen's eyes. The current Lin Tian was too strong, and he was no match for him. In the void, an old drunkard suddenly laughed. "Woo, this is the genius you found. He actually asked you for help." "Ha ha ha ha, an old drunkard, am dying of laughter." The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face suddenly turned ugly. Obviously, Jiang Renwen's actions had damaged his reputation. At this time, Lin Tian's sword suddenly became terrifying. The thunder flame sword momentum spread out in all directions. Boom! The tyrannical True Yuan swept out in waves. Lin Tian's body was covered in thunder and flame power. Such might caused many people to tremble. A divine pulse realm martial artist, to be able to emit such a tyrannical sword intent? In front of the Beiyan Palace, the beautiful woman was slightly shocked. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. "You dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Good disciple, kill," an old drunkard said. Standing in the void, an old drunkard was like an unsheathed sword, blocking all the yellow-robed middle-aged man's escape. Lin Tian didn't care about the yellow-robed middle-aged man at all. He coldly raised his sword at Jiang Renwen. "It's over." "Stop, stop, clang." As soon as the thunder flame sword aura was released, it rushed forward like a thunder flame dragon roaring. Pfft! Jiang Renwen couldn't avoid it and was instantly cut into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. In an instant, the entire Huangting Palace shook again. Jiang Renwen, the number one on the Fengyun ranking list, who was favored by the airborne realm, was killed. Some soldiers stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. In the eyes of these soldiers, the slender figure in front of them was too terrifying. He was like the Grim Reaper. "Bastard!" The yellow-robed middle-aged man was furious. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. In front of him, Lin Tian mercilessly killed the person he favored. He didn't give him any face at all. "Humph!" An old drunkard coldly snorted. His sword aura swept out and shook outwards. The two airborne realm powerhouses faced each other. The sword chi and sword aura collided, causing the air to howl. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared, as if a storm was about to come. It shocked everyone. In front of the Beiyan Palace, Jiyu pulled the Latin American woman and whispered something. A strange look flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes. She paused and looked at the sky. Wu Jingsheng, that's enough. The person you favored relied on the power of the sect to do whatever he wanted. What happened today is his own fault. Don't embarrass the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face was already ugly. At this moment, it became even uglier. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man didn't say anything. He was obviously afraid of the beautiful woman. You're good. The yellow-robed middle-aged man coldly glanced at Lin Tian. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly left. Looking at the direction the yellow-robed middle-aged man left, Lin Tian frowned. A cold look appeared in his eyes. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was probably thinking of him and wanted to kill him. My good disciple, there's motivation when there's pressure. I have high hopes for you. An old drunkard stood in the air and said. Lin Tian nodded and turned his head, but he stared at Zhu Jianxia and the others. Holding the heart spirit sword, he approached step by step. What are you doing? Zhu Qingji asked. However, at this moment, Zhu Qingji no longer had the sharpness he had when he first appeared. His face looked very ugly. After all, Lin Tian's master was standing in the air. He was a real airborne realm powerhouse. How could he not be afraid? You're also guilty of indulging your descendants. Lin Tian said coldly. Staring at Zhu Yunqing, Zhu Qingji, and the others, he did not hide his murderous intent. Zhu Yunqing's face turned ugly. He said, young man, you've already killed the new king of the Beiyan royal family, killed the future heir of the Jiang family, and turned the palace upside down. That's enough. Don't go too far. He was the ancestor of the Beiyan royal family, but at this moment, facing Lin Tian, Zhu Yunqing did not have any dignity. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Don't think you can get away with it. Lin Tianling said. Zhu Yunqing was furious. The surrounding soldiers were terrified. This person was actually going to make a move on the past powerhouses of the Beiyan royal family. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The four people from the Matrix Manipulator Guild had smiles on their faces. Each of them faced a sea of consciousness powerhouse. Obviously, they would still support Lin Tian. At this moment, not far away, Zhu ran over. Brother Lin, Miss Ji is considered to be fine. Can we stop here? Zhu said. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhu Yi's voice had a hint of pleading. Lin Tian stopped and frowned slightly. After a slight hesitation, he raised his head and looked at Zhu Yunqing. He said, promise me 3 things and I'll stop. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. He said, okay, say it. It was only 3 things. If it was not too much, Zhu Yunqing was willing to use it to stop this chaos. First, the Beiyan royal family must personally apologize to the relatives of the deceased. Of course, you must also give sufficient comfort to the relatives of the deceased. Lin Tiandao said. Zhu Yunqing nodded. Okay. This was completely acceptable. Second, to clear the old general's name, the 4 of you must personally go to the old general's residence to apologize to him. Also, after this, announce to the world in the name of the Beiyan royal family that the old general will forever be recognized as the first protector general of the Beiyan country. The descendants of the Beiyan royal family must bow to the old general when they see him. They will be on the same level as the past emperors. Lin Tian said the second condition. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. This condition is too much. The descendants of the Beiyan royal family must bow to the old general and be on the same level as the past emperors. What was this? In this way, the Beiyan royal family would become the private property of the Ji family. Too much? For decades, when the old general fought for the Beiyan royal family, why didn't you say it was too much? When the old general's children died at the border, why didn't you say it was too much? When Zhu Wudao did those shameless things, did you think of the word too much? Now, you want to mention it? Lin Tianling said. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. He was speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yunqing gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree to this condition. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Zhu Yi. Third, to appoint the 9th prince as the new emperor. Zhu Yi was a good person and sincerely treated him as a friend. He sincerely hoped that Zhu Yi could become the new emperor. Moreover, as long as Zhu Yi could become the new emperor of the Beiyan royal family, it would be a good thing for his family and friends in the Beiyan royal family. Zhu Yi was shocked and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. This, Brother Lin, I am not suitable. Zhu Yi shook his head. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and said, there is no such thing as suitable or not, there is a first step for everything. Then, Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yunqing and said, how about it, do you agree or not? Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Qingji looked at each other and said without hesitation, no problem. These 4 people had lived for a long time and could clearly see that Lin Tian's master, an old drunkard, came from a powerful sect. Lin Tian would definitely go to the sect to cultivate in the future. And it seemed that Zhu Yi and Lin Tian had a good relationship. It was a pure friendship. If Zhu Yi became the new emperor, they might be able to ask Lin Tian for help when the Beiyan royal family was in trouble in the future. This was definitely a good thing. Lin Tian did not expect the 4 to agree so quickly. However, he did not think too much about it. That's good. Then, he put away the heart spirit sword. Ancestor, Zhu Yi was a little restless. He was a little panicked when he was suddenly asked to become the emperor of the Beiyan royal family. Don't panic, we will send people to help you. Zhu Yunqing said. P.S. 2 chapters today. I was a little tired yesterday. In a few days, the dragon will release more chapters. Finally, please subscribe. Brothers and sisters who have the conditions to subscribe to support me. Thank you, everyone. End of chapter. Zhu Yi panicked a little, but after hearing Zhu Yunqing's words, he calmed down. I believe that you can do it. Lin Tiandao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Lin Tian would propose such a condition to the old ancestor of the Beiyan imperial family. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and looked around. The matter of the imperial court could be considered to have been settled. He nodded slightly at the 4 people from the Array Manipulator Guild to express his gratitude. Then, he walked toward Jiyu. Senior. After bowing to the beautiful woman, Lin Tian looked at Jiyu. Jiyu blinked and was a little happy. Lin Tian actually came to the palace for her. Let's go back. Lin Tian smiled. Jiyu nodded. The beautiful woman stood at the side and sized up Lin Tian. She nodded to herself. Sister Yu, do you want to go to my house? Jiyu looked at the beautiful woman. Of course. The beautiful woman smiled and said, call me master in the future. Jiyu stared at the beautiful woman and blinked. Although she wasn't stupid, she was still curious about her. Let's go. I will tell you later. The beautiful woman smiled. Then, the beautiful woman walked forward, leaving some space for Lin Tian and Jiyu. Lin Tian looked at the beautiful woman's back and then at Jiyu. He asked softly, when did you meet her? Oh, 5 years ago. Jiyu said. Lin Tiandao said, you don't need to think to know that she is an expert from the sect. You actually met her 5 years ago and she seems to care about you a lot. This means that you were chosen by the sect before Jiang Renwen. Lin Tian smiled. This kind of subconscious low profile suits you. Jiyu shook her head and said, I don't know Sister Yu's strength and identity. 5 years ago, we played together. Later on, Sister Yu taught me a sword technique. At that time, I was still young, only 11 years old. I didn't know the value of that sword technique. However, as I cultivated it, I understood that it was very powerful and profound. Sword technique? Is it the sword technique with lotus petals that you used back then? Lin Tian asked. Jiyu nodded. Lin Tian understood. No wonder. When Lin Tian saw Jiyu use that sword light, he found it very strange because that sword light was really mysterious. It was not until this moment that he realized that Jiyu was practicing the sword technique passed down by the sex expert. The 2 behind you, go back and talk. A voice came from the front. Jiyu stared at the beautiful woman's back, stuck out his tongue at Lin Tian, and ran forward. Lin Tianwei was stunned. He didn't expect Jiyu to do such a thing. He was really cute. TSK, my good disciple, your little lover is really a treasure. She has a powerful background. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian looked up and said, can you come down and talk? Why should I come down? I'm going to find wine. With that, an old drunkard disappeared in a flash. Lin Tian shook his head. He knew this master's character quite well, so he didn't care and walked out of the palace. Soon, he left the palace and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Let's go. There are other things later. It's just those 3 families. It's just a small matter. There's no need for the president to come this time. But I didn't expect that little brother's master to be an airborne realm expert from the sect. Qin Feng and the other 2 said. With that said, the 3 of them followed the Array Manipulator Guild's president out of the imperial court. Seeing the 4 leave, Zhu Yunqing and the other 3 didn't look too good. But after a while, they could only shake their heads and sigh. Looking around, from the palace to the Beiyan Palace, it was almost completely dyed red with blood. When has the Beiyan Palace ever suffered such a disaster? Zhu Jianzhi gritted his teeth. Zhu Qingji and Zhu Pinglua's expressions were also very bad, but they couldn't say anything. All of this was their own fault. Zhu Yunqing shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi. We'll rely on you in the future. I hope you can govern the empire well. Outside the general's mansion, Ji Yuanshan squatted in front of the gate and looked forward anxiously. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in Ji Yuanshan's vision. They were Lin Tian, Ji Yu, and the beautiful woman. Ji Yuanshan suddenly stood up. Ji Yu. Ji Yu's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but cry as he quickly walked over. Grandpa. Ji Yu jogged over. Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu from head to toe, afraid that Ji Yu would lose a single strand of hair. This was his most beloved granddaughter, his only family member. When he was paraded on the streets without any explanation, it was also because Zhu Wudao threatened Ji Yu with his life. I'm fine. Ji Yu said. That's good, that's good. Ji Yuanshan said. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and the beautiful woman. Little brother Lin, thank you. And miss you, thank you for coming to the palace. I will never forget this kindness. Lin Tian shook his head. Old general, you're too polite. The beautiful woman just nodded and didn't say anything. The 4 of them walked into the general's mansion. Lin Tian glanced at the courtyard and found that the corpses were gone. After thinking about it, Lin Tian guessed that Ji Yuanshan must have buried all the corpses that night. Old general, I've avenged them. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yuanshan trembled. You killed the new king? He deserved to die. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yuanshan trembled even more. Tears overflowed from his eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Tian had barged into the palace, brought back Ji Yu, and killed the new king of the empire. Even Ji Yuanshan, a martial artist who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was completely moved at this moment. Other than the word thank you, he really couldn't find any other words. Killing an emperor, which ordinary person could do it? Who dared to do it? Then, Ji Yuanshan was worried. If the new king was killed, the anger of the imperial family could be imagined. He knew that there were many strong warriors in the imperial family. Don't worry, those people won't have any objections. Everything will be fine. Lin Tiandao. He naturally knew what Ji Yuanshan was worried about. Ji Yuanshan was a little surprised, but he trusted Lin Tian and immediately calmed down. After returning to the general's mansion, Ji Yu was also a little sad. The entire general's mansion had been destroyed. Although those people weren't blood relatives, they had lived together for so long and naturally had feelings for each other. The dead are gone. Don't be sad. Lin Tian comforted him. Time passed by, and night soon enveloped the land. Little Yu, let's talk. In the main hall, the beautiful woman said. Okay. Ji Yu stood up and looked at Lin Tian. The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Tian and hesitated for a moment. Since you're an old drunkard's disciple, there's no harm in coming together. Immediately, Ji Yu led the beautiful woman and Lin Tian to her room. After entering the room, Jiyu walked toward the window. His expression changed slightly. You're looking for these two things? Lin Tiandao. With a wave of his right hand, he took out the cloud star flower and the booklet from the stone ring. Jiyu's face lit up. He took the cloud star flower from Lin Tian and put it back. Then, he took the booklet. However, just as he held the booklet, his expression changed. That, you read it? Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. I couldn't help but flip through it. Then, you know everything? Jiyu's face reddened. Lin Tian scratched his head. Yes, I know. Jiyu's face was as red as a tomato. He clenched his fists and asked, then, what do you think? Just as she said, when they met again, she wanted to tell him everything. Naturally, she also wanted to understand Lin Tian's feelings. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. He continued to scratch his head and said, I'll take responsibility for you. Really? Jiyu's face lit up. Really? Lin Tian said seriously. Jiyu was very happy. He suddenly felt very relaxed and a little shy. Don't treat me like air. You can talk about love in private later. There was a dry cough. Jiyu paused and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Even Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed. That's enough. The beautiful woman shook her head and found a seat for herself before she gazed at Jiyu and said, right, little you, that sword technique I passed down to you that day has a total of 9 levels of domain. What level have you attained in it? 4 levels. Jiyu was a little embarrassed, like a child who had done something wrong. The beautiful woman was moved. 4 levels? Well, it's too difficult. Jiyu whispered. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. Too difficult? That was the secret of the Valley of the Harp. It was a combination of cultivation methods, martial arts, and body movements. It was at the airborne realm. To be able to cultivate this sword technique to the 4th level at the 8th level of the divine range, there had never been such a person in the history of the Valley of the Harp. Shaking her head, the beautiful woman looked at Jiyu and Lin Tian. She seemed to be reminiscing, but also seemed to be deliberately telling it to the two. She said, 5 years ago, I went out to the mortal world to train my mind. While walking in the imperial city, the back of my hand was scratched. It happened that you saw it. With that, the beautiful woman smiled and looked at Jiyu. She said, this girl dragged me to the general's mansion to wash my hands and apply medicine. At that time, I found it very interesting. After that, I simply stayed in the general's mansion for a period of time. Thinking about it, it was about 3 months. During those 3 months, I became this girl's playmate. However, it was also during these 3 months that I found this girl's aptitude was really amazing. I have never seen someone with such aptitude in decades. 9-star talent? Lin Tian asked. 9-star talent? That kind of thing has nothing to do with true aptitude. It may be able to speed up cultivation in the early stages, but after reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm, this kind of thing has no meaning at all. After all, the experts of the Sea of Consciousness realm already have the power of divine sense and can easily perceive the existence of spirit chi. The beautiful woman said, the so-called aptitude refers to comprehension, which is also a person's potential. It is not something as superficial as 9-star talent. Lin Tian was moved. So it was like this. Thinking about it this way, the sect was really not an ordinary place. It should be known that a 9-star talent was called a monster in the secular world, but in the eyes of the experts of the sect, it was just a superficial thing. The beautiful woman stared at Jiyu and said seriously, you may have guessed my origin, but it should not be complete. Let me put it simply. 5 years ago, when I left, I taught you a sword technique called the White Lotus Sword Technique. It is the secret sword technique of the Valley of the Harp, one of the 4 great sects of the Heaven Domain. It is a sword technique that only the candidate of the Valley of the Harp is qualified to practice. And I am this generation's master of the Valley of the Harp. In the future, I will be your master. End of chapter. Lin Tian was shocked. He stared at the beautiful woman and said, you're the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp? No one heard what the middle-aged man in yellow said when he saw the beautiful woman in the imperial court. Lin Tian and the others only guessed that the beautiful woman was an expert from a sect. They didn't expect her to be the master of the Valley of the Harp, one of the 4 great sections. Her background was quite impressive. After thinking about it, Lin Tian suddenly understood why an old drunkard told him that Ji Yu's background was quite impressive. She was actually valued by the master of the Valley of the Harp many years ago. No pop-up window, Ji Yu blinked and stared at the beautiful woman in surprise. Sister Yu, so you're the Valley Master of a sect. Ji Yu was surprised. The beautiful woman smiled and said, you must be happy. I, the master of the Valley of the Harp, played with you for a few months back then. Ji Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, thanks to you, my cultivation has improved a little after that. The beautiful woman smiled. That's good. That's good. Ji Yu was also quite embarrassed. When she was young, she actually dragged the master of a sect into her residence. Because Ji Yuanshan was often on the battlefield, she was so bored that she dragged him to play with her for 3 months. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking about it, this was really interesting. He could even imagine the embarrassment on the beautiful woman's face at that time. By the way, Senior, what do you mean by the Valley Master candidate? After a pause, Lin Tian asked. I'll bring Xiaoyu to the Valley of the Harp to cultivate as the next Valley Master candidate, the beautiful woman said. As she spoke, she looked at Ji Yu and smiled. In terms of talent, none of the young people I've seen can compare to Xiaoyu. I believe that the next Valley Master will definitely be Xiaoyu. Lin Tian was moved, but he quickly felt relieved. To be honest, Ji Yu's talent was indeed amazing. He recalled the scene when Ji Yu brought him to the small market. Ji Yu actually subconsciously treated him as an ordinary person. It was really rare. Even now, he couldn't do it like Ji Yu. Go to the sect, Ji Yu looked at the beautiful woman hesitantly. The beautiful woman patted Ji Yu's head and said softly, don't worry and don't worry. Master is here. Moreover, the Valley of the Harp has always only accepted female disciples. Xiaoyu is so beautiful. Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian. The beautiful woman said helplessly, you don't have to worry about that. He will also go to the sect, the Burning Sun sect. Ji Yu was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Tian and said, really? Yes, I just found a master. Lin Tian smiled. That's great. Ji Yu was happy, but he soon looked worried. He shook his head and said, but, I still can't. The people in the house are all gone. Only Grandpa is left. If I leave, Grandpa will be very lonely. Lin Tianwei was stunned. The beautiful woman was also stunned. Children have grown up. They have to walk their own path. If you can walk ahead of your peers, your grandpa will be very happy. The beautiful woman said. Lin Tian nodded and said, Old General will definitely insist that you leave. The night was very long. In Ji Yu's room, the beautiful woman talked about many things about the sect. Lin Tian and Ji Yu learned a lot. After the night, the beautiful woman did not leave. Instead, she stayed in the general's residence. She came here to take Ji Yu back to the Valley of the Harp. Naturally, she had to leave with Ji Yu. Imperial City, Jiang family. B****. An angry roar sounded in the Jiang family. The head of the Jiang family was almost crazy. He already knew what happened in the imperial court. Jiang Renwen was killed. He thought that the Jiang family could rely on Jiang Renwen to rise to fame. But now, everything disappeared like a spark. Family head, what should we do? That Lin Tian has the support of the Array Manipulator Guild. He also has the support of an airborne realm expert. Someone murmured. The head of the Jiang family was stunned. What should he do? Kill Lin Tian for revenge? It was simply impossible. Until now. Such thoughts were nothing more than a joke. He was someone who had even broken through the imperial court, someone who was capable of killing cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness, and someone who had the backing of the Matrix Manipulator Guild and an airborne realm being. What could the Jiang clan possibly do? At this moment, the only thing left in the Jiang family was anger and hatred. Almost at the same time, the Ling family and the Duan family fell into anger, shock, and fear. At first, the dozens of divine range experts they sent out were all killed by Lin Tianxia. But now, Lin Tian even broke through the imperial court. With the support of the Array Manipulator Guild and an airborne realm expert, they actually provoked such a person. Time passed by as usual, minutes and seconds ticking by. Lin Tian and Ji Yu had been staying in the general's mansion. Together with Ji Yuanshan, they cleaned up the destroyed general's mansion. As for the beautiful woman, she was like a dragon that was rarely seen. Basically, she could only be seen at night. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Zhu Yunqing, Zhu Jianshi, Zhu Qingji, and Zhu Pingluo went to the general's residence to apologize to Ji Yuanshan. They apologized in front of the graves of all the people who were killed in the general's residence. Then, on the second day, a voice sounded in the imperial city. It came from the Beiyan royal family, and it was shouted by members of the royal family. The former crown prince was muddle-headed, rebellious, and framed the loyal. He is now removed from the throne. The Beiyan royal family apologizes to old General Ji Yuanshan. Also, General Ji Yuanshan is the first protector general of the Beiyan country. He is on the same level as the previous emperors of the Beiyan country. He has the right to punish the new emperor. He will be respected by everyone in the Beiyan country forever. As soon as this voice was heard, it shocked the entire imperial city. Sure enough, the old general was wronged. Didn't I say so? How could old General Ji do something so treacherous? Bah, why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't say it either. This, in the imperial city, many people were discussing. Some were happy, some were ashamed. It was also at this time that the back of a young man appeared in many people's minds. That day, on the streets of the imperial city, a young man faced the new emperor of the Beiyan country alone and took Ji Yuanshan away. The change in attitude of the Beiyan royal family, could it be because of that young man? Someone mumbled to himself. No matter what, the imperial city was boiling with shock, excitement, and excitement. When Ji Yuanshan was captured, no one said anything. However, most of them knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. They just didn't dare to say anything. After all, the one who captured Ji Yuanshan was the new emperor of the Beiyan country. Now that Ji Yuanshan's injustice was cleared, these people were naturally happy. Ji Yuanshan had sacrificed a lot for the people. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this day, the Beiyan royal family announced that the 9th prince, Zhu Yi, would be the new emperor. The 9th prince? I think I've heard of him. He's quite a casual person. He seems to be the youngest prince, right? Why would the youngest prince be the next emperor? Strange. In the imperial city, many people were curious. Of course, they were just curious. At the end of the day, who the Beiyan royal family would choose to be the next emperor didn't affect the ordinary people. Zhu Yi's coronation ceremony was very simple but also very grand. It was simple because the ceremony wasn't as luxurious as the previous emperors. After all, chaos had just broken out in the imperial court. It was grand because this time, the old ancestor of the Northern Flame imperial family, Zhu Yunqing, personally put on the crown for Zhu Yi. This was an honor that the other emperors had never enjoyed before. Good luck, Lin Tian said to Zhu Yi. Lin Tian naturally came to participate in Zhu Yi's ceremony. I'll try my best. Zhu Yi scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Just try your best. As a person, you just have to be true to your heart. Lin Tian smiled. N. Zhu Yi nodded heavily. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and walked out of the imperial city with Ji Yu. Zhu Yunqing and the other 3 looked at Lin Tian's back and sighed. Throughout history, the royal family has always been ruthless. For the sake of the royal family, everything can be sacrificed. Although I feel hatred and anger towards this young man, I have to say, you have made a good friend. Zhu Yunqing sighed. Zhu Yi was stunned and stared at Zhu Yunqing. Cherish it, Zhu Yunqing said. As he spoke, Zhu Yunqing left the Northern Flame Palace and disappeared in a flash. Cherish it, Zhu Jianshi said. As he spoke, Zhu Jianshi and Zhu Qingji also left the Northern Flame Palace. Zhu Yi looked at the 4 of them leave and his eyes were filled with solemnity and seriousness. Definitely. Lin Tian and Ji Yu returned to the general's residence. The moment they stepped into the residence, they felt a violent surge of true yuan. It was as if there were bolts of lightning roaring. The aura was so strong that it was terrifying to the extreme. The two of them followed the true yuan and rushed to the backyard. They saw a man and a woman facing each other, and there were small bolts of lightning in the middle. Master? An old drunkard? Ji Yu and Lin Tian were both shocked. The man and woman were precisely the old drunkard and the beautiful woman. The two of them stood facing each other, and only strands of powerful winds were blowing between them. Sword intent interweaved like bolts of lightning, and they slashed out numerous sword marks on the ground. The might they revealed caused even Lin Tian to be horrified. After 10 breaths, the aura of the two of them finally stabilized. Only then did Lin Tian and Ji Yu let out a sigh of relief. An old drunkard, what are you doing? Lin Tian asked. An old drunkard shrugged. Nothing much. We're just testing our sword chi. Can we go somewhere else to test our sword chi? Lin Tian was speechless. The yard was in a mess again. He and Ji Yu had spent a long time tidying it up. The beautiful woman stared at an old drunkard and said with a frown, everyone thought that you had fallen. Everyone underestimated you. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're not much weaker than the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Speaking of which, I'm very curious. Why did the Sword Immortal of the Burning Sun sect give up the position of sect leader? Sword Immortal? Lin Tian was shocked. He looked at an old drunkard and said, Old man, I didn't know you were so powerful. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tian. Can't you be more polite to your dear master? An old drunkard didn't forget to pour wine into his mouth. Lin Tian, why? We were friends in the past. You can tell me. The beautiful woman said. An old drunkard shrugged. Sect leader is too troublesome. Are you satisfied with this answer? You tricked me. The beautiful woman's face darkened. Look at what you're saying. You're the master of the Valley of the Harp. How would I dare? An old drunkard said. The beautiful woman was furious. She raised her hand and a white lotus sword light appeared. My good disciple, I'm going to look for wine. 1 month later, I'll come to take you to the sect. Remember? An old drunkard faced Lin Tiandao. Lin Tianji felt his vision blur. In the next moment, an old drunkard's figure disappeared. He didn't even see how an old drunkard moved. The beautiful woman raised her hand and waved it, and the sword light shattered with a sizzling sound. Ji Yu moved to the beautiful woman's side. Master, it's fine. The beautiful woman smiled. Lin Tian stepped forward, thought for a moment, and asked, Senior, are you very familiar with an old drunkard? You don't call him master? The beautiful woman frowned. He asked me to call him an old drunkard. Lin Tiandao. The beautiful woman nodded. This is quite in line with his current temperament. His current temperament? Lin Tianwei was confused. He wasn't like this in the past. The beautiful woman said, You can ask him about the specific situation when you have time. End of this chapter. Lin Tian wanted to ask more, but the beautiful woman didn't want to say more. She left after saying, Go ask him yourself. This made Lin Tian speechless. After all, his interest had been piqued. No pop-up window, I'll help you ask some other day? Ji Yu blinked. That's not necessary. Lin Tian said with a smile. If he really wanted to know about an old drunkard, he could ask him himself. In the next few days, Lin Tian stayed in the general's residence to cultivate. When he reached the 9th level of the divine range, he didn't have time to consolidate it because he was in a hurry to save Ji Yu. Now that he had some free time, it was the right time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence. His spirit had improved a lot, and his cultivation had been completely consolidated. It's time to do the final cleansing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was winter. Although there was a sun in the sky, the temperature wasn't high. The air was still very cold. Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence and walked on the street, following a predetermined direction. It's him. The one who used to walk with Miss G. The young man who kidnapped old General Ji not long ago. A young hero. On both sides of the street, many people stared at Lin Tian with reverence. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He didn't care about the discussions and gazes of the people on both sides of the street. His footsteps were steady. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge residence. Imperial City, Jiang family. With a cold expression, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand as he stepped forward. In front of the Jiang family residence, there were two strong cultivators standing guard. Their cultivations were both at the 7th level of the refinement realm. When they saw Lin Tian walk over, their expressions immediately changed. You. Lin. The two of them pointed their spears at Lin Tian, but they couldn't stop trembling. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. The two trembled and pointed their spears at Lin Tian. Although they were afraid, they still roared and charged at Lin Tianxia. Clang, with a swing of the sword, 2 streaks of blood gushed out, and 2 corpses fell down. Lin Tian's pace did not change as he stepped into the Jiang manor. There were many passers-by outside the Jiang residence. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. What is this for? This is one of the 3 strongest martial arts families in the Northern Flame country. He actually came here to kill people? No one knew that Lin Tian had broken into the palace. After all, the royal family would never allow this news to spread. At this moment, seeing that Lin Tian had actually stepped into the Jiang family's inner area alone, all of these people turned pale with fright, their eyes wide open. Within the Jiang family, someone had naturally discovered Lin Tian's intrusion. A divine range expert appeared and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people gathered in the Jiang family's courtyard. Each of them held a sword in their hands and glared at Lin Tian with hatred in their eyes. Lin Tian, how dare you come here? The divine range expert roared in anger. Jiang Renwen had been chosen by the sect, and originally, the Jiang family could have used this opportunity to rise in status once again. But who would have thought that Jiang Renwen would be killed by Lin Tian, and the Jiang family's hope of rising up was crushed in the cradle? How could the Jiang family not hate Lin Tian? I have already broken into the imperial court. What is your Jiang family? Lin Tian said coldly. The divine range expert's face was filled with anger, and viciousness appeared in his eyes. Attack together and kill him. Everyone in the Jiang family knew that Lin Tian was a mortal enemy that could not be resolved. Instantly, dozens of people rushed towards Lin Tian. Most of them were divine range cultivators, and their eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. At the same time, more people rushed out from every corner of the Jiang family, and all of them rushed towards Lin Tian. Close the door. Someone shouted. Lin Tian was surrounded in the center, but his expression was still calm. As expected, only death awaits. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In fact, he didn't want to kill too many people. He originally thought that he would let some of the ordinary Jiang family's disciples go if he could. However, at this moment, as he looked at the Jiang family's disciples one after another, he directly crushed that thought in his heart. These people's killing intent and hatred towards him were too strong. He would never leave a threat to himself, his family, and friends. Kill! The Jiang family disciples roared. Finally, someone rushed forward. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His right hand shook, and the azure thunder sword chi swept in all directions. Dazzling blood splattered in all directions, and the people who rushed forward were instantly turned into corpses on the ground. Now, he could even kill ordinary sea of knowledge experts and even break into the imperial court. How could these ordinary Jiang family disciples be a match for him? They couldn't even block one of his moves. Clang, another sword chime was heard. The azure thunder sword chi slashed out and cut a third sky divine range expert in half. The divine range commander's expression changed. He roared and rushed towards Lin Tian personally. This person was at the peak of the 8th sky divine range. He held a spirit weapon sword and performed the ice soul sword technique. The sword chime was terrifying. Get lost. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he slashed out with his sword. With a swoosh, the ice soul sword chi was instantly shattered, and the person's head flew out. Lin Tian stepped into the Jiang family's courtyard as if he was entering an uninhabited land. Everywhere he passed, only corpses fell under his feet. Soon, he killed his way from the Jiang family's outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. Lin Tian. A roar was heard. The Jiang family had appeared, and his eyes were filled with crazy hatred. Do you have the right to hate me? Lin Tian mocked. Jiang Renwen wanted to steal my green spirit weapon and failed. Then, your Jiang family sent people to assassinate me in the imperial courtyard. Then, you ambushed me in the Beast Devil Ridge and forced me down the cliff. At this time, your Jiang family looks like you've been wronged. Do you still want your face? The Jiang family head's face was ferocious. Obviously, he didn't want to listen. He roared, "Kill him." As he spoke, a large group of people rushed out from behind the Jiang family head. These people were the elites of the Jiang family, and all of them were divine range experts. Humph. Lin Tianlong smiled. Now, he was invincible under the spiritual sea realm. No one could stop him. The inner spirit sword shook, and the azure thunder sword chi swept out. Puff, 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 the large group of people who rushed forward were suddenly blown away. They all spurted blood. The rest were blown back by the sword wind. They were all shocked. The Jiang family head stared at Lin Tian. He was furious and shocked at the same time. Do you think that I was lucky to be able to break into the imperial court? Lin Tianling said. Holding the azure thunder sword, he pressed forward step by step. Powerful sword chi lingered around his body. Young man, you're too arrogant. An old voice sounded. Behind the Jiang family head, an old man appeared. He was emitting a powerful aura. Ancestor. The Jiang family head bowed. The Jiang family's ancestor waved his hand and stepped forward. My Jiang family has existed for so many years, but this is the first time someone has killed his way here. Staring at Lin Tian, the Jiang family's ancestor's gaze turned vicious, not bothering to conceal his killing intent. You're just a useless family. Do you really think you're so great? Lin Tian's expression was cold. The Jiang family head's eyes became even colder. He took a step forward and chopped at Lin Tian with his hand. Old man, why don't you take a rest first? A figure rushed out from behind Lin Tian. The vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild, Qin Feng, appeared and blocked the Jiang family head. Qin Feng, what are you doing? The Jiang family head's expression changed. Obviously, the Jiang family head knew. The Jiang family head recognized Qin Feng. To be honest, there weren't many people in the imperial city who didn't know who Qin Feng was. The expressions of the Jiang family head and the others changed. They didn't expect the vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild to be involved. Although they had heard that the Array Manipulator Guild was behind Lin Tian when he charged into the imperial city, they didn't expect that someone from the Array Manipulator Guild would help Lin Tian charge into the Jiang family. When your Jiang family bullied my Array Manipulator Guild's genius, we didn't ask you what you wanted to do. Qin Feng said calmly. The Jiang family head was furious. At that moment, Lin Tian moved. He took a step forward and slashed his sword in all directions. Ah! Screams rang out. There were many experts in the Jiang family, but how could they compare to the imperial city? Now, Lin Tian used the Azure Thunder Sword technique. He was like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Every time he slashed out, someone would fall. Pooh! 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 Blood flowed and soon, the ground was dyed red. To the Jiang family, this was a day of calamity. The experts in the family were killed one by one. Bastard! The Jiang family head roared. His eyes were red. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. All of this is your own fault. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Lightning and fire intertwined on the inner spirit sword as he slashed forward. The bright lightning and fire sword light was like lightning. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the Jiang family head's heart. The Jiang family head coughed out blood. The light of life in his eyes dimmed and he fell to the ground. Family head! A Jiang family head shouted in shock and anger. The Jiang family head was even more furious. The Jiang family head was his grandson. Ah! the Jiang family head roared and charged at Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through Qin Feng's defense. Lin Tian glanced at the Jiang family head. His expression was cold as he looked at the other Jiang family disciples. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, the Jiang family disciples trembled and couldn't help but retreat. However, these people still held on to their weapons tightly. The murderous intent and ferociousness in the depths of your eyes have never decreased, Lin Tianling said. He had cultivated the Heavenly One Soul mantra, and his soul force was astonishingly strong. Naturally, he could sense the fluctuations in the emotions of these Jiang clan disciples. He would definitely not spare these people who harbored murderous intent toward him. No matter how many massacres they committed, he would kill them. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. It was being cruel to one's family and friends. Lin Tian wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be cruel to himself, let alone his family and friends. Clang, the sword hummed. He shook the inner spirit sword. With one slash, hundreds of swords were born. Blood splattered on the ground. Screams intertwined in the air. Lin Tian was expressionless. He stepped forward like the god of death, killing the Jiang family disciples one by one and destroying the pavilions one by one. 2 hours later, the Jiang family was completely silent. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Ah! The Jiang family had watched all this but couldn't stop it. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Lin Tiantan glanced at the Jiang family head indifferently. Solitary lock pattern scrolls and martial fusion pattern scrolls appeared in his hands. He calmly set up a sword array. He could now kill an early-stage spiritual sea expert, but he was obviously no match for a second-stage spiritual sea expert. He could only rely on the formation control technique to set up a sword array. An hour later, he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Senior, it's done." Qin Feng nodded and slapped at the Jiang family head. The Jiang family head raised his hand to meet the attack, but he was knocked back into the sword array set up by Lin Tian. "It's your turn," Lin Tiantan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his mind. Beams of dazzling sword energy suddenly soared into the sky. End of chapter. The imperial city shook, and streaks of sword energy quickly gathered above the Jiang clan's head to form a cloud of swords. The great ancestor of the Jiang clan was visibly shaken. What is this? The sword energy in the sky was too dense and too terrifying. Even though the great ancestor of the Jiang family had an astonishing cultivation base, he could not help but feel his heart tremble. There were too many energy swords. The thing that killed you. Lin Tian's expression was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless sword force immediately shot toward the Jiang family's great ancestor. Sword chimes clanged, extremely ear-piercing as they fell one after another. Boom, this was a powerful force. Even though the great ancestor of the Jiang family had a powerful cultivation base, he still paled in the face of so many sword forces. One had to know that these sword forces were thunderflame sword lights that were activated by Lin Tian with sword markings, and their might could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Qin Feng stared at this scene and was also moved. This is the power of the solitary lock rune? To actually be able to gather the martial fusion markings together to form such a sword formation, how terrifying. Staring ahead, even Qin Feng, a rank 5 array controller, could not help but feel shocked. Clang! The great ancestor of the Jiang clan displayed the frozen soul sword technique, and his power was much stronger than that of the others in the Jiang clan. He slashed forward one after another, but the sword matrix laid out by Lin Tian was too terrifying. The dense sword rays rained down like rain. The great ancestor of the Jiang clan, who had a second level of the spiritual sea, was immediately forced to dodge again and again. Even with the help of his divine sense, he was still in a difficult situation. Humph. Lin Tianling chuckled and rushed forward as well. He used the Yin Yang Hua to the extreme. The true spirit sword shook, and the thunder fire sword light swept out in all directions. The great ancestor of the Jiang family was already in a sorry state. Now that Lin Tian had personally attacked him, coupled with the dense thunder flame sword aura above his head, the great ancestor of the Jiang family was in a desperate situation. In the blink of an eye, he had been struck several times, and blood was flowing from his body. The outcome has been decided, Qin Feng said to himself. The truth was just as Qin Feng had said. Although the current Lin Tian's true combat strength was far inferior to the Jiang clan's ancestors, with the help of the sword formation, he firmly occupied the upper hand. Another hour passed, and the sword light in the Jiang family began to weaken. Ah! The Jiang family's great ancestors' angry roars could be heard from time to time, causing the air to tremble. Your Jiang family asked for it. Lin Tianling said calmly. He raised his left hand and punched out with the fist of Nirvana. Almost at the same time, all the energy swords in the sky moved together, emitting a cold light. The great ancestor of the Jiang family was injured by the fist of Nirvana, and a transparent bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. Then, the dense sword rays fell and drowned him like a raging tide. Beast, beast! The great ancestor of the Jiang family was covered in blood, and his aura had become extremely weak. At this moment, the Jiang family's great ancestor was lying on the ground. He was barely breathing, and it was obvious that he had suffered severe injuries. Lin Tian also had some traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even with the help of the sword array, he still suffered some minor injuries. After all, the cultivation of the Jiang family's great ancestor was already at the second level of the Sea of Consciousness, which was much stronger than him. Holding the inner spirit sword, he walked step by step to the front of the Jiang family's grand ancestor. He slowly raised the sword and slashed down mercilessly. Pooh! The Jiang family's great ancestor's head flew off at an angle. Qin Feng silently watched this scene. After that, he walked outside. From now on, the Jiang family was completely destroyed. Lin Tian took out a vital essence pill and spat it into his abdomen, allowing his vital essence to recover on its own. After that, he glanced at the Jiang family's great ancestor and the head of the Jiang family. Both of them were wearing a stone ring. He did not stand on ceremony. He took off the 2 stone rings and put them away. After glancing around indifferently, Lin Tian walked outside. When he arrived at the outer courtyard, Qin Feng was waiting for him. What's next? Qin Feng asked. The Duan family. Lin Tian Andao. Qin Feng nodded and smiled faintly. He jumped onto the side wall of the Jiang family and disappeared in an instant. After all, he was the vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild. Although he had promised to help Lin Tian, he still had to worry about some consequences, so he would not walk out from the front door. Lin Tian naturally understood and did not care. He directly pushed open the door of the Jiang family. He would not have any worries. With a creak, the door of the Jiang family was pushed open. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood as he slowly walked out. Under the surprised gazes of many people, his expression was calm. He lifted his leg and walked in the other direction of the imperial city. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, outside the Jiang family, everyone was stunned. Some were even trembling. Corpses, all corpses. A strong smell of blood spread out from the Jiang family and floated in the air. Everyone looked forward and saw corpses lying in the courtyard of the Jiang family. Blood dyed every inch of the ground red. The scene could only be described with one word: tragic. He destroyed the Jiang family? Someone muttered to himself in fear. Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. Walking on the streets of the imperial city like this would more or less cause people to be frightened. However, he did not care. His expression remained calm. Not long after, another huge mansion appeared in front of him. Imperial City, Duan family. Who is it? Station. Lin Tian. The people guarding outside the Duan family were shocked. Clang, the sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian directly raised his hand and waved his sword. He stepped into the Duan family. He had no enmity with the Duan clan from the start, but Duan Bo had targeted him time and time again. The Duan clan had even sent out experts to help Jiang Renwen kill him, and sent experts to kill him outside the general's manor. This enmity had to be resolved. Lin Tian. A roar sounded in the Duan family. Lin Tian looked indifferent. He just waved his sword mercilessly. Clang, the sound of the sword rang, and then it became terrifying. Compared to the Jiang family, the Duan family and the Ling family had sent dozens of divine pulse experts to kill Lin Tian. The power of the family had been weakened too much. They were far inferior to the Jiang family. The ancestor of the Duan family was only at the first level of the spiritual sea, much weaker than the ancestor of the Jiang family. With the help of Qin Feng, how could the current Duan family stop Lin Tian? After more than 2 hours, all the sounds disappeared. Lin Tian looked indifferent as he walked out of the Duan family. Qin Feng still left from the Duan family. After that, Lin Tian walked toward the Ling family under the horrified eyes of the onlookers outside the Duan family. The 3 major martial arts families of the imperial city were not far from each other. Soon, Lin Tian arrived outside the Ling family. Without hesitation, Lin Tian cut open the door of the Ling family with an indifferent expression. He walked in as if he was walking on flat ground. Screams soon sounded in the Ling family mansion. The Ling family's strength was even weaker than the current Duan family. After several failed attempts to assassinate Lin Tian, there were only a few experts left. Some guests left early after knowing that Lin Tian had succeeded in breaking into the imperial court. These people knew that Lin Tian had a grudge with the Ling family. They did not want to be enemies with Lin Tian now. The current Ling family was strong in appearance but weak in reality. Puff, 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 blood splattered. Lin Tian's expression was numb. The sword in his hand kept reaping lives. These people all had deep killing intent and hatred for him. Although he did not want to kill too much, he still had to kill. Lin Tian. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I hate you. The head of the Lin family roared. You have no right to hate me. Lin Tian said indifferently. With a wave of the thunder flame sword, the head of the Lin family's head flew out. Qin Feng blocked the old ancestor of the Lin family alone. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian and could not help but feel a chill. Young man. Qin Feng sighed. In the past, wasn't he also a hero of an area? He cultivated both the martial path and formations and had countless halos above his head. But now, when he stared at Lin Tian, he could only sigh. He wasn't as strong as Lin Tian and wasn't as ruthless as Lin Tian. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and echoed in the sky. Half an hour later, the old ancestor of the Ling family lay in a pool of blood, dead under Lin Tian's sword. Everything is done. I'm going back to the guild. Welcome to the guild as a guest. Qin Feng said. With that, Qin Feng jumped onto the wall of the Ling family and disappeared in front. Lin Tian nodded in the direction where Qin Feng left. He put away the stone rings of the old ancestor of the Ling family and the head of the Ling family. He also put away the weapons on the ground that had reached the level of spirit tools into the stone rings. Only then did he walk out of the Ling family and leave this place. A gust of wind blew past, and the thick smell of blood became a little thinner. In the air, an old drunkard looked down at the Ling family. Then, he looked at Lin Tian's back. A cultivator grows up amidst blood and slaughter. The fragrance of wine floated in the air. An old drunkard's figure had already disappeared without a trace. On this day, the imperial city was in an uproar. The Jiang family, the Duan family, and the Ling family, the 3 most powerful martial arts families in the northern Flame country, were all destroyed in one day. Who did it? That Lin Tian, the young man who was with Miss Ji. The person who kidnapped old Jiang Jun that day? Yes. Is he so terrifying? Voices rang out in the imperial city. Many people came to the door of the 3 martial arts families and looked inside, wanting to see for themselves. Then, they were all scared pale. Some women even vomited on the spot. In the Northern Flame Royal Palace, Zhu also received the news. At first, he was shocked, then he became serious. Men, seal off the 3 families. Don't let anyone get close. Quickly get rid of them. Standing up, Zhu said to the door. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice sounded outside the door. A dense crowd gathered outside the 3 major martial arts families. Many people were discussing animatedly with shocked expressions on their faces. Not long after, the imperial army arrived and dispersed the crowd. They completely sealed off the 3 major martial arts families and sent powerful soldiers to guard outside the 3 major martial arts families, forbidding anyone from approaching. Lin Tian had naturally left the three great clans long ago and was currently at the Array Manipulator Association. It was the same room as before. Lin Tian, Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and Ye Yun were all inside. This time, thank you for your help. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he used his soul power to imprint the original form of the Silence Lock rune and Gale rune and handed it to Qin Feng. However, what surprised him was that Qin Feng actually waved his hand. The president said that since he is a guest of the guild, and for the sake of loyalty, we should help. Qin Feng said. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. However, he shook his head and said, Lin Tian is very grateful for your kind intentions. However, since Lin Tian has made a promise to you, I naturally have to fulfill it. This is the basic principle of life. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Reading, following Qin Feng, he soon arrived at a room on the second floor of the association. President, he's here. Qin Feng said to the room. With a creak, the door opened by itself. Go. Qin Feng smiled at Lin Tian, then turned and left. Although Lin Tian was surprised, his expression was calm as he walked into the room. The room was decorated simply, exuding an ancient aura. There was a round wooden table in the middle, and an old man about the same age as Qin Feng was sitting at the table. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the old man smiled, sit. Greetings, senior. Lin Tian bowed slightly, then sat down. Little guy, you're very polite. The old man smiled and said, my surname is Ding, and my name is Qianren. I believe you already know my identity. I'm the president of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Association. I would like to ask the name of your teacher. Of course, I'm the teacher who taught you the array manipulation technique, not the flight manipulator from that day. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Ding Qianren called him here just to ask this question, but thinking about it, he wasn't too surprised. I'm very sorry, senior. I don't know the name of the teacher who taught me the array manipulation technique. That teacher only taught me the array manipulation technique, then disappeared, saying that he would find me again after I reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian Ondao. He had experienced this kind of thing several times, so it was easy for him to deal with it. Ding Qianren was stunned for a moment, then smiled, your teacher's requirements are really high. Senior, did you call me here just to ask about this? Lin Tian asked. It's just a casual question. Ding Qianren shook his head. He looked at Lin Tian and said, all these years, you are the most outstanding array manipulator I have ever seen. Soon, you will be heading to the sect to train. Before that, there are some matters regarding array manipulators that I wish to discuss with you. After all, it may be difficult to see you again in the future. Lin Tianwei said doubtfully, Senior, please speak. It might be a little early to talk about this with you. Just treat it as listening to a storytelling session. Pausing for a moment, Ding Qianren continued, with your aptitude, I think you might be able to enter the second heavenly layer in the future, or even the upper heavenly layer. Currently, in the upper heavenly layer, the array manipulator faction seems to be plotting something. They are trying their best to rope in some powerful array manipulator faction. In the future, if someone tries to rope you into some unknown array faction, you absolutely must not go. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Ding Qianren actually knew about the 10 Directions Celestial Domain, and he even knew what happened in the Upper Celestial Domain. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Ding Qianren more or less guessed what Lin Tian was thinking. He said, I naturally know about the matters of the 10 Directions Sky Domain. You don't need to be confused. After all, I'm also a Tier 6 array manipulator. As for what I'm telling you, it's something I know from an incomplete ancient book. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. I'm just mentioning it to you. After all, it's rare to see a young man with your talent and ability. I don't want you to be hurt. Lin Tian understood. So that's how it is. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Lin Tian Dao. No need for that. I also said that it's still too early to talk about this with you. It's hard to say when you'll be able to enter the second heavenly layer. After all, there's a problem with the door from the first heavenly layer to the second heavenly layer. Moreover, your teacher might know about this matter. Maybe I'm just doing something unnecessary. Ding Qianren said. You're too kind. Lin Tian is very grateful for Senior's kind intentions. Lin Tian said seriously. Ding Qianren smiled, stood up and said, let's end our conversation here. If it's convenient, why don't we have a meal together? Lin Tian nodded. It would be rude of him to refuse such a kind invitation from an elder. Alright, let's go. Ding Qianren smiled. The food at the Array Manipulator Guild was simple, but it tasted good. Lin Tian had a simple meal in the guild, then stood up and bid farewell. He left the Array Manipulator Guild and walked towards the general's residence. Walking on the streets of the Imperial City, Lin Tian frowned slightly. He thought about what Ding Qianren had said to him. Was the Array Manipulator Guild in the upper heavenly layer really plotting something? What exactly were they plotting? After thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it. He wasn't even sure when he'd be able to enter the second heavenly layer. There was no point in thinking about it now. When he returned to the general's residence, there was a girl in white standing in front of the door. It was Ji Yu. You're back. Seeing Lin Tian, Ji Yu walked up to him. Ji Yu naturally knew about what happened in the Imperial City. She had been waiting for him here. Sorry to have kept you waiting again. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, he had already made this girl wait for him many times. It's fine. Ji Yu smiled and said, by the way, have you eaten? I ate at the Array Manipulator Guild. Lin Tian smiled. Oh, that's good. I was worried that you would go hungry. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian smiled. He was more or less touched. The sky was already very dark. Lin Tian and Ji Yu talked for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. The sky was getting darker and darker. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in his room, silently channeling the Four Extremes scripture. Suddenly, a faint silver light curled up and enveloped his body. Gradually, more than 2 hours passed. His aura suddenly became a little chaotic. The true origin in his body seemed to have turned into a violent beast, crazily attacking. Buzz. The silver light vibrated. Gradually, a bloody aura seeped out of his body. His body could not help but tremble. Soon, his aura became more and more violent. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became a little chaotic. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the room and placed his right hand on Lin Tian's back. Calm your heart, focus, and abandon all distracting thoughts. The person said. This person had a strong smell of alcohol. Naturally, he was an old drunkard. Immediately, Lin Tian calmed down a little. Lin Tian closed his eyes and channeled the Four Extremes scripture seriously. With the help of an old drunkard, his aura gradually calmed down. In this way, another 2 hours passed. His aura completely stabilized. Only then did an old drunkard retract his right hand and walk to the side alone. How do you feel? An old drunkard asked. Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard, shook his head, and said in a low voice, I've killed too many people. Over the past few days, he had broken into the Imperial Palace and annihilated the 3 great martial arts families. At least 1,000 people had died at his hands. At his current age, even though his mental state was far superior to his peers, after killing so many people, his mental state would still be somewhat shaken. Killing people was not a game. Start over. Do you still want to kill? An old drunkard asked. Kill. Lin Tian said calmly. An old drunkard stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian answered without hesitation, why? There is no why. Lin Tian said indifferently. Little guy. You're really stubborn. Why are you being so stubborn with your master? An old drunkard said, you still have a sister and a friend. Soon, you will leave the Imperial City to cultivate in a sect. You don't want to bring a threat to your sister and friends because of some uncertain factors, right? As your master, I know some things about you. Lin Tian turned his head, not wanting to say more. An old drunkard walked over and squatted beside Lin Tian. He put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, little guy, we are master and disciple. Why are you being so stubborn? If you have any troubles, tell your master early. If I hadn't been watching you, you would have been crippled tonight. An old drunkard, I finally found a beloved disciple. If you were to be crippled, I would die of sadness. The smell of alcohol is too strong. I don't like it. Lin Tiandao. Oh, little guy, you're still shy. An old drunkard laughed. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. This old guy, he didn't know how to behave. An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck as if they were old friends. Little guy, do you know why I value you? Talent? Knowing how to control formations? That's all nonsense. What I really like is your character. For the sake of righteousness, for the sake of breaking into the imperial palace, for the sake of his little lover, for the sake of killing the emperor, for the sake of his friends and family, for the sake of his family and friends, who would dare to do that? But I, an old drunkard's disciple, dare. An old drunkard took a big gulp of liquor. He seemed very proud. That night, Lin Tian and an old drunkard chatted for a long time. Originally, he wanted to ask about an old drunkard's past, but in the end, he didn't. From the situation between the beautiful woman and an old drunkard that day, an old drunkard clearly didn't want to talk about it. Lin Tian thought that this old guy was actually a person with a lot of stories. In the early morning, an old drunkard disappeared early, saying that he was going to look for liquor. He only left a note for Lin Tian. In about 20 days, I'll come here to take you to my sect. In these 20 days, think about what else you have to do. Finish what you have to do as soon as possible. Don't leave with any regrets when you leave. Lin Tian squeezed the note and walked out of the door. Now, the cold winter had passed. There was no more snow falling from the sky, replaced by a warm sun. Lin Tian came to the courtyard and faced the rising sun. As he breathed in and out, his state of mind became calmer. Now that he thought about it, last night was really dangerous. At that time, he operated the 4 extremes meridians, and his mind was full of bloody faces. If an old drunkard hadn't arrived in time, he might have broken down because of too many killings. At that time, he would have been crippled. Killing is ultimately not a good thing, but this is the world of cultivators. Lin Tian stared at his fists. When he thought about it this way, although cultivators were powerful, the world of cultivators was too cruel and too difficult. Lin Tian. A voice sounded. Not far away, Jiyu walked over. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Jiyu, showing a gentle smile. Morning. He greeted him. It's not early. The sun is high in the sky. Jiyu chuckled and came to Lin Tian's side. After a pause, he gently tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and said, well, I'll accompany you for a walk, okay? Jiyu was very smart. She knew that Lin Tian had killed too many people in the past few days. She also knew that it was more or less a heavy burden for a 16-year-old boy. Therefore, she wanted to accompany Lin Tian to relax at this time. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said with a smile, okay. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go and prepare. Jiyu was overjoyed and immediately ran to the house. P.S. I wrote a few thousand in the morning, but I was not satisfied, so I deleted and rewrote. I wasted a lot of time, and then it was even slower. Sorry. Also, the second update will be around 7 o'clock in the evening. End of this chapter. When Jiyu came out again, she had changed into a very beautiful long dress. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Why are you dressed so beautifully? He asked curiously. Jiyu curled her lips. She felt that Lin Tian was really stupid. Alright, let's go. With that, Jiyu walked forward. Lin Tian nodded and followed Jiyu. They walked side by side. Miss, take care. Please be careful when you go out. A servant girl said in a crisp voice. Not long ago, the imperial family sent many servants to the general's residence. Now, there were many people in the general's residence. Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence and looked back. Suddenly, she felt that she had found a home here. What's wrong? Jiyu asked. Lin Tian shook her head and smiled. Nothing. The two of them walked around the imperial city and then outside the city. Because Lin Tian was not very familiar with the outskirts of the imperial city, Jiyu led Lin Tian on the way. Occasionally, they would walk through a quiet forest, and her mood would become much calmer. When the sky was completely dark, the two of them returned to the general's residence. "How do you feel?" Ji Yu blinked. "Pretty good." Lin Tian smiled. Today, he had been to many places with Ji Yu. He was very relaxed and enjoyed this kind of peace. "That's good. Let's go again tomorrow," Ji Yu said. Lin Tian naturally would not refuse. She nodded in agreement. In the next few days, Lin Tian and Ji Yu went out for a stroll every day. They didn't cultivate or do anything else. They just went for a simple stroll. They went to the small market in the imperial city, went to the small forest outside the imperial city, and even went to some small villages near the imperial city. They felt as if they had become ethereal. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian left the general's mansion. He found a fast horse and headed for Fengjian City. He had been in the imperial city for a few months, and soon he would have to go to the sect to cultivate. He didn't know how long this trip would take, so he had to go back and see Linshi. The horses left the imperial city, kicking up a cloud of dust. About 4 days later, a medium-sized city appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was Fengjian City. "I'm back again." Lin Tian revealed a smile on his face. After entering Fengjian City, he entrusted the horses to a stable and then walked in a certain direction. "This is Lin Tian from the Lin family. I heard that he went to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy to cultivate. Now, he has returned." On the streets, many pedestrians were pointing and gossiping. A few months ago, Lin Tian's name spread throughout the entire Fengjian City. No one in the city didn't know him. Lin Tian did not care about this and calmly walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge mansion. It was the Ninyang Martial House. Staring at the gate of the Martial House, Lin Tian had a nostalgic look. Although many things had happened, overall, this place was very warm. After pausing for a while, he lifted his leg and walked in. The Ninyang Martial House was as usual. It was very quiet, and many disciples were walking around. Soon, someone recognized Lin Tian. "This, Lin Tian? Junior brother Lin." Looking at Lin Tian, many people rubbed their eyes hard. When Lin Tian was still in the Ninyang Martial House, his fame and reputation were extremely high. He was respected by many disciples, especially the new disciples of the same batch. They even regarded him as their idol. At this moment, although these disciples did not know why Lin Tian had suddenly returned, many of them still waved at him kindly. Lin Tian naturally would not be arrogant. He nodded back at these people. Lin Tian was quite familiar with the Ninyang Martial House. He followed a small path and soon arrived at a relatively quiet courtyard. There was a small courtyard. This was the place where Elder Mu Qing lived. Of course, Mu Qing basically lived in the Elder Pavilion. This place could be considered Sushu's private residence. He had come here once before going to the Imperial City. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived. He pushed open the small gate outside the courtyard and walked in. There was a rather large house in the courtyard. He came to the door and knocked. Creak, just as his hand landed on the door, the wooden door opened by itself. It was actually not tightly shut. Lin Tian was a little speechless. He kept feeling that this last Sushu was too unguarded. Since the door was already open, Lin Tian did not knock and simply walked in. Creak, almost at the same time, the door of another room in the same house was pulled open. A young girl wrapped in a headscarf walked out. Her body was still wet, with only a thin layer of gauze covering her body. Her graceful figure was incomparably clear and very alluring. Obviously, this young girl had just finished bathing. For a moment, the young girl was stunned. She stared at Lin Tian. "Yo, Sushu. Long time no see." Lin Tian greeted her awkwardly. Sushu stared at Lin Tian. She was first happy, then embarrassed and angry. She grabbed a wooden chair and threw it at Lin Tian. "Go to hell." The wooden chair spun and shot towards Lin Tian with a strong force. Second layer of the divine vein? Lin Tian was shocked. He moved his right hand and caught the wooden chair. "Sushu, you have become stronger." He smiled. Sushu was so angry that she was trembling. Pervert. Pervert. Shameless. Shameless. Get out now. Lin Tianyi was speechless. Only then did he remember that Sushu was naked. Sorry, sorry. He quickly exited the room and carefully closed the door behind him. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Tian felt helpless. Sushu didn't even know to close the door when she was bathing. However, he didn't know that this was the residence of the elders. No one dared to approach as unscrupulously as he did. At this moment, outside the courtyard, an old man and a young girl walked over. Lin Tian looked over and his eyes lit up. The old man and the young girl were Mu Qing and Lin Shi. Lin Shi grabbed Mu Qing's hand and looked very happy. Xiaoxi. Lin Tian quickly went up to greet them. Originally, Lin Tian thought that Lin Shi was with Sushu and should be in this small courtyard at this moment. He didn't expect that Lin Shi would actually go out with Mu Qing. Mu Qing held Lin Shi's hand and looked up when he heard the voice. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Lin Tian? Lin Shi was even more so incredibly happy, directly running over. Brother! The little girl, wearing a small green dress, threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and cried happily. Lin Tian was happy, but also felt a bit sad, as well as a bit ashamed, carefully wiping away Lin Shi's tears. Little brother, you're back. Mu Qing walked over. Hello, senior, Lin Tian bowed to Mu Qing and said, I just came back and came here. You miss your family? Mu Qing smiled faintly. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed and said, Senior, I've made a fool of myself. No, it's normal. Mu Qing said. Seeing Lin Tian again, Mu Qing was also a little happy. He had always had great expectations for Lin Tian. Lin Tian patted Lin Shi's little head and looked at Mu Qing. Xiaoxi has troubled you. Don't mention it, the little girl is very obedient. I like her very much. Mu Qing waved his hand and said, coincidentally, I went to watch some disciples of the martial house practice today, so I brought the little girl along. I think that in the future, the little girl will still be on the path of cultivation. Now that I've seen her, I'll treat it as an early nurturing of the martial realm. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. Lin Tian said seriously. Since entering the Nanyang martial house to cultivate, Mu Qing had always taken special care of him. Now, he was also so good to Lin Shi, which made him very grateful. You're treating me as an outsider. The little girl and Sushu hit it off very well. I'll treat it as having another little disciple. Mu Qing smiled. Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling even more moved in his heart. With a creak, the door opened. Sushu had changed into a new set of clothes. She walked out of the room, her face flushed. Master, Xiaoxi, you're back. Seeing two more people in the courtyard, Sushu was also surprised. Lin Shi waved at Sushu and said happily, Sister Su, Big Brother is back. Sushu glanced at Lin Tianyi and snorted, her face turning even redder. I'm sorry, that was a misunderstanding. Lin Tian said awkwardly. Sushu turned her head and took Lin Shi away, completely ignoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian blushed with sweat and felt even more embarrassed. Little girl, what's wrong? Mu Qing was curious. Nothing, at all, Sushu said word by word, dragging out her words. Mu Qing felt helpless and said to Lin Tian Dao, this girl, I can't control her. Lin Tian felt that he had no right to speak, or Sushu would glare fiercely at him, so he simply didn't say anything. It was noon, and Lin Tian happened to come back, so Sushu followed Lin Shi to prepare lunch. Lin Tian stayed in the courtyard with Mu Qing. How do you feel in the imperial city? Mu Qing asked Lin Tian. Not bad. Lin Tian smiled. Not long after, Sushu and Lin Shi prepared the meal. It was fragrant and bland, very good. After the four of them had lunch, Lin Tian and Sushu cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks together. Not long after, Sherdong heard the news and rushed over. Little guy, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you're more energetic. Sherdong said heartily. Not at all, I can't compare to Senior Shi. Lin Tian said modestly. Sherdong and Mu Qing stared at Lin Tian, and Mu Qing asked with a smile, Little brother, how's your cultivation now? Lin Tian scratched his head and said with a smile, I just reached the 9th level of the divine range not long ago. 9th level of the divine range? Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and were a little surprised. They hadn't seen Lin Tian for a few months, and he had reached such a level. Su Shu stared at Lin Tian, are you sure? Lin Tian smiled and said, do you want me to show you, just like before? Yes. Su Shu stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was amused. His aura shook, and suddenly, the true origin of the 9th level of the divine range spread out. Such an aura moved Sherdong and Mu Qing. This Xingyuan fluctuation has already surpassed our 2 old bones. Sherdong smiled bitterly. Su Shu's eyes widened, and she explained that Lin Tian was abnormal. In just a few months, Lin Tian had reached the 9th level of the divine range from the 2nd level of the divine range. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this cultivation speed was the first in history. Mu Qing and Sherdong stared at Lin Tian and nodded with gratification. They had always thought highly of Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian had achieved such an achievement, they were very happy. By the way, little guy, did you come back this time just to see Lin Shi? Mu Qing asked. Hearing Mu Qing's words, the others looked over. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head and said, I've left the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and will soon go to the sect to cultivate. This time, I did come back to see Lin Shi and Su Shu. At the same time, I also wanted to visit the 2 seniors before leaving. End of chapter. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Mu Qing and Sherdong's faces abruptly changed as shock filled their eyes. Sect? Sherdong stared at Lin Tian. Not only were Mu Qing and Sherdong's cultivation extraordinary, but they were also knowledgeable. Naturally, they knew about sections. Yes, that's right. Lin Tian nodded. Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and finally calmed down. The gratification on their faces deepened. Good, good, good. We didn't misjudge you. In less than a year, you've already grown to such a level. From the Nanyang Martial House to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, you're about to enter a legendary sect. However, Su Shu was curious and asked what a sect was. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and briefly told her about the sect. After hearing his words, Su Shu's eyes widened. You. Su Shu didn't know what to say. In just a few months, Lin Tian had reached such a level and caught the eye of an expert from a sect. I'm just lucky. Lin Tian smiled. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, raising his head and saying quietly, Big brother, you're going to leave again? Lin Tian stared at Lin Shi and didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. Brother, don't worry about Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi will be happy with Sister Su. Lin Shi said. Before Lin Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shi. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tian felt even more guilty. However, no matter what, he couldn't bring Lin Shi with him to the sect. Just like when he was in the Imperial City, he encountered danger time and time again. If he brought Lin Shi with him at that time, he didn't know what would happen. Now that he was going to the sect, the competition in the sect might be more intense than in the Imperial City. It was even more inappropriate for him to bring Lin Shi there. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaoxi. Su Shu said. Mu Qing and Sherdong also nodded, smiling. Obviously, they wanted to reassure Lin Tian. Lin Tian was even more grateful for this. In the afternoon, Mu Qing and Sherdong went to the Elder Pavilion to handle some matters in the martial house. Only Lin Tian and the other 2 were left in the courtyard. Brother, are we going out to play? Lin Shi said. Staring at Lin Tian, the little girl's eyes lit up with anticipation. Sure. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. Thinking about it, Lin Shi was now 9 years old. Unknowingly, he felt that the little girl had grown taller. On the same day, Lin Tian walked out of the Nanyang Martial House with Lin Shi and Su Shu. He accompanied the 2 of them to stroll around the streets. Just like before, it was actually Su Shu who brought Lin Shi out to play. He was basically just helping her carry things. After all, he didn't know how to stroll around the streets, nor did he know how to play. However, when he walked through Fengjian City's streets like this, quite a few people cried out in alarm. Many people stared at him, all of them feeling a wave of alarm. After all, what he did in Fengjian City a few months ago was extremely shocking. Why don't we go outside the city? He suggested. Sushu glanced around, thought for a moment, and said, okay. There weren't many people outside the city. Although it wasn't lively, it was very quiet. The three of them walked in a small forest outside the city. There were no demonic beasts in the forest, only some ordinary animals and some ordinary flowers. The atmosphere was quite good. Soon, the sky darkened. The three of them returned to the Nanyang martial house. Lin Tian sent Sushu and Lin Shi to the small courtyard. Why are you standing outside? Sushu asked. I'm going to live over there. You haven't changed your residence yet, have you? Lin Tian Ondao. Sushu thought for a moment. The martial house hasn't recruited new students yet. Naturally, it's still there. Lin Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Sushu, Lin Tian followed the familiar path and quickly arrived in front of a small house. Looking at the small house, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He had lived here for a few months. Shaking his head, Lin Tian pushed open the door. Because no one had lived in the house for a few months, there was a lot of dust. Lin Tian simply cleaned up and sat down in the previous room. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the 4 extreme scriptures. On the path of cultivation, one had to be diligent at all times. Buzz. A faint silver light lingered around his body, making him look very ethereal. After about 2 hours, he stopped. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian took a few deep breaths and took out a few stone rings. These stone rings were obtained after he killed the 3 great martial arts clans of the imperial city. At that time, because he killed too many people, his state of mind was greatly affected, so he didn't have time to organize them. Now that his state of mind was much better, he remembered. Let's see what's inside. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The stone rings worn by the 3 great martial arts clans' patriarchs and ancestors should have a lot of good things inside. As his true essence seeped into a stone ring, Lin Tian discovered that the space inside the stone ring was shockingly large. It was more than 60 cubic meters, which was 4 times larger than the stone ring he was wearing now. This made Lin Tian's eyes light up. In this way, he could exchange for a more spacious stone ring, which was naturally a good thing. After a short pause, Lin Tian took out all the items in the stone ring. After sorting them out, he found that the items inside were really extraordinary. Not to mention the spirit pellets and medicinal herbs, there were also nearly 10 million spirit coins. There were even 3 spirit tools and a treasure tool. The value of these items could be said to be astonishing. When all these items were put together, they were worth tens of millions of spirit coins. Of course, this wouldn't tempt Lin Tian. What Lin Tian cared about the most was that he found a cultivation method and many martial arts techniques. The Lung family's penetrating rainbow sword technique and soul-chasing puppet. This is the Lung family's stone ring. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The penetrating rainbow sword technique and soul-chasing puppet were both Sea of Consciousness realm martial arts techniques. Their value was immeasurable and couldn't be bought with money. Lin Tian nodded and took out the other stone rings. After that, he found the Duan family's rushing yuan technique, which was a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation method. At the same time, there was also a set of Sea of Consciousness realm martial arts technique, which was very extraordinary. When he opened the last 2 stone rings, he found the Jiang family's cold soul sword technique and some other cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. They were all extraordinary. After all, they were the inheritance methods of the 3 major martial arts families. It's not bad. It's a good harvest. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He calculated the value of the things inside these space rings. It was difficult to measure the value of the things inside. After a pause, he took off the stone ring on his hand and replaced it with the Jiang family's stone ring. This stone ring was larger than the Ling family's stone ring, with a total of 80 cubic meters. He removed some useful things from his stone ring and placed them in the Jiang family's stone ring. Then, he put it on his hand and put the other things inside. After doing all this, Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He did not cultivate and lay down to rest. In the next few days, Lin Tian accompanied Sushu and Lin Shi. They walked around Fengjian City, and at the same time, they walked in and out of the Green Mountain outside Fengjian City 7 times. On this day, when they returned to the Nanyang Martial House, she fell asleep because she was a little sleepy. Lin Tian glanced at her through the crack of the door, his eyes filled with gentleness. "Hey, don't look." Sushu curled her lips. Lin Tian smiled, closed the door, and walked towards Sushu. "Oh right, I have something for you." Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he took out 3 small books. They were the Rushing Yuan Technique, the Cold Soul Sword Technique, and the Soul Chasing Puppet, all of which were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Sushu glanced at them and was shocked. She could naturally understand the value of these books. The Nanyang Martial House should not have Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation techniques or martial techniques. These are for you. You can cultivate them now, and when you reach the Sea of Consciousness realm, you will be able to use their full power. Lin Tian Dao. Previously, he had spent quite a bit of time copying a few copies of these cultivation methods and martial skills. "You rascal, where did all these things come from?" Sushu was a little surprised. Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation techniques and martial techniques were priceless in the Northern Flame country. They could not be bought even if one had the money. "I snatched them." Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, he took out a long sword from his stone ring and passed it to Sushu. "This is a prized artifact. Although it's only a mid-grade prized artifact, it's enough to increase your combat strength by 50%. Sushu stared at Lin Tian. "I also snatched it." Lin Tian smiled. Sushu rolled her eyes, but she did not pursue the matter. She took the long sword happily. These things were enough to make a small martial arts family jealous and shocked. "I won't thank you," Sushu said playfully. Lin Tian smiled. "How can I let you thank me? These things cannot compare to what you have done for me. You are old. This senior sister is in her prime. Don't talk nonsense." Sushu snorted. Lin Tian felt even happier and his mood improved. The next day, Lin Tiansun visited Mu Qing and Sherdong. He gave the penetrating rainbow sword art to Mu Qing and the Duan family Sea of Consciousness realm spear art to Sherdong. Of course, he also made a copy of the origin rushing art for each of them. This made Mu Qing and Sherdong surprised and happy. They had already reached the peak of the divine range and lacked Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Another day passed. Lin Tian walked out of the Nanyang Martial House and came to the largest auction house in Fengjian City, Yibao Pavilion. "Eh? Little brother Lin." The middle-aged man in Yibao Pavilion was surprised. "I am looking for Xianxia and Old Pooh. Are they on the 2nd floor?" Lin Tian asked. Yes. "I will lead the way," the middle-aged man quickly said. "No need. I will go by myself." Lin Tian Ondao. Lin Tian came to the same room on the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door. "Come in." A graceful and pleasant voice came from inside. Lin Tian smiled and pushed the door open. Inside the room, Pu Shi and Xianxia were discussing something. "Old Pooh, Xianxia." Lin Tian greeted with a smile. When he was in Fengjian City, Xianxia gave him a lot of convenience. When he went to the Imperial City, she gave him the silver token of the clan lord candidate temporarily. He was very grateful. Returning to Fengjian City, he naturally had to come here to take a look. Pu Shi and Xianxia raised their heads and were shocked to see Heavenly Empress Lin. "Little brother Lin? When did you come back to Fengjian City?" Pu Shi was surprised. "I just came back not long ago." Lin Tian smiled. In the next instant, Lin Tian felt a fragrance wafting over. Xianxia walked over and hugged his arm. Her entire body was pressed against his body. Her graceful figure was extremely alluring. She said in a sweet voice, "My good little brother, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Did you miss big sister?" End of chapter. Lin Tian blushed with shame and didn't know how to answer. Reading, so cute. Xianxia smiled and stepped back. Pu Shi waved to Lin Tian. "Little brother, have a seat. I didn't expect you to come back here." Lin Tian nodded and sat down at the side. I just came back and will leave soon. Before I leave, I came to see you. He said. You have a conscience. My love for you was not in vain. Xianxia smiled. Lin Tian, after meeting again a few months later, Lin Tian felt that their relationship was better, and they chatted casually. Speaking of which, my good brother, you made a big fuss in the imperial city. Xianxia said. As the richest merchant family in Beiyan, the Xian family naturally had a strong intelligence network. Xianxia had already known what Lin Tian did in the imperial city from Xianxia. Breaking into the imperial court, annihilating the 3 great martial arts clans, Xianxia was truly shocked when she heard this. After all, this was too shocking. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. You call it okay? Little brother, this is a sign of pride. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. How did he become proud? By the way, I'll give this back to you. He took out the silver token and handed it to Xianxia. Now, he didn't need it. How is it? Is it effective? Xianxia smiled. It's very effective. Lin Tian Dao. Walking into the imperial city, he found that Xianxia was the eldest daughter of the richest merchant family in Beiyan. When he was in Treasure Loft, this thing did bring him a lot of convenience. Really? Have you thought about how to thank me? Xianxia blinked. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, of course. As he spoke, he took out a stone ring and handed it to Xianxia, saying, there are many martial skills, cultivation methods, and pills in here, ranging from the body refining realm to the spiritual sea realm. Your Xian family was originally a wealthy merchant family. Giving this to you should be able to make your Xian family become a strong martial arts family. Is this gift okay? Xianxia was startled, her expression turning solemn. Taking the stone ring, Xianxia infused her Xianxia into it and scanned it, only to be shocked once more. The Leng family's penetrating rainbow sword technique and other martial techniques. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Beside him, Pushi was also moved. Little brother, this is too precious. Lin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. He had no use for these martial skills and cultivation methods, but giving them to Xianxia would be of great help. He had already thought about it. Relying on these martial arts techniques, Xianxia would definitely be able to sit firmly in the Xian clan's position. Then, she would let the Xian clan's disciples cultivate and become the #1 martial arts clan in the imperial city. In this way, after he left the Beiyan kingdom, Lin Shi's safety would be more guaranteed. He believed that Xianxia would definitely take special care of Lin Shi. Such a precious gift, I don't know what to say. Xianxia sighed. This gift was indeed precious, unimaginably precious. No need to thank me. We are friends, aren't we? Lin Tian smiled and said. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian, then smiled and showed a coquettish look again. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. As she said, Xianxia put away the stone ring. With Xianxia's intelligence and knowing what happened to Lin Tian in the imperial city, she knew that the stone ring was of little value to Lin Tian. By the way, I heard that you were chosen by an airborne realm cultivator from a sect. Pushi suddenly said. Lin Tian nodded and said, indeed. Soon, I will leave the Beiyan kingdom and go to a sect to cultivate. This time, I came back to say goodbye to everyone. He was not surprised that Pushi knew that he was chosen by a sect cultivator. After all, many people in the imperial city already knew. Pushi was one of the Xian clan's capable men. Although he was in Fengjian City, he would naturally know what happened in the imperial city. Brother. You're really amazing. You're only 16 years old, but you're already so accomplished. Pushi sighed. Elder Pushi, you flatter me. Lin Tian smiled and said. Lin Tian stayed in the Yibao pavilion for 4 hours. After they had eaten, he got up and said goodbye. Don't worry about your cultivation. I will take good care of your sister. Xianxia said. At this time, Xianxia looked very serious. Thank you. Lin Tian nodded and left the Yibao pavilion. After leaving, the Yibao Pavilion, he went to the Array Manipulator Guild in Fengjian City. After chatting with Guzheng for a while, he gave the original form of the Gale rune to Guzheng. Guzheng was so surprised that he almost wanted to take Lin Tian as his second master. After 2 hours, Lin Tian walked out of the Array Manipulator Guild in Fengjian City and headed to the Ninyang Martial House. The Imperial Clan, the Xian Clan, the Ninyang Martial House, and the Array Manipulator Guild. Lin Shi will definitely grow up well, Lin Tian said to himself. Before leaving the Beiyan Kingdom, he wanted to pave the way for Lin Shi. After returning to the Ninyang Martial House, he went to Elder Mu Qing's courtyard. Brother! Lin Shi was playing with Sushu. When she saw Lin Tian, she immediately jumped up happily. Heh! Lin Tian chuckled and gently stroked Lin Shi's head. In this life, this little girl was more important than anything else. You guys left me hanging. Sushu was jealous. Lin Tian laughed, finding it amusing. In the next 2 days, Lin Tian kept Lin Shi and Sushu company. The three of them went shopping, hiking, catching low-level beasts, and picking wild fruits on the green hills outside Fengjian City. They had a lot of fun. On this day, early in the morning, Lin Tian was preparing to leave. Just like the last time, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Sushu, Xianxia, Pushi, and Guzheng came to send him off. Don't worry. I will take care of Lin Shi, Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. He squatted down and stroked Lin Shi's head. He said apologetically, Xiaoxi, you must be well. Brother, don't worry. Xiaoxi has grown up. Lin Shi seriously nodded his little head. Lin Tian chuckled. She was only 9 years old. How could she be considered grown up? He stood up and looked at Mu Qing and the others. Lin Tianyi nodded. Everyone, goodbye. My sister, please take care of her, he said. Don't worry. With us here, we will never let this girl suffer. Go and cultivate, Mu Qing and the others said. Lin Tian nodded and jumped on the BMW. He took a deep look at Lin Shi and Sushu before riding away. Smoke and dust splashed. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the distance. It's enough to see such a young man in my life. Guzheng sighed. Lin Shi stared in the direction Lin Tian left. Her nose twitched, but she didn't cry like last time. Xiaoxi, let's go back, Sushu said. Okay. Lin Shi was very obedient. Sushu held Lin Shi's hand and walked toward the Ninyang Martial House. It took Lin Tian 4 days to travel from Fengjian City to the Imperial City. 4 days later, he strode into the Imperial City, and it instantly caused many people to be shocked. After all, the things he'd done in the Imperial City could be said to be world-shaking, and there weren't many people who wouldn't be shocked. It was even to the extent that many people automatically opened up a path for him, as if Lin Tian was a peerless demon, and they were deeply afraid that offending him would lead to disaster. Lin Tian didn't care. He rode his horse and soon arrived at the general's mansion. He entered the mansion and went to the backyard. He saw the beautiful woman guiding Jiyu in his cultivation. There was sword energy everywhere. I'll be there soon. I've reached the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu and muttered to himself. The beautiful woman naturally noticed Lin Tian, but she didn't pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Jiyu looked over. You're back? Jiyu was delighted and went up to welcome him. In an instant, his cultivation was interrupted. The beautiful woman was a little helpless. She seemed to think that it was Lin Tian's fault that his cultivation was interrupted. She glanced at Lin Tianyi unhappily. Lin Tian was speechless. It wasn't his fault. How is it? Is everything settled? Jiyu asked. Yes. Lin Tian smiled. He thought for a while and decided to go to Fengjian City. It took a lot of time. That's good. Jiyu chuckled. At night, after dinner, Lin Tian returned to his room to cultivate. However, he found an old drunkard in his room. The whole room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Hey! Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and called out. Call me master or an old drunkard. What's the big deal about calling me hey? An old drunkard smacked his lips and said, "Are you almost ready? The day after tomorrow, we will leave for the sect. Your little lover and her master will go with us." "Go with us?" Lin Tianwei was confused. An old drunkard said, "The Valley of the Harp is not too far away from the Burning Sun sect. We are going in the same direction. Of course, we will go together." Lin Tian nodded. So that was the case. Speaking of which, how long will it take to get to the Burning Sun sect from here? He was a little curious. About 10 days by air. But it's obvious that your cultivation is not enough. We can only ride horses. It will take about 1.5 months. An old drunkard said. That long? Lin Tianwei was surprised. An old drunkard curled his lips. Do you think the sect is in your backyard and you can get there in a short time? Lin Tian nodded, walked to the bed, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Well, not bad. You are very diligent. An old drunkard said. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up. After breakfast, he walked out of the general's mansion and called Xianxia. Brother-in-law, I heard that you are going to the sect to cultivate. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Well, I will leave tomorrow morning. Lin Tian nodded. As he spoke, he took out the Mo family's stone ring that he had used before and said, "This is a stone ring. I believe you are familiar with it. There are dozens of spirit-gathering rune scrolls and some spirit herbs and elixir pills. Use them sparingly." Xianxia was overjoyed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Taking the stone ring, Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. Cultivate diligently in the future. I gave your sister some martial techniques and cultivation methods. You can ask her for them. Lin Tian Ondao. Well. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Xianxia promised. Lin Tian smiled. He chatted with Xianxia for a while. Xianxia brought him to the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower for a stroll. He only returned to the general's mansion in the evening. The night passed quickly. An old drunkard and the beautiful woman stood in the courtyard early in the morning. There were 4 precious horses outside the general's mansion. Lin Tian walked out of the room. Coincidentally, Ji Yu walked over from the other side. Little Yu, follow Miss Yu and cultivate well. Ji Yuanshan said. Grandfather is the one. When little Yu is not around, you must take care of your body. Ji Yu said softly. Ji Yuanshan was a little sad that he had to leave his home. Ji Yuanshan rubbed Ji Yu's head and comforted him, don't worry. Grandfather is a martial artist. His body is still very strong. As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian and said, Little brother, I hope you can go further on the path of martial arts. Thank you, old general. Lin Tian Ondao. He admired Ji Yuanshan very much. End of chapter. Although parting was sad, they still had to part. Lin Tian and Ji Yu bade farewell to Ji Yuanshan. Together with an old drunkard and Ji Yu, the 4 horses left the imperial city and headed northeast. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, the 4 of them walked and stopped. They didn't know how far away they were from the imperial city. We still have to walk for a month? Lin Tian asked an old drunkard. It was midnight. The 4 of them stopped in a small forest. After all, both men and horses needed to rest. Almost. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded. He leaned against an old tree and closed his eyes to rest. He was actually quite tired after traveling for half a month. The next morning, the 4 of them woke up early and continued their journey. Just like that, another month quickly passed. On this day, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. There were many tall mountains and forests, and they were incomparably majestic. Looking from afar, there were many pavilions and pavilions in front of them, giving people a very mysterious feeling. It was like a celestial court. We're here. An old drunkard suddenly said. Lin Tian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. The beautiful woman stopped the horse and glanced at an old drunkard and Lin Tianyi. She said to Ji Yu, the Valley of the Harp is still ahead. As she spoke, the beautiful woman rode her horse to the side. Obviously, she was giving Jiyu and Lin Tian time to say goodbye. Jiyu looked at Lin Tian and blinked. Conad 1, we're all working hard. Lin Tian Dao. Jiyu curled his lips. What a fool. You don't know how to talk at all. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He was a little embarrassed. Jiyu came to Lin Tian's side and said, I believe that no matter where you go, no one can overshadow your brilliance. After a slight hesitation, Jiyu stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian. Then, he jumped away like a rabbit and jumped back onto the horse. Goodbye. After telling Lin Tian Dao, Jiyu urged his horse towards the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Tianyi. Then, she took Jiyu with her and rode away. Soon, they disappeared into the distance. Lin Tian stared into the distance, lost in thought for a moment. Don't look anymore, it's already gone. An old drunkard's voice rang out. Lin Tian turned her head and walked to an old drunkard's side. She followed an old drunkard as they walked forward. Gradually, the pavilions and terraces became clearer. Another 15 minutes passed, and a steep stone staircase appeared 1,000 feet away. It was about 80 degrees, and was 1,000 feet high. Above 1,000 feet, white clouds curled up and floated between the various pavilions. It looked like a fairyland. Is that the burning sun sect up there? Lin Tian asked. An old drunkard nodded. He also stared ahead in a daze. Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a sect. Its style was indeed different. Like the Ruoxian court. Conad 2, at this moment, an old drunkard patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, Kid, go. Lin Tianyi was stunned. I'm going alone? An old drunkard took out a letter and a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Tian Dao. Give this letter to the sect's duty hall. The sect will arrange it for you. In addition, this piece of paper contains all kinds of information about the Burning Sun sect. Take a good look. Finally, remember one thing. The sect is very strong, but the competition is far more cruel than the secular world. Hey! Old man, what do you mean by this? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. However, the moment he finished speaking, an old drunkard's figure disappeared. Only a loud laugh fell into his ears. Good disciple, don't worry. Master is going to look for wine. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Lin Tian looked around, but he couldn't find the old man. Lin Tian had an impulse to curse out loud. This old fellow had brought him here, but he actually slipped away himself. Looking at the letter and paper in his hand, Lin Tian paused. In the end, he had no choice but to walk forward. Since he was already here, he couldn't just walk back. Soon, he arrived in front of the stone steps. Who's there? Stop! Someone shouted. In front of the stone steps, there was a young man standing on the left, right, and center. Seeing Lin Tian approaching, the man in the middle shouted to stop him. Lin Tian looked at the three people and couldn't help but be surprised. These three people's cultivations were actually in the Divine Pulse realm, and their vitality was very vigorous. This made him sigh again. As expected of a sect, even the disciples guarding the mountain were so strong. Conad 3, greetings, senior brothers. I'm here at the Burning Sun sect under the orders of my master. Lin Tian Andao. As he spoke, he took out the letter an old drunkard gave him. An old drunkard gave him this, and he believed that it would be useful. In front of the stone steps, the young man in the middle took a step forward and glanced at the letter in Lin Tian's hand. Immediately, the young man's expression changed. Follow me. When he looked at Lin Tian again, the young man's expression changed. It was a little strange and a little surprised. As he spoke, the young man asked the other two to guard the mountain well, and he took the lead to climb up. Lin Tian was puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. He followed the young man and climbed up the stone steps. Lin Tian personally climbed the stone steps. As he climbed higher and higher, he felt that the air was getting thinner and the temperature was getting colder. After climbing about 60 zhang, Lin Tian looked back and suddenly felt a chill on his back. At this moment, looking down, even he felt a little dizzy. These stone steps were too steep. Looking back, Lin Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The young man walking in front noticed Lin Tian's expression and smiled faintly. It's basically like this when you climb these stone steps for the first time. I was also like this in the past, so it's very normal. After climbing a few more times in the future, you'll get used to it. Lin Tian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. No harm done. The young man waved his hand. Soon, Lin Tian followed the young man up the stone steps and saw the burning sun sect. Looking at the burning sun sect up close, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He was completely stunned. Too vast, too magnificent. A few months ago, when he first went to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, he was still amazed by the vastness of the Imperial Courtyard. But now, looking at the burning sun sect, he found that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was too small. This burning sun sect was at least 10 times bigger than the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Looking around, there were many disciples of the burning sun sect walking around. These people were about 18 years old, but they were all full of vigor. The weakest one was actually at the 5th heavenly layer of the Divine Vein realm. As expected of a sect, Lin Tian thought. Let's go. I'll take you to the duty hall. The young man smiled. Lin Tian came back to his senses and said, Sorry to trouble you, senior brother. Don't mention it. The young man shook his head. Lin Tian followed behind the young man. They went around a small path and soon arrived in front of a towering pavilion. Lin Tian raised his head and saw 3 big words. Duty hall. The young man walked forward and explained to Lin Tian as he walked. The duty hall deals with all kinds of affairs of the sect's disciples, such as rewards and punishments, new disciples, and so on. It's all handled by the duty hall. Lin Tian nodded and followed the young man into the duty hall. In the duty hall, 3 old men sat casually on one side. Lin Tian glanced around and was shocked. The 3 old men were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Moreover, they were all stronger than the Jiang family's old ancestor. They were at least in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Deacon Elder, this little brother is here with a letter from that lord. The young man stepped forward and said to one of them. Then, the young man nodded to Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally understood the young man's meaning. He stepped forward, took out the letter, and handed it to the old man in the middle. The old man raised his head and glanced at it. His pupils immediately shrank. Next to him, the other 2 old men looked over and were also moved. The 3 old men looked at each other. The old man in the middle took out a golden token and handed it to Lin Tian. From now on, you are an outer disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Then, the old man looked at the young man and said, Take him to the outer disciples' living area to find a place to stay. Yes. The young man said. Lin Tian held the golden token and bowed to the 3 old men. Then, he followed the young man out. Looking at Lin Tian's back, the 3 old men's eyes flickered. I didn't expect that person to bring a disciple back. Rumor has it that that person hasn't visited the Burning Sun sect for decades. This time, he suddenly brought a disciple back. The Burning Sun sect is going to be lively. Who knows? Let's report this to the elders. The 3 said. After leaving the duty hall, Lin Tian followed the young man and soon arrived at a forest. As far as the eye could see, there were many wooden houses standing horizontally in the forest. Although they looked very simple, they were filled with a natural aura. The surrounding environment was extremely quiet, and the spirit energy in the air was much stronger than in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. This is the living area for outer disciples. There are still many empty houses. You can choose one. Oh right, I'm Su Feng. I'm also staying here. After you choose, I'll bring you to the Pill Treasure Court to receive this month's cultivation resources. The young man said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Su. Lin Tian thanked him. After saying that, Lin Tian walked forward. He glanced around and randomly chose a wooden house. The layout of the wooden house was very simple. There was a wooden bed, a wooden table, and 2 small rooms. In terms of accommodation, it was inferior to the 9 Sons Martial House. On the path of a cultivator, you can't be too extravagant. The simpler the better. Su Feng said. Lin Tian nodded. He agreed with Su Feng's words. After finding a place to stay, Lin Tian followed Su Feng and went to the Pill Treasure Court. According to Su Feng, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect could receive elixir resources once a month. The higher the level of the disciple, the more elixirs they could receive. These elixirs were all collected from the Pill Treasure Court. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at the Pill Treasure Court. You're now an outer disciple. You can receive 30 fasting pills, 5 spirit consolidating pills, and 3 spirit accumulating pills. Fasting pills are naturally used to eliminate hunger and thirst. Basically, 1 pill a day is enough. Spirit consolidating pills are used to condense true yuan. As for spirit accumulating pills, they're used to strengthen one's essence, qi, and spirit. They're very useful for condensing one's sea of consciousness in the future. Su Feng explained. Lin Tian understood. Then, with Su Feng's help, he used the gold token to receive his cultivation elixirs for this month. After that, the two walked out of the Pill Treasure Court and walked toward the outer disciples' living area. You should be familiar with it. You can come here by yourself in the future. Su Feng said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Su. Lin Tian thanked him. At this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. 5 young men blocked the two of them. Su Feng, is this the newcomer beside you? He just received his elixirs. Tell him to hand it over. The leader said with a smile. End of chapter. Lin Tian stared at the 5 people in front of him and frowned slightly. No pop-up window. Su Feng's expression was ugly. He stared at the leader and said, Zhou Yang, junior brother Lin just arrived at the sect. Don't go too far. Too far? I thought it was normal. Zhou Yang shrugged. Beside Zhou Yang, another person said impatiently, Su Feng, don't waste time. As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Tian and said, Kid, obediently hand over the medicinal pills you received, otherwise, don't blame us for taking them ourselves. Of course, if we really wait until then you might have to suffer a little. You. Su Feng's expression darkened. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Su Feng. What's going on? Su Feng said in a low voice, among the disciples of the sect, there are often people who rob other disciples of their cultivation resources. These 5 people often do such things. The sect doesn't care? Lin Tian frowned. As long as they don't kill or cripple people, the sect usually doesn't care. Su Feng sighed. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled the old drunkard's words before he left. The sect was even crueler and crueler than the mortal world. It is indeed cruel. Lin Tian Andao. Are you done? One of the yellow-clothed young men stepped forward. Su Feng said helplessly, Junior brother Lin, just give them the pills first. These 5 people are very strong, especially Zhou Yang. He is already in the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. We are no match for him. I still have some fasting pills. I will give you some later. It should be enough to get you through this month. Just be careful next time. In the sect, there was no such thing as food. The disciples all lived on fasting pills. Hey, Su Feng, at least you know what's good for you. The yellow-clothed young man said. Then, he walked toward Lin Tian and stretched out his hand. Kid, hand it over obediently. If you have a better attitude, we will only take half of your pills next time. This person had a proud smile on his face, as if he had done Lin Tian a great favor. Lin Tian raised his right hand and grabbed the man's wrist. Crack! With a crisp sound, the yellow-clothed youth's wrist was broken. The yellow-clothed youth groaned in pain and glared at Lin Tian. You dare to move, bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked the yellow-clothed youth in the abdomen, sending him flying more than 50 feet away. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. Junior brother Lin, Su Feng was both surprised and anxious. He never thought that Lin Tian would actually make a move. Lin Tian took a step forward and said, Competition is a good thing, but I hate this kind of competitive atmosphere. In other words, this has nothing to do with competition. It's nothing more than the strong bullying the weak. Seeing Lin Tian walk forward, Su Feng was shocked again. Zhou Yang and the other 3 stared at Lin Tian, their faces turning cold. You dare to make a move? You don't know how to appreciate favors. Zhou Yang said coldly. Following Zhou Yang's words, the other three immediately rushed toward Lin Tian. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless. A newcomer should have the awareness of a newcomer. How dare you attack a senior brother? One of the skinny men said. Junior brother Lin, be careful. This person is very fast. Su Feng warned. It's too late. The skinny man sneered. He was already in front of Lin Tian and punched him. However, at this moment, the skinny man's face suddenly changed. He saw a palm flying toward him from his left. Slap, the sound of the slap was extremely loud. The skinny man was sent flying. A few teeth and blood spurted out. Then, almost at the same time, the other two were slapped and sent flying like the skinny man. With three pung, pung, pung sounds, the three of them landed in the distance, howling in grief. Su Feng was stunned. The skinny man's speed was very fast, and his cultivation wasn't weak either. He was in the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. In addition, the other two were also in the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Their combined strength could be said to be extremely strong. However, they were sent flying by Lin Tian in an instant. There were many disciples around. When they saw the commotion, they all looked over. It's Zhou Yang and the other four. They are snatching other disciples' pills again. Except for Zhou Yang, why are the other four injured? Many people were surprised. These people were all outer court disciples, so they were naturally very familiar with Zhou Yang and the other four. In fact, among these people, there were quite a few who had their medicinal pills snatched by Zhou Yang and the other four. They were very clear that Zhou Yang and the other four were not simple people. At this moment, these people were naturally very surprised when they saw that all four of them, excluding Zhou Yang, were injured and sent flying. Zhou Yang stared at Lin Tian. His face darkened. By doing this, you should have already realized your mistake. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhou Yang said gloomily. As he spoke, a cold aura spread out. His cultivation of the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm was fully displayed. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Following Zhou Yang's gaze, everyone looked at Lin Tian. I don't seem to have seen this person before. Could he be a new disciple? That should be it. Those four people, could it be that they were injured by this new disciple? It can't be. Those people aren't weak. Whether it's true or not, it's bad now. Zhou Yang's strength is enough to rank in the top 15 of the outer disciples. Many people whispered. Staring at Lin Tian, many people shook their heads. This new disciple is going to suffer. Someone sighed. Zhou Yang's eyes were cold. The aura on his body was stronger than that of Duan Wenba, who was in the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He took a step forward, and his powerful aura caused the air to whistle. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Su Feng's face changed. I'm going to teach this new disciple a lesson. I'll let him know how to stand in the sect. Zhou Yang said coldly. As he spoke, Zhou Yang walked toward Lin Tian step by step. Right at this moment, there was a flash in front of him, and a figure was already standing in front of him. Zhou Yang's expression changed. This figure was actually Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. He clasped Zhou Yang's neck with his left hand and raised his right hand to slap Zhou Yang's face. The sound of a slap rang out, extremely loud and clear. Slap. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slapped Zhou Yang's face back and forth. A moment later, Zhou Yang's entire face was swollen. Blood and saliva were flying everywhere. From the very beginning, I was prepared to beat you all up. Lin Tian. Zhou Yang was stunned by the slap. He could only feel his head buzzing. A moment later, he let out a scream. Too noisy. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Zhou Yang's abdomen. With a bang, Zhou Yang flew out and crashed into an old tree. He fainted on the spot. Where did this ruthless person come from? He's so strong? Oh my God. Many people stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Zhou Yang's strength was extremely strong. He was ranked 12th in the outer sect. But now, he was suppressed so easily. Is he really a new disciple? Someone swallowed his saliva. The skinny man and the other three were sent flying by Lin Tianyi, but they didn't faint like Zhou Yang. Seeing this scene, they were all terrified. They had done this kind of thing hundreds of times, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. He was obviously a new disciple, but his strength was so terrifying. The four came to Zhou Yang's side, helped him up, and quickly left. Even Zhou Yang, who was in the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm, was defeated. They were definitely not a match for him. Clang! A beam of sword chi landed beside the four of them, leaving a deep sword mark. The four of them were so shocked that they quickly stopped in their tracks. You want to leave? Lin Tianling said indifferently. The four were a little scared. The young man in yellow stared at Lin Tian and said, You. What do you want? Aren't you here to snatch the pills? Now, leave all the pills you have. Lin Tianling said. Hearing this, the four's expressions changed. You've already injured us, and you still want to snatch the pills? Don't go too far. The skinny man's face was livid. Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. In a flash, he appeared in front of the skinny man and raised his hand to slap him. With a slap, the skinny man vomited blood and was sent flying again. Am I going too far? I thought this was a very normal thing. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Hearing this, the four's expressions turned ugly. These were clearly what Zhou Yang had said before, word for word. The four stared at Lin Tian, shocked, frightened, and angry. Lin Tian's expression gradually turned cold, and a chill spread out. Don't test my patience. Being in Lin Tian's chill, the four all trembled. Up to this day, at least thousands of martial artists had died in Lin Tian's hands. This chill was something that carried real killing intent, and it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Immediately, the four trembled and took out all the pills they had. Let's help him too. Lin Tian looked at Zhou Yang. The four did not dare to disobey. They immediately took out more pills from Zhou Yang and put them all on the ground. That's all. The young man in yellow gritted his teeth. Lin Tiantan glanced at them indifferently. Get lost. The four's faces were livid. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to stay any longer. They supported Zhou Yang and quickly left. When the crowd saw this scene, their expressions were marvelous. Zhou Yang and the other four were robbed of their pills? Ruthless. Many people were dumbfounded. Lin Tian picked up the pills on the ground and glanced at them. He found that there were several small jade bottles of fasting pills, dozens of spirit consolidating pills, and more than 10 spirit accumulating pills. Senior brother Su, just take some. He came to Su Feng. Su Feng waved his hand. No need, no need. Staring at Lin Tian, Su Feng was surprised. He could not help but think that he was worthy of being the disciple brought back by that person. By the way, junior brother Lin, you can go back to your residence first. There shouldn't be a problem. I still have to guard the mountain. It's my turn today. I have to guard the mountain for about 3 days. Su Feng said. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Is this a rotation? Su Feng nodded and said with a smile, guarding the mountain is the responsibility of the outer sect disciples. Every 3 days, a group of 10 people will rotate. Among the 10 people, 3 will guard the stone steps, while the other 7 will patrol the other places. You will also come later. Lin Tian nodded. So it was like this. After bidding farewell to Su Feng, Lin Tian returned to his residence under the shocked eyes of the crowd. He tidied up a little and took out a piece of paper from the stone ring. This was something an old drunkard gave him before leaving. He just happened to take a look. End of this chapter. The paper was not too big, and there was a sketch drawn on it. Lin Tian glanced at it and found that it seemed to be the distribution chart of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard had written notes and other things in various places. Full text to read: Martial Practice Field, Elder Hall, Duty Hall, Pill Treasure Court, Burning Sun Pavilion. Lin Tianyi looked. There was no need to mention the Martial Practice Field, Elder Hall, Duty Hall, and Pill Treasure Court. Lin Tian already knew about them. As for the Burning Sun Pavilion, Lin Tian glanced around and found that it was similar to the martial hall of the Nanyang martial house. It was a place where the cultivation methods and martial skills of the sect were stored and guarded by the deacon elders of the sect. These were the main components of the Burning Sun Pavilion, followed by the cultivation area. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were about 5 cultivation areas. Demon Ceiling Gorge, Star River Pagoda, Illusory Forest, Dragon Spirit Valley, and Flying Waterfall. 5, that's a lot. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Staring at the 5 cultivation areas, he carefully looked at the notes left by an old drunkard. Demon Ceiling Gorge, located behind the Burning Sun sect, was a vast primitive forest surrounded by the Burning Sun sect for the disciples to train. Demon Ceiling Gorge had many powerful monster beasts and countless natural treasures. It was one of the most important cultivation areas for the disciples of the Burning Sun sect, and many disciples went there every day. The Star River Pagoda was located on the east side of the Burning Sun sect. It was a 9-story pagoda. In the past, the founder of the Burning Sun sect had invited a powerful array manipulator to help him engrave many terrifying arrays, allowing the pagoda to communicate with the Star River. It allowed the disciples who entered the pagoda to train their consciousness extremely quickly. It was a treasured place for cultivating one's consciousness. The illusory forest was a large-scale illusory realm. Not only could it create demonic beasts, it could also create different martial arts experts. It could even create illusions of the martial artists who entered it, allowing the disciples of the sect to cultivate to their heart's content. The Dragon Spirit Valley was located to the west of the Burning Sun Valley. It was a place where spiritual veins gathered. It was similar to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's pulse condensation cave. Of course, the density of spiritual chi was much higher than the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's pulse condensation cave. Moreover, the Dragon Spirit Valley was extremely vast. It was about 3,000 feet in radius. The Feixian waterfall was located on the north side of the Burning Sun sect. It was a huge waterfall with a height of 300 feet. It contained an astonishing cold current that even ordinary divine range experts would find difficult to withstand. Furthermore, there was a gravity formation engraved in the pre-celestial waterfall. Being inside, one would have to endure at least 5 times the normal gravity at all times. It was a good place to train one's body. Of the 5 cultivation areas, except for the Celestial River Pagoda, which required a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator to enter, the other places did not have any restrictions. As expected of a sect, there is no time limit in the cultivation area. Lin Tian muttered to himself. One should know that many cultivation resources in the Nanyang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard basically had a time limit. After all, it would take a lot of energy to operate the formations. However, the Burning Sun sect did not have any restrictions. Even the restriction in the Celestial River Pagoda was only because it would be useless for cultivators below the Sea of Consciousness realm to enter. It might even be harmful. Afterward, Lin Tian looked again. It was the composition of the Burning Sun sect. There was 1 supreme elder, 1 sect master, and 4 elders. All of them were in the airborne realm. The supreme elder was the strongest. Next were the deacons of the sect. They were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm and were responsible for various daily affairs of the sect. The disciples of the sect are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There were about 500 disciples in the Burning Sun sect. More than half of them were outer disciples. There were no restrictions. The number of inner disciples was fixed at 30. As for core disciples, there was a fixed number of them. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, the number was 4. The minimum requirement for inner disciples and core disciples was to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. Otherwise, they were not eligible to join. As for how to become an inner disciple and a core disciple, an old drunkard also left a detailed explanation. It was very straightforward and very simple. To become an inner disciple, one first needed to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. Then, one could challenge someone who was already an inner disciple. If one won, the challenger would become an inner disciple and the challenged would become an outer disciple. If one lost, they would still be an outer disciple and could not challenge anyone for half a year. Inner disciples could receive more pills every month. There were 30 fasting pills, 30 spirit consolidating pills, and 10 spirit accumulating pills. This was enough to make many outer disciples drool. Although the fasting pills were nothing, the spirit consolidating pills were extremely precious, especially the spirit accumulating pills. Its value was extremely shocking. It's almost the same as the Northern Flame Imperial Academy system. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He looked at the conditions for becoming a core disciple. There were 2 conditions for becoming a core disciple. The first was to have a certain amount of sect contribution points. The so-called sect contribution points were to contribute some martial skills, cultivation methods, spirit coins, beast cores, and medicinal pills to the duty hall to accumulate sect contribution points. When one sect contribution points reached a certain amount and his cultivation reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, he could challenge any core disciple. If he won, he would replace the challenged and become the new core disciple. If he lost, he would still be in the same position and could not challenge anyone for half a year. In addition, only inner disciples were eligible to challenge the core disciples. Compared to inner disciples, core disciples could receive more pills every month and could be directly taught by the sect elders. Most importantly, the next master of the sect would only be selected from the 4 core disciples. Core disciples also have their own residence and territory. This is quite luxurious. Lin Tian Ondao. Finally, after glancing at the paper, Lin Tian found that the Burning Sun sect also had a life and death arena, which was used to resolve conflicts between sect disciples. The sect forbade disciples from killing each other, and it was not allowed to kill or cripple disciples. However, once on the life and death arena, there would be no such restriction. Once on the life and death arena, life and death would be determined by fate. Life and death arena, interesting. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian put away the paper. He now had a general understanding of the Burning Sun sect. At present, there were more than 400 outer disciples, 30 inner disciples, and 4 core disciples. In short, the higher the disciples' level, the more benefits there would be. Lin Tian raised his head and looked out of the window. He found that the sky had darkened and stars were twinkling. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged and operated the 4 extreme scriptures, making his true yuan flow faster. After more than 2 hours, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak and stopped. Rest. After muttering to himself, Lin Tian washed up a little, then lay down and closed his eyes. After more than a month of traveling, he was indeed very tired. Soon, the night was over. The next day, Lin Tian woke up early and faced the morning sun outside the wooden house. Then, he walked outside. He was going to see the various cultivation areas. Let's go to the illusory forest first. He muttered to himself. The illusory forest was located in the southern part of the Burning Sun sect. After leaving his house, Lin Tian walked towards the illusory forest. On the way to the illusory forest, there were many sect disciples walking back and forth. When they saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Quite a few people were startled by this. That's him? The new disciple? Yes, that's him. Yesterday, Zhou Yang and the other 4 wanted to steal his elixir, but they were ruthlessly beaten up. Their elixir was taken away by him. Zhou Yang is at the peak of the 8th layer of the Divine Vein realm. How can this new disciple defeat Zhou Yang and the other 4 at the same time? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Many people stared at Lin Tian, discussing animatedly. Generally speaking, the new disciples of the Burning Sun sect would inevitably have their elixir snatched by some senior disciples. At the beginning, they would be very embarrassed and miserable. Even some outer disciples who had been in the sect for a long time would often have their elixir snatched away by stronger disciples. However, Lin Tian had just arrived, and he had ruthlessly beaten up Zhou Yang and the other 4 who tried to snatch his elixir. In turn, he snatched their elixir, which was really shocking. I heard that Zhou Yang has a good relationship with the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihue. Well, Lu Zihue, I'm 100% sure that Lu Zihue will make a move on this new disciple. Someone said. Are you sure? Nonsense. That Zhou Yang often snatches other disciples' elixir. Among them, half of his elixir was given to Lu Zihue. Now, the new disciple not only injured Zhou Yang, but also snatched their elixir. Among them, half of it must be given to Lu Zihui. Do you think Lu Zihui will sit still? That Lu Zihui has reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. I heard that he is in seclusion, preparing to challenge the inner disciples. You also know that it's the Sea of Consciousness realm. For an expert of this level, dealing with a divine vein realm cultivator is as simple as eating and drinking. Then, this new disciple, won't he, do you still need to say it? He's definitely going to be miserable. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian's array control technique had reached the 4th level, and his soul force was incomparably powerful. Naturally, he could hear these people's discussion. He paused for a moment, but he didn't care much about it. He continued to walk towards the illusory forest. Not long after, he arrived at the illusory forest. There were many disciples coming in and out. The illusory forest wasn't a forest as its name suggested. There were only a few huge old trees at the periphery, and there were no deacons guarding the sides. When Lin Tian arrived, he didn't stop and walked in. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he found that the surrounding scene suddenly changed. He actually came to a broken city. There were many demonic beasts walking in the city, and there were many obscure warriors wearing black armor. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, whether it was a saber or a sword. The murderous aura was terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Tian found that there were many disciples of the sect. He had seen these disciples outside the illusory forest before, but now, he saw them inside the illusory forest. Moreover, as far as he could sense, these people weren't created by the illusory forest. They were all disciples of the sect. In the illusory forest, the disciples can actually meet each other. It's really shocking. Lin Tianwei was a little surprised. One had to know that although the Nanyang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had their own illusory forest, they couldn't let the disciples see each other. It seemed that the illusory forest's illusory forest was undoubtedly much more advanced than the Nanyang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's illusory forest. At this moment, Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. He felt a cold gaze fall on him. End of chapter. Lin Tian looked in a direction based on his intuition and saw a familiar person standing there. It was Zhou Yang. No pop-up window. Zhou Yang stared at him with a gloomy face. Lin Tian glanced at Zhou Yang. He did not mind and continued walking forward. Bastard. Zhou Yang stared at Lin Tian's back. A sinister light flashed in his eyes, and he retreated. The city was a bit dilapidated. Lin Tian walked in and was soon attacked by demonic beasts. Roar. The demonic beasts roared. Then, powerful warriors rushed over and tried to kill Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced around and realized that the demonic beasts and martial artists were all very powerful. The weakest demonic beasts were level 5 demonic beasts, while the martial artists were comparable to the 5th sky of divine range experts. It was extremely frightening for them to rush over in a swarm. However, this was only for ordinary cultivators. For Lin Tian, it was nothing. Bang! 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 He waved the meteorite fist and attacked several times, killing the demonic beasts and warriors one by one. Damn, who is that? 1 against 10? That seems to be the new disciple. He is really strong. Many people stared in that direction, their hearts trembling. Lin Tian walked towards the depths of the abandoned city. Not long after, an even stronger roar rang out. A demonic beast covered in black scales appeared. Its eyes were blood-red and demonic. Its powerful demonic chi swept up waves of gray astral winds. Level 8 demonic beast. Lin Tian was shocked. Without hesitation, he stepped back and dodged. A level 8 demonic beast was comparable to the 4th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. He was no match for it. After that, Lin Tian cultivated for 2 hours in the illusory forest. In 2 hours, he killed dozens of level 6 demonic beasts, not to mention level 5 demonic beasts. As for level 8 demonic beasts, he met several times. He even met a level 9 demonic beast once, which made his hair stand on end. Looks like I have to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm as soon as possible. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Half an hour later, Lin Tian walked out of the illusory forest and prepared to head to the other cultivation areas. However, right at that moment, two people appeared in front of him. One of them was Zhou Yang. "Senior Liu, that's him." Zhou Yang pointed at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. Beside Zhou Yang stood a young man in his 20s. His eyes were sharp. "This? Lu Zihui. The #1 disciple of the outer sect. How did this person appear? Aren't you in seclusion? Shoo. Do you see that new disciple over there? They should be coming for him." In the surroundings, many people's expressions changed, and many of them stared at Lu Zihui with fear. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian expressionlessly. "You're the one who stole my stuff." Lu Zihui was originally in seclusion, but Zhou Yang found him and said that the soul accumulating pill and foundation fortifying pill that he was going to give him had been stolen. The soul accumulating pill and foundation fortifying pill had great effects on sea of consciousness experts, so Lu Zihui was naturally unhappy. Lin Tianlin glanced at Lu Zihui coldly and walked towards the Dragon Spirit Valley. He had reached the 9th level of the Divine Pulse, but he had yet to perfect the 9 Divine Pulse. He still needed more spiritual chi to help him. He needed to reach the pinnacle of the Divine Pulse first, and then rely on the power of the 9 Divine Pulse to form the Sea of Consciousness. Seeing that Lin Tian ignored him, Lu Zihui's face darkened. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, down." In a flash, Lu Zihui stood in front of Lin Tian and blocked him. "I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me?" Lu Zihui said coldly. "Sorry, I can only understand human language. Also, a good dog doesn't block the way. Get lost." Lin Tiantan said coldly. Many disciples gathered outside the forest of illusionary dreams. They were all shocked to see this scene. That guy called Lu Zihui a dog? That's Lu Zihui, a Sea of Consciousness cultivator. He's courting death. Many people shook their heads. Wasn't he looking for trouble by talking to a Sea of Consciousness cultivator like that? Lu Zihui's face darkened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He slapped Lin Tian's cheek. This slap was a little harsh, and it made the air scream. Lin Tian was expressionless. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Lu Zihui's right wrist. Lu Zihui's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked. Vicious. Lin Tian's face was cold. Lu Zihui shook his right hand, and a majestic true essence spread out. He broke free from Lin Tian's hand. "I've underestimated you." The crowd was surprised. They didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to block the slap of Lu Zihui, a Sea of Consciousness cultivator. If that slap landed, ordinary people would be crippled. "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect?" Lin Tian Dao. Just now, Lu Zihui's palm strike seemed simple, but it contained the force of true essence. If it was any other divine vein realm cultivator, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the very least, they would suffer a severe concussion and become a cripple. If it was more serious, it wasn't impossible for them to die on the spot. Lu Zihui's expression was indifferent. "You're just a new disciple, and I'm a Sea of Consciousness cultivator, the #1 outer disciple. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm an elite of the sect. Who do you think the sect values more? In other words, even if I kill you here, will the sect make things difficult for an elite of the sect for the death of a new disciple?" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that an old drunkard's words were very accurate. Although the sect was strong, it was really cruel. At least, in the Nanyang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, no disciple dared to be so ruthless to another disciple. Even Jiang one of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard dared to do that because of his special status. Judging from Lu Zihui's confident expression, it was likely that even if Lu Zihui killed him, the sect wouldn't punish him severely. Speaking of which, although the sect has a rule on the surface that no one is allowed to injure or cripple disciples of the same sect, if some extremely powerful disciples commit such a crime, even if it is evil, the sect will turn a blind eye to it. Lin Tian Dao. Lu Zihui's expression was indifferent. So what if it is? Has something like this happened before? Lin Tian looked at a disciple beside him. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the disciple couldn't help but lower his head. Obviously, it had happened before. Lin Tian understood, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Simply put, there are no rules in the sect. To put it in simpler terms, the strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. Whoever has the biggest fist is the reason. Even if you kill another disciple, it doesn't matter. He said as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking someone else. The surrounding disciples heard his words. Although their expressions changed slightly, they didn't have much of a reaction. As expected. Lin Tian chuckled, but there was a trace of sarcasm. Lu Zihui took a step forward and said coldly, "You're quite fast to understand, but unfortunately, it's too late." Lu Zihui's body emitted a cold aura. The aura of a Sea of Consciousness realm expert spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian didn't have any reaction to it. He didn't care at all. As if he didn't hear Lu Zihui's words, he stared at Lu Zihui, and an even colder aura rushed out from his body. In other words, even if I kill you here, it doesn't matter, right? As soon as this cold aura came out, it caused many disciples to turn pale. They couldn't help but tremble, shocked by this murderous intent. At this moment, even Lu Zihui couldn't help but be moved. This aura was too chilling. "What are you doing?" A cold voice sounded. In the distance, two middle-aged men walked over. They were both Sea of Consciousness realm experts, and they were the deacons of the Burning Sun sect. Lu Zihui's face froze. He snorted and stared at Lin Tiandao. "You're lucky." As the number one disciple in the outer sect, Lu Zihui's strength wasn't bad. He could almost do whatever he wanted in the outer sect. He even dared to kill his fellow disciples, just like how he killed Lin Tian. However, when the deacons came, Lu Zihui still had to restrain himself. As he spoke, Lu Zihui turned and walked away. Clang! At this moment, a sword slashed and landed at Lu Zihui's feet. Lin Tian's face was cold. "You want to leave?" "It's not that easy." Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in this place all changed. What's wrong with this guy? He barely got his life back. Why did he take the initiative to provoke again? Really, many people shook their heads. Lu Zihui stopped and stared coldly at Lin Tian. His Sea of Consciousness realm fluctuation spread out again. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, his expression extremely cold. Two middle-aged deacons came forward, glanced at Lu Zihui, and then looked at Lin Tian. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, ignoring the two middle-aged men. "The Burning Sun sect has set up the life and death ring. Once on the life and death ring, no one can interfere. Lu Zihui, I invite you to the life and death ring. Are you interested?" Lin Tian never liked to be taken advantage of. Since the deacons saw and stopped him, he would drag Lu Zihui to the life and death ring. As long as he was on the life and death ring, no one could interfere. As soon as he said this, it was like a clap of thunder, causing the disciples' faces to change. What? Some people were stunned. Many people stared at Lin Tian with strange expressions. This is crazy, right? He's obviously only in the Divine Pulse realm. He actually invited a Sea of Consciousness realm expert to the life and death ring? Even if he's angry, he shouldn't gamble like this. Really, many people shook their heads. The two middle-aged deacons stared at Lin Tian and frowned. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian in a daze and then laughed. He never thought that he would hear such interesting words from Lin Tian. Yes, it was interesting. In Lu Zihui's ears, this was too interesting. Life and death ring? You invited me? Lu Zihui's face was full of ridicule. Zhou Yang's face was full of sarcasm. I've seen a lot of idiots, but this is the first time I've seen such an idiot. Inviting a Sea of Consciousness realm expert to the life and death ring with his Divine Pulse realm cultivation was purely an act of seeking death. If you agree, nod your head. If you don't dare, scram with your tail between your legs. Lin Tian's face was impatient. Hearing this, all the disciples were stunned again. How dare this new disciple of the Divine Pulse realm be so domineering? Lu Zihui's face darkened. Since you want to die, I'll satisfy you. End of chapter. On this day, the news quickly spread that the new disciple Lin Tian had invited the number one outer disciple, Lu Zihui, to fight in the life and death ring, which shocked the entire Burning Sun sect. No pop-up window, a new disciple actually dared to challenge Lu Zihui to a battle? What's going on? Is he going to die? Don't be so stupid. Many people shook their heads when they heard this. Lu Zihui was a sea of knowledge expert, the #1 outer disciple. A new disciple actually invited Lu Zihui to fight in the life and death ring. No one could understand this behavior. In everyone's eyes, this was simply courting death. In the duty hall, the 3 deacons who knew about Lin Tian's background naturally knew about this matter. That young man is too arrogant. It's normal. After all, he was sent back by that person, but, let's go and see. The 3 shook their heads. The Burning Sun sect's life and death ring was set up in the martial arts practice field. It was a circular ring with a diameter of about 10 feet. At this time, the life and death ring was surrounded by figures, all of whom came to watch the battle. Many people stared at the arena, pointing and discussing animatedly. What an idiot. In the crowd, Zhou Yang sneered. The 3 deacons of the duty hall also came and stood far away. Su Feng rushed back from the mountain guard and found Lin Tian with an anxious face. Junior brother Lin, you're too reckless. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Lin Tian smiled. After saying this, he bypassed Su Feng's obstruction and jumped onto the life and death ring. He hated being bullied. Lu Zihui stopped him outside the illusory forest and attacked him ruthlessly, wanting to kill him. Naturally, he would not take this lying down. Since he was stopped by the deacons, he would let Lu Zihui fight in the life and death ring. He went up. That's the new disciple? What's his name? I think his name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian, he has a backbone. What's the use of having a backbone? He's going to die in the life and death ring. That's true. After all, Lu Zihui is a sea of knowledge expert. Too reckless. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian stood on the life and death arena with a calm expression. Lu Zihui, get up here. The expressions of many people around the life and death stage changed when they heard this voice. This guy is really arrogant. Someone muttered. Below the life and death ring, Lu Zihui's expression was somewhat ruthless, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. Senior brother Lu, kill him. Zhou Yang said. I don't need you to tell me. Lu Zi snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zihui leaped onto the life and death arena. Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on the life and death ring. This is the first time I've seen someone as idiotic as you. Lu Zihui said calmly. In Lu Zihui's opinion, this person in front of him was really interesting to the point of being silly. You talk too much. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a clang, the heart spirit sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, lightning sword rays interweaved. A supreme treasure? He actually has a supreme treasure. Look at his right hand, there's a stone ring. Who is this newcomer? Seeing the heart spirit sword and the stone ring, many outer disciples were shocked. The value of a sect's most precious treasure was immeasurable. As for the stone ring, although it wasn't too precious to the disciples of the sect, it was still extremely difficult for the average disciple to possess one. In the entire outer sect, the number of people who possessed a stone ring was less than 5. This bastard is actually so rich. Zhou Yang was also shocked. In the distance, the 3 deacons of the duty hall were very calm. They knew that Lin Tian was sent here by an old drunkard, so they were not surprised that Lin Tian had these things. They thought that it was given by an old drunkard. However, they guessed wrong. These things were completely obtained by Lin Tian's own strength, and had nothing to do with an old drunkard. In the life and death ring, Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian and mocked, with a supreme treasure in hand, no wonder you dare to invite me to the life and death ring. But I still have to say, too naive. As he spoke, a tyrannical aura rushed out from Lu Zihui's body. I will let you know that even if you have a supreme treasure, you can only be defeated. After that, your supreme treasure will belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zihui rushed towards Lin Tian like lightning. So fast. At the edge of the life and death ring, someone exclaimed. Clang. At this moment, a sword whistled, and the lightning sword ray slashed down, forcing Lu Zihui to retreat. Staring at Lin Tian again, Lu Zihui was slightly moved. "Your reaction is quite fast," Lu Zihui said. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui expressionlessly. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he was in front of Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui's face changed slightly. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out. This attack was very fast, but Lu Zihui was after all a sea of consciousness expert. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and blocked it. "Your reaction is quite fast," Lin Tian said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Zihui's face suddenly turned cold. This sentence was clearly what he said to Lin Tian just now, but at this time, Lin Tian returned it to him word for word, as if slapping him hard in the face. Outside the life and death ring, watching this scene, the crowd was surprised. It's so strange, did I see it wrong? That newcomer can actually counterattack in the hands of Lu Zihui. It seems that he is still on top. Many people were surprised. Su Feng stared at this scene, and his eyes could not help but widen. At this moment, Su Feng was shocked by Lin Tian's battle strength. Far away, even the three deacons could not help but be slightly surprised. "This little guy is really not ordinary," one of them said. Lu Zihui naturally heard the voices of the people around the life and death ring, and his face became a little gloomy. Only to see that his right hand shook, and the stone ring on his middle finger flashed, and a long saber appeared in his right hand. As the first in the outer sect, Lu Zihui naturally had a stone ring. Boom! As soon as the long saber appeared, Lu Zihui's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a fierce saber aura suddenly spread out. Feeling this overbearing saber aura, many of the onlookers' pupils shrank. 7 Saber Techniques. Spiritual Sea Realm Martial Technique. This saber technique is divided into 7 levels, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is said that Lu Zihui has mastered the first 6 levels. "This is bad," someone said. In the life and death ring, Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian with an indifferent expression. "I admit that you are indeed a little unusual, but this is the end. As a little cultivator of the divine range, you can be proud that you can make me, a spiritual sea realm cultivator, use my weapon. Even if you die here, you don't have to feel wronged. You should feel honored." As he spoke, Lu Zihui's aura became stronger. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, and the expression on his face did not change at all. He raised his right hand and gently slashed out with his sword. The azure thunder sword aura rolled up crazily, and with the power of thunder, it instantly arrived in front of Lu Zihui. Very fast, very strong, Lu Zihui was shocked again. He quickly waved his hand and slashed out a strong saber aura. The saber aura and the sword aura collided and exploded with a boom. At this moment, Lin Tian moved again. He approached Lu Zihui step by step. "Frog at the bottom of the well, you are only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Do you think people at this level are great? Do you think I have not killed anyone?" Lin Tian's words were calm, but it could be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. What did he say? Killed a powerhouse at the first level of the spiritual sea realm? How is that possible? He must be joking. Absolutely. How can a cultivator of the divine range realm kill a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm? The level is not the same at all. Many people shook their heads. In the distance, the 3 elders of the duty hall were moved. Is it true? This little guy is so monstrous? It doesn't seem to be fake. No matter what, he is the disciple sent back by that person. However, how did he kill a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm? Did he do it when the other party was at his last breath? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to kill a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. After all, a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm has the power of the divine range realm. The 3 elders had strange expressions. On the life and death ring, the sword aura rang again. Lin Tian no longer held back. He stepped on the yin and yang ho and instantly appeared in front of Lu Zihui. He swept his sword away. This is so fast. It seems to be faster than Lu Zihui. He is only at the divine range realm. How did he do it? All the onlookers were shocked. Lu Zihui was moved. The saber in his hand shook, and the saber aura filled the sky. However, it was a pity that although the saber aura was powerful, Lin Tian did not care about it. At this moment, the true spirit sword in his hand was burning with flames. Vaguely, a sword roar like a dragon was heard. It was extremely ear-piercing. Slash! With a swoosh, the saber aura in the sky was shattered. The true spirit sword swept across. With a clang, Lu Zihui blocked it with his long saber. Although he blocked the true spirit sword, the terrifying power of the true spirit sword passed through the sword and shook him away. Lin Tian's expression was cold. After the slash, he did not stop and rushed forward again. Clang! The thunder flame sword aura swept across. Each slash had the power of an ordinary spiritual sea realm martial technique. Lu Zihui hurriedly waved his long saber and used the 7 saber techniques. I will let you know the essential difference between a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm and a cultivator of the divine range realm. Lu Zihui said coldly. As he spoke, Lu Zihui's glabella shone slightly as if a spiritual sea had lit up. After that, his attack suddenly became several times sharper, and his speed also increased by a lot. His footsteps became incomparably ethereal, as if his entire person had become different, as if he had entered another level. That is the spiritual sea. It contains the power of the spiritual sea realm. It can increase the combat power of the spiritual sea realm expert by several times. Their perception will also be greatly improved. Lu Zihui gives people a different feeling. An onlooker said. At this time, many onlookers clearly felt that Lu Zihui's saber techniques had become tricky. Each strike was terrifying. Hey, that Lin Tian, it seems that he did not retreat. Let me see. This seems to be true. It seems that he has blocked all the attacks. How is that possible? Many onlookers narrowed their eyes. In the distance, the 3 elders of the duty hall also narrowed their eyes. He did completely block Lu Zihui's attacks. This seems impossible. Strange. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm to block a peak state cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. He said that he had killed a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. Could it be that he also killed his opponent in an open battle? He is suppressing his cultivation? But it doesn't seem so. The 3 of them frowned. It should be known that a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm had the power of the spiritual sea realm. This was the essential difference between a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm and a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm should not be a match for a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. But now, Lin Tian had completely subverted their understanding. On the life and death ring, Lu Zihui also noticed it. His expression suddenly changed. With a roar, Lu Zihui's figure changed, and a terrifying aura came out of his body. This is the 6th level of the 7 saber techniques, the Tyrant Saber. Lu Zihui actually used the 6th level of the saber technique directly? Many onlookers were shocked. Enough. It was also at this time that an indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian raised the Heart Spirit Sword. With a clang, the light of the thunder flame flashed across the life and death ring like lightning. Suddenly, the terrifying saber light disappeared without a trace. Puff! A bloody light floated in the air. Lu Zihui's abdomen was penetrated, and he flew away in a sorry state. Everyone's expression changed. The powerful Lu Zihui, the Sea of Consciousness realm Lu Zihui, the number 1 outer disciple, was pierced through his abdomen by a new disciple of the Divine Vein realm. His blood stained the life and death arena. Damn it! Lu Zihui was shocked and angry. He quickly dodged. Covering his abdomen, blood stained his left hand. Lu Zihui's eyes became extremely sinister and shocked. The surroundings of the life and death arena fell into dead silence. How is this possible? Zhou Yang's heart trembled. Lu Zihui, who was in the Sea of Consciousness realm, was the first to be injured by Lin Tian. On the other side, Su Feng was also shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. Junior brother Lin, muttering to himself, Su Feng was completely stunned. Far away, the 3 elders of the duty hall were also shocked. He actually injured Lu Zihui in such a situation. How did this little guy do it? Does he have a power comparable to divine sense? That shouldn't be the case. The three of them frowned. Around the life and death arena, everyone was staring at Lin Tian with a horrified expression. Unbelievable. How did he do it? He actually injured a Sea of Consciousness realm expert. Freak. Many people were shocked. A divine vein realm cultivator killing a Sea of Consciousness realm expert. In everyone's eyes, this was like a dream. On the life and death arena, Lu Zihui listened to the discussions of the crowd and felt his cheeks burning. Zhou Yang thought he was very strong and always colluded with others to take the pills of other disciples. When I, a new disciple, took the pills, he directly attacked me. In the end, he couldn't withstand a single blow and I took the pills. You and Zhou Yang are the same. You think you are very strong and can bully and humiliate your fellow disciples at will. You don't even care if you kill your fellow disciples. So now, you are standing here, and what awaits you is death. An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian held the inner spirit sword and walked forward step by step. His words were very calm, but it caused the expressions of many disciples to change. In the crowd, Zhou Yang's expression suddenly became ugly. He was ashamed and angry. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Zihui said gloomily. Do you think you can resist me? Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his right hand, the thunder fire sword vibrated, and he directly swung it. Clang, the terrifying sword force swept up, bringing with it the power of lightning and the burning power of fire, causing the air to distort. Everyone was shocked by such a sword aura. A divine vein realm cultivator can sense such a powerful sword momentum? The three deacons' eyes. On the life and death arena, Lu Zihui's expression changed greatly. The space between his eyebrows became even brighter, and his spiritual sense started to circulate madly. Then, he waved the saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Tian's thunder flame sword aura, shattering it in the air. However, right at this moment, a figure had already arrived before him. It was precisely Lin Tian. You, bang, Linli Linsley Lu. Lin Lu Zihui was? Bax Lu Lu Lu. Lu Zihui was sent flying backwards. However, Lin Tian did not give him any time to react. Lin Tian closed in like a bolt of lightning, the inner spirit sword in his hand seemed to have eyes as it continuously slashed at Lu Zihui from all directions. Immediately, Lu Zihui was exhausted from dealing with it. After a while, he was struck a few more times, causing his clothes to be cut to shreds. First in the outer sect. Aren't you very strong? Lin Tiantan said coldly. His words were calm, but they were full of sarcasm. Lu Zihui was furious. His sword momentum also became terrifying. However, it was useless. Even with the help of divine sense strength, Lu Zihui's sword could not hurt Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed became faster and faster. His attacks also became sharper and more cunning. His attack trajectory has also changed. It seems that he has the help of divine sense strength. Strange. What is going on? In the distance, the three deacons were surprised. They did not know that although Lin Tian had not reached the Sea of Knowledge realm, he was a fourth-stage array manipulator. With his fourth-stage soul power and the help of the Heavenly One soul technique, it was comparable to an ordinary divine sense strength. Now, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Tian was not weaker than a first-layer Sea of Knowledge cultivator. Kill! A cold voice rang out. With a puff, the thunder sword shook. Lu Zihui was again sent flying. His abdomen was penetrated again. Next, a rain of attacks fell on Lu Zihui. Ah! Soon, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Zihui's arm was pierced through by Lin Tian, leaving behind a bloody hole. With a clang, Lin Tian slashed his sword and penetrated Lu Zihui's abdomen again. Bang! With a kick, Lin Tian sent Lu Zihui flying. Currently, Lu Zihui's divine sense, which was at the first layer of his Sea of Knowledge, could not cause him any trouble. At this moment, the Heavenly One Soul mantra was circulating madly. His tyrannical spiritual energy allowed him to grasp all of Lu Zihui's movements, allowing him to execute all kinds of tricky sword lights. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zihui was forced to dodge again and again. Lu Zihui, lost? That new disciple, Lin Tian, around the life and death ring, everyone was shocked. How can this be? How can this be? In the crowd, Zhou Yang's face was the worst. Lu Zihui, who was in the Sea of Knowledge realm, was forced to a dead end. Su Feng was also shocked. He did not expect Lin Tian to be so strong. Ah! All of a sudden, Lu Zihui let out an angry roar. He swung his long saber and leaped into the air. Stepping on the long saber, he ascended into the air above the life and death arena. The body of the long saber beneath his feet glowed with a faint light, and surprisingly, it didn't fall down. Seeing this, Lin Tian suddenly frowned. Lu Zihui stood on the long sword in the air. This shocked him. Sea of Knowledge realm flying martial technique, weapon control technique. A disciple said with a face full of envy. Lin Tian heard this and was surprised. The Burning Sun sect actually had such a mysterious martial technique. As expected of a sect, it's really extraordinary. Lin Tian thought to himself. In the air, Lu Zihui stepped on the long sword. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he looked down at Lin Tian. Seeing this, many onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Someone whispered, with weapon control technique, no matter what, Lu Zihui is in an invincible position. He can stand in the air and slash out with his sword. It's easy to attack and easy to defend. This new disciple has no hope of winning. Sigh. Someone sighed. In the crowd, Zhou Yang stared at this scene and his face became sinister. Junior brother Lin. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian with some worry. On the life and death ring, Lin Tian's expression became calm again. He looked up. Height, about 60 feet. He said to himself in a low voice. While talking to himself, he squatted down slightly. What is he doing? Is he going to jump up? How is it possible? 60 feet high, even a Sea of Knowledge realm expert can't jump up. Many disciples shook their heads. However, in the next moment, under the surprised eyes of the crowd, Lin Tian actually jumped up. Is this guy stupid? The crowd was surprised. Staring at this scene, even the 3 deacon elders in the distance had a strange expression. Lin Tianyi jumped up to a position 4 feet away from the life and death ring. His body gradually began to fall. This is really... I can't figure out what's in this guy's head. If I didn't see his battle just now and know that his combat power is very strong, I would definitely think he's a fool. Someone was speechless. Lu Zihui stood on the long saber and looked down at Lin Tian with a sarcastic expression. Idiot. Lin Tian's figure gradually descended as if he'd lost his balance, and this caused the crowd to shake their heads once more. However, in the next moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, his right leg actually stomped forcefully on the air, and his figure actually shot up even higher into the sky. He soared over 24 m into the air with a single leap. How is it possible? Stepping on the void, isn't this something that only a Zephyr powerhouse can do? Oh my god! Everyone's expressions changed. Next, Lin Tian stepped in the air again and again, rushing all the way to the sky. Such a strange scene made everyone's expression change drastically. At this moment, even the 3 deacons were shocked. They stared in front of them in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn rang out repeatedly. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stepped on the second level of the yin and yang roar and rushed all the way up. Lu Zihui's expression changed drastically. In a hurry, an ordinary long saber appeared in his hand. It's too late, Lin Tian said. He was already in front of Lu Zihui. The inner spirit sword's murderous light flashed as it mercilessly slashed at Lu Zihui's neck. Die. The thunder flame sword's light was mighty and terrifying. At this moment, a terrifying saber slashed from afar. The tyrannical aura made everyone's expression change. Lin Tian's expression changed. He withdrew his sword and retreated in a strange posture, falling toward the life and death ring. He looked up and saw an old man flying over on a long saber from the southeast. His entire body emitted an extremely fierce aura. He was at least at the fifth firmament of the Sea of Knowledge realm. Xueshang, Deacon Zhua. Lu Zihui seems to have been introduced to the sect by Deacon Zhua. I heard that this person is very protective. Shoo. Lower your voice. Someone whispered. Lu Zihui's heart relaxed. He tilted his head and showed a touch of joy. Senior. Lin Tian's expression became a little cold. He stared coldly at the old man who had suddenly appeared. As if sensing Lin Tian's gaze, Xueshang glanced down coldly and said, "You're so young, but your attacks are so vicious. You're really a little devil." Lin Tian's expression became even colder. Vicious? Shameless old man, this is the life and death ring. Get away from me, he said coldly. He stared at Xueshang. A cold murderous intent came out of his body, making the air a little cold. Hiss. Hearing Lin Tian's words, all the spectators sucked in a cold breath. Xueshang was a deacon of the sect. A new disciple dared to insult a deacon of the sect. Xueshang's expression suddenly became cold. A little outer sect disciple dares to talk back to a deacon of the sect. You're courting death. As he spoke, Xueshang directly attacked Lin Tian. A terrifying saber slashed at Lin Tian without hesitation. Old man. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand gripped the inner spirit sword tightly. The thunder flame sword's light suddenly surged. A terrifying blade aura descended from the sky, and the powerful pressure caused Lin Tian's entire body to tense up. Boom, the thunder flame sword energy soared into the sky. His aura rose steadily. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure raised a hand and smashed Xueshang's energy saber into pieces. Deacon Zhua, I'm afraid your actions are a little inappropriate, the figure said indifferently. Lin Tian stared at the figure. His heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this person was called Puan. He was one of the 3 old men from the steward's hall whom he had met yesterday. Puan, it's rare for you to stick your nose into other people's business and stand up for a puny outer sect disciple. Xueshang snorted coldly. I'm in a good mood today. Speaking of which, the person you brought into the sect is also an outer sect disciple, right? Puan said. He'll be an inner sect disciple soon. Xueshang said proudly. You're quite confident. Puan smiled. Xueshang snorted coldly. He did not say anything else and left with the heavily injured Lu Zihui on his saber. Lu Zihui turned around and glanced viciously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He took a step forward and swung his inner spirit sword. At this moment, Puan stopped him. Young man, stop. Can you stop Xueshang? Lin Tian's footsteps paused as he gripped his sword even tighter. Xueshang and Lu Zihui disappeared from his sight. Does this sect not follow the rules at all? He asked. The platform of life and death was set up by the sect. The rules were written clearly. Once one entered the platform of life and death were up to fate. No one was allowed to interfere. However, Xueshang had interfered with the battle on the platform of life and death and taken Lu Zihui away. Puan and the other deacons did not stop him at all. It was as if this was normal. Puan frowned slightly. Then, he sighed and said, the sect is a place where strength is the real rule. Lin Tianling smiled. Since strength is the real rule, why do we need to set up rules on the surface? Does the sect like to slap its own face so much? What are you talking about? Puan was somewhat displeased. Lin Tian put away his sword and gradually calmed down. He bowed slightly to Puan and said, no matter what, I still have to thank Senior for helping me just now. As he spoke, he continued, however, according to what Senior said, when I become stronger, can I kill Lu Zihui and Xueshang at any time? Hearing this, Puan frowned again. Don't do that. Why? Lin Tian asked. Puan thought for a moment, but didn't know how to answer. With a sigh, Puan patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, in short, don't be rash. Work hard. Take what happened today as a chance to sharpen your mind on the road to growth. After all, the future is just around the corner. After saying that, Puan jumped off the life and death arena and disappeared. Lin Tian looked in the direction where Puan had left. After a pause, he looked in the direction where Shang and Lu Zihui had left. Staring at the direction where Shang and Lu Zihui had left, his eyes became very cold. Killing intent intertwined in his eyes. At this time, he once again remembered an old drunkard's words. Although the sect was strong, it was very cruel. For the first time, Lin Tian felt a little sullen. I have to reach the knowledge sea level as soon as possible, he muttered to himself. After saying that, he also jumped off the life and death arena. Around the life and death arena, the crowd stared at Lin Tian and stepped back, automatically opening a path for him. With the cultivation of the divine vein realm, he had almost killed the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihui. This was a super ruthless person who couldn't be provoked. Lin Tianwei was stunned, and then he shook his head. Lin Tian, are you okay? Su Feng greeted him. Lin Tian's strength was a little terrifying. He could actually defeat the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihui. Su Feng unknowingly changed the way he addressed him. Before, he called him junior brother Lin, but now he called him Lin Tian. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Lin Tian said with a smile. The two left the life and death arena together and walked out of the martial arts practice field. By the way, senior brother Su, what's the matter with the flying saber technique that Lu Zihui used before? Lin Tian asked. He vaguely remembered the voices of some spectators. It seemed to be called the weapon control technique. Su Feng said, it's a flying martial skill called the weapon control technique. It's at the knowledge sea level. Speaking of this technique, Su Feng unknowingly revealed a look of envy and yearning. As long as you master this technique, you can rely on some tools to fly in the air. In this way, not only will your speed increase, but your attack and defense will also become stronger. Then, how do you get this weapon control technique to practice? Lin Tian asked. Su Feng was slightly stunned. You want to practice it? I'm afraid it's not possible now. Why? Lin Tian was curious. Su Feng explained, this weapon control technique is a knowledge sea level martial skill, and it's different from other knowledge sea level martial skills. This set of martial skills can only be practiced when you reach the knowledge sea level, because it requires the integration of spiritual sense and true inner force. Moreover, this set of martial skills requires a huge amount of sect contribution points. You are now in the Divine Pulse realm, and your sect contribution points seem to be 0, so you can't exchange for this technique. Even if you can exchange, you can't practice it. Speaking of this, Su Feng himself showed a little helplessness. Lin Tian nodded. It turned out to be like this. Not long after, the two walked out of the martial arts practice field. Because Su Feng still had to guard the mountain, he went to the stone steps. Lin Tian was not in the mood to go to the training area for the time being. After saying goodbye to Su Feng, he walked towards his residence. Along the way, his mind was always thinking about the 3 words weapon control technique. Without reaching the airborne realm, you can rely on spiritual sense and true inner force to achieve the purpose of flying in the air by relying on tools. This technique is really tempting. Soul force, I don't know if it can be used to practice the weapon control technique. It should be possible, he thought. He didn't really care about the sect contribution points. After annihilating the 3 great martial arts clans of the Northern Flame Imperial City, he was quite rich now. He had plenty of spirit coins, martial arts techniques, and elixirs in his stone ring. He could use them to accumulate sect contribution points at any time. Especially those martial arts techniques and spirit coins, he had almost no use for them. Not long after, Lin Tian returned to his residence, tidied up some things, and began to practice the 4 extreme scripture. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Lin Tian woke up early and went to the door as usual to do breathing exercises. Lin Tianyi felt that the best plan of the day was in the morning. He had been insisting on the habit of waking up early to do breathing exercises. Moreover, he clearly felt that this method of breathing exercises was very helpful for cultivation. It could make the true inner force flow more smoothly. After finishing his breathing exercises and washing up, Lin Tian left his residence and walked towards the duty hall. Soon, he arrived at the duty hall and walked in. A rare guest. Seeing Lin Tian come in, a voice sounded. Puan sat on the side, squinting at Lin Tian. Senior, you must be joking. Lin Tian was helpless. Puan smiled and said, little guy, are you still brooding over what happened yesterday? No, strength is the reason. I'll just fight back in the future. Lin Tian Dao. Puan smiled helplessly. Wasn't this brooding in his heart? After a pause, Puan asked, tell me, why are you here? Puan didn't think that Lin Tian came here to chat with him. He must have come here for something. Lin Tian went straight to the point and said, I want to hand in some things to accumulate sect contribution points to exchange for the equipment manipulation technique. Equipment manipulation technique? Why are you exchanging for that now? Puan was a little confused. Lin Tian was only in the Divine Pulse realm. Even if he got the equipment manipulation technique, he couldn't practice it. This made Puan very curious. Nothing, I just want to take a look in advance. This shouldn't limit the cultivation of the exchanger, right? Lin Tian Dao. There is no limit. Puan shook his head. That's fine. I'm now accumulating sect contribution points and exchanging for the equipment manipulation technique. Lin Tian Dao. Okay. Seeing that Lin Tian insisted, Puan let Lin Tian go and said, there are many ways to accumulate sect contribution points. Spirit coins, elixirs, beast cores, martial skills, weapons, and so on. What are you going to do? Well, with spirit coins. How do you calculate it? Lin Tian asked. 10,000 spirit coins can accumulate one sect contribution point, Puan said. After a pause, he said, by the way, the equipment manipulation technique you want to exchange for requires 2,000 sect contribution points. Lin Tian, in other words, it required 20 million spirit coins to exchange for the equipment manipulation technique. It was a scam. What about martial skills and elixirs? How do you calculate it? He continued to ask. Puan explained the various ways to accumulate sect contribution points to Lin Tian in detail. Then Lin Tian found that all the ways to accumulate sect contribution points were very deceptive. It was simply an open scam. The sect also needs to maintain daily life. Then, you know. Puan said with a smile. Lin Tian was even more speechless. The sect was quite calculating. With a wave of his right hand, a purple card and 10 martial skill scrolls appeared in his hand. This is a card with a value of 10 million spirit coins. There are also 10 Divine Vein Realm martial skill scrolls, which are exactly 2,000 contribution points. Take a look. After exterminating the 3 major martial arts families in the Imperial City, he had seized a total of more than 20 million spirit coins and dozens of martial skills. Now, he could use them. Puan's eyes narrowed. He took the purple card and martial skill scrolls and was a little surprised. Young man, you are quite rich. Are you from a martial arts family in the secular world? Puan asked. I robbed them after exterminating a few martial arts families. Lin Tian said casually. Young people really like to joke. Puan naturally didn't believe him. Then, Puan asked Lin Tian to take out his own identity token and recorded it, then returned it to Lin Tian. Okay, there are 2,000 sect contribution points in there. You can go to the Burning Sun Pavilion to exchange for the artifact control technique. However, after exchanging for the artifact control technique, 2,000 sect contribution points will disappear. In other words, with your current contribution points, after exchanging for the artifact control technique, your sect contribution points will directly become 0. Therefore, I suggest that you don't exchange for the artifact control technique for the time being. It's better to exchange for some other martial skills or elixirs. After all, even if you exchange for the artifact control technique, you won't be able to cultivate it for the time being. For now, it's too wasteful. Lin Tian nodded. I understand, but it's okay. Okay, then as you wish. After saying that, Puan looked at Lin Tian again and said, by the way, young man, I see that your aptitude is amazing. In the future, you will definitely have the strength to become a core disciple. Remember to come here at any time to accumulate sect contribution points. As a core disciple, it's enough to maintain 100,000 sect contribution points. Lin Tian. 100,000? Leaving the duty hall, Lin Tian followed the information about the Burning Sun sect left on the paper by an old drunkard and soon arrived in front of a quaint pavilion. At the top of the pavilion, there was a wooden plaque with 3 bold words written on it. Burning Sun Pavilion. Lin Tian walked in and handed the golden identity token to the duty elder guarding the Burning Sun Pavilion. I want to exchange for the tool manipulation technique, he said. The duty elder glanced at Lin Tian and frowned. Tool manipulation technique? Obviously, this duty elder was the same as Puan. He was a little surprised that Lin Tian wanted to exchange for the tool manipulation technique. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The duty elder didn't say anything else and said to Lin Tian Dao, wait here. As he spoke, the old man walked up to the 2nd floor. Not long after, he took out a 2-inch long scroll and handed it to Lin Tian. This is the equipment control technique scroll. Remember, return it within 2 months. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Tian nodded. The duty elder deducted Lin Tian's sect contribution points and then handed the golden identity token to Lin Tian. Leaving the Burning Sun Pavilion, Lin Tian followed a direction and soon arrived in front of a huge canyon. Demon Ceiling Gorge, the Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. Therefore, from the sect's perspective, the Demon Ceiling Gorge was located about 800 feet below the sect. There were chains extending from the top to the bottom of the gorge. If the sect's disciples wanted to enter the Demon Ceiling Gorge, they would use these chains to climb down and then climb up again. This was also to prevent the invasion of monster beasts. Of course, the sect's disciples who cultivated the tool manipulation technique could enter the Demon Ceiling Gorge without relying on the chains. Lin Tian looked down at the Demon Ceiling Gorge and saw many sect's disciples below. Some were climbing up while others were descending. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and jumped down. When he was about to fall to the bottom of the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he reached out and grabbed the chains on the side, then steadily landed on the ground. What an elegant movement. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Someone was surprised. You don't know this person? The new disciple, Lin Tian, defeated Lu Zihui yesterday. What? Lu Zihui? The Lu Zihui's #1 outer disciple? That's right. Instantly, many people in the surroundings were astonished, and their faces were filled with shock. At this time, Lin Tian was already heading towards the depths of the Demon Ceiling Gorge. He didn't come to the Demon Ceiling Gorge to temper himself with the demon beasts, but instead to find a quiet place to cultivate the artifact control technique. Although the Demon Ceiling Gorge was called a gorge, it was actually a vast primitive forest. The air was filled with extremely dense demon qi. Lin Tianlin looked sect of the sect. Elder Tian's beast 4 sun sex beast 4 level 4 s level 4 level 4 level Lin's of Lin sun sect s Lin sky great beast. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept a glance. With a flick of his feet, he flashed past and continued to charge forward. For the current him, a class 4 monster beast was simply too weak. He didn't even have the interest to make a move. About a quarter of an hour later, he came to an open meadow. Let's do it here, he muttered to himself. Arriving at the grassland, he took out the Imperial Equipment Technique scroll and began to read it carefully. Inject true essence into the weapon through the legs, causing the weapon to produce sword chi and other things to form a shock wave. Then, rely on the power of the divine sense to adjust it so that the weapon can bear a certain degree of weight. Changing the flow of true essence to adjust the height and direction of flight. Lin Tian read it out subconsciously. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian finally understood why it was said that only Sea of Consciousness experts could practice this technique. It was because there were several processes that required the use of divine sense. It could be said that divine sense was the key to practicing and using this technique. Lin Tian looked again and found a small line of annotations at the end. The higher the level of the weapon, the easier it would be to practice and perform the Imperial Equipment Technique. Lin Tian thought for a moment and understood. The higher the level of the weapon, the smoother the flow of true essence of the cultivator. Naturally, it would be easier to practice and perform the imperial equipment technique. Immediately, Lin Tian took out the inner spirit sword and began to practice according to the requirements of the imperial equipment technique. The first step is to inject true essence into the weapon through the legs. Thinking about it, it was really difficult to let true essence flow into the weapon from the soles of the feet. However, Lin Tian had practiced the shattering meteorite fist and the nirvana fist technique. These two martial skills had extremely high requirements for the circulation of true essence. Therefore, although Lin Tian felt that it was difficult to circulate true essence from the soles of the feet, it was not too difficult. Immediately, Lin Tian began to circulate true essence, causing the true essence in his body to rush towards the soles of his feet. Gradually, Lin Tian felt the soles of his feet become somewhat warm and knew that true essence had begun to rush out from the soles of his feet. Immediately, he calmed his mind and concentrated, causing true essence to enter the inner spirit sword under his feet in a special way. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a breeze around the inner spirit sword, blowing away many of the withered leaves on the ground. Because it was the first stage of cultivation, Lin Tian could not be like Lu Zihue, throwing the weapon and leaping up to perform the imperial equipment technique. In the first stage of cultivation, he could only place the inner spirit sword on the ground and step on it. He cultivated until the inner spirit sword carried him and floated up. Only then would it be considered a preliminary success. Whoosh! The sword wind continued to blow, whistling. All right, Lin Tian muttered. Next, he began to circulate the Heavenly One Soul technique. Faint soul power appeared, causing the intersection between his feet and the inner spirit sword to be shrouded in a layer of faint silver light. Immediately, he began to circulate his soul power according to the imperial equipment technique. Suddenly, the inner spirit sword began to sway. Sure enough, soul power can be used in place of soul power. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Next, he began to fully immerse himself, pouring both true essence and soul power into the inner spirit sword under his feet. Just like that, 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 4 hours later, under Lin Tian's unremitting efforts, the inner spirit sword finally floated up slowly with him on it. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet. At this time, Lin Tian had almost reached the top of an old tree, but it was difficult for him to continue rising. Obviously, this was the maximum height that he could reach with the imperial equipment technique. Moreover, he could only control the inner spirit sword to move up and down. He could not control the left, right, and other directions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian controlled the inner spirit sword and began to descend to the ground. About 33 feet, the first stage is considered complete. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was still early. Lin Tian took a fasting pill and once again immersed himself in the cultivation of the imperial equipment technique. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. In the sky above the demon ceiling gorge, about 50 feet away, Lin Tian stood on the inner spirit sword in midair. His field of vision became incomparably vast. He could see the demonic beasts flying in the sky in the distance, and he could see the snakes crawling on the ground. The feeling of standing in the sky is really different. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking down from the top of the mountain, this was probably the feeling. Soon, he descended again. After a few hours of cultivation, Lin Tian completely mastered the first stage of the imperial equipment technique. During this process, he found that using the imperial equipment technique consumed a lot of true essence, and the consumption of essence, energy, and spirit was also extremely high. With his current amount of true essence, he could at most maintain the inner spirit sword suspended in the air for 2 hours. Begin the second stage, the control of direction. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The sky gradually darkened. A full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a sky full of silver light. Lin Tian did not return from the demon ceiling gorge. Instead, he cultivated in the forest all night. Since he had obtained the imperial equipment technique, he would not return until he had cultivated it to a certain level. This night, he cultivated the control of direction of the imperial equipment technique, and then he cultivated the control of speed. It was not until noon the next day that he could be considered to have barely mastered this technique. Although he said to have barely mastered it, It was because the imperial equipment technique was different from other martial techniques. This martial technique focused on control, and it required dozens or hundreds of times to be practiced. In the end, it could be said to have completely mastered it. It's about time. I'll go back and rest. I'll practice again tomorrow. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a continuous day and night of cultivation, he was more or less tired. After returning to the sect, Lin Tian first went to the Burning Sun Pavilion to return the Imperial Equipment Technique scroll, and then returned to his residence to rest. He slept all the way until midnight. At midnight, Lin Tian woke up. He circulated the Four Extremes scripture a few times in his residence, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to reach the peak. Then, he walked out of his residence and once again came to the Demon Ceiling Gorge to begin cultivating the Imperial Equipment Technique. This technique needed to be honed again and again to reach perfection. Lin Tian naturally would not slack off. Whoosh! The sword wind swept up, and Lin Tian stepped on the inner spirit sword and gradually rose into the sky. Then, he began to control the inner spirit sword, changing its direction and speed, practicing over and over again. In this way, the night passed quickly. The sun rose and gradually set. At this time, it was already dusk of the second day. During this period of time, Lin Tian took the true energy pills and practiced the Imperial Equipment Technique hundreds of times, becoming more and more familiar with this technique. By now, he could already rely on the Imperial Equipment Technique to rise to a height of 100 feet, and his control of speed and direction had also become handy. It could be said that he had basically mastered the essence of this technique. Well, I can carry out other cultivation and strive to reach the Sea of Knowledge realm as soon as possible. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Mastering the artifact control technique in nearly 3 days, to be honest, this kind of speed was a bit too monstrous. However, this was also because Lin Tian himself was an array-controlling master, and had also cultivated the Shattering Meteorite Fist and Nirvana Fist art, so his control over true essence was incomparably skillful, which was why he was able to learn it so quickly. If it were an ordinary knowledge sea cultivator, it would take at least half a month. Putting away the inner spirit sword, Lin Tian glanced around and returned to the sect. Arriving at the iron chain of the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he grabbed an iron chain and climbed up the sect. Although he had already mastered the Imperial Equipment Technique and could directly ride the sword to ascend the sect, he did not do so. Climbing with his hands could instead train his arm strength. At this moment, he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head to look, he saw that not far away, a few young people were walking towards him. The person in the lead was Lu Zihui. What a coincidence. Lin Tianlin smiled, and the hand holding the iron chain could not help but let go, and fell to the ground again. End of this chapter. Lin Tian stepped forward and came to the front of the iron chain of the Demon Ceiling Gorge, walking towards Lu Zihui. Full text to read. Lu Zihui, who was walking towards him, seemed to feel a chill. He raised his head and was shocked. It's you. Staring at Lin Tian, Lu Zihui's face became very gloomy. There were 3 youths standing beside Lu Zihui. Their cultivation bases weren't bad, and they were all at the peak of the divine range. At this moment, when the 3 of them saw Lu Zihui's expression, they instantly guessed something, and their eyes flickered. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently and walked up step by step. What do you want to do? Lu Zihui said in a deep voice. Guess. Lin Tian was very calm. With a clang, the inner soul sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The movement here was not small, and it immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. After seeing this scene, most of them were shocked. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes flashed coldly. You want to kill me? Kill me here? Lu Zihui was naturally not stupid. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Sea of Consciousness realm. At this moment, he clearly felt the killing intent in Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he just walked forward step by step. Junior brother Lin, disciples of the sect are not allowed to kill each other. You'd better not mess around. Yes, stop. Otherwise, if the sect investigates, you won't be able to explain. The 3 young men beside Lu Zihui said. The 3 of them were all in the top 10 of the outer gate. They had a good relationship with Lu Zihui and often went in and out of the demon sealing gorge together. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the inner soul sword shook, and a sharp sword wind swept out. Those who have nothing to do with this, move aside. Clang! A gale swept out and swept up a cloud of sand and dust, and it blasted the three young men by Lu Zihui's side back. This is the person who defeated Lu Zihui of the Sea of Consciousness realm? So strong. Many people's hearts palpitated. The three youths who were swept away were all ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. Their cultivation was at the peak of the divine veins realm, but now, they were actually swept away by Lin Tian's sword. Such battle strength made the people who were watching change their expressions. Lu Zihui's expression darkened. Attacking a fellow disciple as you please, you really have some guts. Are you even qualified to say that? Lin Tian had a disdainful expression on his face. As he spoke, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out again. This sword went straight for Lu Zihui. Clang! At this moment, the sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing, as if it was cutting the air apart, forming a silver wave. Naturally, Lu Zihui would not be careless. He executed the 7 absolute saber aura and shattered the sword light. Let's see if that old thing surnamed Zhua can still come and save you today. Lin Tian said calmly. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Zihui in an instant. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the thunderous sword light slashed down. Lu Zihui held the long sword and met it head-on. Suddenly, he was pushed back by a majestic force, and a little bit of blood splashed out. He forced Lu Zihui back with a single sword? Is that rumor true? Many people's hearts palpitated. Not every disciple saw the life and death battle a few days ago. Some of them were cultivating in the cultivation area, while others were sharpening their skills in the demon sealing gorge. Therefore, they did not know about the battle that day and only heard about it from many people. At this moment, when they saw such a scene with their own eyes, they were all shocked. Lin Tian approached Lu Zihui step by step. Lightning flashed on the inner spirit sword, and electric arcs crackled. Lu Zihui's face was a little ugly, and he stared at Lin Tian gloomily. I will report this matter to the sect later. You won't have a good ending for attacking a fellow disciple. Lu Zihui said. Lin Tian suddenly laughed. Lu Zihui, can you have some dignity? A few days ago, you blocked me outside the illusory forest and said that you could kill me at will. Now, after knowing that you are no match for me, you want to report it to the sect. Don't you think this is like a child in a private school in the mortal world tattling to the teacher? Hearing this, Lu Zihui's face suddenly turned livid. At this time, Lin Tian had already pressed forward again. On the inner spirit sword, the light of thunder and the light of fire intertwined together, and a terrifying sword force swept forward. Besides, do you think you can return to the sect alive today? Lu Zihui's face was gloomy. This is not the life and death ring. So what? You escaped from the life and death ring. Today, we will treat it as a continuation of the battle on the life and death ring. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. As he spoke, he shook the inner spirit sword fiercely, and the thunder fire sword whistled and rushed toward Lu Zihui. This sword was peerlessly domineering and extremely powerful. Even though Lu Zihui resisted with all his strength, he was still pushed back. Lu Zihui is actually completely at a disadvantage. Obviously, he is only in the divine pulse realm. How can he push a Sea of Consciousness expert to such an extent? That Lu Zihui seems to have no resistance at all. How can this be? Many people were surprised and doubtful. In fact, although Lu Zihui's battle strength was not as good as Lin Tian's, it was not a huge difference. After all, he was in the Sea of Consciousness realm. It was just that he was defeated by Lin Tian a few days ago. Now that he faced Lin Tian again, Lu Zihui would more or less have some psychological shadow, so he could not resist at all. By the way, is he really going to kill Lu Zihui here? That Lu Zihui is not an ordinary disciple. Yes, he is the first in the outer gate, a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator. He is an elite of the sect. Some people's hearts trembled. At this time, Lin Tian once again pressed toward Lu Zihui. It seems that the old man surnamed Zhui can't make it. He said lightly. The inner spirit sword in his hand was raised, and the dense sword light swept out again. Lu Zihui dodged in a flurry and retreated far away. He stared at Lin Tian again with a gloomy expression. Don't be too conceited. Do you really think you can defeat me? As he spoke, Lu Zihui raised his long saber and jumped up. He directly rode the long saber to a position more than 400 feet in the air, which attracted many people's attention. Weapon control technique. Many people showed envious and yearning expressions. Lu Zihui stood in the air, looking down at Lin Tian below, and said gloomily, I was careless a few days ago and underestimated you. Otherwise, do you think you can win? Now, I am 400 feet in the air. Even if you have mastered that strange body movement martial technique and can temporarily step on the void, can you reach such a high position? You are only in the divine pulse realm. If I use the weapon control technique, I will be in an invincible position. Hearing Lu Zihui's words, many onlookers' expressions changed. With the weapon control technique, Lu Zihui is indeed invincible. Nonsense, he is standing so high in the air, but the newcomer is standing on the ground. How can he fight? At most, he will become a live target for Lu Zihui. This is true. In this way, the newcomer will be at a disadvantage. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Lu Zihui. His expression did not change at all, and he looked extremely indifferent. Don't be too self-righteous, he said indifferently. As he spoke, under everyone's shocked gazes, he raised the heart-spirit sword. Just like Lu Zihui, he stepped on the surface of the sword and slowly rose into the air, heading straight for the sky. This is weapon control technique? How is it possible? He is only in the divine pulse realm. How can he master the weapon control technique? Could it be that he is hiding his cultivation? Everyone was stunned. The weapon control technique was a martial technique that could only be practiced by cultivators in the sea of consciousness because it required the power of divine sense to practice. Now, Lin Tian actually used this technique with the cultivation of the divine pulse realm, which made everyone's eyes pop out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had reached the same height as Lu Zihui. This is impossible. Lu Zihui was shocked. Lin Tian smiled. With a shake of his right hand, a spiritual sword appeared in his right hand. Invincible in the innate realm? As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the sword light swept out and whistled toward Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui's expression changed. An ordinary long saber appeared in his right hand. He performed the 7 saber techniques to meet Lin Tian's sword light. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long saber in Lu Zihui's hand was directly cut in half from the middle. Lin Tian rode the heart-spirit sword and quickly pressed forward. The long sword in his hand slashed out again and again. The sharp sword light intertwined into a sword net and pressed toward Lu Zihui as if it was going to cut the air. After that, he slashed out again. The thunder flame sword essence turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Puff! Blood floated in the air. Lu Zihui was penetrated by the sword and almost fell to the void. With a sneer, Lin Tian rode the heart-spirit sword and approached Lu Zihui again. After nearly 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation, he had already mastered the artifact control technique. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Zihui and slashed out again. Puff! Blood reappeared. Lu Zihui was hit again, and a bloody hole was pierced in his shoulder. With a muffled groan, Lu Zihui's expression became extremely ugly. He was shocked, frightened, and angry. Damn it! The direction leading to the sect was blocked by Lin Tian. Lu Zihui rode the precious saber and quickly rushed toward the depths of the demon sealing gorge. He never expected that Lin Tian could master the artifact control technique with his divine pulse realm cultivation. In just a few days, he had practiced it so skillfully that his only reliance was gone. You can't escape. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After saying that, the heart-spirit sword under his feet swept out a sword wind and quickly chased after Lu Zihui. He's catching up. Is he really going to kill Lu Zihui? It seems so. Many people's hearts palpitated. In the history of the Burning Sun sect, it wasn't that no one had killed a fellow disciple. However, it was always the extremely outstanding senior disciples who killed some very ordinary new disciples. But now, everything was completely reversed. A new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 10 days actually chased after the number one disciple of the Burning Sun sect with his divine pulse realm cultivation. This made everyone dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. In the distance, the three young men accompanying Lu Zihui naturally changed their expressions. "Quick, go back and report to the sect," one of them said anxiously. Lin Tian glanced behind him. Although he saw someone rushing back to the sect, he did not care. Instead, he increased his speed and got closer to Lu Zihui in the blink of an eye. "No pop-up window, let's see who can save you today," he said coldly. Stepping on the inner spirit sword, he raised his right hand and slashed out again. The thunderous sword light whistled, causing the air to hiss as it struck forward. "Damn it!" Lu Zihui was furious. He slashed out a saber aura behind him. With a boom, the sword light and saber aura collided with each other, immediately setting off a shocking storm. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He drove the inner spirit sword forward again. With a shake of his right hand, his sword momentum was in vain. With one slash, hundreds of swords were born. Wind-shocking sword, whoosh, 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 streaks of sword chi whistled up as if they were going to pierce through space, shooting toward Lu Zihui like raindrops. Although Lu Zihui resisted with all his might, he was still hit by such a dense sword light. Immediately, blood flowed out. "The top disciple of the outer sect, who threatened to kill me a few days ago, only knows how to run," Lin Tian mocked. Hearing this, Lu Zihui was both embarrassed and angry, but he did not fight back. A few days ago, he fought with Lin Tian. He understood how terrifying Lin Tian's combat strength was. He was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. If they fought to the end, he would only die. Therefore, he only wanted to use his familiarity with the demon sealing gorge to get rid of Lin Tian. In an instant, he drove the long saber down and soon disappeared into the old forest of the demon sealing gorge, flashing around. "You want to get rid of me?" Lin Tianling smiled. The long sword in his hand shook. The thunderous sword light intertwined and slashed down fiercely. With a clang, the dense sword light fell from the sky, cutting countless old trees into pieces. Many low-level beasts in the old forest were terrified and fled in all directions. Lu Zihui glanced behind and saw that Lin Tian was not far away. His expression became even more unsightly. "Again," Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword again. A gust of sword wind rose up in the air and almost swept Lu Zihui off his saber. From time to time, Lu Zihui would slash out a few saber auras behind him to prevent Lin Tian from approaching. Then, relying on his familiarity with the old forest, he would dodge and flee in all directions to interfere with Lin Tian's judgment. However, to his disappointment, Lin Tian was not shaken off. No matter how he dodged, Lin Tian was always able to steadily catch up with him. Clang, at this moment, another energy sword swept over. Several old trees were chopped off, and their leaves fell one after another, shaking the ground a bit. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Stepping on the inner spirit sword, his speed suddenly increased again. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Lu Zihui. "Let's see how long you can run," he said coldly. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled again and slashed out a dense sword aura. Lu Zihui only cared about running with all his might. Under such circumstances, the dense sword aura swept over, and a few more sword auras entered his body, causing him to groan. However, he still did not stop. Instead, he increased his speed a little and rushed straight into the depths of the demon sealing gorge. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he chased after him unhurriedly. It had to be said that the equipment manipulation technique was really amazing. It could increase a cultivator's speed by several times. The two of them, one chasing the other, had already gone more than 80,000 feet into the demon sealing gorge in less than 15 minutes. After arriving here, the demonic aura in the air had obviously become much denser. There was a faint sense of danger intertwined in the surroundings. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He felt that he could not go any deeper. To be honest, he was not very familiar with this old forest. If he allowed Lu Zihui to continue running and bring him to some extremely dangerous unknown territory, it would be obviously not good. Thinking of this, he no longer held back his strength. On the long sword, the light of thunder and fire flickered at the same time, and the sword swung out. Boom! The violent sword set off a shocking gust of wind and rushed towards Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui was also shocked by this sword, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stopped, raised the long sword in his hand, and met the sword with the sixth layer of the seven deadly blade technique. However, the Azure Thunder Sword technique was a sea of consciousness martial technique. Lin Tian had also integrated the power of fire into the sword, causing it to become extremely powerful. How could an ordinary blade block it? Lu Zihui's blade was shattered, and the equipment manipulation technique was interrupted. He crashed heavily into an old tree not far away. Lin Tian was expressionless as he jumped down from the inner spirit sword. After putting away the inner spirit sword, he approached Lu Zihui step by step. Hey! Lu Zihui's face was sinister. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared cruelly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a dangerous aura. At this moment, dense vines suddenly rushed out from all directions. There were even vines on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had tightly wrapped around his limbs and body, making it difficult for him to break free. Peak of the 6th level demonic beast, purple poison vine. Once entangled by it, even an ordinary sea of consciousness martial artist will be temporarily paralyzed. Don't even think about breaking free. Their true essence and flesh will be slowly swallowed up. Enjoy it. Lu Zihui sneered. As he spoke, Lu Zihui stood up and stared viciously at Lin Tian. Obviously, he was very familiar with this place. He purposely led Lin Tian here so that Lin Tian would be entangled by the purple poison vine. Lin Tian glanced around. Green and purple vines were wriggling like poisonous snakes, entangling him tighter and tighter. He struggled to move his hands and feet, trying to break free. However, he found that it was really difficult to break free. Even his breathing gradually became difficult. I already said that you can't break free. It's useless. Just wait for your death. Lu Zihui laughed sinisterly. Lin Tian glanced at Lu Zihui indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. You spent so much effort to lead me here. In fact, it won't have any effect. He said indifferently. Lu Zihui was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. I thought you were going to say something, but it turned out to be this. You can't even move now, but you still say that it won't have any effect. It's really hard to understand. As he said this, Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian with a mocking expression. You'll understand soon. Lin Tian said indifferently. As his words fell, his mind moved. Suddenly, 3 scrolls appeared. Staring at the 3 scrolls that suddenly appeared, Lu Zihui couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The 3 scrolls shattered, and dozens of lightning flame sword rays slashed in all directions. Puff, 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 the vines that were entangled around Lin Tian's body were completely cut off. Purple mucus splashed onto the ground. At the same time, a scream and angry voice came from the east. In that direction, more vines rushed over. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he threw it out with a backhand. Whoosh! The dagger was intertwined with the power of lightning flame. Like a lightning arrow, it rushed over with a whoosh and sank into the group of vines. Another shrill scream rang out. Then, the dancing vines all went limp and stopped moving. The main body of the purple poison vine was in that direction. At this time, it was killed by the dagger thrown by Lin Tian. How did you break free? What were those 3 scrolls? Lu Zihui's heart trembled. You don't need to know. Lin Tian said coldly. The sudden entanglement of the purple poison vine had indeed brought him quite a bit of trouble, making it difficult for him to break free. However, he was still a formation-controlling master. Circulating his soul power, a few martial fusion rune scrolls flew out from the stone ring. Immediately after, they opened. Under the control of his soul power, The thunder flame sword aura contained within the scrolls cut off the vines that were entangling him very easily. As he spoke, he approached Lu Zihui step by step. Damn it! Lu Zihui was furious. With a shake of his long blade, he used the artifact control technique to escape. Enough! Lin Tian snorted coldly. With a shake of the Heart Soul sword, a dazzling thunderflame sword glow shot forward in a perfectly straight line. It swept up a violent gale, and it instantly caused Lu Zihui to be blasted flying. He fell off the blade and collided with an old tree once more. Cough! Lu Zihui opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's figure flashed. He had already arrived in front of Lu Zihui and kicked him. This kick, Lin Tian did not show any mercy. There was a clear sound of bones breaking, causing Lu Zihui to scream in pain. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Zihui roared. Violent True Yuan swept out. Lu Zihui grabbed his artifact saber and crazily used the 7-blade arts to slash at Lin Tian. In response, Lin Tianji sneered. If you were like this from the beginning, it might have taken me some effort. But now, how much battle strength do you have left? With a clang, Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword and directly sent Lu Zihui's artifact saber flying. Then, he swung out his left fist and fiercely punched Lu Zihui's chin. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking sounded again. Lu Zihui's jaw was dislocated. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and his whole body convulsed in pain. Bang! Lin Tianyi's foot landed on Lu Zihui's chest, breaking several of Lu Zihui's ribs. Stop, stop. Lu Zihui said in a trembling voice. His jaw was dislocated, and blood kept gushing out. It was difficult for him to speak. At this moment, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. I was led into the sect by that Xianxia. Kill me, and you will die a horrible death. Is that so? Lin Tianyi's face was indifferent. He raised his inner spirit sword, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Lu Zihui's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Stop. I'm telling the truth. That Xianxia intends to take me as his disciple. If you kill me, that Xianxia will not let you go. Extreme fear made Lu Zihui forget the pain of his dislocated jaw. His speech became smooth. Xueshang, you're just a Sea of Consciousness realm deacon. Do you think you're so great to be his disciple? You don't have the qualifications to mention master in front of me. Lin Tian was disdainful. He was led into the sect by an old drunkard. Previously, in the imperial city, he had heard the beautiful woman mention how powerful an old drunkard was. He was not inferior to the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. This Lu Zihui actually used a Sea of Consciousness realm deacon to threaten him. It was really ridiculous. Staring at Lu Zihui, he said indifferently, after killing you, it will be that old bastard Xueshang's turn. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It's very fair and very normal. Lin Tian was very calm. Saying this, the inner spirit sword chopped down. No. Stop. Pooh. Blood splashed. Lu Zihui's head suddenly flew out. Lu Zihui's body was lying on the ground, and the smell of blood floated in the air. Gradually, the roars of wild beasts sounded, getting closer and closer. Soon, in this slightly dim old forest, dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, flashing with a fierce light. Lin Tian glanced around, and the surrounding demonic aura was very dense. 8th-level demonic beasts. He muttered to himself. The surrounding demonic beasts were approaching, but he was not in a hurry. He squatted down and took the stone ring from Lu Zihui's right hand, and at the same time, put the treasured saber into the stone ring. At this time, the demonic beasts had completely closed in. Roar! A 6th-level peak demonic beast waved its claws, and slapped at Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi dodged, and at the same time, a gale scroll appeared in his hand, and disappeared without a trace. After losing Lin Tian's figure, many demonic beasts roared, and stared at Lu Zihui's body. For demonic beasts, this was food. Suddenly, demonic beasts began to fight over it. At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at an old tree 10 feet away. He glanced indifferently in front of him, watching Lu Zihui's body being eaten by the demonic beasts, and even his head not far away was swallowed by a 7th-level demonic beast. A faint light flashed in Lin Tiany's eyes, and he flashed away, leaving this place far away. About a quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a cave 3,000 feet away from the edge of the demon ceiling gorge. There weren't any extremely terrifying demon beasts in this area. The highest level here was only at the 6th level, which was nothing to him. Let's see what's in Lu Zihui's stone ring. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Shermu took out Lu Zihui's stone ring, and found that there were a lot of spirit coins, long blades, beast cores, and so on inside. However, these were not important. What really caught his attention was that there were more than 30 accumulation spirit pills and more than 60 fortifying pills in the stone ring. It seems that Zhou Yang and the others have contributed a lot of pills to Lu Zihui. Lin Tianling smiled. Staring at the 30 over pills, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flickered with a bright light. The divine accumulation pellet was a treasure that could strengthen the essence, qi, and spirit. It was very useful for condensing the sea of consciousness. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm, and he was only a little bit away from the peak. Once he reached the peak, he believed that he could enter the sea of consciousness realm with the help of dozens of divine accumulation pellets. With my current cultivation, I'm definitely not a match for Xueshang when I return to the sect. I can't even contend with him. However, as long as I reach the sea of consciousness realm, the situation will be different. Even if my combat strength is still inferior to Xueshang's, I'll be able to protect myself. Moreover, I killed Lu Zihui. If I return like this, I may not be able to avoid punishment. However, if I return to the sect after reaching the sea of consciousness realm, the situation will be different. The sect will probably look at me more highly. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's eyes shone even brighter. He decided to cultivate to the sea of consciousness realm before returning to the sect. Now that he had dozens of divine accumulation pellets, it would take him at most half a month to reach the sea of consciousness realm. Immediately, Lin Tian walked out of the cave without hesitation. Soon after, he found a secluded and quiet place. He opened a few spirit-gathering tattoos and began to cultivate. His cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. He needed to reach the peak of the divine vein realm before taking the divine accumulation pellet to help him condense the sea of consciousness quickly. Buzz. A faint silver glow lingered on the surface of Lin Tian's body. The 9 divine veins in his body became more and more full. At the same time, in the Burning Sun sect, Xueshang walked out from his closed-door cultivation, and he immediately received a report from the disciple guarding the door that Lin Tian had actually tried to kill Lu Zihui in the demon ceiling gorge. He was instantly enraged, and he led over 10 disciples to the demon ceiling gorge before starting to search for traces of Lin Tian and Lu Zihui. After more than 2 hours, Xueshang came to the demon ceiling gorge, which was more than 80,000 feet away. This was the place where Lu Zihui had died. Lu Zihui's corpse had already been eaten. However, there were still quite a few pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, as well as some pieces of clothing. Based on this, Xueshang was certain that these pieces of flesh and blood belonged to Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui was dead. In an instant, Xueshang was extremely angry. His face became a little ferocious, and the killing intent in his eyes soared. There were 3 young men beside Lu Zihui. They were the 3 people who had followed Lu Zihui before. They were all ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. However, at this moment, looking at the blood, flesh, and cloth on the ground, all 3 of them turned pale. Search for him. You must find that little bastard. Xueshang roared. He was the one who had introduced Lu Zihui to the sect and nurtured him frequently. That was why Lu Zihui had become the top disciple in the outer disciples. Soon, he would become an inner disciple. At that time, he would take Lu Zihui as his disciple and nurture him more carefully. But now, Lu Zihui had been killed like this. This was a slap to his face. The 3 young men trembled and immediately spread out to search for Lin Tian's whereabouts. However, until the evening of the second day, the group did not find anything and had to return helplessly. After that, the news of Lu Zihui's death by Lin Tianxia spread like wildfire, causing all the outer disciples to be shocked. Lin Tian, Su Feng's heart palpitated. Lin Tian had killed Lu Zihui in the demon ceiling gorge. This was a big deal. At the same time, a day and a night had passed, and Lin Tian still had not returned. Su Feng was also worried. In the duty hall, this little guy is really. No wonder he was sent back by that lord. Pu An's eyes were full of helplessness. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the demon ceiling gorge, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in an extremely secluded place. The aura on his body was extremely powerful, and it had increased a little compared to 10 days ago. After another hour, Lin Tian opened his eyes slowly. I've reached the peak of the divine range, he muttered to himself. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Tian calmed himself down and then took out a few small jade bottles. Inside were the soul-accumulating pills. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the divine range, he could rely on the soul-accumulating pills to condense his sea of consciousness. Placing the soul-accumulating pills in front of him, Lin Tian took another deep breath until another quarter of an hour passed. He opened a small jade bottle. The soul-accumulating pills were about the size of a thumb. They were purple-golden color and did not have any smell. Without hesitation, Lin Tian took out a soul-accumulating pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it slowly. At first, he did not feel anything when the soul-accumulating pill entered his stomach. However, after dozens of breaths, Lin Tianji felt his stomach become warm. The 9 divine veins in his body vibrated at the same time, and his pores could not help but open up. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The soul-accumulating pill had begun to take effect. At this moment, Lin Tian did not hesitate and quickly operated his 4 extremes meridians. After dozens of breaths, he felt a little light on the 9 divine veins rushing towards his sea of consciousness. Although it was very slow, there was indeed light. The light was rushing towards his sea of consciousness. It was a feeling towards his own body. Buzz, bits of silver light lingered on the surface of his body. Then, Lin Tian felt a little heat between his eyebrows. Is this the process of condensing one's sea of consciousness? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He knew that when a cultivator reached the peak of the divine range, he would gather the power of the 9 divine veins and open up a sea of consciousness in his head. The location of this sea of consciousness was roughly between his eyebrows. Now, combined with his current situation, he knew that his sea of consciousness was beginning to condense little by little. Thinking about it this way, the soul-accumulating pill was indeed very valuable. The heat between his eyebrows lasted for a short while and gradually cooled down. Lin Tian felt that the 9 divine veins had calmed down and was slightly stunned. But soon, he understood that the soul-accumulating pill had exhausted its effect. After all, it was impossible for a single soul-accumulating pill to help him condense a complete sea of consciousness. Immediately, he swallowed 10 divine pills in a row and began to cultivate again. Buzz, light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his aura became more vigorous and condensed. At this moment, Lin Tian felt that the 9 divine veins in his body were almost boiling, and the heat between his eyebrows began to rise. Vaguely, he noticed a little light spot between his eyebrows. Although it was very small, it was very bright. Noticing this, Lin Tian could not help but feel excited. As time went by, Lin Tian's aura became stronger, and the light between his eyebrows became brighter and bigger. Vaguely, Lin Tian felt that there were sounds of wind and thunder in his mind, as if there were bolts of lightning striking down. Moreover, during this process, he felt that his perception of his surroundings had become extremely clear. The condensation of the sea of consciousness was very smooth. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In addition to the soul-accumulating pills that he had snatched from Zhou Yang and the others, Lin Tian now had a total of 50 soul-accumulating pills, which was more than a year's supply for an ordinary outer disciple. At this moment, he did not hesitate and swallowed another 30 soul-accumulating pills in a row. Immediately, he circulated the 4 extreme scriptures even faster. Boom! Suddenly, as if a flood had broken out in his body, there were bursts of roars in his body. The 9 divine veins in his body were almost burning at this moment. Lin Tian circulated the 4 extreme scriptures crazily, and he felt that his body was boiling. At the same time, he felt that something was squeezing into his mind, as if his head was going to explode. At this moment, the spot between his eyebrows became even brighter, and he could vaguely see lightning intertwining there. Buzz. The dazzling light wrapped around his body bit by bit. Lin Tian felt his head swell up more and more, as if someone was using a heavy hammer to pound on his skull. There were waves of dizziness and pain, but he did not care. He clenched his teeth and held on. During this process, he felt that there seemed to be a raging fire burning between his eyebrows, which was getting hotter and hotter. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had sat there for a day and a night, circulating the 4 extreme scriptures crazily. He relied on the soul-accumulating pills to gather the power of the 9 divine veins to condense the sea of consciousness. It was night time, and the stars in the sky were twinkling, casting silver light on the earth. Boom! At this moment, a majestic force spread out from Lin Tian's body, forming a shocking hurricane that swept up the fallen leaves. At the same time, the spot between his eyebrows shone brightly like a sky lantern, illuminating a large area around him. End of chapter. Waves of tyrannical aura spread outwards. Lin Tian stood up and felt that his strength had increased by more than 10 times in an instant. The true yuan in his body was rolling like the Yellow River. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt that everything in the world had changed. In the past, he saw flowers as flowers and grass as grass, but now, he could see traces of strange liquid flowing inside the flowers and grass. He swept his gaze to one side. His surroundings were clearly pitch black, and his vision was pitch black. However, in his mind, the scene of ants crawling on the ground appeared more than 30 meters ahead of him. Finally, with a thought, he could see through his own body. His internal organs, blood flow, true yuan flow, everything could be seen. This is the sea of consciousness realm? This is the divine sense? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Between his eyebrows, there was still a bit of light. Lin Tianji felt that his perception had become hundreds of times stronger in an instant. This divine sense perception was 10 times stronger and sharper than the perception of soul power. At this time, he could even hear the sound of flying insects flapping their wings more than 10 feet away. Lin Tian clenched his fists. He could clearly feel that his physical body had become many times stronger. It was as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. At this moment, if he were to fight Lu Zihui again, he even felt that he would only need a single sword strike to kill his opponent. Taking a deep breath, after 10 breaths, Lin Tian finally calmed down. Use the spirit fortifying pill to consolidate the sea of consciousness realm, he said to himself. Saying this, he sat down cross-legged again, swallowed 10 spirit fortifying pills, and began to sort out his true yuan and realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. It's been more than 10 days, and he still hasn't come back. Su Feng came to Lin Tian's residence, looked inside, and shook his head. In these 10 days, Su Feng would come to Lin Tian's residence from time to time to take a look. However, after more than 10 days, he still did not see Lin Tian come back. He even thought that Lin Tian might have escaped after killing Lu Zihui, and he might never see him again. Glancing at Lin Tian's residence again, Su Feng sighed and turned to leave. Duty hall. Puan narrowed his eyes and looked outside the duty hall. The disciple that Sir sent back, no matter how you look at it, shouldn't be a coward. Speaking of which, what is that little guy doing now? He shouldn't have died, right? After more than 10 days, the matter of Lin Tiansha killing Lu Zihui in the Burning Sun sect had not been forgotten and still maintained a certain degree of popularity. After all, Lin Tianyi had not returned to the sect and Zhuashang had always been angry and murderous, so in the past 10 days, many sect disciples had been discussing this matter from time to time. Speaking of which, that Lin Tian is really something. Exactly. Among the tens and hundreds of generations of new disciples in the sect, who is as abnormal as that guy? Many people muttered. As soon as Lin Tian came to the sect, he beat up Zhou Yang and the other 4 who often snatched pills from the same sect. Later, the number 1 outer disciple Lu Zihui came to find trouble, but was invited to the life and death arena. Although Lu Zihui saved his life on the life and death arena with the help of Zhuashang, he was still killed by Lin Tian in the Demon Sealing Gorge. How could these people not be surprised? More than 10 days have passed, that Lin Tian seems to have not returned. After all, Lu Zihui is a sea of knowledge expert, the #1 outer disciple, and can be regarded as an elite of the sect. Killing Lu Zihui is a big deal. Not to mention the punishment from the sect, Xueshang alone will not let him go. If a deacon wants to kill an ordinary outer disciple, the sect will not care at all. Someone muttered. This was the demon sealing gorge. Usually, many sect disciples gathered here because people often went to the demon sealing gorge to cultivate. If that's the case, could it be that Lin Tian fled? This is very likely. After all, killing Lu Zihui is a big deal. Of course, it's also possible that he was injured in the battle with Lu Zihui, and after killing Lu Zihui, he died in the mouth of a monster. Well, that's indeed possible. In short, we probably won't see that Lin Tian again in the future. Many people shook their heads. At this moment, in the old forest in the distance, a young man walked out. Under the scorching sun, the young man's face seemed a little blurry. This person looks very familiar. Someone noticed him. He put his right hand on his forehead to block some of the sun and stared at him seriously. Immediately, this person's expression suddenly changed. Someone next to him noticed this person's expression and looked over in confusion. His expression also changed abruptly. After that, more and more people looked over, and all of them were moved. It's that Lin Tian? He actually came back. This, many people's hearts palpitated. The young man was naturally Lin Tian. After he'd attained the Sea of Consciousness realm, he'd spent a few days in the Demon Sealing Gorge, using course strengthening pills to sort out his true essence and stabilize his Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation. He only left after he'd consumed all the course strengthening pills. Now, his cultivation was at the first level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and his true essence was abundant and vigorous, much stronger than before. Taking gentle steps, Lin Tian walked step by step to the bottom of the Demon Sealing Gorge. When they saw Lin Tian approaching, everyone in the surroundings moved aside in unison, automatically opening up a path for him. Lin Tian had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, so he didn't care at all. He came to the bottom of the Demon Sealing Gorge, grabbed a chain, and quickly climbed to the top, disappearing from everyone's sight. He actually dares to come back. Really, isn't he courting death? If it were me, I would definitely not come back. However, the aura on his body is so calm, like an ordinary person. I had the same feeling. Did something happen to this guy? I saw his battle before, and his aura was very fierce. Many people muttered. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away. He stepped into the sect and walked towards his residence. Along the way, some of the sect's disciples who saw him were all shocked. Although he hadn't been in the sect for long, his fame had spread far and wide, and there weren't many people who didn't know him. This ruthless person actually dares to come back. Awesome. Domineering. I'm afraid the sect won't let him go so easily, right? Let's not talk about the sect first. If Xueshang knows about this, he will definitely be the first to go to the sect. Many people muttered. These people's voices were very soft, but Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, so he naturally heard these people's conversation very clearly. He didn't care about this. Following the familiar path, he quickly arrived at his residence. Walking into the room, his eyes suddenly focused. The room was in a mess, and all the tables and chairs were destroyed. Obviously, someone was venting their anger in his room. Moreover, he hadn't come back for more than 10 days, so there was a lot of dust in the room. Lin Tian glanced at it and began to tidy it up. Lin Tian. A voice sounded outside the door, and it was slightly surprised. A young man walked in. It was Su Feng. After hearing the news that Lin Tian had returned, Su Feng immediately rushed over. Seeing Su Feng, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Senior brother, long time no see. Su Feng was a good person, and he had a good impression of him. Su Feng stared at the broom in Lin Tian's hand, then glanced at the room and said, well, after deacons will learn that you killed Lu Zihui, he went to the demon sealing grounds to hunt you down. After that, he came to the room to look for you, and then, at this point, Su Feng continued. I understand. Lin Tian nodded. He could more or less guess who had destroyed the things in the house. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian and was slightly worried. Junior brother, can you contact that lord? I'm afraid this matter will be a little troublesome. If that lord doesn't appear, you may. Su Feng knew Lin Tian's background because he had seen the letter written by an old drunkard. Now, Lin Tian had killed Lu Zihui, an elite of the sect. Both the sect and Xianxia would punish him severely, but Su Feng believed that as long as an old drunkard appeared, Lin Tian's safety would be guaranteed. I can't find him. Lin Tian shook his head. He naturally understood Su Feng's meaning. Then why did you come back? Why didn't you hide for a few more days, or not come back at all? Now, Su Feng was slightly anxious. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Su Feng felt that Lin Tian was a good person. Not only was he strong, but he was also upright and plain-spoken. Now that Lin Tian was about to face the sect's punishment and Xianxia's difficulties, he was naturally anxious for Lin Tian. Lin Tian understood Su Feng's intentions, and he was somewhat grateful. Senior brother, don't worry too much. I'll be fine. Lin Tian said. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head and glanced outside the house. A guest is coming. As he spoke, he smiled faintly at Su Feng, put the broom aside, and walked out. Su Feng was somewhat puzzled. He followed Lin Tian out of the house, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed slightly. There, Xianxia and a few youths quickly walked over. Oh no! Su Feng was anxious. Although he knew that Xianxia would come to make trouble for Lin Tian, he didn't expect it to be so soon. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had arrived. Little bastard, how dare you come back? Xianxia's eyes were cold. Staring at Lin Tian, Xianxia didn't hide his killing intent at all. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Didn't your parents teach you what manners are?" Hearing this, the three youths behind Xianxia were shocked. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was too bold. You're courting death. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he slapped Lin Tian. This slap was powerful and heavy, causing the air to howl. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and punched out. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A muffled sound exploded, as if someone was beating a drum. Lin Tian stood on the spot without moving, and Xianxia didn't move as well. However, this scene caused everyone to be shocked. He blocked the palm of a fifth heavenly layer expert? Su Feng was shocked. Xianxia was visibly moved. Even though he hadn't utilized his full strength in that palm strike, he hadn't held back at all. Yet now, it had actually been blocked by a new young disciple, and this caused him to instantly feel like he'd lost a great deal of face, causing him to feel even more furious. How dare you fight back? Xianxia shouted angrily and stepped toward Lin Tian. Su Feng was shocked and said, "Deacon, you can't." Lin Tian was expressionless. He gently pushed Su Feng away and took the initiative to meet him. Buzz! The air vibrated. He waved his iron fist and smashed it directly. With a bang, his fist collided with Xianxia's palm again, making a shocking roar. Zwa! Xiang was caught off guard. Under Lin Tian's violent meteorite fist, he took a step back and felt a slight pain in his arm. Meteorite fist? Xianxia's eyes were cold. As a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, Xianxia was familiar with the meteorite fist, a fist technique that attacked the outside and injured the inside. Lin Tian didn't say a word. He took a step forward and took the initiative to press forward. This time, he waved the shadow fire fist and punched out a sky full of fist shadows. How dare you show off your insignificant skill in front of me? Xianxia flicked his sleeve and shattered all the fist shadows. The two of them fought in this place and made a lot of noise. It immediately attracted the attention of all the sect disciples. Then, when they saw the scene, their faces changed. Lin Tian, the new disciple who killed the number one disciple of the outer sect, came back and fought with a deacon of the sect. Many people trembled. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Tian was finished this time. After all, Xianxia was at the 5th level of the spiritual sea. As more and more onlookers gathered, Xianxia's eyes became colder and colder. Evil creature, surrender! Surrender? What kind of law are you? Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Such an attitude naturally made Xueshang's coldness more intense. Then I'll kill you directly, Xueshang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying saber aura rushed out of Xueshang's body, shaking a terrifying gale. So strong. This is an expert at the 5th level of the spiritual sea? His aura is too terrifying. Xianxia also cultivates the 7-blade techniques. He has already cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage. It's very terrifying, someone whispered. At this time, Xueshang had already closed in on Lin Tian with a single step and chopped down with his hand. The first layer of the 7 absolute saber techniques, formless saber. I've seen Lu Zihui use it before. It's terrifying, an outer court disciple exclaimed. At this moment, Xueshang was not holding a blade, but his palm had already turned into a sharp blade. A chop from his hand was enough to shatter iron and stone. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. He took a step back with his left foot and spun with his right foot. His body moved to the right, barely avoiding Xueshang's attack. At the same time, his hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Xueshang's wrist as his left fist viciously punched out. This series of actions was completed in one go like moving clouds and flowing water, causing everyone to be moved. He blocked Xianxia's invisible blade and can even fight back? What smooth movements. How did this guy do it? Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Was Lin Tian really that strong? At this moment, Xueshang's expression changed slightly. He had never expected that Lin Tian could block the first blade of the 7 absolute saber techniques with his cultivation at the 5th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. That action made his heart throb. When he was at this age and cultivation level, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. Xueshang's expression turned even colder. It's a pity for a talent like you. A violent force rushed out. Xueshang shook off Lin Tian, and a long saber appeared in his hand. The sound of the saber reverberated. A top-grade treasure weapon. Xianxia is using a saber. Someone was shocked. Xueshang had cultivated the 7 absolute saber techniques. Now that he had taken out a treasure weapon, coupled with his cultivation at the 5th sky of the Sea of Consciousness, how terrifying was that? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a wave of his right hand, the heart spirit sword appeared. His right hand shook, and suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated, covering the sound of Xueshang's saber. Such a scene naturally caused many disciples to be shocked. A supreme treasure. It's a treasure sword. Unfortunately, Xianxia's cultivation base is too high. Lin Tian can't block it at all. Sigh. Many people could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Lin Tian. Xueshang stared at the heart spirit sword in Lin Tian's hand. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He said, it was this sword that took Zihui's life. Very good. Today, I'll kill you and place this sword in front of Zihui's tombstone to pay tribute to his spirit in heaven. If you want to snatch it, just say so. Why do you have to be so pretentious? You're an eyesore. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Xueshang's saber aura was extremely terrifying, but he still appeared calm. Xueshang's eyes turned cold as he slashed with his saber. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the saber reverberated in the air. A visible energy saber slashed through the air as if it was going to shatter space. Lin Tian raised the heart spirit sword and blocked the attack. With a clang, the heart spirit sword collided with Xueshang's energy saber. A majestic force surged and instantly blasted him dozens of feet away. Humph! With a cold snort, Xueshang instantly flashed over and slashed with his saber again. Lin Tian unleashed the Azure Thunder Sword. Lightning flashed and crackled. However, Xueshang's energy saber was too terrifying. Lin Tian's lightning sword was shattered on the spot. After that, the energy saber pressed forward without slowing down, causing Lin Tianyi to retreat dozens of steps before he could block the energy saber. You do have some ability. Let's see how long you can last. Xueshang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xueshang's energy saber became even more terrifying, forcing Lin Tianyi to retreat step by step. He seemed to be in a sorry state. As expected, when Deacon Xianxia gets serious, that person can't hold on at all. Nonsense. No matter what, he's still a deacon of the sect. His cultivation is at the 5th heavenly layer. If a new disciple can withstand the attack of a deacon, then what's the point of the sect? However, this Lin Tian is more or less a pity. At least he's far stronger than Lu Zihui. Someone sighed. Su Feng stared at the scene. His face was full of anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Clang! 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 The sound of the saber and sword colliding echoed. In the field, Lin Tian was forced to retreat step by step. He was in a sorry state. However, his expression was calm and indifferent. This guy is so strange. Someone noticed this and could not help but frown. He felt that something was strange, or rather, strange. How could a person who was forced into such a sorry state be so calm? Bang! Another slash. Lin Tian was sent flying more than 70 feet away. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving 2 clear marks. Xianxia walked forward step by step. The light on his saber grew brighter. It's about time. You can sleep under this saber. A cold voice came from Xianxia's mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying saber aura appeared, causing the hearts of many onlookers to tremble. The 5th saber of the 7 absolute saber techniques. Deacons, we used the 5th saber on a new outer disciple. That's too much. Many people shrank their necks. However, Xianxia's saber would not become dull or merciful because of these people's discussions. With a terrifying saber sound, Xianxia slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian! Su Feng could not help but shout. Lin Tian's expression was still calm as the long saber slashed at him. This saber might be terrifying to others, but he could clearly see the trajectory of the saber and catch its next movement point. It turns out that you're not as powerful as I thought. You're just SOSO. Hearing this, many onlookers were shocked. How could he say such big words at this time? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly spread out. The aura on Lin Tian's body suddenly became terrifying. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Moreover, at this moment, his figure suddenly became blurry. The crowd only saw a flash of lightning and fire, and in an instant, blood splattered. Damn it! You! Xianxia roared. The crowd stared ahead and saw that Xianxia's saber had been knocked away. There was a deep sword wound on his chest. Good dodge. Your reaction is quite fast. Lin Tian said indifferently. At this moment, a little light shone between his eyebrows. Faintly, there seemed to be lightning intertwining. This is... Sea of Consciousness? Impossible? The crowd was shocked. Light shone between the eyebrows. This was clearly a characteristic of an expert who had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Su Feng stared ahead and could not help but widen his eyes. Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. You get your cultivation. Xianxia's expression was not good. His face was frighteningly gloomy. He had always thought that Lin Tianji was in the Divine Pulse realm. After taking out the treasured saber, he did not care about Lin Tian and completely let down his guard. He did not expect that Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. He actually launched a surprise attack at this time and directly injured him. Lin Tian stared at Xianxia and his expression turned cold. After attacking for so long, it's my turn. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. His eyebrows shone brightly. His figure flashed and arrived in front of Xianxia. Slash! A cold voice rang out, accompanied by an icy killing intent and a terrifying sword aura. At this moment, Lin Tian released his divine sense and displayed the Thunder Fire Sword. He slashed out terrifying sword light from various tricky angles. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a thunder firestorm, forcing Xianxia to retreat. This, oh my god, Xianxia, the deacon of the sect, was actually suppressed by an outer disciple for a short time? What the hell? Staring at this scene, the crowd was so shocked that their jaws almost fell. In the distance, the 3 young men who came with Xianxia turned pale and could not help but tremble. Bastard! An angry roar rang out. Xueshang shouted. An even more terrifying saber aura rushed out and disintegrated Lin Tian's sword aura. He escaped. Staring at Lin Tian again, Xueshang's eyes were terrifying and full of killing intent. I'll use you to practice today. After a few days, when I reach the third layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm, I'll send you to reunite with Lu Zihui. Lin Tianling said. Lin Tian was actually very clear in his heart. Although he had now stepped into the Sea of Consciousness stage and did not fear Xueshang, he did not have the slightest hope of defeating Xueshang. After all, the difference between the two was a full 4 small stages. But even so, he still wanted to fight. Although he couldn't kill Xueshang, it was enough to embarrass him. Clang! Another thunder fire sword. Thunder and fire intertwined and slashed in all directions. The air whistled. Xueshang dodged the sword, but an old tree behind him was directly cut into pieces. At this moment, Lin Tian had approached him again. Slash! Another word was blurted out, and the thunder fire sword fell from the sky. The violent sword and the terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined, causing Xueshang's expression to change. Damn it! With a roar, Xueshang activated an even more terrifying saber light and swept it across. After all, Xueshang was a powerful existence in the Sea of Consciousness 5th layer. Such a saber light was naturally terrifying. Boom! The saber light and sword light collided, and a terrifying hurricane immediately spread out. Lin Tian's face was cold, and his eyes began to emit battle intent. His divine sense spread out, capturing Xueshang's every movement. Then, he targeted Xueshang's movements and slashed out saber light one after another, each aimed at a vital point. Clang! 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 The sound of the saber light and sword light collided. Lin Tian's saber light was so terrifying that it forced Xueshang to retreat from time to time. That Lin Tian actually forced Deacon Xueshang to such a point. Demon! Demon! Many disciples' hearts palpitated. Xueshang's expression naturally became extremely unsightly when he heard these voices. He, a dignified deacon of the sect, had actually been forced to continuously take a few tens of steps back by an outer court disciple that had just entered the sect. This was simply an enormous humiliation. Enough! With a roar, Xueshang's face became extremely gloomy. With a boom, Xueshang's forehead lit up with a bright light. Obviously, he also displayed his divine sense. At the same time, Xueshang held the saber light with both hands. An extreme chill spread out, and the entire saber light was instantly enveloped in a layer of dark light. Could it be the last move of the 7-blade techniques? He actually used this move. Everyone's expression changed. Many people even retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this terrifying saber force. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he finally felt a trace of threat. That slash was terrifying. Clang! His right hand gripped the inner spirit sword tightly. The thunder flame sword radiance was pushed to the limit. His entire body was enveloped by the light of the thunder flame. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent surged up, sweeping up gusts of violent wind. Xueshang, enough! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Not far away, an old man walked out. It was Puan. Seeing Puan walking over, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he remained calm and collected. Xueshang's expression turned ugly as he said with a cold face, Puan, you're here to stop me again. Get out of the way. As he spoke, Xueshang's aura became even more terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. If Xueshang attacked with this kind of power, it might be very troublesome for him. You're a dignified deacon, but you've attacked a sect disciple twice. Don't you feel ashamed? Puan said. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. Puan obviously wanted to protect Lin Tian. He killed a fellow disciple. As a deacon, what's wrong with me suppressing him? Xueshang said coldly. Puan said indifferently, that day, Lu Zihui went to find trouble with him and was invited to the life and death arena. The sect has rules that once on the life and death arena, life and death are up to fate. Originally, Lu Zihui should have died at that time, but you broke the rules and stopped him, saving Lu Zihui's life. He killed Lu Zihui in the Demon Sealing Gorge, which can be regarded as a continuation of the battle that day. Since he left the life and death arena, how can he continue the battle that day? He killed a fellow disciple, and the one he killed was Lu Zihui, the #1 disciple of the outer sect. He killed an elite of the sect. Such a traitor should be executed. Even if this matter is reported to the elders and the sect master, the answer will be the same as mine. He will be executed, Xianxia said. As he spoke, Xianxia took a step forward and directly approached Lin Tian. Puan's face flashed a trace of disdain. Lu Zihui? The #1 disciple of the outer sect? When he was defeated in the life and death arena, he was no longer the #1 disciple of the outer sect. A Sea of Consciousness cultivator was defeated by a divine vein cultivator, and he has the nerve to call himself an elite of the sect. In addition, everyone knows what kind of trash that Lu Zihui is. You should also have some face. Speaking of this, Puan said again, as for your so-called report to the elders and the sect master, are you trying to scare Lin Tian or deceive yourself? A 16-year-old boy can kill a Sea of Consciousness cultivator in the divine vein realm. Now that he has stepped into the Sea of Consciousness realm, his combat strength has greatly increased, far surpassing before. To put it bluntly, but it is very practical. Do you think the sect will execute a peerless genius with a boundless future for a dead trash like Lu Zihui? You. Xianxia was angry and his face suddenly sank. Puan coldly snorted, being shameless once is enough. Don't do it a second time. As a deacon of the sect, even I feel ashamed for you. In addition, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't take yourself too seriously and don't take others seriously. If you want to touch him, even the sect master himself has to weigh the pros and cons. Who do you think you are? Puan was very clear about Lin Tian's origin. Who would dare to touch a disciple sent back by that person? A mere outer sect disciple, the sect master has to weigh the pros and cons? Don't be an alarmist. Xianxia sneered. Puan's eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm as he said, in short, if I ask you to stop, then I will immediately report the ins and outs of this matter to the sect master. Let's see if the sect master will forgive him or kill him. Xianxia's face suddenly sank. After killing him, I will report to the sect master. Save it. Don't forget that I am a little higher than you. Can you beat me? Puan said. Suddenly, Xianxia's face became even uglier as he glared at Puan. Then, Xianxia tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian. I'll let you live a little longer. Lin Tianlong smiled. What a coincidence, I think so too. I'll let you live a little longer. He raised the heart spirit sword and pointed it at Xianxia. Many onlookers were shocked, only thinking that Lin Tian was too strong. Too bold. Xianxia's face became extremely gloomy, almost dripping water, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Staring at Lin Tian, he clenched his fists, but in the end, he flicked his sleeves and left. He knew very well that with Puan's protection, he couldn't kill Lin Tian at this time. Moreover, if he reported this to the sect master, the result would be the same as what Puan said. Lin Tian would definitely not be executed. The sect would not execute a genius disciple with a boundless future just for the dead Lu Zihui. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia left, disappearing from everyone's sight. The three young men who came with Xianxia trembled and quickly left. This, all around, the onlookers' hearts trembled. The sect's deacon, Xianxia, came with anger, but from beginning to end, he didn't gain the slightest advantage. First, he was injured by Lin Tian, and then he was forced to retreat by Puan. This made everyone's expression strange. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed that Xianxia was looking for a beating. Everyone, do what you need to do. Disperse. Puan said. The crowd paused and immediately scattered, no one daring to disobey the sect's deacon's order. Soon, the people around him dispersed. Lin Tian put away the heart spirit sword, came in front of Puan, and bowed, saying, Thank you for your help, senior. Don't mention it. Even if I didn't do it, I'm afraid Xianxia couldn't kill you now. Puan waved his hand and smiled, but this little guy really surprised me. In such a short time, he has reached the Sea of Knowledge level. I've never seen a 16-year-old Sea of Knowledge cultivator. I'll be 17 soon. Lin Tian said with a smile. There was still half a month before he would be 17 years old. I've never seen a 17-year-old Sea of Knowledge cultivator. Puan shook his head. In short, thank you, senior. Lin Tian said seriously. Puan didn't say much, patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, and left. Lin Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Su Feng came up to him, surprised and happy. Su Feng never expected that Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Knowledge level and could temporarily contend with the sex deacon, Zhuo Shang. Lin Tian smiled. In the Demon Sealing Gorge, I was lucky to reach the Sea of Knowledge level. How can this kind of thing be lucky? Su Feng shook his head and said, by the way, let me help you tidy up the house. Okay, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. Lin Tian said with a smile. Su Feng was very enthusiastic, and he really couldn't refuse his kindness. Soon, the two of them tidied up the house together. At this time, the sky had already darkened. You can mention the destroyed tables and chairs in the duty hall later. Someone will send new tables and chairs. Su Feng said. Lin Tian nodded, yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Okay, then I'll be leaving. After saying that, Su Feng didn't stay any longer and left. Lin Tian sent Su Feng out of the house, watched Su Feng walk away, and then closed the door. The sky was getting darker. Lin Tian took out a few spirit-gathering runes, spread them out, and began to cultivate seriously. After entering the Burning Sun sect, he realized the importance of strength. If you were strong, you could ignore all the rules in this sect. If you were weak, you could die under the sword of others at any time. Therefore, he had to become stronger, and the strongest. Buzz. A faint silver light lingered around his body, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the power of stars surged together. Lin Tian felt that after his cultivation reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, his perception and ability to capture the spirit chi of heaven and earth had become much stronger. The so-called 9-star talent in the past had completely disappeared, or it could be said that it didn't have any effect at all. The effect of divine sense was enough to suppress this 9-star talent. Sure enough, as Jiyu's master said, 9-star talent is really a joke for experts above the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and fell into cultivation again. Cultivation couldn't be slack at all. Soon, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Tianyi didn't sleep all night, but he still felt very energetic. He walked out of the door, did a quarter of an hour of breathing, and then walked to the east side of the sect. Now that he had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, he was ready to go to the Star River Tower to cultivate. According to the message left by an old drunkard, the Star River Tower was a treasured place to hone one's divine sense, and it was very useful for Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation. End of chapter 224. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.